The hunter reminded the idiot not to forget to turn on the camera. And as soon as filming began, he greeted his dear subscribers. Class B hunter Kang Dochul greeted viewers on their channel any raid. We will raid everything we can. He then explained that today's video would be about hunting a C+ rank monster, the Arachnid. Kang Dochul told viewers that arachnids live in groups, like ants, and that they are arthropods. However, arachnids are completely different from spiders on Earth. For example, instead of attacking their prey, they first spit web at it. Suddenly, the spiders screeched and attacked the group members. The cameraman reminded everyone that arachnids don't actually spit web, but shoot it at their enemies. Kang Dochul shouted that everything had gone completely wrong and that they would have to cut it out during editing, immediately after which the arachnid attacked him with its sharp limb. Watching this, Meng Shi Wu, who was responsible for filming and editing the AniRaid channel, said that this simply couldn't be. Arachnid's original fighting style is not a direct attack, but hunting, which is why they first spit webs at their victims to entangle them. Only then do they inject poison into the immobilized target, causing it to die slowly. For this reason, they would never rush forward. Angered by what had happened, Kang Dochul deflected the spider's paw and shouted to Meng Shi Wu that they would talk about it after the fight. Meng Shi Wu tried to respond to Kang Dochul, but he had already launched his attack. After that, Kang Dochul began to quickly destroy the arachnids that attacked him, until he had dealt with all the arthropods in the area. Wiping the spider's blood from his face, Kang Dochul asked the operator what the hell had just happened. After all, he had just said that the arachnids spit out their webs first. In fact, rushing directly at their prey like this would be a last resort for the arachnids. But what if the arachnids were already in a desperate situation where they had nothing to lose? Kang Dochul called out to his cameraman again, pulling him out of his thoughts. Kang Dochul grabbed Meng Shi Wu by the collar and dragged him over, asking if he was really going to continue acting as if he were innocent. Meng Shi Wu apologized for his mistake, but before he could finish, Kang Dochul hit him and asked if a simple apology could solve everything. After all, he almost died because of the cameraman's stupidity. While Meng Shi Wu was trying to catch his breath after Kang Dochul's blow, Kang Dochul demanded that this moron gather better information about monsters next time. As he left, Kang Dochul reminded him that this was precisely why people without character like Meng Shi Wu were completely useless. Traits. In fact, he is awakened. But the ability he gained after his awakening has no traits. It is completely useless in the work of hunters, as he really can't do anything. That is why, in order to survive, he chose this method of hunting, analyzing monsters. He must analyze monsters and teach hunters how to attack them correctly. Kang Dochul was angry at this freak because he almost died because of his carelessness. After that, he reminded his companions that if it weren't for him, they could all have died here. But for some reason, his companions were not as carefree as he was now. They turned to Dochul in fear and pointed behind him. Only then did Kang Dochul feel that something was wrong. Immediately after that, the whole group rushed to escape, because an elite monster had appeared before them. The group tried with all their might to escape from the elite Arachnid, but it was faster. Kang Dochul tried to reach for his sword to try to wound the monster while running away, but accidentally dropped it. Kang Dochul wondered if he was going to die here. If he wasn't going to die here, he had only one option. He needed bait, and the bastard who had set him up, Meng Shi Wu, would be perfect for the role. Turning abruptly, Kang Dochul kicked Meng Shi Wu in the face. Kang Dochul explained that all this happened because of unreliable information from Meng Shi Wu, which meant that he had to take full responsibility. Standing up, Meng Shi Wu complained to this son of a bitch about his betrayal. But now he had another problem. The elite monster had already caught up with him and let out a loud squeal. No matter how hard Meng Shi Wu tried, he couldn't move his body to dodge. And looking at the approaching spider's mouth, Meng Shi Wu wondered, was he really going to die here? His mother called her son by name, and told him that he must protect Soa. Remembering his mother's words, Meng Shi Wu told himself that he couldn't die here. Grabbing Kang Dochul's sword, he said that he had to survive, at least for the sake of his younger sister, Soa. Telling himself that he had to survive, Meng Shi Wu got to his feet and aimed his blade at the elite monster. Meng Shi Wu shouted that he would survive against all odds and rushed into the attack. But before he could strike, something knocked him off his feet and severed the elite Arachnid's limb. Before Meng Shi Wu could understand what was happening, he suddenly saw an unknown man in front of him. Looking at the guy exuding a powerful aura, he wondered who it was. Suddenly, a purple explosion lit up the cave. Immediately after that, another stranger burst in. The guy, exuding dark energy, asked where that bastard was hiding. Spotting his target, he rushed to attack, shouting at the arrogant bastard that he could no longer escape. The two strangers suddenly attacked each other, and Meng Shi Wu was less and less able to understand what was happening. Why were these two fighting? When they collided, the two released a huge amount of energy, creating an explosion. Meng Shi Wu was amazed to see such power and asked what was going on here. Those who make even Arachnid and elite monsters tremble with fear. They were indefinable creatures. At a speed barely discernible to the eye, the two continued to fight, rushing around the cave and causing it to shake. With a kick, the guy with dark energy slammed the other one into the wall. After that, the other flashed and disappeared in a flash. The guy radiating dark energy ordered him to finally stop hiding, because he was tired of his antics. To which the other replied that this was not the case, because they still had a long way to go before it was all over. Raising his hand, the blonde began to focus his energy into a ball. The gray-haired guy smiled and also began to focus his energy, asking the blonde guy if he was really ready to go all the way. Then they shot each other with their focused energy. The gray-haired guy reminded the blonde guy that if things continued like this, he wouldn't be able to get out of the fight unscathed, to which he replied that he didn't care. Turning to Meng Shi Wu, he added that he had left this option open. The blonde guy apologized to Meng Shi Wu for dragging him into all this. Realizing what he was thinking, the gray-haired man asked him not to say that he... At that moment, the collision of their energies reached a critical mass. Because of this, the energy mass exploded, covering the two unknown guys. Meng Shi Wu raised his hands to somehow protect himself from the explosion. But the blonde man said he would leave that to him, and a barrier rose around Meng Shi Wu. The fight between the two ended, leaving only traces of destruction behind. After what he saw, Meng Shi Wu asked himself again, what the hell just happened? Meng Shi stumbled backward, but accidentally stepped on a phone. Meng Shi Wu picked up the unfamiliar smartphone and wondered where it had come from. Suddenly, a request to confirm a new manager appeared on the screen. After a brief connection check, the manager change was complete. Things were getting weirder, and now this weird smartphone. A bunch of divine silhouettes flashed through Meng Shi Wu's mind. After authorization, GodTube launched on the smartphone, welcoming its new manager. Sometime later, at the entrance to the C+ ranked dungeon, where filming had recently taken place, Kang Dochul and his companions barely escaped from the dungeon and tried to catch their breath after their escape. Unhappy with what had happened, Kang Dochul wondered how unlucky he really was. After all, how unlucky did you have to be for an elite monster to appear in a C+ ranked dungeon? His minions began to praise their boss, because it was only thanks to him that they were still alive. They thought it was a great idea to use that idiot as bait for the elite monster, an idea that only an experienced hunter like their boss, Kang Dochul, could have come up with. Kang Dochul reminded his minions that their channel's slogan was, "We will raid everything we can for a reason." Of course, he was prepared for such an outcome. Suddenly, Kang Dochul heard a scream. Then Meng Shi Wu ran out of the cave and shouted the name of that son of a bitch again. Kang Dochul did not expect Meng Shi Wu to survive after encountering an elite monster. Shocked, Kang Dochul turned around and asked Meng Shi Wu how he managed to. When suddenly he saw a fist in front of his face. Reacting instantly, Kang Dochul blocked Meng Shi Wu's punch by deflecting his arm with his elbow. Immediately after that, Kang Dochul punched him in the face and asked if he had forgotten that he was worthless with his F rank. Kang Dochul said he had no idea how he survived, then admitted that he was very lucky. Looking down at Meng Shi Wu, Kang Dochul explained that he would be too lazy to look for a new editor if he died. Meng Shi Wu asked if he was serious. Did Kang Dochul really think he would continue working for the guy who tried to kill him? Kang Dochul leaned on his cameraman's shoulder and reminded him that it was he who tearfully begged to be hired so he could earn money for his sister's treatment. And of course, he generously helped Meng Shi Wu, so he couldn't do that to him. He had to repay him for his kindness. In his own words, Kang Dochul tried to hint that Meng Shi Wu should know his place, but Meng Shi Wu was not going to put up with it. Meng Shi Wu knocked Kang Dochul's hand off his shoulder. Meng Shi Wu picked up the camera and said, "If you can't accept it, then don't miss a thing." That's his habit, and it's all because he was too rude to him. As he raised the camera, Shi Wu admitted that he didn't even know if it would help him. That video where Dochul left him alone as bait, Shi Wu asked if he could imagine how many views it would get if he posted it online. Kang Dochul smiled and sighed as if it were an empty threat, and asked Meng Shi Wu if he understood that the elite monster wasn't the only one who could take his life here. Meng Shi Wu interrupted Dochul, saying that he knew he could die here, but at that moment, Kang Dochul would go to prison and lose the channel he had worked so hard to build. Meng Shi Wu suggested killing him, since Kang Dochul wanted it so badly. With a grim smile, Kang Dochul turned to Meng Shi Wu and asked him not to think that his sister would be safe if this video appeared on the internet. After that, Kang Dochul said that they would find a new editor, and turning abruptly, asked the guys what they were still doing there. He ordered them to grab their things. Meng Shi Wu rubbed his bruise with his fist and said that if anyone tried to hurt his sister, Kang Dochul had no idea what he would do to them. Back home, Meng Shi Wu began to study the smartphone he had received. He tried to understand what GodTube was and what the channels of the gods were. As he entered the site, Meng Shi Wu thought about a site he had known for a long time. YouTube is a free platform where anyone can upload their videos. Of the many channels on YouTube, the most popular are the Hunters channels. However, Holy, who bought a holy sword from Hephaestus, was going to try it out on Lucifer. Thor was surprised when he suddenly saw the world's serpent and decided to set himself the challenge of subduing it in 12 minutes. Or how a veteran player speeds through this boss. Mythological gods and historical figures, heroes and legendary personalities. Meng Shi Wu wondered, do they really control all of this? And if so, who was that guy in the cave? And why did he give him that phone? It was all too confusing, but if it turned out to be true, if they really controlled channels like on YouTube, Meng Shi Wu assumed that in that case, they would start with 1 million subscribers. In that case, it didn't seem so bad, so Meng Shi Wu decided to give it a try. Without thinking twice, Meng Shi Wu opened Zhuge Liang's video, The Reason He Left His Family for Demons, and subscribed to it. Suddenly, the system notified him that in order to become a member, he could watch and study lectures on S+ rank insight traits. Before Meng Shi Wu could understand anything, he had used up one of his 3 subscriptions and obtained S+ rank insight. Meng Shi Wu was stunned to see the S+ rank because S+ only exists as a classification. It wasn't a real rank. The individuals who fought against the Demon Lord, the 13 heroes, people assumed that they had S+ rank traits. And now he had obtained an S+ rank trait just by subscribing to some channel? But that was simply impossible. Looking at his palm, Meng Shi Wu thought that if it were true, he would feel something, but he didn't feel any changes. Then Meng Shi Wu wondered if it could be that insight improves his observation and intelligence? Because if that's the case, it wouldn't be so easy to notice the difference. Scrolling through his feed a little, Meng Shi Wu found a video from user Hercules, an event in honor of 10,000 subscribers, a free personal training session on how to lift the House of Zeus. Meng Shi Wu assumed that after something like this, he would definitely feel at least some difference, so he subscribed to Hercules, using up 2 of his 3 subscriptions. Immediately after that, he gained superhuman SS rank strength. Seeing the rank, Meng Shi Wu couldn't help but cry out in shock, even hitting the table. After the blow, Meng Shi Wu suddenly realized that he had destroyed his laptop. But after what happened, he could at least understand that the features of GodTube were working. The system notified Shi Wu that he had used superhuman strength, and that his skill had increased slightly, reaching 0.1%. Meng Shi Wu still found it hard to believe that he had gained SS rank strength just by subscribing to the channel. Realizing that he didn't understand a thing, Shi Wu grabbed his head and started screaming that he just didn't know and he didn't understand. What is this GodTube? Thanks to his diligent thinking, his insight skill also increased to 0.1%. Li Jun was surprised to see the skill and assumed that once he reached 100%, he would be able to fully master this ability. Meng Shi Wu finally launched the video with Hercules' personal training. The people of Greece were shocked by what they saw before them. Right before their eyes, the Temple of Zeus, along with all its columns, was pulled out of the ground. Lifting this colossus, Hercules shouted that it was simply amazing. After all, this stimulation of the legs from lifting the temple. Rising from his knees, Hercules lifted the temple right in front of him and shouted that it was too good to be true. Not only the people of Greece, but Meng Shi Wu himself was shocked by what he saw. Meng Shi Wu wondered how he could even watch something like this. Pressing the unsubscribe button, he admitted that now he understood why Hercules had only 1 subscriber. He would never be able to do something like this. Unexpectedly, the system responded that unsubscribing was not possible. Meng Shi Wu could almost see Hercules laughing at him and pointing his finger, saying that he could come whenever he wanted, but he couldn't leave. No matter how many times Meng Shi Wu pressed the unsubscribe button, the result was the same. Unsubscribing was impossible. And most importantly, 2 out of 3 possible subscriptions were taken. Hercules said goodbye to the viewers and told them they would see each other again tomorrow. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu received a call. It was that jerk. Meng Shi Wu grimaced and wondered why this jerk had suddenly decided to call him. Picking up the phone, Shi Wu asked Dochul what he wanted. Kang Dochul was surprised that Meng Shi Wu picked up the phone and admitted that he thought he would block him. Kang Dochul asked again what he wanted. Kang Dochul asked him if he had nowhere else to go. Meng Shi Wu asked if he had called just to mock him, to which he replied that he had called to discuss business. Meng Shi Wu was not eager to participate in anything with this individual. Kang Dochul asked Shi Wu not to be so rude and reminded him that they had worked together not long ago. Meng Shi Wu asked Kang Dochul to get straight to the point, as he had no time for small talk. This behavior began to annoy Dochul. After calming down a little, Kang Dochul said that the group SH had offered them to stream together and asked if he wanted to join. Meng Shi Wu was amazed to hear about the SH group, as it is the #1 financial company in Korea. Not long ago, the granddaughter of the group's leader had awakened 2 traits of a hunter within herself. Li Jun suggested that they were also hunting monsters. Kang Dochul suggested that the SH group was expanding its business, so they decided to see what it was like. Kang Dochul grinned and asked Shi Wu what his answer would be, but he suddenly replied, no. Kang Dochul asked if he was serious, since he was going to pay Shi Wu 50,000 for the video. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear about the 50,000. Kang Dochul asked if he wanted to join after hearing about his salary. Meng Shi Wu replied with a smirk that he still wasn't going to. This began to get on Kang Dochul's nerves again. Kang Dochul reminded Shi Wu that 50,000 was 10 times more than he usually paid him, and that it was beneficial for both of them. So he asked how much Shi Wu wanted. Without hesitation, Meng Shi Wu replied, 50 million. Kang Dochul gasped when he heard the amount and asked if he had lost his mind. Or did Shi Wu really think it was worth that much? Kang Dochul suggested that Shi Wu might have guessed that the group SH would pay him a large sum. His insight skill was increased to 0.2%. Meng Shi Wu suggested guessing the reason why the SH group was trying to work with Dochul specifically, rather than with hunters of other ranks. Trying not to smash the phone in anger, Kang Dochul asked what he would say. Meng Shi Wu said that the case obviously involves the granddaughter of the head of the SH group. After all, she recently awakened 2 S-rank traits. Therefore, the chairman of the SH group, Han Tai-san, is not going to sit idly by. He wants his granddaughter to learn the basics of hunting first. But what are the basics for hunters? It's hunting monsters. That's exactly why their channel has managed to gain 210,000 subscribers and make money. All this is thanks to his unique strategies. This means that the reason Chairman Han turned to Kang Dochul is not because of him, but because of his knowledge of monsters. Kang Dochul admitted that even in this case, 50 million is too much. Interrupting Dochul, Meng Shi Wu asked if he really didn't want to work. Unable to refuse Shi Wu, Kang Dochul simply gritted his teeth. Meng Shi Wu threw the phone on the table and told Dochul that if he couldn't get a loan or credit, then he could just find someone else. The next day, Meng Shi Wu and Kang Dochul met in the B-rank dungeon after all. Meng Shi Wu asked Dochul when he was going to transfer the rest of the agreed amount to him. Kang Dochul picked up his phone and, muttering something to himself, replied that he had already said he would send the money as soon as everything was over, after which he wondered when Han Chae-rin would arrive. Immediately after that, they heard someone approaching and turned around. It was Han Chae-rin. She said she was the Han Chae-rin who had joined their group and suggested they head inside the dungeon. Meng Shi Wu was speechless when he saw Han Chae-rin because she was very beautiful. However, it would be very difficult for him to get close to someone like her. Meng Shi Wu decided that since he was getting paid, he would just continue doing his job. Going deeper into the B-rank dungeon, the group stumbled upon a huge humanoid monster that exuded an aura of danger. Upon seeing it, Han Chae-rin recognized it as a black troll. Kang Dochul told Han Chae-rin that she was absolutely right and explained that this monster was classified as a B+ rank monster, but it was more dangerous than other similar monsters because it had regenerative abilities close to immortality. Hunters who are unaware of the dangers of trolls may lose their lives without knowing the weaknesses of such monsters. Kang Dochul told her everything just as Meng Shi Wu had told him earlier. In their case, they need a strategy that all hunters know, which is to tear apart the black troll's body. After that, it is necessary to destroy its heart and cut off its head. After that, it will not be able to regenerate its wounds. Before Kang Dochul could finish speaking, Han Chae-rin drew her blade and rushed into the attack. Han Chae-rin jumped up and immediately plunged her blade into the black troll's heart. Immediately after that, she decapitated the troll with a sharp movement, finally taking its life. Both Meng Shi Wu and Kang Dochul were simply speechless after what they had seen. Han Chae-rin admitted that it had been easy. Kang Dochul laughed and admitted that he had not even thought that she would catch the black troll so flawlessly, with minimal knowledge, as expected of an S-rank hunter. Wiping the troll's blood from her blade, Han Chae-rin told Dochul that he was flattering her. At that moment, Han Chae-rin's sword caught the attention of Meng Shi Wu. Pointing at the sword, Meng Shi Wu suggested that it was the very sword Aureliana that he had heard so much about. After that, he asked how much such a weapon cost. Looking at her blade, Han Chae-rin guessed that it was worth about 20 billion. Kang Dochul was shocked to hear the price of the sword, while stars flashed in Shi Wu's eyes. Han Chae-rin said that they shouldn't stop at just the black troll, and suggested moving on. 1 hour later, Han Chae-rin said that after killing so many monsters, she had figured things out a little. She also suggested that there were no more trolls in this dungeon and proposed to end there. Kang Dochul took Han Chae-rin by the hand and bowed, saying that she had done a good job, while trying to hide his smirk. Chae-rin agreed with him and said she was leaving. Earlier, Kang Dochul thought this would be a great opportunity to get acquainted with the Hunters Guild. But he hadn't been able to do anything all this time. And now they were going to take 50 million from him, all because of that bastard Meng Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu guessed that this was what Kang Dochul was thinking, and even mentally praised him. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu's intuition sounded the alarm. The dungeon suddenly shook, and loud footsteps could be heard. Han Chai-rin asked what was going on. Meanwhile, Kang Dochul was happy to have a chance to fix everything. Not knowing what to say, Kang Dochul guessed that, judging by its size, it was not an elite monster. Kang Dochul instinctively trembled, as this monster could not possibly be an elite monster. It was something much worse. It was a boss monster. Discovering humans in its domain, the boss raised its enormous hand. Reacting quickly, Han Chai-rin drew her blade and blocked the boss troll's attack. Realizing that Han Chai-rin was barely coping with this monster, Kang Dochul suddenly began to feel nervous. Without wasting any time, Kang Dochul ordered his men to run away and took off himself. At that moment, the boss overpowered Han Chai-rin's defense and knocked her off her feet, immediately following up with another punch. With a wave of his hand, he struck the rock, causing cobblestones to break off and hit Kang Dochul's men. Even after his friends were behind him, Kang Dochul continued to run without slowing down. Right now, he didn't care if Han Chai-rin was from SH or somewhere else, because right now he just had to get away from this place. Kang Dochul mentally shouted to himself that he had to keep running. He was running because he couldn't die here. He had to get away from here as quickly as possible. When suddenly, an ominous shadow loomed over Kang Dochul. The decaying boss suddenly overtook Dochul and was about to deal with the fleeing enemy. Kang Dochul stopped, and suppressing his trembling, looked up at the boss. Kang Dochul quietly said that he was dead. The boss struck, but at the last moment, Han Chai-rin arrived and blocked the boss's attack. But this time, the boss sent Han Chai-rin flying almost instantly. She then crashed through a wall at the other end of the cave. Running up to Han Chai-rin, the boss delivered the final blow to deal with his main problem. Noticing the boss's fist approaching, Han Chai-rin told herself that she had to dodge. Jumping up sharply, Han Chai-rin bounced off the wall and ran along the boss's arm toward his head. Approaching the boss's head, Han Chai-rin took a stance. She quickly landed several blows to the troll boss's neck and head, but her attacks had no effect, and the boss, on the contrary, got an excellent moment to strike Han Chai-rin. With a powerful blow, the boss knocked Han Chai-rin off his shoulder and pinned her to the ground. But Han Chai-rin managed to block the boss's attack and tried to hold on with her last ounce of strength. Watching this, Meng Shi Wu realized that they would not be able to defeat this giant, even if it was Han Chai-rin. It didn't matter that she had 2 S-rank traits because she was just a novice who lacked experience. They couldn't defeat this boss. There was a choice he had to make right now. Leave Han Chai-rin to fight the boss and run away. Otherwise, he would simply perish here. Or he could believe in the SS-rank superpower he got from GodTube. But what he doesn't know is how much he has already mastered this power. Suddenly, Kang Dochul rushed past, nearly knocking Shi Wu off his feet. After Han Chai-rin saved him, he came to his senses and rushed toward the exit again. Kang Dochul decided to save himself, leaving Han Chai-rin to be eaten by the boss. Watching this, Meng Shi Wu suddenly realized something. It's all because of your shitty information, so you have to take full responsibility. Meng Shi Wu knew that even together, they couldn't defeat this monster. His gut was screaming at him that he should run away from here while he still had a chance of survival. And Meng Shi Wu ran. He had to run, otherwise he would simply die here. Then Meng Shi Wu shouted at the top of his lungs to get his boss's attention. Money and prestige? All of that is useless when you're dying. But if he left Han Chai-rin here and ran away, putting all his strength into his fist, Meng Shi Wu shouted. If he ran away, he would be no different from that bastard Kang Dochul, who abandoned him and ran away. Meng Shi Wu's fist collided with the boss's bony troll hand. And to everyone's surprise, Meng Shi Wu's blow managed to deflect the boss's attack. Seeing this, Han Chai-rin wondered if it was just her imagination, or if he had really managed to block the blow. And who was this guy who stayed here with her? Meng Shi Wu took a few steps forward toward the boss. After blocking the boss's attack, Meng Shi Wu finally felt the power he had received from Hercules. The boss's fist stuck in the ceiling, and he made an effort to pull it out. With a sharp movement, the boss freed his hand, immediately after which he struck Meng Shi Wu. But at the last moment, Meng Shi Wu managed to block the boss's attack and didn't even move, holding the boss back. Shi Wu shouted, "Now!" Immediately after that, Han Chai-rin jumped on the immobilized boss and plunged her blade straight into his heart. Immediately after that, Han Chai-rin bounced off the boss's chest and landed straight on his shoulder. With her next strike, Han Chai-rin decapitated the troll boss in the blink of an eye. Han Chai-rin landed near Meng Shi Wu, and together they stared at the dying monster. Meng Shi Wu wondered if it was really over. But his S+ rank insight told him that something was wrong. Boss types are varieties that undergo a double transformation, so physical transformation will occur naturally. Suddenly, the boss troll's head began to regenerate, growing back onto its body. Noticing this, Meng Shi Wu shouted to Han Charing about the danger. But in the next moment, the boss grabbed her and clenched his fist. Han Charing screamed from the crushing pain. Meng Shi Wu couldn't let this continue, because if Han Charing died, it would all be over, and he wouldn't be able to do anything. If all the traits he had received from GodTube were real, then even if they were weak now, they were his strength. The boss looked at Meng Shi Wu in confusion. Meng Shi Wu grabbed his finger and, pushing off with his other hand, tried to free Han Charing from captivity. Shi Wu understood that at least this way, he would be able to buy some time. Shaking with pain, Han Charing asked Meng Shi Wu to just run away while he still could. But Meng Shi Wu did not back down, and finally, pushing his boss's finger away, he shouted at Charing to aim for her boss's heart. Hearing this, Han Charing mustered all her remaining strength to break free from her boss's grip. After that, she finally managed to break free and collapsed to the ground. Getting up, Han Charing took a breath and said that she understood. Immediately after that, Han Charing rushed towards the boss again. Meng Shi Wu shouted at her to just trust him and attack. Then Meng Shi Wu grabbed two of the boss troll's fingers and pulled them toward him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Charing jumped onto the boss's arm and, slashing it with her blade, began to climb up. Then Han Charing jumped down and struck the boss's heart again. At that moment, Meng Shi Wu could hold on for another 0.5 seconds, but no more, and he had no time to explain how to attack the boss. So all he could do was shout that the ogre had 2 hearts. Han Charing was surprised to hear about the 2 hearts, and Meng Shi Wu hoped that she would be able to figure everything out with her 6th sense. Immediately after Han Charing pierced one of its hearts, the boss waved its arm to knock her down, but Han Charing managed to jump out of the way. Immediately after that, she rushed towards the boss again and swung her blade. Meng Shi Wu was sure that Han Charing would understand. Catching up with the boss, Han Charing pierced his 2nd heart, located on the opposite side of his chest. At that moment, Meng Shi Wu yelled at the boss to finally stop and die, then jumped. At that moment, Meng Shi Wu's skill increased slightly. The boss only saw a person quickly approaching him, and in the next moment, Meng Shi Wu knocked his head off with a blow. After the last blow, Han Charing was sure that they had finally won. Han Charing turned to Meng Shi Wu, but he silently took a few steps forward. Then Meng Shi Wu collapsed to the ground. Han Charing wondered who the hell this guy was. Sometime later, suddenly waking up, Meng Shi Wu realized that he was in the hospital. Seeing that Meng Shi Wu had regained consciousness, Han Charing apologized to him. Surprised, Meng Shi Wu cried out. Then he asked what she was doing there. Han Charing pointed to the IV and explained that she had brought him to the hospital because he was seriously injured. All his muscles were torn and his bones were broken. Han Charing asked how he was feeling, but Meng Shi Wu was feeling a little uncomfortable because Han Charing was sitting too close to him. Suddenly, Han Charing reached out and touched Shi Wu's forehead. Meng Shi Wu was very embarrassed by what he saw, while Han Charing thought he had a fever. Han Charing suddenly remembered that they hadn't really introduced themselves, so she asked him his name. Meng Shi Wu, who was embarrassed, immediately introduced himself to her. After that, he wondered if she should have known his name. After all, she should have found out his personal information when she put him in this hospital room. Han Charing admitted that she wanted to hear it from him, which puzzled Meng Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu wondered if Han Charing was capable of reading minds. He had, of course, heard that her S-class trait was a 6th sense, but if that was its effect, then this trait was not unique for no reason. Han Charing suggested that Meng Shi Wu must be out of it since he had just woken up, but she still said that she wanted to make him an offer. Han Charing asked if he would like to join her team. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear this and asked if it was because he had fought the giant. After all, it was... Hearing the doubt in Shi Wu's voice, Han Charing asked, what did he think of an annual salary of 1 billion won? She instantly impressed him. Han Charing continued, saying that in addition to their salaries, they would split the loot from monsters equally. Meng Shi Wu trembled with excitement, but he couldn't hold back his grin. It was truly insane. 1 billion won a year and half of the loot from monsters. Han Charing said that she had also heard that his younger sister was suffering from a blood disease. She then asked if his sister was in their hospital. If so, they would be willing to cover all the expenses, and Meng Shi Wu would no longer have to pay. After hearing all this, Meng Shi Wu suddenly became serious. Meng Shi Wu asked what he had done to deserve such a price. Han Charing asked Meng Shi Wu to develop a strategy for all the monsters she would hunt in the future. That night, in Meng Shi Wu's hospital room, Meng Shi Wu kept wondering if he should have really turned down such an offer. After listening to Han Charing's proposal, he still decided to refuse. Han Charing said that she accepted his decision and asked him to let her know if he changed his mind. She then reminded him that she still owed him for saving her life, and therefore she would repay her debt by paying for his sister's medical bills. Meng Shi Wu didn't want to think that he had refused in vain. Instead, he wanted to believe in the possibilities of GodTube. The S+ rank insight and SS rank superhuman strength he had gained. GodTube was real, a channel of the gods that easily turned S-class hunters into mere extras. Meng Shi Wu decided that he should not hold back this opportunity, and immediately accepted the offer. But then there was So-A's incurable disease. At any cost, he had to find a cure. A long time ago, she found herself in the middle of a sudden dungeon breakthrough. And since then, she has been suffering from a blood disease, from this terrible fate for which there is no cure in the modern world. All they can do is alleviate the symptoms. But with the help of GodTube, if he can get their traits, he will surely be able to cure So-A. The only thing is, the medicinal ingredients used for treatment are very expensive. And since it is a very rare disease, Meng Shi Wu said that he would need a lot of money for this. After that, Meng Shi Wu took out his miraculously working laptop and added that he now had to finish editing a video worth 50 million won. While Meng Shi Wu was reviewing the video footage, something caught his attention. Namely, Han Charon's assumption that her sword was worth about 20 billion won. Meng Shi Wu wondered what would happen if he created equipment and sold it. In no time he would be able to collect billions of won, but he only had one subscription left. Well, if he wanted an additional subscription, he would have to register to become a member, and that would cost 1 million. Meng Shi Wu had only one answer to that. The only way was to make weapons and study metallurgy. And Hephaestus applied for the subscription with a video titled 99 Mjolnirs for Hephaestus. Mjolnir stolen from Thor, an attempt to upgrade it to plus 99. Without hesitation, Meng Shi Wu subscribed to Hephaestus. But when he saw the notification, Meng Shi Wu's mouth fell open in shock. Subscribing to Hephaestus gave him the SS rank God's metallurgy skill. Hitting Mjolnir with a hammer, Hephaestus said that when improving weapons, one should not be afraid of failure. Bastards have no courage in their time, and they should be prepared for their weapons to be destroyed. Meng Shi Wu felt uneasy about Hephaestus's words. Why should he be prepared for the destruction of his weapons? And why do the gods behave this way? As soon as Meng Shi Wu asked himself this question, the system notified him that he had corrected his incorrect knowledge of metallurgy, thanks to which the god's metallurgy skill had increased slightly, reaching 0.1%. Sometime later, at the playground near the infirmary, hiding one of his hands behind his back, Meng Shi Wu was doing pull-ups on the horizontal bar. Watching him, one of the nurses wondered if Meng Shi Wu's body had gotten much better. The second nurse admitted that she didn't know. Meng Shi Wu wondered if his body was really that good. The nurse said that according to the doctor, his recovery was incredibly fast, even by a hunter's standards. Therefore, their patient would be able to be discharged tomorrow. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear this, as he was being discharged much sooner than he had expected. He would have to train a lot before he could be discharged. The system notified Meng Shi Wu that his superhuman strength had increased to 1.01%. If he used his super strength too often, his muscle fibers would be destroyed like last time, which meant he couldn't slack off in his training. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu heard his younger sister calling him from behind. So-A said that she had already heard the news that he would be discharged tomorrow. Not knowing how to respond, Meng Shi Wu said that it was something like that. So-A said that when he came to the hospital, then she took a breath and admitted that she was very worried because he was in very serious condition. So-A asked her brother if the doctors hadn't said earlier that he would have to stay in the hospital for at least a month. And for some reason, he was being discharged after only a week. Meng Shi Wu guessed what this silly girl was thinking. She was disappointed that he was being discharged first. Meng Shi Wu stroked his sister's hair and asked her not to neglect her treatment just because he wasn't there. Then he told her that she shouldn't worry about money, at least not here. So-A said that she already knew that she was receiving free treatment thanks to Charon Ani. Meng Shi Wu was completely confused when he heard Charon and Ani in the same sentence. So-A said that it was Charon Ani who asked her to call her Ani. Charon Ani said that she didn't have any younger sisters or brothers, but she was like one of them. Meng Shi Wu was surprised that his sister had managed to talk to Han Charon. Meng Shi Wu asked if she had met Han Charon before. So-A replied that of course they had, because she sometimes came to visit her. Meng Shi Wu was surprised by this, and asked how it was that they had never crossed paths. So-A replied that Charon Ani came when he was busy training, and asked if everything was okay before leaving. Meng Shi Wu wondered if this was true, that someone who must be very busy with her hunting activities would come to visit him? Could it be that Han Chai-rin still wanted to recruit him? So-A giggled, and asked if it could be that Charon Ani was doing this because she liked him. Meng Shi Wu replied that he didn't think so, but So-A said that wasn't true, because her appa was popular. Even the nurses and nannies always talked about him. Meng Shi Wu asked So-A to forget about it. Then he asked her to stop talking about it, and asked her to go back inside because he had to go somewhere. So-A asked where he was going. Meng Shi Wu replied with a smirk that he was going to earn money. Upon entering the dungeon, Meng Shi Wu felt out of place and, looking around, assumed it was because it was his first time hunting monsters alone. Meng Shi Wu told himself that he needed to calm down, and immediately after that, he heard footsteps. An F-rank dungeon, the lair of goblins. Noticing the man, the goblins immediately rushed to attack, forcing Meng Shi Wu to dodge. Although he knew that goblins acted in groups, even so, there were too many of them. One of the goblins struck with a mace, but Meng Shi Wu ducked, dodging the blow. Immediately after that, he tore the goblin to pieces with a single blow. Unexpectedly, after the blow, Meng Shi Wu was splattered with blood. He did not expect that his blow would be enough to tear a whole goblin apart. So does that mean he might be stronger than he thought? Seeing their kin torn apart, the goblins suddenly trembled and began to slowly retreat. Meng Shi Wu, in turn, began to slowly approach his frightened targets. Meng Shi Wu cracked his neck. Smiling, he invited the goblins to attack him. Sometime later, at the So family's smithy, Meng Shi Wu threw the goblins he had captured onto the ground and asked the blacksmith how much he could make from this booty. The angry blacksmith asked, "Make what?" He had asked Shi Wu to bring him ingredients, not some scraps. In any case, he would now teach him how to smelt. So the owner of the smithy, So Palguan, asked Meng Shi Wu to follow him. Hitting with a hammer, So Palguan shouted at Meng Shi Wu to watch carefully, because a hammer is not just about strength. So Palguan devoted most of his youth to studying metallurgy, and now, 20 years later, when he was already over 40, So Palguan said that even if you have good materials, it doesn't mean you can easily get A-rank or S-rank equipment. Now he is a talented and passionate awakened with A-rank skill. So Palguan showed him how to work with a blacksmith's hammer, and handed the hammer to Meng Shi Wu to see how he would work with it. Earlier, the young man told him that his name was Meng Shi Wu, and what was unusual was that he asked him not to make equipment, but to take him as a disciple. He didn't even ask him to join his guild in exchange for rent. He was the first to ask him to lend him the workshop. Out of curiosity, he allowed Meng Shi Wu to use the forge in order to find out what his intentions were. So Palguan asked only to watch this guy with a hammer. Nowadays, people think that metallurgy is an easy skill, like in some kind of game, but it took him 20 years to reach his current level. What's more, this kid had been staring at his phone the whole time. So Palguan assumed that Meng Shi Wu had watched some videos on YouTube and thought that metallurgy was easy, but he was wrong. After a moment's thought, So Palguan opened his eyes and was surprised by what the kid had done. Sometime later, at the So family's forge, Kim So-yeon, a representative of the Soyeon company, suddenly burst into the So family's smithy and told Mr. Smithy that she had arrived. So Palguan was not particularly surprised that Kim So-yeon had come to see him. Kim So-yeon asked with a smirk, which of the girls other than her would come to a smithy that stank of sweat? So Palguan reminded her that she could have just asked someone else to do it, but instead she came herself every time. Kim So-yeon reminded him that she was actually dealing with the best blacksmith in Korea, So Palguan, so of course she had to come to him in person. So Palguan noted that Kim So-yeon had already learned to flatter, as befits a businesswoman. Kim So-yeon asked what flattery he was talking about. After all, she was Kim So-yeon, a representative of the Soyeon company, which dealt only in the best products. After that, Kim So-yeon reached into her backpack and said that, in any case, she had brought the ingredients they had discussed. As for the price, Kim So-yeon said that it was wrapped in cloth. The blade was sharp, so he asked her to check it more carefully. Throughout their conversation, the sound of hammers echoed throughout the smithy, which was already beginning to annoy Kim So-yeon. Kim So-yeon said that they had decided to supply, this time it would be equipment for the SH group. The rumbling from the blows grew louder and So-yeon's patience reached its limit. Unable to take it anymore, Kim So-yeon shouted, then apologized for interfering and asked the guy to be quieter as she was trying to talk. Meng Shi Wu lazily agreed with Kim So-yeon. Kim So-yeon was angry at this idiot because she had lost her temper because of him. When suddenly she became curious about what he was doing here. Kim So-yeon picked up one of the blades he had forged and after examining it, asked what it was. How dare he call this a weapon? So Palguan asked Kim So-yeon what she thought of the boy's work. So-yeon replied that the blade was blunt and the shape was rough. Then she asked how anyone could even use something like this. So Palguan asked if that was really the case. Then he asked what she would say if she found out that the weapon was made from the skeletons of goblins and kobolds. Kim So-yeon was surprised by what she heard and asked what he meant. So Palguan added that the material for the weapon was in poor condition and that it had been made by a man who had picked up a hammer for the first time that day. Kim So-yeon asked So Palguan if it was possible that he had taken on an apprentice. So Palguan admitted that he had tried to make that assumption himself, but even the way he worked was too incredible to say that he was doing it for the first time. The way he held the hammer while working with metal. In any case, He had never seen anyone make weapons from such material before, and yet this guy refused the offer to take him on as an apprentice. Kim So-yeon was amazed to hear this. After that, she looked again at Meng Shi Wu working and thought, Meng Shi Wu finally finished his next blade. His god's metallurgy skill increased by 0.4% to 0.7%. Meng Shi Wu was simply speechless after reading all these messages. This equipment was like something found in the trash. Although he had finally managed to make a weapon, how could he sell it? Suddenly, the girl asked if he was thinking of selling this sword. She then introduced herself as Kim So-yeon, a representative of So-yeon Company, and extended her hand to him. Meng Shi Wu had heard of So-yeon before. It's a company that specializes in the hunting business and considers trust and reliability to be its core values. As a result, this group is quite well known in the hunting industry. Kim So-yeon said that they only work with the best products in Korea, and if he was thinking of selling, she would like to buy it. Realizing that he could make some money, Meng Shi Wu unconsciously smiled. He asked Kim So-yeon how much she could pay for such a blade. Kim So-yeon asked permission to look at his latest work, and after examining the blade, offered Meng Shi Wu 1 million won. After making such a profitable deal, Meng Shi Wu began killing monsters for materials and making weapons at a frantic pace. Sometime later, in the So family's forge, suddenly a loud cry was heard in the forge. Dancing with joy, Kim So-yeon said it was just wonderful. Kim So-yeon then announced that So-yeon had officially signed a contract with the group SH. Meng Shi Wu assumed that he had done a good job. Kim So-yeon suddenly beamed and shouted that he had done more than just a good job, from meeting delivery deadlines to ensuring the impeccable quality of the equipment. If it weren't for him, they would have had big problems. Kim So-yeon grabbed Meng Shi Wu's hands and said that it was all thanks to him, and if he ever needed anything, he should just ask. She would do whatever it took to get it for him. Kim So-yeon suddenly remembered something and took out her phone and asked Meng Shi Wu to check his account. Meng Shi Wu was surprised by Kim So-yeon's suggestion, but decided to check his account anyway. A deposit of 28,424,201 had been made by the So-yeon Company. Looking at the number, Meng Shi Wu counted 10, 100, 2,801. It was less than he expected. Kim So-yeon apologized and asked what 28,124,201 he was talking about. She then asked him to check everything again. Meng Shi Wu counted the money again. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. After counting the zeros, Meng Shi Wu shouted, "A million!" and grinned, drooling. Meng Shi Wu, 23 years old. At that very moment, he was reborn as a full-fledged money slave. Even after Kim So-yeon left, Meng Shi Wu continued to stare at his phone screen. He counted the number 284,242,001 over and over again. With that kind of money, he could subscribe to GodTube to treat So-ae. He had 3 channels to choose from. Hua Tuo, the legendary doctor, the divine healer. Hippocrates, the legendary ancient healer, known as the father of medicine. And Ho Jung, the best doctor who created the concept of Eastern medicine and is considered the root of Eastern medicine. Subscribing to all 3 channels would cost him 300 million won a month, but in the current situation, he could only choose one of the 3 options. Meng Shi Wu folded his arms and thought about which doctor to choose. But the choice was not so easy, and Meng Shi Wu trembled with tension. Unwilling to endure it any longer, he decided to choose at random, whatever it might be. A short time later, So Palguan's voice could be heard outside the smithy door. So Palguan explained to Meng Shi Wu that in this case, there was nothing he could do, because fragile materials are not easy to polish, so he suggested simply minimizing the polishing. Meng Shi Wu was a little puzzled by what he heard. But So Palguan continued. Even though precision polishing could be done in their situation, despite the high fragility, but this process requires absolute precision. At that moment, the door to the smithy opened and Kim So-yeon said she was here. The dissatisfied blacksmith asked So-yeon why she kept coming here. Kim So-yeon replied that she kept coming here because of Master Meng Shi Wu. Seeing her, Meng Shi Wu told Ms. So-yeon that he had been waiting for her. Kim So-yeon was embarrassed by such sudden words and asked if he had really been waiting for her. Meng Shi Wu reminded her that last time she said she could get everything he needed and handed her a piece of paper, asking if she could get it. Kim So-yeon remembered that this was indeed the case and, giggling awkwardly, agreed to take a look. But after reading the list, she suddenly felt embarrassed. The list included mountain incense, sylph, saxifrage, 100-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old rune flower, soapwort. Noticing the change in Kim So-yeon's expression, Meng Shi Wu asked if it would be difficult to get all of these things. She replied that she could get them, but it would be expensive. Meng Shi Wu asked how expensive it would be. After Kim So-yeon answered, Meng Shi Wu was horrified by what he heard, because it would cost about 300 million won. Fortunately, Kim So-yeon offered him a discount of 20 million won. Meng Shi Wu needed these herbs to improve his mastery of the divine medical art he had acquired through his membership. He signed up for Hua Tou's S+ rank, Divine Medical Art. It is difficult to improve his skill level on his own. And since these are medicinal herbs that he doesn't know how to obtain and doesn't know if they are even sold, if it weren't for Ms. So-yeon, he probably would never have gotten them. Kim So-yeon asked if she should buy all of this. With a heavy heart, Mong Shiu answered yes. As a result, he received 284 million won from So-yeon. But at the same time, he gave her 280 million won, and at the end of the month, he would lose his current balance of 4 million won. The subscription to Hua Tuo costs 100 million won. Considering the subscription he has to pay at the end of the month, he needs to earn more money right now. But even if he earns more by making equipment, how can he earn hundreds of millions of won? Suddenly, Mong Shiu had a flash of inspiration about how he could do it. He just needed to post videos on YouTube. Sometime later, on the subway, scrolling through his YouTube feed, the guy complained that he had nothing to watch. Suddenly, he came across a video from someone called Conqueror of the World, a man who conquers everything. From the cover of the video, it was clear that this man, who had decided to show his strategy on hippos, was quite strange. The video took place near a small pond filled with water, and somewhere among the hippos, the author of the video was hiding in a very strange disguise. Meng Shi Wu took off his mask and asked the viewer if he knew that hippos were not water horses. The guy was amazed by what he saw and wondered what was wrong with the author of this channel, and why did he dress up as a hippopotamus. Meng Shi Wu explained to viewers that the monsters they were seeing were called hippodons in Korea, or hippopotamuses in other countries. And as viewers may have already noticed, these monsters are very similar to hippos. Usually the Chinese character for horse is used to refer to hippos, but hippos do not belong to the horse family. Upon hearing that the Chinese character for horse is used to refer to hippopotamuses, the young man paused to reflect on this new information. Showing 2 fingers to the camera, Meng Shi Wu said that they actually belong to the hippopotamus family. To be precise, they belong to the order Sirenia. If he went into more detail, the viewer would get a headache, so he decided to leave it at that. Meng Shi Wu took out a red cloth and offered to show the viewer how to tame a hippopotamus. First, the hippopotamus should be provoked with the red cloth. Cows are not nervous about the color red. The main thing is to excite them. The viewer was simply speechless. He was completely baffled. Meng Shi Wu began waving the red cloth and shouting at the hippos to come to him in order to attract their attention. The hippos lazily turned to look at the strange man. But as soon as they saw the red cloth, their gaze suddenly changed completely. Immediately after that, the entire herd of hippos rushed towards Meng Shi Wu. Not backing down, Meng Shi Wu continued to lure the hippos. And as soon as they got close enough, he said how to defeat a hippopotamus. The second is to simply beat them and catch them. The video became stranger and stranger, and the viewer wondered, is this really his tactic? Lure the hippos and start beating them. Throwing down the red cloth, Meng Shi Wu rushed straight into the herd of hippos. Then he collided with them. A short time later, Meng Shi Wu successfully killed all the hippos. Meng Shi Wu gave the camera a thumbs up and asked the viewers what they thought about it. Was it really that easy? Although Meng Shi Wu had finished beating the hippos, moments of their collision still floated in the young man's memory. Rice noodles! Meng Shi Wu shouted as he hit the first hippopotamus. Buckwheat noodles! He shouted as he hit the second. The guy watched with admiration as the conqueror of the world fought the herd of hippos, and so it continued until he had beaten them all. Meng Shi Wu told the viewers that if they found the strategy useful, they should like and subscribe to the channel, and also turn on notifications. Uchiha Chutachi laughed at how crazy this son of a bitch was. A man who came to the English department without knowing English laughed at how hilarious it was to see the conqueror of the world fighting hippos with his bare fists. A huge number of viewers appreciated the video shot by Meng Shi Wu. The video about hunting hippos quickly gained 3,628 views, and 243 people had already subscribed to the World Conqueror's YouTube channel. Meng Shi Wu grinned as he looked at the result of his work, because it was exactly the result he had planned to see. In no time, 1,243 users subscribed to the Conqueror of the World channel, and the video about hunting hippos had 127,544 views. Quickly scrolling through the feed, Meng Shi Wu saw many comments in which people laughed at his video. From what he saw, Meng Shi Wu realized that viewers really liked the concept of his previous video. But this time, he was only lucky because of the YouTube algorithm, which meant he couldn't keep hanging around low-level monsters forever. And since it had come to that, Meng Shi Wu decided he would strike while the iron was hot. As we know, due to their high adaptability, stimulation requires ever-increasing intensity to maintain strong interest. This is his specialty. Ultimately, Analyzing monsters and developing strategies is his job. 1 million subscribers is not just a dream. There was just one problem. Suddenly Meng Shi Wu noticed that his nose was bleeding. After that, he suddenly felt much more tired, trying not to collapse from exhaustion. Meng Shi Wu told himself that he had to edit the video. Raiding dungeons and delivering, it's too much. In the end, Meng Shi Wu couldn't take it anymore and staggered backward, falling to the floor, then hitting his head on the table. Immediately after that, he fell painfully with his head against the chair. In the end, Meng Shi Wu collapsed on the floor. He'd been working too hard lately. Sometime later, Meng Shi Wu finally regained consciousness. The first thing he wondered was where he was. Then he realized it was the ceiling of his room. Meng Shi Wu got up on the bed and, trying to understand what had happened, realized that he had passed out for a while, and his head hurt a lot. In any case, thanks to Hercules' super strength, it all ended with him simply fainting. Meng Shi Wu pinched his nose and said he had to quickly edit the video. Then he took out his phone to see how long he had been unconscious. To his surprise, it was already 4:31 in the morning. To his surprise, he had been unconscious for a whole day. Meng Shi Wu realized that if things continued like this, he would die of exhaustion before he could earn any money. Meng Shi Wu decided he had to hire an editor. Sometime later, at Cafe Eden, Meng Shi Wu was selecting suitable candidates while sipping a cold drink. When he wrote the ad, he never imagined there would be so many applicants. Was it because of the high salary? This application was as hot as an audition for an idol. The base salary was 3 million won, plus additional incentives depending on the number of views. As expected, money was the best incentive, and that's why he has to choose the person who will bring him the most money. Watching the video of one of the candidates, Meng Shi Wu gave him a good rating. The sound effects in the video were appropriate and humorous, and his editing skills were much better than his. But it was already 1:03 a.m. Meng Shi Wu was already losing patience. Why hadn't this guy shown up yet? All he knew was that the guy's name was Park Dochul. Earlier, he had suggested that the 14th candidate meet him at a cafe at 1 p.m. And the guy had agreed. The meeting was scheduled for 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Meng Shi Wu already imagined a middle-aged man coming up to him and apologizing for being late. Not only his name, but also his manner of speech gave him away as an ajosi. But that was even better, because it meant he might be experienced. Meng Shi Wu asked Park Dochul where he was, but he never read his message. Meng Shi Wu assumed it was because Park Dochul was rushing here. Therefore, Meng Shi Wu decided to wait for him here a little longer. But very soon, his patience finally ran out. Meng Shi Wu slammed his fist on the table and asked where the bastard was. At that moment, the door to the cafe opened, and Meng Shi Wu was apologized to for being late. The girl awkwardly asked if he was Meng Shi Wu. It was Park Dochul, an aspiring editor on YouTube. Meng Shi Wu apologized in case he had misunderstood something and asked the girl if her name was Park Dochul. He was surprised to see a girl in front of him, as he had expected Park Dochul to be some kind of a jossy. Park Dochul apologized to Shi Wu again. Meng Shi Wu asked why she was late. Moreover, she hadn't even read his message. Park Dochul admitted that she had been editing a video late into the night and had forgotten to pack her younger brother's picnic lunchbox. And she hadn't been able to read the message because she was in a hurry and had rushed here. Park Dochul apologized again for everything. Meng Shi Wu apologized and asked what she meant by editing a video. Park Dochul replied that it was the video attached to her application. Meng Shi Wu asked if that meant she edited the video he provided in just 1 day. Park Dochul corrected him, saying that she edited the video not in 1 day, but in about 3 hours. Meng Shi Wu was disheartened to hear that the video had been edited in 3 hours. Seeing his reaction, Park Dochul wondered what was wrong with him. Meng Shi Wu turned to Park Dochul. Afraid of being scolded by Meng Shi Wu, she closed her eyes and responded. After that, Meng Shi Wu asked when she could start working. Park Dochul apologized, as she clearly misunderstood everything, and suggested that she was ready right now. It usually takes him about 8 hours to edit, but 3 hours? If each video takes 3 hours, how much will it cost? Meng Shi Wu said that as he had indicated in the ad, 2 videos per week was the standard. But sometimes he uploads 3 videos, and of course he will pay her extra for that. Meng Shi Wu reached out to Park Dochul, who was almost in tears, and said that from now on, he would be under her supervision, and smiled at her. Suddenly, Park Dochul shouted that she would work hard, when suddenly everything around them shook, causing Park Dochul to hit her head on the table. Immediately after that, panicked people ran past them, shouting about a nearby underground breach. A warning was issued about the underground breach. It was determined to be a C-rank breach, so residents of nearby houses were advised to evacuate as soon as possible. A frightened Park Dochul shouted to her boss that they should also evacuate as soon as possible. But he smirked and asked Park Dochul if she was the one who said she could start working right away. Park Dochul apologized, as she did not understand her boss's train of thought. Meng Shi Wu blew a tampon out of his nostril and turned to Park Dochul with a smirk. Then he handed her the phone and asked her to follow him. Park Dochul asked her boss where they were going. Meng Shi Wu asked what she thought. Of course they were going to make money. Park Dochul gasped in shock when she realized where they were going. But she still ran after Meng Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu shouted to Park Dochul to remind her to turn on the camera. Immediately after that, orcs began to emerge from the gates of the dungeon. Running up to the orcs, Meng Shi Wu shouted, "Rice noodles, large portion." Immediately after that, Meng Shi Wu tore apart a C-rank orc with one blow. Turning to the camera, Meng Shi Wu reminded viewers not to forget to like and subscribe, and also not to forget about notifications. Wiping the orc's blood from his face, Meng Shi Wu wondered if he could now earn real money. A group of hunters quickly arrived at the site of the dungeon breach, and immediately began helping people nearby with the evacuation. Suddenly, they heard someone scream, and an orc's head flew right over their heads. The hunters were stunned by what they saw and wondered what it was. Right in front of them, a guy was beating up orcs with his bare hands while shouting the names of noodles. Soon, Meng Shi Wu defeated all the orcs that had come out of their dungeon, then climbed onto a mountain of bodies and raised his fist in the air. Meng Shi Wu turned to the camera and told viewers that if they liked it, they should like and subscribe and turn on notifications. Back home, Park Dochul started editing a new video for her boss. She wondered, what the hell? And why was he so popular? Commenters laughed at the reactions of those around him, while at the same time marveling at how the conqueror of the world beat C-rank monsters with his bare hands. They also praised how neatly the video was edited. Even after she edited his video, she still didn't understand what was going on. But one thing she could say for sure was that her boss was a real nutcase on YouTube. Covering her face with her hands, Park Dochul wondered if she would be able to succeed. Meanwhile, behind Park Dochul, her younger siblings tried the chicken and told their sister that it was very tasty. And of course, they left some for their nun. The younger siblings invited her to eat with them. Immediately after that, her younger sister grabbed a chicken leg and said it was hers. Her brother reminded her that she had already eaten one, so they should leave it for their sister Doku. Watching her younger siblings, Park Dochul smiled, realizing what she had to do. She had to work hard, at least for the sake of her younger brother and sister, the So family's smithy. Having finished editing the video, Meng Shi Wu continued to forge weapons. And after some effort, he finally managed to forge a decent sword. It was equipment he made from orc parts obtained in the dungeon. Unlike previous swords, this one was made from C-class materials, which meant he could count on it. His divine metallurgy skill was increased by 1.4%, reaching 4.43%. The system commented that he had created equipment of decent quality to give away for free. Meng Shi Wu was not happy with this comment, but he was still very pleased. After all, his metallurgy skill had increased by as much as 1.4%, and considering how fast it was increasing, this was simply an incredible number. Kim So-yeon was surprised to see such a blade in Meng Shi Wu's hands and praised him, because the quality of his weapons was getting better and better. So Palguan, in turn, could not understand how this could have happened. After all, how could a person who had started practicing metallurgy less than a month ago achieve such a result? Meng Shi Wu chuckled and said that he still had a long way to go, which was true, because he had not yet mastered even a tenth of Hephaestus's skills. Kim So-yeon turned to Shi Wu and suggested that he was planning to sell the blade. Shi Wu replied that she was right, and of course she knew how to sell it, didn't she? Kim So-yeon asked him to just give it all to her and reached for the blade. So Palguan watched silently, not particularly liking what he saw. Kim So-yeon noticed that Shi Wu looked much older today, and Meng Shi Wu asked if that was true. Kim So-yeon smiled and said that lately his bags under his eyes had almost reached his nose. Meng Shi Wu chuckled awkwardly when he heard this, after which Kim So-yeon said that she was even confused whether he was a human or a zombie, but now he looked like a human again. In fact, it was all true. Since Doku started editing his videos, he had much more time to sleep, although he was still very busy. Although he had paid extra for the danger that time, he had little money left for expenses and staff. Still, helping with video shooting was not the job of an editor, so he really should have paid her more. Kang Dochul, who was in charge of all this, was a piece of trash. Shi Wu had no complaints about Park Dochul's editing skills, since she was trying so hard, and he was very grateful to her. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu remembered that he had forgotten something, and asked Miss So-yeon how things were going with the medicinal herbs he had ordered from her that time. Kim So-yeon clapped her hands, having forgotten about it. Immediately after that, she took out a bag and said that she had gotten everything he had asked for. After all, this was Shi Wu's first request. Meng Shi Wu was amazed at how quickly Soyeon had gotten everything and admitted that it was incredible. Kim Soyeon reminded him that Soyeon's company only sells the best products from Korea. Meng Shi Wu wondered what she meant by that. Meng Shi Wu asked how much it would all cost. Kim Soyeon checked everything on her phone and replied that the total amount was 212.44 million won. A bunch of zeros and ones flashed through Meng Shi Wu's mind. 212 million is a really huge amount. Kim Soyeon said that since it was Shi Wuxi's request, she would give him a discount and set the price at 200 million won, but there would be no discount next time. Shi Wu thanked Kim Soyeon for her help. After that, Kim Soyeon asked where he was going to put so many medicinal herbs. Meng Shi Wu awkwardly replied that it was for clinical trials. Sometime later, Hua Tuo explained that herbal medicine refers to purified natural medicines obtained from animal, plant, or mineral sources. Its forms are mainly divided into decoctions, powders, tablets, and creams, which are the most common forms. Hua Tuo said that in this video they would talk about herbs. Herbs are natural substances that have medicinal effects, including the roots, stems, bark, fruits, and seeds of plants. Although they are small in quantity, they play an important role as a type of compound preparation. Therefore, when used, specific forms of certain types of can also be called herbs. Therefore, it is incorrect to refer to one fixed form exclusively as herbs. Meng Shi Wu wondered what Hua Tuo was talking about. If things continued this way, he would not be able to improve his mastery of the divine art of medicine. The system notified Meng Shi Wu that he had gained high-level knowledge, and his insight skill had increased by 1.4% to 8.7%. After watching this video, even that skill had increased. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu had a revelation. To simplify Hua Tuo's words, all of this refers to the study of medicinal herbs used to treat diseases, as well as the study and acquisition of knowledge about their effects. The system notified Meng Shi Wu that he had understood the definition of herbal medicine, and that his level of mastery of the divine art of medicine had reached 0.4%. Meng Shi Wu was confused by the fact that he had managed to understand everything correctly. After that, he wondered why Hua Tuo had to complicate everything so much. Having reached 0.4% mastery in the divine art of medicine, Meng Shi Wu began to prepare medicine and even managed to prepare a decoction that, according to the system, could be beneficial for his body. His mastery of the divine art of medicine increased by 0.5%, reaching 0.9%. Looking at the decoction he had made, Meng Shi Wu wondered if it was really edible. And if it was said to be beneficial to his body, did that mean it could also be harmful? Be that as it may, Meng Shi Wu still decided to drink the decoction, quickly lifting the bowl and emptying its contents. It was just a decoction prepared with the divine art of medicine. It couldn't kill him. Meng Shi Wu fell to the floor with a crash, spilling all the decoction he had prepared. The worst thing for Meng Shi Wu now was how much money he had spent on all this. The price of the herbs was truly enormous. Meng Shi Wu suddenly heard notifications and reached for his phone. After drinking the decoction that was good for his body, his superpower increased by 0.01%. This surprised Meng Shi Wu, and what was most surprising was that it had been less than 3 seconds since he drank the decoction. Meng Shi Wu even wondered if he should lick the remains of the decoction. Sometime later, in the E-rank dungeon, vampire bats are E+ rank monsters from the bat family. There are several reasons why he came here today. First, he came here to shoot a video on the topic, Are Bats Rats? Second, he needs to obtain vampire bat loot to create equipment. And finally, he needs to study the diseases of vampire bats. Since they live in small groups of at least several dozen, or even hundreds of individuals, all kinds of diseases thrive among them. But the most interesting thing is that vampire bats are not susceptible to disease. If bats carry diseases possibly related to blood disorders, then finding out why they are also resistant to them may give him a clue to treating Soei's blood disorder. It won't be easy, but with the divine art of medicine, it is possible. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu sensed something, and it wasn't bats. It was the sound of someone's footsteps. Meng Shi Wu jumped higher and hid behind a rock, thinking it would be better to avoid them just in case. But when he saw the source of the footsteps, Meng Shi Wu was surprised, because they were Kang Dochul's servants. But how did they get here? As long as the dungeon was assigned to him by the Hunter Management Bureau, other hunters were not allowed to enter. Of course, sometimes there were coincidences, but could he have accidentally stumbled upon Kang Dochul's servants? These guys must be around C-class hunters, so why did they enter an E+ rank dungeon? Meng Shi Wu assumed that they had come specifically for him. A dungeon is an isolated space without internet or communication networks. This means that no one would even know if someone died here. What should he do now? Meng Shi Wu wondered why he should even think about all this. After all, he could just find out everything after he took care of these guys. Jivu asked one of the servants if he was sure that bastard, Meng Shi Wu, had entered the dungeon. Du Ying replied that he was sure of it. After all, he had seen Shi Wu climb inside himself. Then Ji Minchul added that he had also seen him enter. Kim Jivu turned around and asked them why he couldn't see Shi Wu. Ji Minchul suggested that he might have already died here. Kim Jiwu recalled that this bastard was actually a completely useless awakened one, even worse than the F-class ones. How could he have decided to go into the dungeon alone with such confidence? Be that as it may, it made their task much easier. Spreading his arms wide, Ji Minchul admitted that he didn't know how Shi Wu was with everything else, but at least he was smart, and that meant he had to have come up with a strategy to deal with the vampire bats. Kim Ji-woo asked what else such a talentless guy could do. Du-eun noted that after watching that video, he couldn't say that Meng Shi Wu trusted only his own strategy. Ji Minchul asked if he really believed that. After all, anyone could say that it was either manipulation or computer graphics editing, and that was very ridiculous. Ji Minchul looked around and said that even this place could be a set, not a dungeon. Kim Ji-woo agreed that anything was possible. Suddenly, Dochul's servants heard a loud "so," immediately followed by something rushing past them. Mong Shiu ran behind Kim Ji-woo and asked where Kang Dochul was now. Kim Ji-woo was terrified because he hadn't even felt Shi-woo's movements. Mong Shiu admitted that he hadn't even thought that they would tell him everything like that. Most importantly, he hoped they wouldn't answer him. Taking advantage of the fact that Shi-woo was standing still, Kim Ji-woo jumped aside. Ji Minchul asked where he came from. Du-yoon asked if he had decided to fight them. Kim Ji-woo asked Shi-woo what a useless idiot like him could possibly do. He rushed to attack in order to finish off this fool. But before he could get close, Meng Shi Wu waved his hand, knocking the sword out of Ji-woo's hand. He then delivered another blow, sending Kim Ji-woo flying. Trying to get up, Kim Ji-woo let out a painful sob. Meng Shi Wu asked himself what he was going to do. He was going to do something like this. Meng Shi Wu kicked Kim Ji-woo in the head while he was lying on the ground. After finishing with Kim Ji-woo, Shi Wu said that he had knocked out and kicked his defeated opponent. Du-eun and Ji Minchul were embarrassed by what they had just seen. Ji Minchul even called Meng Shi Wu a bastard for what he was doing. But in the next moment, Ji Minchul found himself pinned to the cave wall. Stunned, Du Ying turned to Ji Myung-cheol, realizing that things were not looking good for them. Du Ying asked Shi Wu to wait and throw away his sword, promising to tell him everything he wanted to know. But even after hearing this, Meng Shi Wu did not stop and continued to walk towards Du Ying. Du Ying said again that he would tell him everything. But Meng Shi Wu said that he was inclined not to trust the words of a man with intact limbs. After finishing the beating, Meng Shi Wu asked Du Ying if it was Kang Dochul who ordered them to teach him a lesson. To which Du Ying quietly replied, yes. Meng Shi Wu asked if he wanted to be awarded honorary marks. Du Ying lifted his swollen face and asked Shi Wu not to do so, because he was telling the truth. Meng Shi Wu asked why Dochul had done this, and why Kang Dochul was so interested in him. Du Ying admitted that he did not know. Unhappy with what he heard, Shi Wu clenched his fist, and when Du Ying saw this, he shouted that he really didn't know. Meng Shi then asked if he knew where Dochul was now. Before Du Ying could answer, Shi Wu asked him to forget about it. After all, he should pick up his friends and get out of there. Du Ying was surprised by what he heard and asked if Shi Wu hadn't killed them with his blows. Meng Shi Wu replied that he hadn't killed them. Then Meng Shi Wu ordered Du Ying to tell Dochul something. Next time it will be the same with you. Meng Shi Wu grabbed Du Ying by the face and asked if it would be difficult for him to say that. Then he taught that lackey Kang Dochul a lesson. Sometime later, the crippled Du-yoon, Ji Minchul, and Kim Ji-woo gathered in front of Dochul, who was speechless at what he saw. Meng Shi Wu suddenly appeared between Du-yoon and Ji Minchul, and told Dochul that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, about a month. Then he asked if he was eating well. Kim Ji-woo shouted to his boss that it was all a misunderstanding. Ji Minchul added that Meng Shi Wu had ordered them to do it and that it was unfair to them. Meng Shi Wu hugged Du Ying in a friendly manner and praised him for his plan to lure Kang Dochul. Du-eun raised his hands in surrender and said that he had been set up. Meng Shi Wu told Du-eun that he would grant his request to kill that jerk, Kang Dochul. Du-eun suddenly broke free from Meng Shi Wu's embrace and started to run away. Immediately after that, Ji Minchul and Kim Ji-woo followed him, apologizing to their boss along the way. Meng Shi Wu asked Dochul if it was true that he was now completely alone. Meng Shi Wu explained that this was precisely why he should have treated his lackeys well. After all, how badly must he have treated them if they decided to order his death? Kang Dochul asked Shi Wu how. How could he? How could an E-rank hunter like him possess such power? Meng Shi Wu replied that he wasn't sure himself, but he spoke just in time. Meng Shi Wu asked Dochul to answer one question. Why was he treating him this way? Kang Dochul asked if there was a reason he should tell him. Meng Shi Wu replied that of course there wasn't. Immediately after that, Meng Shi Wu jumped toward Dochul and swung his fist to strike. But Kang Dochul managed to react in time and quickly swung his sword. With the movement of his blade, Kang Dochul managed to block Meng Shi Wu's punch. Meng Shi Wu said that he did not trust the words of a man with intact limbs. After confronting Kang Dochul, Meng Shi Wu already understood that he was different, because he had to take into account the fact that Kang Dochul was a B-class hunter. Kang Dochul swung his blade and delivered a horizontal blow to Shi Wu, but Shi Wu managed to duck, dodging the blow, for which Dochul could not help but praise him. Immediately after dodging, Meng Shi Wu jumped back and hurried to put some distance between them. Shi Wu admitted that Kang Dochul's reaction time was much better than he had expected. Meng Shi Wu said that Kang Dochul and his cruelty. Thinking about it all, he even became frightened. Even a decent blow could break a sword. But apparently, he still lacked the skill to block a B-rank hunter's sword. Kang Dochul pushed off with his foot and quickly rushed towards Meng Shi Wu. Kang Dochul's attacks were very fast, but at the same time simple, which meant they could be dodged. Meng Shi Wu crouched down, dodging Dochul's attack, and attacked Kang Dochul in the stomach. At that moment, for some reason, he remembered his past when he worked as an editor for Dochul. All this time, he had been treated like a slave in a dungeon and beaten for any little thing. Countless times he captured Dochul fighting monsters on camera. He watched it hundreds of times. All this time, while he was editing his videos, he constantly analyzed his habits, inclinations, and behavior. Meng Shi Wu's insight skill increased by 0.5% to 9.2%. At the last moment, Kang Dochul managed to block Meng Shi Wu's fist. Time after time, Dochul and Shi Wu clashed, but neither of them could inflict damage on the other. Kang Dochul delivered a vertical strike from top to bottom, but Meng Shi Wu dodged again, as if he already knew what he was going to do. After so many coincidences, Kang Dochul wondered if Shi Wu could read his mind. But he immediately refused to believe it, because he was a B-rank hunter, while Shi Wu was only an E-plus rank hunter. How could he have something that only an S-rank hunter could have? Taking advantage of the opportunity, Meng Shi Wu finally struck Dochul in the face. Flying back from the blow, Kang Dochul instantly stuck his blade into the ground and grabbed it tightly to keep himself from falling. But even so, he was pushed back. Kang Dochul trembled, unable to believe what was happening. It was simply impossible. He had studied Meng Shi Wu's power through videos on YouTube, but even so, he couldn't believe it. Kang Dochul suddenly released his energy, his face changed, and he shouted at Shi Wu that he would kill him today. And to do so, Kang Dochul used his sword, Auror. Meng Shi Wu, retreating, raised his hand and shouted that he didn't need to go so hard. That bastard Kang Dochul suddenly started going all out. And that meant that now, when it came to this, he had no other choice, except to also go all out. Meng Shi Wu felt his muscles begin to tear again. Fighting at full strength, he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Meng Shi Wu told himself that he would give it his all and pushed off the ground, flying toward Kang Dochul like lightning. All Kang Dochul managed to notice was how Meng Shi Wu's figure appeared right in front of him in the blink of an eye. Immediately after that, Kang Dochul struck with his fist in midair. This caused a powerful explosion on the site where they were fighting. A short time later, at the destroyed construction site, the inspection bureau arrived at the scene. The commander ordered her subordinates to cordon off the area and check if anyone was inside. After that, several members stepped forward. One of them shouted that they were from the inspection bureau, and then the second asked if anyone was there. After the dust settled a little, everyone could see a guy with a sword in his hand. The commander asked if his name was Meng Shi Wu. Without getting off the defeated Kang Dochul, Shi Wu replied that it was him. The commander then showed her ID and introduced herself as Li Minjung, commander of the 4th Guard Unit of the Inspection Bureau. She then asked Meng Shi Wu to accompany them to the bureau. Once at the bureau, Li Minjung asked if she understood correctly that a hunter named Kang Dochul had tried to kill him. He replied that this was indeed the case, and that he had already provided video evidence. Li Minjung said that she had approved the video, and although it wasn't something that could be easily overlooked, but Hunter Meng Shi Wu is listed as awakened without features. The guards are the police who protect the hunters. But in other words, they hunt criminal hunters who are murderers of people. Meng Shi Wu had previously heard that squad leaders are appointed from hunters of at least A class, and the aura of the woman sitting in front of him really did resemble that of a murderer. Meng Shi Wu asked if the rank of the trait was related to the rank of the hunter. Li Mingjung replied that she already knew that the hunter Meng Shi Wu was also ranked E+. Meng Shi Wu confirmed that this was true, and before Li Mingjung could say anything, Meng Shi Wu asked if there was a reason why he should answer this question. After all, he was the victim here. Li Mingjong apologized to Shi Wu and explained that because of her job, she had a habit of suspecting people. Since that was the case, based on the video recordings from the Arachnid dungeon and the abandoned construction site that he had sent, they would deal with everything as appropriate. Li Mingjong said that Kang Dochul would never see the light of day again, and then suggested that they end the investigation there. Li Mingjong thanked Meng Shi Wu for his cooperation. Meng Shi Wu opened the door and said that in that case, he would leave everything in her hands. As soon as Meng Shi Wu left the inspection bureau, the door to the room opened again. The guard was surprised that the squad leader was still there and said that the hunter Meng Shi Wu had just left, so she thought she wouldn't be there. Li Mingjong admitted that it was strange. Jun Sua apologized, as she did not understand what the commander meant. Li Mingjong asked Sua what her rank was. Jun Sua was surprised by the question and replied that she had recently been promoted to B rank. When suddenly the room seemed to grow heavy, Li Mingjong smiled and Chung Sua, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed to the floor. Not understanding what was happening, Chung Sua turned to the squad leader. Li Mingjong said that as expected, Sua couldn't handle it. Jun Sua asked, "Wasn't that obvious?" After all, the squad leader was no ordinary guard. There were even rumors that her human butcher would be promoted to S. With a puzzled expression, Li Mingjong said that Hunter Meng Shi Wu didn't feel anything. Young Sue was shocked by what she heard and asked if he wasn't an E+ rank hunter. Li Mingju agreed that it was indeed strange. Zhong Sue asked why she simply sent him away if that was the case. After all, hunters who hide their rank. Li Mingjong interrupted her subordinate, saying that it was because he wasn't strange and had a human scent. Left alone, Young Sua wondered what kind of nonsense that was. Meanwhile, Meng Shi Wu was walking home. He was pleased with how everything had turned out, but at the same time, he couldn't imagine when something like this might happen again. If his YouTube channel became more popular, he might even become a target for some criminal organization. At his current level, even Kang Dochul was difficult to deal with. And if it weren't for the synergy of knowledge about Kang Dochul's behavior patterns, habits, and S+ insight, and also S+ insight, he would have died much earlier. And when thinking about the difficulties ahead, the most important of his traits is his SS superpower. But it doesn't increase. Meng Shi Wu wondered why his superpower was still at 1%. Earlier, the system congratulated him on winning an individual training session with Hercules. It was a free training session in honor of reaching 1 subscriber, which Meng Shi Wu considered simply insane. Looking at Hercules' channel, Meng Shi Wu was surprised that he still only had 1 subscriber. And the prize definitely had to be worth it. Hercules was very surprised by what he had just learned. Looking at his only subscriber, he assumed that he was a human being. But how could there be a human being on his channel? Meng Shi Wu asked Hercules if that meant nothing would work. Hercules replied that it wasn't quite like that. But if things continued like this, he wouldn't be able to give him a personal training session. Meng Shi Wu asked if that meant he wouldn't be able to accept. Hercules said that wasn't the case. As he had already said, he couldn't go where Shi Wu was, so he wouldn't be able to conduct a face-to-face personal training session. Meng Shi Wu hadn't thought about it before, but how did he connect to GodTube? The blonde guy who left him the smartphone, and the white-haired guy he fought. Hercules inserted a loud "but." He said that even if he couldn't fix his posture himself, he could at least teach him. So Hercules asked Meng Shi Wu not to worry about it. Since Hercules didn't want to lose his only subscriber, he suggested starting right now, for example, by pulling and tearing off the Minotaur's horns in one fell swoop. He suggested that his subscriber do it right now. Through the camera, Hercules could see Meng Shi Wu's body, and at that moment, his body balance was perfectly fine, especially his back muscles. Meng Shi Wu asked if he meant his back when he said back muscles. Hercules sighed deeply and explained that by back muscles, he meant the muscles on the back of the body, and the back muscles he mentioned were only one part of them. Hercules shouted that they were armor. The back part was the trapezius muscles, the triceps, the brachioradialis. Meng Shi Wu was amazed to hear about so many muscles from Hercules. Having learned about the perfect muscles, Meng Shi Wu managed to slightly increase his super strength skill, finally reaching 1.02%. Hercules said that, as he already understood, there are different types of back muscles. And as the subscriber should already understand, since they are all located on the back, he cannot see them, which often leads to forgetting their importance. Hercules raised his leg and said that these muscles are very, very important. Then he lowered his leg, kicked the ground, and said that they are important for the overall balance of the body, when you need to make bold movements. Meng Shi Wu was simply amazed by what he saw and asked what that was. Hercules asked if he had just done that. He then explained that it was called divine martial arts, and that he had created it. Mong Shiu was confused when he heard this. Hercules explained that it was nothing special, but that he had combined all his fighting techniques into one and systematized them. This blow was the one with which he crushed the Hydra. He struck it in the middle of its head, killing it instantly. Be that as it may, the muscles of the back are also important in these techniques, and the lower body is the pillar that supports everything. Hercules turned to his subscriber and asked what would happen if the pillars fell during the construction of a building. Meng Shi Wu replied that, of course, the buildings would collapse. Immediately after that, Hercules shouted that the same thing would happen to the body, and then kicked the ground again. Meng Shi Wu understood that the same thing would happen when his lower body collapsed. The system notified Meng Shi Wu that he had learned the physical science of super strength, thanks to which he increased his super strength skill by 0.1%. Hercules said that he would talk about an exercise method that would suit his subscriber, and therefore advised him to watch him and repeat the movements. A little while later, Hercules explained to Shi Wu that the basics of breathing are to exhale when you lift off the ground. Meng Shi Wu mentally acknowledged that this point was much more normal than he had thought. Then Hercules shouted that he didn't care about breathing and other things, but just exhaled. Exhausted by all this, Meng Shi Wu asked why. Hercules advised him to look at himself before speaking. After all, it was important for a small fry like him to just do it without asking questions. During his training with Hercules, Meng Shi Wu received numerous notifications that he had done a superpower exercise, thanks to which he increased his superpower skill to 1.47%. Meng Shi Wu sent a message to the editor that this video would be posted on YouTube. The concept for today's video is speedrun. He leaves the editing to her. Park Doku thought her boss was a good person, but a little unusual. Giggling, she wondered what strategy he had come up with this time. Then she turned on the video, where her boss was standing near the dungeon. Meng Shi Wu, dressed in a bat costume, said aloha to all the subscribers of Conqueror of the World and greeted them once again. He then explained that the person they were seeing on camera was a man who conquered everything in the world. The Conqueror of the World. In the cave that viewers can see behind him, vampire bats live. Knowing that he would be asked, Meng Shi Wu asked why he was here. It was all to show new content for the Conqueror of the World channel. This is nothing more than a speedrun raid. Park Doku decided to choose this spot for editing, adding sound and effects, but she couldn't help wondering why he needed to film vampire bats. After all, vampire bats are numerous and live in harsh conditions with poor visibility, which makes speedrun filming difficult. But then again, this way, he would be able to attract attention to himself again. Meng Shi Wu picked up the phone and said that after investigating, he found out that the current clearing record of 58 seconds was set by S-rank hunter Yu Hanoi from the Fire Witch channel. And today he will try to break that record, a speedrun raid by the Conqueror of the World on vampire bats. He would start right now. Park Doku decided to edit the timer for this part. Suddenly, something caught her attention. Looking at the pose the boss was standing in, Park Doku wondered if he had started doing gymnastics. Meng Shi Wu shouted "Banquet Challenge" loudly and immediately lowered his leg. As soon as he touched the ground, Meng Shi Wu caused a loud rumble and raised a large cloud of dust. Park Doku was stunned by what she had just seen and could hardly believe her eyes. After that, Park Doku wondered if it was even possible to collapse the dungeon. Meng Shi Wu slapped himself on the head, reminding himself that he had to collect the ingredients. In any case, the raid was already over. Park Doku wondered in fear what the hell she had just seen. But still, since he was a good person. After checking his phone, Meng Shi Wu was delighted with such wonderful statistics. His channel already had 1.4 million views and 6,110 subscribers, and those numbers were growing. Interestingly, even Yuhana from the Fire Witch channel with 41 million subscribers left a comment under the video. Looking at the comment, where a surprised Yuhan apologized, Meng Shi Wu grinned. He could clearly see that she had rushed over in a panic as soon as she heard the news that she had been stripped of her first place. The fact that the Fire Witch herself left a comment already had such an effect. But if they ever collaborated, 1 million viewers would be guaranteed. Meng Shi Wu decided to pull himself together because he needed to calm down. At times like this, he had to make even more provocative videos. Meng Shi Wu checked his stats, and his current superpower level was 2.01%. After receiving individual training from Hercules, the skill that had never increased even exceeded 2%. With some 2%, he was already capable of destroying a dungeon with vampire bats. And if his skill grew even more, divine martial arts? He wouldn't mind asking Hercules to teach him that later. Hercules flatly refused Meng Shi Wu. Shi Wu said that if he would teach him during individual training, but Hercules refused him again. Meng Shi Wu reminded him that he had won, but Hercules said that these were completely different things. Meng Shi Wu asked what he meant by different, and Hercules explained that individual training was one thing, and divine martial arts were quite another. They even had different names. Moreover, for a weakling like him, building muscle was the only problem, because divine martial arts were a method he had created to match his strength. Without the superpowers he used, Shi Wu would not be able to use divine martial arts. Meng Shiu said that he was using his superpowers, which greatly surprised Hercules. Hercules' projection suddenly grew in size, and he asked Meng Shi Wu if he was using his power. Meng Shi Wu replied that he was, and that Hercules was even giving him personal training. Hercules explained that personal training simply meant individual lessons, and that it was not for the purpose of teaching anyone his superpowers. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear this and reminded him that he had indeed studied his superpowers. Hercules replied that this was simply not possible. Meng Shi Wu wondered if it was normal to study the traits of gods on GodTube, or was what he had studied not actually Hercules' superpower? Meng Shi Wu asked Hercules to wait a second. Immediately after that, he used his superpower to create a projection of Hercules. Stunned by what he saw, Hercules grabbed Meng Shi Wu by the shoulders and asked how he did it. Hercules asked if that meant he had learned his superpower simply by subscribing to his channel, and did the same apply to the channels of other gods on GodTube. Meng Shi Wu admitted that this was indeed the case. He then asked Hercules if it wasn't ridiculous. Hercules shouted that of course it was ridiculous. After all, he was gaining the powers of real gods simply by subscribing to their channels. It was complete nonsense. Meng Shi Wu noted that it worked for him. Hercules asked Meng Shi Wu to be quiet for a moment, and pointed out that there was something strange. Namely, how did Meng Shi Wu manage to connect to GodTube? After all, he was definitely an ordinary person without divinity. A person without divinity? It's more that he discovered this opportunity. After listening to Shi Wu's story, Hercules thought about the two guys he had met. Thinking about it, it seemed to him that they were indeed from GodTube. Meng Shi Wu asked if those from GodTube could come to their world. After all, Hercules had said earlier that he couldn't come here. Hercules said that their dimensions couldn't interfere with each other, and moreover, his account on GodTube. Hercules asked if he remembered correctly that Meng Shi Wu's account was a manager's account. After all, in that case, one of the guys he met was definitely a manager. Meng Shi Wu asked if he knew who the managers on GodTube were. Hercules admitted that he only knew a few. But even so, Shi Wu shouldn't have gotten the powers of the gods just because he signed up with the manager's account. Meng Shi Wu asked if that was really the case. Hercules replied that if that were possible, managers would have no problem becoming gods of the universe. Nevertheless, he was sure that Meng Shi Wu had managed to obtain his superpowers. Meng Shi Wu smiled tensely and asked Hercules to take him as his disciple. But Hercules refused Shi Wu again. Meng Shi Wu asked why he continued to refuse, to which he replied that it was too much trouble. Meng Shi Wu reminded him that he had already mastered superpowers, but Hercules countered that these were two different things. Moreover, even giving individual training was already very troublesome, and he wanted to add divine martial arts to that? No. Since he was so adamant in his refusal, Meng Shi Wu decided to ask Hercules one question. What exactly do subscribers on GodTube mean? Hercules was puzzled by this question, and after a brief pause, he said that Shi Wu could understand it as an element of divinity. Meng Shi Wu wondered if that meant that the more subscribers you had, the higher your divine status would be. He didn't really understand what that meant, but in general, the more subscribers, the better. Meng Shi Wu assumed that this was the reason why Hercules continued to give him individual training, even though it was very annoying. In other words, subscribers were the only thing that interested Hercules besides muscles. Since that was the case, Meng Shi Wu asked what he thought about, what if he helped him gain 100 subscribers? If he managed to help him gain 100 subscribers, Hercules would have to teach him divine martial arts. Hercules asked how Shi Wu could do that. After all, he couldn't even get to him. Leaning over Hercules' small figure, Meng Shi Wu asked why Hercules wouldn't trust him, and he gave him a thumbs up. A short time later, Hercules' channel already had 34,241 views and 127 subscribers. Hercules reappeared before Meng Shi Wu and bowed, calling him master. Then he said that from today, he, Hercules, would become his loyal servant. Meng Shi Wu promised that in the future he would tell him about interesting ideas for video content, which strengthened Hercules' resolve. Meng Shi Wu reminded him that in return he must teach him divine martial arts. Kneeling, Hercules asked if he dared refuse. Meng Shi Wu asked what the number of subscribers actually meant. Hercules replied that it could be called a form of trust. Their divine status is formed thanks to the trust of others, So the more people know about them, the stronger they become. And blah blah blah. Explanations. All Meng Shi Wu understood from Hercules' words was that it was very complicated. Divine status grows as the number of subscribers increases. But even so, Meng Shi Wu was not sure that he understood everything correctly. Meng Shi Wu said that in any case, he would teach him divine martial arts, after which they bumped fists. Hercules promised the master that he would teach him immediately. Meng Shi Wu asked that before doing so, Hercules start speaking calmly again, as before. Hercules agreed and, smiling, suggested doing so right away. And the first thing Shi Wu had to do to learn the divine martial arts, well, to be more precise, the muscles he needed to train first. These were none other than the muscles of the brain. In any case, it would be better if he demonstrated it rather than explaining it. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu's head began to ache as if it were splitting, and it was simply the effect of Hercules striking the air. Meng Shi Wu tried to understand what the hell was going on. And what about Hercules' movements? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see it in any frame. What was this inexplicable feeling of pressure? The system notified Meng Shi Wu that he had mastered Hercules' divine martial arts. His superpower skill had increased significantly, rising by 1.1% to reach 3.61%. Meng Shi Wu was amazed by what had happened, because the skill that had recently increased by a mere 0.1% had now increased by 1.1%, and what's more, it was already SSS ranked. Hercules said that as Shi Wu could already understand, he couldn't handle it, and he said this with caution. But maybe he should tell him that Meng Shi Wu's soul level was still insufficient. If he used divine martial arts in this state, his mind would be overloaded in the first place, so he had to develop his brain muscles first. If you think about Heracles' words, he means that brain muscles are the level of the soul. And if we speak more intuitively, it is mental strength. This means that he needs a strong psyche to master divine martial arts. Meng Shi Wu asked Hercules if he could have told him about this from the beginning. Hercules said apologetically that since he doesn't talk much. Meng Shi Wu interrupted Hercules and asked if he would still be able to learn this. Hercules admitted that normally it would be impossible, but since he was facing Shi Wu, Meng Shi Wu asked if that was really true. Hercules replied that in his situation, it should be possible. Meng Shi Wu asked what he meant. Hercules then reminded Shi Wu that he could obtain their power. At that moment, Meng Shi Wu understood what Hercules was talking about. If he could obtain the power of gods specializing in mental strength, which could support Hercules' extraordinary strength, Jesus, Buddha, or Confucius. Hercules said that he could recommend Master Confa's channel to Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu asked if he meant Confucius. Hercules replied that this was indeed the case. This meant that he had to subscribe to the channel and pay this crazy guy a monthly fee. Looking at his balance, Meng Shi Wu sighed, because he only had 153 million won. Subscribing to Hua Tuo's channel cost him 100 million, but 1 billion a month? Damn it, at this rate, it's absurd and not profitable. So should he do it? Is it really the right decision? Meng Shi Wu was not in the mood right now. Kim So-yeon entered the forge and raised her hand to say she was back. After that, So-yeon handed Shi Wu the tendons he wanted so badly. Meng Shi Wu asked, how much? She had previously said that it would cost 1 million won. Kim So-yeon replied that it would cost 113 million won. Parting with another 113 million won, Meng Shi Wu thanked So-yeon with tears in his eyes. Kim So-yeon thanked him for using So-yeon's products. Meng Shi Wu's current account balance was 4,450,000 won. Kim So-yeon asked Shi Wu where he was going to use the ogre tendons. He replied that this time he was going to make equipment. The ogre was an A+ rank monster, which meant he couldn't hunt it alone yet. Still, if he wanted to learn divine martial arts, he would need 1 billion won. This meant that he had to use good materials to make good equipment and sell it. He would also be able to practice so that he could make equipment for himself in the future. Meng Shi Wu cried again, thinking about when he would be able to create equipment for himself. Money is his eternal enemy. Be that as it may, Meng Shi Wu decided to get started. Returning to the forge, So Palguan felt intense heat and heard the sound of a hammer striking. Approaching Kim So-yeon, So Palguan asked what had brought her there. But Kim So-yeon, shocked by what she saw, did not respond. So Palguan then looked at Meng Shi Wu and opened his mouth in shock. Meng Shi Wu finally finished creating the equipment and smiled as he looked at its shine. The system notified Meng Shi Wu that he had made a disposable product, thanks to which his metallurgy skill had increased significantly by +5%, reaching 10.43%. Even though he had given it his all, he had only managed to make a disposable product, which did not please Meng Shi Wu. As soon as Shi Wu finished, So Palguan and Kim So-yeon ran up to him and, amazed by his work, asked him how he did it. Meng Shi Wu asked Miss Soyeon how much he could sell it for, which greatly puzzled Kim Soyeon. Kim Soyeon asked if he really wanted to sell it. How much could such equipment be worth? Kim Soyeon admitted that it was far beyond her means, and moreover, none of their customers could afford to buy equipment of this caliber. Meng Shi Wu was saddened by this news, because there was no point in making this glove if he couldn't even sell it. If he subscribed to Confucius, paid for a subscription to Hua Tuo, and paid for Soei's medicine, Meng Shi Wu asked Kim Soyeon not to worry and just sell the gloves for him, because they were disposable items anyway. Kim Soyeon was surprised to hear these gloves being called disposable items, but since Shi Wu had entrusted them to her, she promised to do her best. Kim Soyeon told Shi Wu that he could leave everything to her, after which she turned to Mr. So and asked for permission to use his name. Kim Soyeon explained that she was thinking of putting the gloves up for auction. Sometime later, in the auction hall, the auctioneer called for the next lot, and the next lot was equipment that even Master So Palguan couldn't help but admire. Hearing this, the surprised guests began whispering among themselves, because everyone knew that So Palguan was a blacksmith recognized by Aurelion. The auctioneer pulled back the cloth and announced that the next lot was a pair of high-quality gloves. The auctioneer explained that these gloves were made from ogre tendons, which made them extremely durable. This meant that there was no need to worry about them accidentally breaking during combat. The auctioneer asked the guests not to be surprised by this, as it was probably due to the fact that they were made from the tendons of an A-rank monster. The appraisal results showed that these gloves can strengthen their owner. As soon as the auctioneer mentioned this, a murmur rose in the hall. Many believed that these gloves were enchanted equipment, but only the master Aurelion could make enchanted equipment. The auctioneer smiled awkwardly and explained that, unfortunately, this was not enchanted equipment. They say that these gloves can only slightly strengthen their owner by about 5%. Even if that's the case, these gloves are still equipment with a special effect, and what's more, they are just as effective as auxiliary equipment. The auctioneer told the audience that, judging by their reaction, they would beat her to death if she continued to drag it out, so she suggested starting the bidding. The starting price was 10 million won, with subsequent increases of 5 million won. Immediately, one of the guests shouted 10 million, followed by 15 million, 20 million, and even 25 million. But the guests were not going to give up, and after a few seconds they raised the price to 50 million won. The auctioneer announced that from that moment on, the price per bid would increase to 10 million won. And as if it were nothing, the price quickly rose to 60, 70, 80, 90, and so on, up to 100 million. Immediately after that, the price per bid was increased by 50 million won. But even that did not stop the guests, and the price quickly reached 250 million won. A few seconds later, the price of the gloves reached 350 million won, after which everyone suddenly paused. Looking at the guests in the hall, the auctioneer asked if there were any higher bids. Suddenly, one of the guests shouted out a price of 2 billion won. Those present turned around and were surprised to see none other than Han Chae-rin. The auctioneer was horrified at how sharply the price of these gloves had risen. Repeating the bid price of 2 billion won, she asked if there were any higher bids. Immediately after that, a bid of 2.1 billion won was made. The guests were stunned to see who it was, because it was Lee Min-jung. Noticing her, people began whispering among themselves, discussing the butcher Lee Min-jung. Han Chae-rin raised the number again, and named a price of 3 billion. Gritting her teeth, Lee Min-jung raised the number again and named a price of 3.1 billion won. As if waiting for this, Han Chae-rin named a price of 4 billion won. The auctioneer repeated the last bid of 4 billion won, and asked if there were any higher bids. 4 billion times. 4 billion too, and finally sold. The gloves were sold for 4 billion won. Having gotten what she wanted, Han Chae-rin was very pleased. Sometime later, at the So family's blacksmith shop, Meng Shi Wu was shaking from shock, and Kim Soyeon, stunned by what had happened, admitted that she had never even thought that these gloves would sell for so much. For the gloves sold at auction, Meng Shi Wu received 3,600 million won, which was simply insane. The winning bid was 4 billion won, but even after deducting the 5% auction commission and Soyeon's service fee, he still had 3.6 billion won in his account. Unable to contain himself, Meng Shi Wu hugged Kim Soyeon tightly and shouted that he loved her. But Kim Soyeon apologized and asked Shi Wu to stop because he was squeezing her too hard. With difficulty, Kim Soyeon told Mr. Shi Wu that she couldn't breathe. Coming to his senses, Meng Shi Wu let go of Kim Soyeon, and while she was trying to catch her breath, he explained that he was probably too excited. But now, he was happy to give her something for her troubles. Kim Soyeon refused, because Shi Wu had already repaid her for her services. And above all, it was thanks to him that their company, Soyeon, had become a VIP at the auction house, which was more than enough for her. In that case, Meng Shi Wu offered to help So Palguan, but he refused, saying that he didn't mind, because it was Shi Wu who did everything anyway. He didn't do anything. Meng Shi Wu decided that he would teach So Palguan to play the Allegro rhythm, which he had recently learned from a video by Hephaestus. He also had a 4-bit rhythm, which should suit him anyway. And most importantly, Meng Shi Wu picked up his phone and paid for a subscription to Confucius's channel, losing 1 billion won. He had to subscribe to it because he wanted to learn divine martial arts. He couldn't be stingy, but it was still a huge amount of money, and Meng Shi Wu could barely hold back his tears as he looked at his new subscription. Sometime later, So A asked her brother if this place was too expensive. Then she said that she didn't have to eat here. Meng Shi Wu explained that they were here because they had to try something like this at least once in their lives. 600,000 won per person? Who cares? After all, he still had 2.6 billion won in his account. Now, with his subscriptions to the Hua Tuo and Confucius channels, he was spending 1.1 billion won on subscriptions. Meng Shi Wu decided to have a drink to take his mind off his monthly expenses for a while. Meng Shi Wu decided to just watch GodTube until their food arrived. Meanwhile, Meng So A looked around with interest, as it was her first time in such a place. Meng Shi Wu went to the Confucius channel, where he immediately saw the description, "Although he is slow and unable to speak, he is quick in action," as well as 34,566 subscribers. Meng Shi Wu assumed that 34,566 subscribers was a lot and wondered if all of his students had subscribed to the channel. After all, that meant that school networks existed on GodTube too. Earlier, Hercules said that studying divine martial arts requires brain power, so he thought it would be SSS rank. Considering that it is not combat work, SSS rank means that it is a higher rank than divine martial arts. And since he needs to improve his skill level, he needs to watch the video and understand it as best he can to start with. Meng Shi Wu played the first video on the main page, The Dignity of a Gentleman. In the video, Confucius, relaxing in a garden pavilion, said that a gentleman is a person who cares for and looks after those around him. At that moment, Meng Shi Wu felt it. He felt extremely bored watching this video, but he still mastered the basics of Confucianism, and the level of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom of an SSS-ranked gentleman was slightly increased, reaching 0.01%. Hercules asked Meng Shi Wu if he meant that even though he had acquired the brain power of Master Confucius, he had not done so completely. Shi Wu replied that this was true, and that he needed to improve his level of mastery. Hercules noted that, as he had said earlier, divine martial arts were not something that could be used at Shi Wu's level. To put it more simply, it was similar to changing the laws of the world. It was not just a matter of using some kind of superpower. After all, Shi Wu would draw on mana by concentrating on veins and pressure points, and mana is the source of existence, and in order to use it more actively, he needed an amplifying organ. An organ that projects his intention and facilitates his influence on mana. Eastern gods call it the center of ki. Looking at Meng Shi Wu's expression, Hercules assumed that he found it boring, and even wondered, what the hell is he talking about? Suddenly, a flash came from the phone screen, shocking Meng Shi Wu and causing him to cover himself. Hercules then poked him in the head and said that he just wanted to learn divine martial arts. He wanted to gain that power, but he didn't want to study all those complicated concepts. Hercules asked Shi Wu if he was wrong. Even if Shi Wu wanted to say no, he didn't think he could. Meng Shi Wu admitted that Hercules was absolutely right. Hercules said that this was exactly what he had expected, and that he had already come up with a way to help him master the divine martial arts more easily. The answer lies in the muscles. Not understanding how it all came down to this, Meng Shi Wu asked, "What?" Hercules explained that if the body is in poor shape, the mind will suffer. Meng Shi Wu asked if it wasn't the other way around. Hercules said that Shi Wu would grasp complex concepts on his own as he built up his muscles. Hercules flexed his muscles and advised Meng Shi Wu to leave his headache-inducing knowledge to his muscles. Meng Shi Wu was simply speechless. SH Group Headquarters. Mr. Han told his granddaughter that he had heard she had bought herself some equipment. Han Che-rin replied that this was true, and that she was very pleased about it. Mr. Han said that he had also heard that the equipment cost 4 billion won. Han Che-rin admitted that although this equipment could not be compared to Master Aurelion's sword, but it was still excellent auxiliary equipment. She felt that her skills had risen to a new level just by wearing one piece of equipment. Han Taeseon admitted that he was glad to hear that. After that, he asked Han Che-rin to just tell him if she needed anything. Han Che-rin thanked her grandfather and bowed to him. Han Che-rin then said that she thought they could begin. Hearing this, Han Taeseon suddenly became serious. After all, his granddaughter Han Che-rin was talking about a raid on an S-rank dungeon. Sometime later, exhausted, Meng Shi Wu lay on the ground, unable to even keep up with Hercules' movements. Shi Wu understood that he still had a lot to learn about divine martial arts. Meng Shi Wu picked up his phone and looked sadly at the statistics. The worst part was that he couldn't improve his level. Would he ever be able to? A dignitary asked Confucius if there was a way to not lose a fight that could never be won. Confucius replied that there was. To do this, you must never end the fight. Hercules was once a man. He is a hero who surpassed a god in human form. So wouldn't Hercules have made an effort to do so? Didn't he fight? Wouldn't he have been disappointed? Divine martial arts are a force that makes one doubt that a person is capable of achieving it at all. It is not just the art of fighting. Meng Shi Wu understood that he was not talented at all, which meant that all he needed now was endless effort. Standing in a fighting stance, Meng Shi Wu began to punch forward, repeating the movements of Hercules, which even managed to raise a strong wind. An unyielding will permeated his body. The gentleman's level of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom increased by 0.5%, reaching 0.51%. Opening his eyes, Meng Shi Wu was amazed by what he saw. With his last blow, he managed to master Heracles' divine martial art, destroying the park in the process. His SSS-ranked divine martial arts skill increased by 0.03%. Meng Shi Wu chuckled awkwardly, because apparently he would have to find himself a private training center. Park Dochul sighed when she received a letter from her boss. Judging by the description, what he sent was the same video with vampire bats as last time. The Fire Witch broke the record on her channel and took first place again. It was an incredible record, 11 seconds. Her attack ended as quickly as it began, and yet, the fact that he shot a video with the same concept. The file upload was complete, and Park Dochul opened the video he received. Meng Shi Wu, this time dressed in a witch costume, greeted the dear viewers of Conqueror of the World, and reminded them that he is the man who conquers everything in the world, the Conqueror of the World. Looking at the smartphone screen, he said that he had heard that a new record had been set on the Fire Witch's channel not long ago. 11 seconds, a truly incredible record. Therefore, today, he will attempt to defeat the Fire Witch, Yuhan, and now he will demonstrate how it is done. Each time, what was happening in the boss's video shocked Park Dochul more and more, and now, he was back to his old ways. Meng Shi Wu suggested that viewers might be wondering why he suddenly set his sights on Miss Yuhan. If he really tries to target her, he will most likely get roasted. This means that he cannot do it unprepared, is he right? That's why he's going to reveal his strategy today. How to beat Miss Yuhan, who took first place. Now it's time to stop the silly talk and finally get started. Meng Shi Wu sharply raised his leg and kicked the ground with all his might. Immediately after that, the lens cracked and the video cut off. Park Dochul was very surprised at how abruptly everything ended. She decided to check everything again and noticed that her boss had sent her 2 videos. But when she saw the content, Park Dochul was shocked again. At the moment when Meng Shi Wu kicked the ground, the gate behind him suddenly warped, and the camera fell to the ground. Cracks appeared in the ground where he had kicked, leading to the complete destruction of the dungeon. Meng Shi Wu said that now that he thought about it, he could have trained in the dungeons. Park Dochul was simply speechless. She wondered what she was looking at. Then she suddenly trembled at the thought that had come to her, and decided to check the length of the video again. And she was shocked to find that the video was only 4 seconds long. A little while later, Meng Shi Wu's new video had already racked up 342,775 views, and his subscriber count had grown to 11,560. Thanks to the divine martial art, the number of comments and views had skyrocketed, and at this rate, earning hundreds of millions might no longer be just a dream for Meng Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu was scrolling through the comments under the video when something strange caught his attention. User, "Why are you crying?" asked, "Isn't that enough to attack the dungeon where Han Charon failed?" Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear this news. Opening the comment thread, Meng Shi Wu saw people who were surprised by this asking questions on the topic, but a "Why are you crying?" replied that she didn't know either, as she had heard it somewhere. Meng Shi Wu assumed that these were just rumors. User A go to the sauna and fight? Wrote that he had checked everything, and it seemed to be true, as there were already articles about it online. What a strange nickname. Was surprised by this, and asked for a link. Meng Shi Wu was surprised by what he saw, because if there really are articles about it, what is the future of the SH group after they failed the S-rank dungeon raid? At around 1 p.m. today, it became known that the chairwoman of the SH Hunters Guild, Han Charon, failed the S-rank dungeon raid. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but many were disappointed by her failure. In particular, the SH group is in a negative mood, as they recently invested heavily in the hunting industry, and dreamed of entering the market. But this incident put an end to that dream. In addition, their stock prices plummeted. Meng Shi Wu searched for information, but nowhere did it say exactly how Han Charon had failed. After that, Mong Shiu wondered how this related to him. He threw his phone on the bed. He didn't have time to worry about her because he was busy with his own affairs. Han Charing could figure it out herself. SH Group headquarters, top floor. As soon as Han Charin arrived, Mrs. Han suggested that they just see who had decided to visit them. Han Charin greeted the director of SH, Han Mina. Han Mina told her niece that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and asked how she was doing. Han Mina smiled and asked Han Charin to look at her. Then she asked if she was returning after meeting with the chairman. Han Charin replied that she had indeed been with him and asked her aunt if she had also come to see him. Han Mina said that the chairman had called a meeting of executives. At the moment, SH was in complete chaos. Not only had the stock price fallen sharply, but their investments were also being withdrawn. And it's not just Charin's fault. In fact, they are to blame for expecting too much from her. As she left, Han Mina told Han Charin that she could leave, otherwise she would have to face her brothers. After that, Han Charin remained alone in the hallway, lost in her thoughts. Sometime later, after Soe drank Meng Shi Wu's new decoction, Shi Wu suggested with an awkward smile that the decoction was bitter for her. Meng Soe suggested that this was what punishment felt like. Meng Shi Wu was pleased that his S+ rank divine medical arts skills were constantly improving and had already reached 20.47%. After all, this time the decoction was much more palatable than last time. After studying the gentleman's mind, all his characteristics began to improve more quickly. Not only divine martial arts, but also super strength, insight, and even divine metallurgy began to come more easily to him. Insight improved the most among them, reaching 24.8%, as it is related to all his other characteristics. Thinking about this, Meng Shi Wu realized that the gentleman's mind did not have an SSS rank for no reason. After Soe drank the decoction, he could already see her complexion beginning to improve. This meant that his treatment was truly effective, which made Shi Wu very happy. If he continued to improve his divine art of medicine, he was confident that he would be able to cure Soe's illness. The only problem was money, with a minimum subscription fee of 1.1 billion won weighing heavily on his shoulders. The 1.7 billion won in his account was far from enough to pay for the monthly subscription to Hua Tuo and Confucius. Meng Shi Wu looked at his improved decoction and thought it would be great if he could sell it. But medical preparations cannot be sold indiscriminately without special medical certification. Meng Shi Wu decided that he would ask Kim So-yeon about it later. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Not expecting any guests, Meng Shi Wu wondered who it could be. The person knocking on the door apologized for the disturbance and asked if this was Mr. Meng Shi Wu's residence. The man then introduced himself as Kang Min-jae, the personal secretary of Mrs. Han Chai-rin. After Meng Shi Wu welcomed the guest, Kang Min-jae explained that the young lady wanted to return to prison. Since Ms. Han Chai-rin wanted to return to the dungeon, Meng Shi Wu assumed that she needed his help. Meng Shi Wu decided to clarify whether the lady wanted him to come up with a strategy for her. Kang Min-jae confirmed this. Meng Shi Wu then asked what had happened during the first attempt to clear the dungeon. Kang Min-jae apologized to Shi Wu, as he himself did not know any details. The lady only told him that Meng Shi Wu's help was absolutely necessary. Kang Min-jae said that the young lady actually wanted to come in person, but since many people were watching her. Kang Min-jae bowed and apologized to Shi Wu, and asked if he could talk to the lady. Meng Shi Wu could already smell it. It was the sweet smell of NewTube, the joint raid of the World Conqueror and Han Chae-rin in the S-rank dungeon, which would quickly garner millions of views on NewTube. SH Group headquarters, Gym. Upon arriving, Han Chae-rin, Meng Shi Wu saw her practicing with a sword, and she was wearing the disposable gloves he had created. During her training, Han Chae-rin didn't even notice someone entering the gym and continued to practice. Kang Min-jae told Shi Wu that he would call the lady, but Shi Wu stopped him and suggested waiting. Meng Shi Wu understood that Han Chae-rin had reached a trance-like state during her training. Training with that level of concentration can be very beneficial, and he could say that because he had recently had the same experience. Kang Min-jae tried to argue with Shi Wu, but Shi Wu said that although he might have to wait a little, this was a rare opportunity for Miss Chae-rin. Han Chae-rin continued her training, oblivious to her surroundings. Watching this, Meng Shi Wu noticed that her movements were definitely not systematic. Meng Shi Wu speculated that this was because his understanding had improved after studying S+ Insight and Divine Martial Arts. He could clearly see that what Han Chae-rin was doing was nothing more than random swings of her arms. Moreover, he had heard that she had not learned proper sword technique. One of Han Chae-rin's traits is her S-rank sword talent. but her talent with the sword is overshadowed by her roughness. It's as if Chaerin can use SS rank superpowers like him, but she hasn't studied divine martial arts to systematically use that power. In the end, fencing skills based on brute force will show their limitations. If Han Chaerin can learn proper martial arts, she will be able to grow significantly. The only way for Han Chaerin to develop is to join the sect as a disciple. But why would Han Chaerin need to do that? Moreover, the SH group would not even allow her to do so. Meng Shi Wu smiled awkwardly as he looked at the secretary. If Han Chaerin became a disciple of the sect, she would no longer be a member of the SH group. This is a case where a good past is not always useful to a person. Looking at Han Chaerin's level, Meng Shi Wu assumed that she would be able to maintain the martial arts she had learned on GodTube. Among the contenders is King Arthur, the legendary knight of the Round Table from the video Excalibur or Queen Guinevere. The owner of the divine sword Balmung, Siegfried, the first dragon slayer, now gives advice on how to kill dragons. And Xiang Yu, an invader with tens of thousands of men, who caught Liu Bang in a video and forced him to sing a song of the Han dynasty. Although these people's videos were a little crazy, what if Han Chaerin could learn their martial arts? But Han Chaerin can't watch GodTube, which means she won't be able to learn the art of fencing. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu had an idea. Couldn't he just watch the videos himself and then teach Han Chaerin? Although he would have to pay for a subscription to the channel, he could get the money from Han Chaerin. It doesn't matter if it's 1 billion or 10 billion, because it doesn't matter to the granddaughter of the SH group. Maybe he could even get a more decent fee for teaching her. 10 billion should definitely be enough. Meng Shi Wu has already started drooling at the thought of all the money he could make. After all, this is definitely a great deal involving Han Chaerin's financial power. There is only one problem. Will Han Chaerin, an S-rank hunter, take lessons from him? A D-rank hunter. Moreover, he could only teach her what he had already learned himself. Therefore, Meng Shi Wu asked himself an important question. Is it possible to teach someone divine martial arts by learning it yourself? And yet, if he decides to give up today, it will all be in vain. Meanwhile, Han Chaerin finished her training and approached the secretary, saying that he should have warned her that Shi Wu was here. Kang Minjae apologized to the young lady and explained that he had not disturbed her because Mr. Shi Wu did not want to interrupt her training. Han Chaerin was a little surprised to hear this. Meng Shi Wu stared at Han Chaerin and blushed with embarrassment, which made him unable to say a word. Han Chaerin said that she would go wash up first and left. Meng Shi Wu was forced to admit that Han Chaerin was very beautiful. Alone in a more pleasant setting, Han Chaerin suggested that Shi Wu had to wait a long time for her. Shi Wu replied that it wasn't that long, and that he had heard that she needed his help. Meng Shi Wu asked what had happened during her raid in the dungeon. Bending over, Han Chaerin said that there were no monsters inside the dungeon. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear this and asked what she was talking about. Han Chaerin explained that when she entered the dungeon, there were no monsters there, but they did encounter one monster. Based on Han Chaerin's words, Meng Shi Wu assumed that there was indeed one monster there. Recalling that predatory gaze, Han Chaerin said that although the monster resembled a wolf, it was difficult to call it a monster. Moreover, she had never seen anything like it before. A wolf monster. Monsters of the wolf family are very diverse. However, as far as Meng Shi Wu knew, wolf monsters had not been encountered in S-rank dungeons before. As she talked about it, Han Chaerin began to tremble. She admitted that she couldn't do anything against this monster. Even though it was an S-rank dungeon, with Han Chaerin's A+ rank strength, she shouldn't be saying such things. Meng Shi Wu asked if she couldn't handle it. Han Chaerin immediately confirmed this. Meng Shi Wu remembered that Han Chaerin wasn't alone on this raid. She was accompanied by talented team members with incredible equipment. But even so, they failed. Moreover, it wasn't just a failure. It was something more than they could handle. Meng Shi Wu decided to sum up the situation. There was only one monster in the dungeon, and that monster was so strong that even Miss Chaerin couldn't fight it. There was only one monster in the dungeon, and it was so strong that even an A-rank hunter couldn't handle it. The rank of a dungeon is determined based on the total amount of mana in the dungeon. That's why there were almost never cases where a dungeon was determined by a single monster. However, there were rare cases where dungeons were determined by a single monster, and this was called a mutation. To be more precise, it was a concept slightly different from a mutation, a Capo monster, a monster that possessed all the mana in the dungeon. If Chaerin's group encountered such a monster, it was understandable why Han Chaerin said she couldn't handle it. A Capo monster is already incredibly dangerous, but the worst part is that it is S-ranked. Meng Shi Wu told Chaerin that he believed they had encountered a Capo monster. Han Charon was surprised to hear this and admitted that it was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Meng Shi Wu said that he thought it would be better to give up on this dungeon and asked if she had any reason to go through it again. After all, it wasn't that important if she could die, but Han Charon said she had to do it. Meng Shi Wu asked if she could tell him why it was so important. Han Charon replied that she wasn't the only one with problems. Meng Shi Wu understood the problem. Because of Han Charon's failed raid, the SH group had suffered heavy losses. He had already heard that hundreds of billions of won had evaporated in just a few minutes after the first articles about it were published, and in order to prevent an even greater drop in stock prices, Han Charon said she had to fix everything. Han Charon had to succeed in her dungeon raid as soon as possible. Of course it was dangerous, but trillions of won were worth risking her life for. The S-class monster boss, a new monster that didn't exist before, would definitely be very difficult to defeat. Mong Shiu said he understood everything, but in return, he had one condition. Meng Shi Wu held out his hand and smiled, asking for permission to take a video for YouTube. Han Charon was surprised to hear such a request, after which Meng Shi Wu asked for 10 billion on top. With a businesslike smirk, Meng Shi Wu explained that he couldn't go any lower than that. A short time later, Meng Shi Wu received an advance payment of 1 billion. Looking at the deposit, Meng Shi Wu counted himself lucky, because he should have asked for more. But no one would have dared to think that she would agree so easily. Meng Shi Wu decided to forget about it, and told himself that he shouldn't be too greedy, because 10 billion was already a huge amount of money. Now he should think about the monster that no one had ever seen before, the S-class Capo monster. But Shi Wu wasn't even sure he could come up with a strategy. If he asked for too much, it would be burdensome. However, his insight had already reached 24%, so couldn't he just analyze the S-class monster? Meng Shi Wu told himself that he could do it no matter what. The next day, in the S-rank dungeon, Han Charon told Shi Wu that she would lead him. She allowed him to enter the S-rank dungeon on the condition that she would accompany him. Meng Shi Wu understood that it would be very dangerous, and he didn't want to go there alone, but he needed to know what was inside in order to develop a strategy against it. Moreover, since he had superpowers and divine martial arts, even if he wasn't sure he could defeat the Capo monster, he was confident that he could survive. Meng Shi Wu looked around, and as expected of an S-rank dungeon, its atmosphere was definitely different from lower-ranked dungeons. Han Charon said that they needed to move on, then led Meng Shi Wu in a certain direction. A short time later, still in the same S-rank dungeon, Han Charon suddenly raised her hand and began to adjust her glove. Meng Shi Wu asked if the gloves didn't fit her. Han Charon admitted that they didn't quite fit. Hearing this, Meng Shi Wu asked her permission to adjust them a little. Han Charon asked what he meant. Meng Shi Wu explained that he didn't know who would be using the gloves, so he made them to fit his own hands. Even though they weren't going to shrink, Shi Wu assumed that they must be very uncomfortable. Meng Shi Wu touched the gloves to adjust them to fit Charon. Right before Han Charon's eyes, the gloves began to change, adjusting to fit Han Charon's hand. Meng Shi Wu gave a thumbs up and asked Charon to consider it a normal favor. Han Charon asked how he even knew that this function existed. Meng Shi Wu replied awkwardly that it was because he had created them. Han Charon was surprised to hear this, and asked if that meant that the person recognized by Master So Palguan himself. Meng Shi Wu said that he didn't know about that, and that he just worked in the same workshop as him. While Meng Shi Wu and Han Charon were discussing the gloves, a sinister energy began to spread throughout the dungeon. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu and Han Charon felt a strong pressure trying to pin them to the ground. Turning around, they saw a predator in front of them, radiating incredible danger. The energy of this creature was completely different. This energy was on a completely different level. Han Charon jumped in front of Shi Wu and asked him to step back. At that moment, they encountered an incredibly dangerous monster that they could not even imagine. An S-class Capo monster. The huge monster, a wolf Capo monster that was the sole master of this dungeon, loomed over Shi Wu and Charon. Meng Shi Wu immediately wondered if Han Charon could defeat this monster. And could she do it if he joined her in battle? But Shi Wu immediately rejected this idea, because they were clearly not ready for such a thing. Meng Shi Wu reminded himself that they had come here only to check what kind of monster it was. Meng Shi Wu told himself that they should not fight, and immediately after that, he used Hercules' superpower. Meng Shi Wu raised his leg sharply and struck the ground with all his might to blind the monster with a flash. Immediately after that, Shi Wu touched Han Charon's shoulder and shouted that they had to run. As if their lives depended on it, Meng Shi Wu and Han Charon ran as fast as they could toward the exit. Miraculously escaping pursuit, the two of them managed to get out. Trying to catch his breath after what he had experienced, Meng Shi Wu attempted to comprehend what had happened. Although he wasn't entirely sure because of the shock, and because he hadn't even attempted to fight the monster, He couldn't accurately assess its strength, but at the very least, it would take the combined efforts of 5 S-class hunters to kill this wolf, and only then would they be able to damage it. After catching her breath, Han Charon asked Mr. Shi Wu what kind of power he had shown before they started running away. Meng Shi Wu asked how she had managed to return alive that time. And with her teammates too. Han Charon replied that they were just lucky, after which Shi Wu asked if she was sure she wanted to attack the monster boss again. Han Charon replied, yes, she definitely had to do it. Han Charon said that if Mong Shiu developed a strategy, their team would do whatever was necessary. Meng Shi Wu considered Han Charon's proposal, looking her in the eyes. Then he turned around and said he would contact her later, as soon as he analyzed this monster. Back home, Meng Shi Wu began reviewing the footage shot in the dungeon. Meng Shi Wu tried to understand what kind of monster it was. A Capo is a species that is a modified version of a normal monster, which means that there must be an original species from which this monster originated. Reports published by the Association or the Monster Encyclopedia, no matter how much he searched for information on the internet, he couldn't find it anywhere. Even after using his S+ rank insight, he still couldn't find a single clue. So what was it? Finding nothing, Meng Shi Wu decided to take a short break from his analysis. A little while later, after an exhausting workout, Shi Wu managed to increase his superpower skill by 0.1% to 5.88%, while his divine martial arts increased by only 0.01% to 0.06%. Seeing this, Hercules asked if such a light workout was enough to knock him off his feet, but Meng Shi Wu ignored Hercules and continued to look at his smartphone. Hercules became curious about what his first subscriber was looking at and approached him, after which Shi Wu noticed Hercules. He stood up and replied that it was a monster he had recently analyzed. Hercules was surprised by what he heard, and Meng Shi Wu said that today was already the 3rd day, and he still couldn't understand what it was. Hercules did not believe what he heard and asked Shi Wu to show him the monster. But as soon as he saw the jet black wolf, Hercules froze. Meng Shi Wu asked Hercules if he knew what kind of creature it was. But Hercules asked Shi Wu to wait a second and asked, "This creature, isn't it Fenrir?" Meng Shi Wu was so shocked by what he heard that he involuntarily cried out, "Who?" Fenrir is a mythical beast that appears in Norse mythology. His other well-known names are the demonic wolf and the wolf of divine slaughter. The reason why this wolf is called that is actually quite simple, because it is the creature that actually brought about the end of the world, Ragnarok. It was all Fenrir, with his upper jaw reaching the edges of the sky and his lower jaw touching the edges of the earth. Fenrir devours everything between them, and in the end, Fenrir, having swallowed the whole world, bites and kills Odin, the most powerful god in Norse mythology. Meng Shi Wu asked Hercules what Fenrir was doing here, or more precisely, how did he get here? Hercules asked how he could possibly know that. After all, this was not his world. And then Meng Shi Wu realized that the unknown guy who gave him the smartphone contained GodTube and even Fenrir. Meng Shi Wu suggested that, given the circumstances, Hercules was probably the only one here who didn't know how to get here. Meng Shi Wu decided to clarify whether it was really Fenrir. Hercules replied that it seemed to be him. He had already fought him once, and of course, he had won. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear this, and asked what would happen if he himself tried to fight Fenrir. Hercules did not believe what he heard, and decided to ask again. He wants to fight Fenrir? Shi Wu wanted to hear the answer. Hercules admitted that he wasn't sure about the exact time, but it would probably take at least 1 second, right? Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear about 1 second. Suddenly, Hercules laughed and said that it would take 1 second before Fenrir tore him to pieces. Shi Wu was simply speechless at Hercules' joke, but now, looking at him, he could say with certainty. The recording showed that Fenrir had become very weak. His physique had also changed, becoming similar to that of a wolf cub. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear about the wolf cub, because even so, Fenrir was the size of a small hill. But considering Fenrir's physiology, it was undoubtedly. Hercules noticed that, among other things, Fenrir had an ornament on him that he had never seen before. Shi Wu did not understand what he was talking about. Then Hercules pointed to the strange object and asked him to take a closer look. Hercules suggested that this very thing was suppressing Fenrir's power. Looking closely, Meng Shi Wu said that they were handcuffs, when suddenly he realized what was going on. In fact, these chains were Gleipnir. They say that it can never be destroyed by anything that exists in this world. Upon learning this new detail, Hercules said that with Fenrir like this, it would take less than a minute. Meng Shi Wu decided to ask what exactly he meant. Hercules replied that it would take Fenrir less than a minute to tear him to pieces, then laughed again. Continuing to stare at Fenrir, Meng Shi Wu wondered how Fenrir got here and why. And if this wolf really was Fenrir, then they had practically no way. Hercules suddenly interrupted Shi Wu's thoughts, suggesting that he at least tell him about Fenrir's weaknesses. After that, Hercules wondered if he should tell him about it. Looking at the smug Hercules, Meng Shi Wu said that if he told him everything, he would share with him an idea for video content for 200 subscribers. At that moment, Hercules promised his master that he would organize the materials right away and return, after which he disappeared. The office building next to the waiting area in the dungeon. The paparazzi asked Han Charon, who was walking towards the gate, why she wouldn't give up on this dungeon, and how determined she was to return and start raiding the dungeon again, where she had been defeated. Upon entering the building, Han Charon noticed that everyone had already gathered, so she suggested they leave as soon as possible. Suddenly, the members of the squad heard someone on the side start talking to the camera. The hunter asked who it was. The gray-haired man replied that it was a YouTuber, and his channel was called Conqueror of the World, if he remembered correctly. The scarred hunter was surprised to hear such a name, and assumed that he had never heard of it before. The hunter asked what this lunatic was doing here. The gray-haired hunter said that he had heard that this guy had come up with a strategy for their second foray into the dungeon. Hearing this, the scarred hunter jumped up and exclaimed, "Strategy for this wolf? That's completely absurd." The gray-haired hunter said that they didn't know for sure, and that he had only just heard about it himself. The scarred hunter saw the unusual conditions of support for the team members, as well as the fact that their employers had brought a pathetic new tube here. Based on this, he concluded that their team leader, Han Charon, was desperate. The gray-haired hunter interrupted Sanbai Nim's thoughts and asked him what he was going to do after everything was over. For him personally, when everything was over. The scarred hunter interrupted his comrade, asking him not to say such things and advising him to just prepare for the dungeon raid. A short time later, inside the S-rank dungeon, Han Charon and the group returned to the dungeon and were already hunting for the wolf's soul. Meanwhile, the most frivolous of them, the Conqueror of the World, was telling his subscribers that they were in the S-rank dungeon. He asked his subscribers if they could feel it. After all, this enormous energy. The scarred hunter was infuriated by this YouTuber's behavior. He had already heard that this awakened one was named Meng Shi Wu, and now this man had decided to film a video at such an important moment? What would happen if the Black Wolf discovered their group because of the shouts of this stupid YouTuber? Suddenly, an ominous shadow loomed over the hunter, causing him to look up in fear. Their group once again encountered a huge black wolf in the S-rank dungeon. Seeing the wolf again, Han Charon wondered if it was the right decision to conquer this dungeon again. Was she really going to lead her people to their deaths like this? Shouldn't she have turned to an S-rank hunter? Han Charon pushed the unnecessary thoughts aside, because she should not accept help from S-rank hunters. After all, this raid was not easy. It was the SH Group's first foray into the hunting industry, and that was precisely why they had to do it solely with the SH Group's strength. Everyone should know that the power of the SH Group inspires fear. Han Charon grabbed her blade and released her energy, preparing for battle. Suddenly, Mong Shiu walked calmly past her, telling the audience that the monster before them was the legendary mythical beast, Fenrir, also known as the demon wolf, or the beast that appears in Norse mythology. Meng Shi Wu anticipated the audience's question about whether this beast was indeed Fenrir. He smiled. After that, Meng Shi Wu replied that he himself had no idea, but he knew for sure that they would have to fight it to find out. Meng Shi Wu asked, "Isn't he the one who conquers the world? Isn't he the conqueror of the world? And even if he was facing Fenrir himself, the wolf who would devour the whole world, he would be no problem for him." Shi Wu asked Han Charon if she was ready. Then Meng Shi shouted that the first point of his strategy was to attack Fenrir. At that moment, Meng Shi rushed forward and instantly disappeared. Immediately after that, he appeared right in front of Fenrir. None of those present even had time to understand how he got there. But in the next moment, Fenrir swung his paw sharply. Han Charon shouted at Shi Wu to dodge, but it was all in vain, and the black wolf seemed to have hit its target. Only there was no one there anymore. Meng Shi instantly appeared right next to Fenrir's ear. Immediately after that, he delivered a powerful blow to its cheek. Shocked by what was happening, the scarred hunter asked what was going on. But his gray-haired companion also had no answer to this question. After receiving the blow, Fenrir didn't even move, and at the same time, the ominous energy emanating from him only grew stronger. Meng Shi realized that things were clearly not going well for him, because it was a direct hit, but the wolf was still in perfect order. Meng Shi simply couldn't help but wonder what he should do now. Earlier, Hercules had told him that it should work, but in reality, Fenrir struck with his paw, knocking down several trees in the process, but still couldn't deal with Shi. After that, Fenrir continued his attempts to hit him, destroying everything around them. Dodging Fenrir's numerous attacks, Meng Shi Wu was already beginning to tire. Han Charon turned to her people and said that it was time for them to act as well. Immediately after that, she was the first of the group to rush into an attack on Fenrir. Meanwhile, Meng Shi Wu barely managed to dodge another attack from Fenrir. Things were really bad for him. Earlier, he had wondered if this was really the same wolf, but now he could only say that. This Fenrir was definitely the real thing. Earlier, Hercules had said that with Fenrir so weakened, their fight should take at least a minute before Fenrir tore him apart, but as practice showed, Shi Wu would hardly be able to hold out against him for even 10 seconds. Hercules' strategy turned out to be completely pointless, and in his case, it could only work because he was Hercules. But even if that was the case, Gleipnir. As long as these indestructible chains continue to hold Fenrir back, they still have a chance. It's not so bad if he can't win, but it will be bad if he can't even attack. And most importantly, an arc flashed through the air, and in the next instant, Han Charon slashed Fenrir's jaw, protecting Meng Shi Wu from the attack. After being hit, Fenrir momentarily distracted from Meng Shi Wu and turned to his new opponent, Han Charon. Suddenly, Fenrir felt something burning his fur forming directly above him. The most important thing was that Shi Wu was not alone now. Fenrir looked up and saw a huge ball of fire above him. Even Meng Shi Wu was surprised to see this, but thanks to this, he realized that there was a hunter with magic among them. The hunter shouted at Shi Wu and Han Charon to be careful, and immediately after that, they launched their attack. Transforming into a powerful beam of fire, the flames rained down on Fenrir. From the heat, Fenrir roared loudly to dispel the magic, but the magicians did not stop and struck Fenrir again with their magic. Suddenly, Fenrir raised his muzzle to the new sphere of flame and simply began to devour it. The mages were amazed that this wolf had actually swallowed their sphere. He simply took it and ate it. At that moment, all the hunters could see that Fenrir was invulnerable to their attacks. The gray-haired hunter shouted to the members of the squad not to retreat, after which the scarred hunter ordered them to prepare for battle. Meng Shi Wu told Han Charon that if they looked closely, they could see the shackles holding Fenrir back. Then he asked if Charon already knew this fact. If these shackles could hold Fenrir, then they could attack him. Han Charon nodded, showing that she understood what he was talking about. Immediately after that, she rushed towards the Black Wolf and together with the members of the squad, began to restrain Fenrir with attacks. Meng Shi Wu took a deep breath and exhaled, trying to concentrate his energy. He told himself that he needed to calm his emotions and focus all his senses. Focusing, Meng Shi Wu jumped towards Fenrir's head and swung his fist. But Fenrir managed to react to Meng Shi Wu's attack and quickly turned around and knocked him down with his paw. However, Meng Shi Wu was faster than Fenrir could have imagined, and by anticipating Fenrir's attack, he managed to create an opportunity to strike. Meng Shi Wu used his SS rank superpower, utilizing the portion of Hercules' power available to him. Immediately after that, he flew straight into Fenrir's side with his most powerful blow. Fangri staggered for the first time in the fight from Meng Shi Wu's attack, which meant that his superpower was working. This meant that he simply had to continue pressuring Fenrir with relentless attacks. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu sensed danger, and at that moment he missed an attack so fast that he couldn't react in time. As a result, Meng Shi Wu was wounded and thrown aside by the attack. Looking at the wound on his chest, Meng Shi Wu realized that it was indeed dangerous. If he had noticed this attack even a little later, he would not have had time to move and would have been torn to pieces. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu realized that something was wrong here, and although he wasn't completely sure about it, but before Fenrir hit his body, he seemed to hesitate for a moment. Han Charon slashed at the distracted Fenrir, saving Meng Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu understood that with his last attack, Fenrir could definitely have killed him, but why? Fenrir howled loudly. Blood began to flow from the wound inflicted by Han Charon's blade. Meng Shi Wu told himself that he had to pull himself together. He had to seize this opportunity. Meng Shi Wu got up and rushed towards the Black Wolf. Immediately after that, he struck it with all his might, managing to stagger the wolf. Fenrir raised his huge paw and was about to crush Meng Shi Wu, but that was the moment Shi Wu had been waiting for. Seizing the chance, Meng Shi Wu grabbed the chains binding Fenrir. Then he pulled the Black Wolf toward him with all his might. With considerable effort, Meng Shi Wu managed to pull Fenrir up, immediately followed by a swing that sent the wolf flying into the air with the chain. At that moment, Meng Shi Wu had already begun preparing his next strike, while Han Charon ran up to strike the wolf alongside him. With their joint attack, Meng Shi Wu and Han Charon finally struck Fenrir. The hunters were stunned by what they saw, for it was pure madness. The joint strike on Fenrir created a huge crater. Meng Shi Wu shouted that he had survived. He did it. Han Charon leaned on her sword, catching her breath. Suddenly, there was a loud crack, and in the next instant, Meng Shi Wu was thrown back. The hunters were horrified by what they saw, because something like this simply couldn't be. Fenrir growled loudly and began to emit a more concentrated black energy. The hunter with the scar was forced to admit that they had interfered in a battle they could not possibly win. All the hunters could see now was a huge, shapeless mouth. And even though the wolf was bound by chains, they were powerless to do anything to him. Struck by Fenrir's blow, Meng Shi Wu hit the ground and asked himself, why? Just why? Why did this happen? Fenrir was clearly limited by Gleipnir, but regardless, Fenrir was still a huge demonic wolf that had brought the world to ruin, a wolf of divine slaughter that had swallowed the god himself. Fenrir was Fenrir, even if he was greatly weakened, and his current abilities made attacking him simply useless. But there is something strange, and no matter how he thinks about it, it's all very strange. Han Charon shouted to the hunters to run away from here, to move as quickly as possible to the exit and take Mr. Shi Wu with them. It was the same situation as with the Black Troll. Perhaps Han Charon had saved the team members in the same way during the previous attempt to clear the area. No matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to defeat Fenrir. But then, why did everything turn out this way? Suddenly Meng Shi Wu had a revelation, and he finally understood what had happened. Realizing all this, he found it hard to believe that he had only figured it out now. Meng Shi Wu admitted that he had been foolish from the start, and that it made no sense. The hunter asked Meng Shi Wu if he could move. Suddenly, Shi Wu broke free from the hunter's grasp and ran towards Fenrir. The gray-haired hunter asked what he was doing, but he simply headed towards the demonic wolf, which Han Charon was trying her best to restrain. Han Charon was trying to hold back the wolf so that the others could evacuate, when suddenly Shi Wu appeared in front of her, which surprised her greatly. Seeing him, Fenrir growled loudly and aimed his jaws at Meng Shi Wu and... As Meng Shi Wu expected, the wolf did not attack him first. Instead, he just stared at him. Han Charon asked Shi Wu what he was doing. Had he gone mad? Han Charon ordered Shi Wu to return to the retreating group immediately. Meng Shi Wu approached the growling demonic mouth and said that it didn't make any sense from the beginning. He didn't know how things stood with the S-rank hunters, but with their current group, attacking him was a stupid idea from the start. Fighting him was simply useless, and that's why it was so strange. Meng Shi Wu asked why he hadn't died, and how did they all manage to come back alive? How was it that none of them had died yet? Han Charon asked what he meant. Shu asked if she still didn't understand. Pointing at the demonic mouth, he explained that if Fenrir wanted to kill them, he would have simply killed them all. If he had been serious, none of them would have made it back. Only then did everyone understand what Shi Wu was talking about. The hunter with the scar asked how they had returned alive. Meng Shi Wu replied that Fenrir had let them go. He understood the reason why Han Charon and her group had managed to return alive, and why he hadn't killed a single person. Fenrir tells them to run away because he doesn't want to hurt them. Of course, even he found that hard to believe. But if he had thought about it earlier, Fenrir never attacked first. Meng Shi Wu said that if Fenrir were an ordinary monster, it wouldn't make sense. At one point, Fenrir destroyed Asgard. As soon as he was born, he was abandoned. From birth, he struggled with hunger and loneliness, but he persevered, did not give up, and managed to survive. Did rumors spread that Fenrir was alive? The gods of Asgard came to find Fenrir. The god crouched down in front of the wolf and told him what he had heard about his strength, then asked if he could untie this rope. Fenrir did not even resist the unexpected proposal of the gods and allowed himself to be tied up. After all, for a lonely puppy like him, it seemed like an invitation to play together. It seemed to him that he finally had friends. Fenrir managed to break the rope, which greatly surprised the gods, because even Thor was not capable of such a feat. Fenrir was happy, thinking that he had managed to befriend the gods. However, the gods thought otherwise. The gods were afraid of a power that could lead to destruction, so they created Gleipnir to bind the wolf forever and came to him again. Looking at the chain, Fenrir thought that something was wrong here. The god of war, Tyr, told Fenrir that if he could not free himself and the gods refused to release him, he could bite off his hand. The god Tyr came to him in person and swore an oath, and Fenrir believed Tyr. After all, Tyr was the only god who came to him, while the others turned a blind eye to him. Tyr was the one who gave Fenrir food in the barren land where there was no food because he was his friend. So Fenrir ended up bound by Gleipnir, after which he was unable to free himself. As expected, the gods did not free Fenrir, and even Tyr turned a blind eye to him. As Tyr had promised, he still put his hand in Fenrir's mouth. Tyr admitted to the wolf that he had deceived him, but even after that, Fenrir did not bite him. Fenrir did not want to bite Tyr's hand. Nevertheless, the gods, fearing Fenrir's strength, even thrust a sword into his mouth, ensuring that the wolf could no longer close his jaws. Thus, Fenrir was to remain chained until Ragnarok. Just as lonely as before, in endless pain, after Ragnarok began, the madness of Ragnarok overwhelmed Fenrir, and he devoured the entire world and tore the gods to pieces. But even so, Fenrir was unable to kill Tyr. Even when Fenrir's mind was consumed by madness, Fenrir did not forget Tyr. After all, he was his only friend who returned to his abandoned essence, a friend who gave food to a starving creature. Even at that moment, Fenrir considered Tyr his friend. Perhaps it was naive and foolish of him. In mythology, Fenrir was definitely not a wolf worthy of being called a demonic wolf. Meng Shi Wu said that Fenrir did not want to harm them. The hunters were shocked by what they heard from Meng Shi Wu and asked if he really wanted them to believe it. After that, Han Charon reminded Shi Wu that they still had to deal with Fenrir. After all, if they neglected the S-rank dungeon and it broke through, there would be no turning back. And even if the dungeon wasn't destroyed, Fenrir could escape during the breach. And then there would be no guarantee that Fenrir wouldn't start harming people. Returning the blade to its sheath, Han Charon said that they would retreat, then report everything to the association and get help from S-rank hunters. Han Charon said that she would refuse to clear this dungeon, as much as Meng Shi Wu didn't want to. He had to admit that Han Charon was right. To prevent a possible disaster in the future, they had to kill Fenrir. Although he didn't know why Fenrir was here, Meng Shi Wu wondered if Fenrir had been abandoned again. In mythology, the end of the world is called Ragnarok, and Gleipnir was cut off, allowing Fenrir to escape. But for some unknown reason, he found himself tied to Gleipnir again. Could it be that Fenrir had been abandoned here again? What if this dungeon was used as a barrier to lure Fenrir into a trap, so that he couldn't escape to another place? As in the myth, he was abandoned as soon as he was born, so that he could die here a lonely death. This also explains why the dungeon's rank was measured as S rank. Only the mana of the dungeon in which Fenrir is imprisoned was measured, not Fenrir himself. The power capable of replacing the weakened Fenrir in the trap was measured as S rank. Han Charon told Meng Shi Wu that it was time for them to return, but he only bowed his head gloomily. Meng Shi Wu understood that there was nothing he could do about it, and that with his current powers, he could do nothing for Fenrir. As he began to leave with everyone else, Meng Shi Wu thought that if they left like this, it would all be over. Fenrir had no intention of hurting people, and even if he killed himself by the time they returned, he would not pursue them, because it would be foolish, just like in the myth. Everything would end as soon as they left the dungeon. Meng Shi Wu gritted his teeth. Even if he was Fenrir, in such a weakened state, he would not be able to resist a squad of S-rank hunters. All they had to do was gather the S-ranks and clear out the dungeon. And if Fenrir was weakened and bound like he was now, they could definitely attack him. That would be enough. He can't put people in danger, can he? All they need to do is get rid of Fenrir, and even if they leave like this, there won't be any problems. All they need to do is live as before. Return to their daily lives. He would make equipment again and shoot videos on YouTube to earn money. He would study GodTube so that he could cure Soe, that's all. That's all he can do, but even so, why can't he back down even one step? Surprised that Shi Wu had turned around, Han Charon turned to him. Suddenly Meng Shi Wu sped up and ran towards Fenrir. Han Charon asked in surprise what he was going to do. As soon as Meng Shi Wu approached, the wolf stood up on its hind legs and howled. Meng Shi Wu then noticed that Fenrir was slowly bleeding from the wounds they had inflicted. Fenrir was an abandoned wolf. Fenrir had never harmed anyone. He didn't dare to hurt anyone, even when he himself could be hurt. But in the end, he is a monster in the dungeon, and a demonic beast that threatens people, and therefore they must get rid of him. They cannot let him live, and unfortunately, there is no other way. The legends of GodTube never give up under any circumstances. They did not lose even those battles that were impossible to win. They did not give up even if the fight never ended, because they overcame the impossible and ultimately became heroes. And if they have no way out, they would create one. Meng Shi Wu told Han Charon with a smirk that he would destroy this dungeon. Han Charon couldn't believe what she had heard, so she asked Shi Wu what he... Suddenly, a powerful energy began to emanate from Shi Wu. Ultimately, the whole problem lies in this dungeon. After all, it is a barrier that restrains Fenrir. The dungeon must be destroyed, because if he destroys the dungeon itself... Han Charon explained that this was impossible, because destroying the dungeon meant destroying space, and only a god was capable of that. It was simply impossible. Summoning such a level of power was still extremely dangerous for Meng Shi Wu's body, but he cannot stop, he cannot do it. A river does not drink its own water. Trees do not eat their own fruit. The sun does not shine for itself, and flowers do not smell good on their own. Meng Shi Wu said that gentlemen do not think only of themselves, and he really speaks like a scholar. Meng Shi Wu could only laugh because no one recognizes this, and he can't even make money from it. But still, if you don't get angry even when others don't recognize you, aren't you a gentleman? A gentleman does not get angry, even when the world does not recognize him. Meng Shi Wu is not sure how things are with gentlemen, but in the modern world, it is enough that you are not called an idiot. But for some reason, he just wants to be a decent person. Not someone who is good in and of himself, but someone who treats the people around him well. Meng Shi Wu couldn't understand why, but this thought came into his head so suddenly. After watching the video of Confucius, after looking at the wounded Fenrir, such a thought came into his head, and so, Meng Shi Wu smiled sincerely. After that, he used Hercules' divine martial arts. Suddenly feeling the energy in front of him, as if from that person, Fenrir began to tremble. Earlier, Hercules said that divine martial arts are not only used for combat, it is like changing the laws of the world, and it is not just the use of superpowers. And space is the most important law by which the world is arranged. Meng Shi Wu raised his right leg, using the first technique of Hercules' divine martial arts. The technique was called the descending dragon kick. Meng Shi Wu kicked the ground, releasing the accumulated energy. In the next moment, the entire space seemed to be swept away by almighty divine energy. After that, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky of the S-rank dungeon. In a matter of moments, the starry night sky of the dungeon crumbled, revealing the world outside. Han Sharon was shocked by what she saw, because it was simply impossible. She couldn't understand what it was. Suddenly, Han Sharon heard a thud and looked down to see Meng Shi Wu, who had fallen from exhaustion and suffered from the use of Hercules' divine martial arts. Han Sharon rushed to Meng Shi Wu and immediately checked his condition. To her relief, Shi Wu was still alive. The space around them continued to crackle, revealing more and more colors to their eyes. Meanwhile, Fenrir stared at the man who had destroyed the dungeon. Lifting Meng Shi Wu, Han Sharon thought for a moment. She knew, of course, that Shi Wu was an unusual awakened one without features even when he was fighting the troll. Han Sharon wanted to know what kind of terrifying power had destroyed the entire dungeon. However, now was not the time to be surprised. Han Sharon lifted Shi Wu and carried him. Then they finally headed for the exit of the dungeon, because they had to get out of there before the dungeon was completely destroyed. Sometime later, Meng Shi Wu suddenly woke up after what seemed to be the collapse of the dungeon they were in. Stunned, Meng Shi Wu wondered if he had managed to survive after everything that had happened. Looking around, Meng Shi Wu guessed that he was now in the VIP ward of the SH Group Hospital, which meant, seeing Shi Wu suddenly get up, Han Sharon, who was sitting on the next bed, asked if he was okay. Surprised to see Han Sharon there, Shi Wu asked why she was there. Han Sharon raised her hand with the IV drip and said that, as he could see, she was also a patient. Then Shairin asked if he felt uncomfortable. Meng Shi Wu smiled awkwardly. Of course he felt uncomfortable. Shi Wu wondered if she would feel uncomfortable in his place, and who wouldn't like being around a beautiful woman? Although that's not the case, as Confucius said. Men and women do not sleep together after 7 years. Men and women cannot be in the same space after 7 years. Shi Wu wondered why. Then he wondered what he was thinking about. Since Shi Wu remained silent, Han Sharon asked if he didn't want to ask about what had happened. Meng Shi Wu suggested that before the dungeon was completely destroyed, Miss Charon pulled him out after he lost consciousness, and after various procedures, he woke up. Shi Wu asked if he understood correctly. Hearing all this from Shi Wu, Han Charon froze, as she had nothing to say. Meng Shi Wu wondered if Charon didn't like it when people got straight to the point. Han Charon confirmed that, as he had said, the dungeon had been destroyed. As a result, the S-rank dungeon was declared cleared. Meng Shi Wu admitted that this was good news. Suddenly, he remembered the main thing and asked what had happened to Fenrir. Han Charon admitted that she wasn't entirely sure, but if he meant the monster wolf, she saw it leave at the very end. Since the dungeon that served as Fenrir's prison had been destroyed, Meng Shi Wu hoped that Fenrir would be able to return safely to the realm of the gods. Han Charon said that for now, she would not reveal what had happened during the clearing of the dungeon. She also asked her comrades to keep their mouths shut. It had been announced that they were the ones who had cleared the dungeon. However, if Mr. Shi Wu wished, they could change that. Meng Shi Wu decided to clarify whether that meant they could say that he had actually cleared the dungeon. Han Charon replied that that was indeed the case. Meng Shi Wu suggested telling everyone that Han Charon had cleared the dungeon, which surprised her. After a short pause, Han Charon asked if there was a reason why he was hiding his power. Meng Shi Wu asked what she meant by hiding his power. Who? Him? That was nonsense. And if that were really the case, he wouldn't even have created a channel on YouTube. Han Charon was speechless because of her mistake. Meng Shi Wu said that although he had no intention of hiding his power, given the situation, right now it was necessary for them to have SH recognized as the group that cleared the S-rank dungeon. So they would simply say that Han Charon was the one who conquered the dungeon. Han Charon inserted a but and hesitated to continue. Meng Shi Wu assumed that Han Charon was doubting her abilities, and wondering if it was really possible to announce this, even though she didn't have the skills to clear an S-rank dungeon. Meng Shi Wu reminded Charon that this dungeon was special, and told Miss Charon that she was quite capable of clearing S-rank dungeons. Han Charon asked if he was trying to comfort her. Shi Wu replied that he was simply stating the facts. There was a brief silence between Han Charon and Shi Wu. Then Han Charon smiled and thanked Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu suggested putting this conversation aside and asked if that was all she wanted to say. Han Charon replied that it wasn't all, and said she wanted to ask something else. Han Charon asked if he would like to work with her, sometime later. Meng Shi Wu admitted that this was pure madness. Even seeing it all on his smartphone, Meng Shi Wu could hardly believe it. After all, after the destruction of that dungeon, all of his attributes had increased significantly. His insight attribute increased by 11.7% to 36.5%. His super strength increased by 13.1% to 18.98%. His divine martial arts increased by 9.3% to 9.38%, and his gentlemanly wisdom increased by 3.1% to 3.61%. Not to mention 1.3%. His super strength only increases by 0.4% every day. And yet, after what happened, his super strength increased by as much as 13%, which was surprising. And most strikingly, his martial arts skill, which had only increased by 0.01% in a week, increased by as much as 9.3%. Moreover, his insight and gentlemanly wisdom increased by several years. Meng Shi Wu wondered if this could be due to the dragon's downward strike. Until now, in his videos on YouTube, he had only shown how he cleared dungeons. But this time, he destroyed the space and dimension of the dungeon. And so the dungeon itself was destroyed. And then he ended up in this state. Just like the time he encountered the Dark Troll, he lost consciousness as soon as he used his power. Even so, compared to his past, the ability to use divine martial arts was already a huge improvement. Meng Shi Wu wondered when he would be able to make it his own completely. Still, he wanted to try it at least once. And who would have thought that Charon would agree right away? After being discharged from the hospital, Han Charon asked Kang Min-jae to take her to her grandfather. Kang Min-jae thanked Miss Charon for her hard work on this raid. He said that the chairman was also pleased with it. Han Charon said that was good to hear. Then Kang Min-jae asked what Mr. Shi Wu had said, which confused Han Charon. Seeing Ms. Chiron's reaction, Kang Min-jae asked if he had refused again. Han Charon quietly replied, yes. Kang Min-jae asked what he said this time. Han Charon repeated Shi Wu's words, gentlemen get along only with people, not with groups. On the other hand, insignificant people form gangs, but do not get along with each other. Kang Min-jae apologized for not understanding the essence of the matter. Han Charon said that was precisely why, instead of being teammates, he said he liked working together sometimes. Based on this, he asked if she would like to learn fencing. Kang Min-jae was surprised to hear this. Then he asked if that meant Mr. Shi Wu would teach her fencing. Kang Min-jae certainly recognized that Shi Wu had exceptional abilities, but wasn't he just an ordinary awakened D-class? And yet he decided to teach the young lady Chiron, an awakened S-class? Han Charon continued, replying to Shi Wu that she would like to try to learn. Kang Min-jae asked why they were going to see the chairman then. Han Charon replied that she felt she needed to pay Shi Wu for his teaching. Sometime later, on the grounds near the hospital, leafing through GodTube, Meng Shi Wu tried to choose which of these would be better. The heaven-shattering divine sword of King Shang Yu, the Dragon Slayer, Siegfried's sword technique for killing dragons, or the founder of the Wudan sect, Tai Chi Zhang Sanfeng's sword. Meng Shi Wu thought that these three techniques would be perfect for Han Charon. Among these three techniques, there must be one that Han Charon will definitely like. Shi Wu decided to simply show her all three techniques, after which he would let her choose the one she liked best. Although he would have to pay for the subscription, it didn't matter because, in addition to the 10 million won, he would also receive a monthly training fee. Meng Shi Wu opened the subscription page to check how much these subscriptions would cost him. After glancing at the prices, Meng Shi Wu told himself that he needed 200 million. But then he realized that something was wrong. Meng Shi decided to take a closer look, and was stunned when he saw the price tag of 2 billion for a single subscription. Meng Shi tried to understand why it wasn't 200 million. And why were the subscriptions so expensive? Quickly scrolling through his smartphone, Meng Shi thought about how Confucius's channel was worth 1 billion. But these three were even more expensive, which just couldn't be. Meng Shi quickly found Hippocrates and Ho Chong, and to his horror, they also cost 2 billion each. But the last time he checked, these two cost 100 billion each. So why did their cost increase to 2 billion? Guessing what was going on, Meng Shi Wu asked himself a frightening question. Did this mean that the subscription cost increased with the number of channels he subscribed to? But that meant it would be 3 billion next, and then 4 billion, or 5, or even more. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu realized that if the subscription price continued to rise like this, there was no reason for him to choose all three. Meng Shi Wu was very disappointed to learn about the increase in subscription prices. Even if the subscription price increased by only 1 billion, the total fee alone would be 9 billion. He could subscribe once and then cancel. But could he do that after signing up? What if he couldn't cancel the subscription? Does that mean he would be forced to pay 9 billion every month? No. If he didn't pay, the subscription would be automatically cancelled. And even if he chose only one sword technique to teach Han Qirin, what if the subscription to the next channel he chooses also increases? This is because the channels he subscribes to are added together. No matter how much money he makes, there is no end in sight. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu sensed something strange nearby. This energy and presence clearly did not belong to a human being. Getting up from the bench and peeking behind a tree, Meng Shi Wu was surprised to see a simple dog there. Suddenly he realized what kind of dog it was. Surprised, Meng Shi Wu asked himself, Fenrir? Then Meng Shi Wu crouched down and addressed Fenrir. He wanted to know where it had come from. Looking at the dog, Meng Shi Wu asked himself again, was it really Fenrir? After all, since their last meeting, he had become much smaller. Suddenly Fenrir quickly turned around and spat out a mouse. Meng Shi Wu wondered what he was doing. Then he asked Fenrir if he wanted him to eat the mouse. Just as Meng Shi Wu reached for the mouse, it suddenly jumped up and trembled. This meant that the mouse was still alive. Before Meng Shi Wu could turn to Fenrir, he ran away again. But after Fenrir's latest gift, Shi Wu couldn't help but wonder, what the hell was that? Angered by what he heard, Hercules asked Shi Wu why. Hadn't he taught him how to defeat Fenrir? Meng Shi Wu explained that he was asking specifically because he didn't know. Hercules reminded him that he had already taught Shi Wu how to defeat Fenrir. Meng Shi Wu reminded him that, according to Hercules, Fenrir's weak spot was his sides, and that Fenrir would not be able to use his full power if he grabbed his tail. However, none of the advice he had been given worked in battle. Pointing his finger at Shi Wu, Hercules explained that it was all because he was weak. Meng Shi Wu said that he could have said that from the beginning, but no. He could have at least warned him, because he almost died. Hercules asked, who could have thought that Shi Wu would turn out to be so weak? Meng Shi Wu turned away and said that it didn't matter now. He asked Hercules to tell him a strategy that would suit his level, rather than teaching him his methods of combat. Hercules burst into tears and said that it was unfair, and that he couldn't accept it. After that, Hercules flexed his muscles and asked Shi Wu to look at them, because even they say it's unfair. It's a great relief that everything worked out in the end. It's hard to believe, but he really could have died. But more importantly, his video, the one he filmed in the dungeon, was simply erased, and it featured not only Fenrir, but also Han Qirin, and such a video would have had at least 1 million views. It could have been so beneficial to him, but now that video is gone forever. Meng Shi Wu sighed, thinking about the sad situation. Suddenly a sound was heard nearby, leading Meng Shi Wu to assume that he had returned. Before reaching Shi Wu's bed, Fenrir suddenly stopped and began to tremble, which surprised Meng Shi Wu. Meanwhile, Hercules kept repeating to himself that it was unfair. It wasn't fair. Suddenly Hercules felt that someone had approached them, and he turned around. But before he could see the stranger, Fenrir ran away. Meng Shi Wu understood what was going on since they had fought before. Fenrir must have remembered Hercules. Looking down, Meng Shi Wu saw a pigeon lying on its side and wondered what it meant. Could Fenrir have brought it? Meng Shi Wu touched the pigeon and ordered it to stand up. As soon as Shi Wu removed his hand, the pigeon jumped up and froze. Then it began to look around quickly to understand what had happened. This continued until the pigeon's gaze met Meng Shi Wu's. The pigeon was frightened by Meng Shi Wu and quickly flew out the window. Hercules asked where Fenrir had come from and what kind of pigeon it was. Meng Shi Wu admitted that he wasn't sure himself, but that Fenrir had probably brought it to him to eat. Perhaps. Hercules asked if he had brought this pigeon. But Fenrir isn't even a cat, so why? Shi Wu replied that he didn't know himself. Be that as it may, if Fenrir brings something to Meng Shi Wu, doesn't that mean that these animals are his prey? Meng Shi Wu suggested that Fenrir did not want to hurt others. Hercules asked if that was really the case. Then why does Fenrir bring them to him? Is he asking him to kill them? Shi Wu replied that he wasn't sure. Then Hercules asked the main question. Where did Fenrir come from in the first place? And why does he bring him animals? Meng Shi Wu told Hercules how he understood what Fenrir wanted to convey to them and how he destroyed the S-rank dungeon. Thanks to this, Hercules roughly understood what was happening. But even so, there was something he couldn't understand. Namely, why did Fenrir appear in his dimension? And how could he even exist here? Meng Shi Wu admitted that he was also interested in this, and then asked if Hercules was the only one who didn't know how to get here. Hercules snapped that this was complete nonsense. After all, their dimensions simply could not intersect with each other. Shi Wu asked where Fenrir could have come from then. Hercules was unable to answer. Meng Shi Wu came to the conclusion that it was true that Hercules was the only one who didn't know this. Hercules burst into tears and said that it wasn't true, then asked Shi Wu to believe him, and began to complain about how unfair it all was. Hercules flexed his muscles again and asked Meng Shi Wu to look at them, because even they agreed that it was unfair. In order to deal with this issue as quickly as possible, Meng Shi Wu reluctantly agreed with Hercules. Be that as it may, Hercules wondered if this meant that Meng Shi Wu had managed to survive after using the dragon's downward strike. And most importantly, how did he manage to use it? Not knowing how to respond, Meng Shi Wu replied that he had simply been lucky. But Hercules couldn't agree with that, because his dragon's descending blow couldn't be used by simply relying on some kind of luck. Since they had mentioned it, Meng Shi Wu asked Hercules why he didn't teach him the next technique. Hercules replied that it wasn't really that difficult, but shouldn't Meng Shi Wu give him something in return? Shi Wu replied that he understood what he meant, and promised to give him the content for the next video for Heracles' channel on GodTube. Hercules shouted that this was exactly what he expected from his teacher. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the client told the boss that they had a new order. The target's name was Meng Shi Wu, and he was a D-class hunter. The boss slammed his glass on the table and ordered the girls to leave them alone. They quickly left, obeying the boss's orders without question. The boss grinned broadly and asked, "Is he really a D-class hunter?" The customer replied that it was. The boss wondered if he was making fun of him. The top leader of Pandemonium, Meng Ji Wang, asked if he thought their Pandemonium was so ridiculous. The customer explained that Shi Wu was an unusual D-rank hunter, to which Ji Wan replied that D-rank was just a weak D-rank. What kind of nonsense was he talking about? The customer suggested that someone like Meng Ji Wang must have already heard that Han Charon from the SH group had recently cleared the S-rank dungeon. Pouring himself some whiskey, Ji Wang said that of course he knew about it, and that it was all over the internet. The customer said that Meng Shi Wu was also involved. Meng Ji Wang decided to clarify whether he was talking about that damn piece of trash with a D rank. The customer admitted that he didn't know the details, but Meng Shi Wu was the one who helped Han Charon. Meng Ji Wang asked what the order was. The customer told him what he needed so they could check it out. How they would fulfill the order was not important. More importantly, it was a VIP order. Upon hearing this, Ji Wang apologized, saying he couldn't fulfill it, and took a sip of whiskey. Then he said that it was all because Li Minjung had made his move. The customer was surprised to hear this, and asked if he was talking about the human butcher from the inspection bureau. Meng Ji Wang said that he didn't know what exactly she had found, but she had been causing them a lot of trouble lately. The customer asked if the head of Pandemonium was worried about a simple security guard from the inspection bureau. Meng Ji Wang called him an idiot, and reminded him that if that bitch caught him, he would certainly not be able to escape her unscathed. Moreover, a new branch manager had recently been appointed in Korea, and he didn't want to create unnecessary problems for them right away. The customer was surprised to hear about the new manager in Korea and asked him not to mention that he was a manager at the SCAR level. The key figures, called Pandemonium leaders, are divided into 5 levels: Tear, Fracture, Crack, Scar, and Bruise. Rumor has it that the head of Pandemonium, whose identity is unknown, killed one of the 13 heroes, Red Shadow. A person who can survive working with the Red Shadow, getting away with only scars, can become a leader at the SCAR level. So does that mean there is now someone at the SCAR level working in Korea? Meng Ji Wang confirmed this and asked no one to spread the word. After agreeing, Meng Ji Wang continued drinking whiskey. After a short pause, the customer promised to help them with the inspection bureau. Meng Ji Wang was surprised to hear this. The client also promised that they would help Pandemonium establish itself in Korea. In other words, they would help the new branch manager establish himself in this position. That was his proposal. Moreover, it was an excellent opportunity for Meng Ji Wang to earn his favor. Meng Ji Wang noted that in that case, it wasn't a VIP order, but a super VIP order. He grinned broadly and asked what the conditions were. The client asked that they not kill Meng Shi Wu. Meng Ji Wang crushed the glass and said that in other words, he was allowed to cut off his limbs. Sometime later, after training, his super strength increased by 0.4%, while his divine martial arts increased by 0.05%. Thanks to this, Meng Shi Wu was able to understand that training in his wounded state greatly slowed his progress, but at least his stats were still increasing. Suddenly, an object landed right at Shi Wu's feet, and that object was none other than a stunned rabbit. Meng Shi Wu couldn't help but wonder where Fenrir had gotten this rabbit, or to be more precise, where could Fenrir have gotten a rabbit in the middle of the city? Several days had passed since then, and Meng Shi Wu believed that Fenrir would soon calm down. However, the next day, Meng Shi Wu discovered an entire deer, and the day after that, Fenrir brought him an eagle. Meng Shi Wu was afraid to imagine what Fenrir might bring him next. And how the hell did he catch all this stuff? Could it be that next time he would find a bear next to him? Sometime later, at the hospital, Meng Shi Wu opened the door to the ward, and to his surprise, the door hit something. Looking at this something, Meng Shi Wu cried out in shock, because this time Fenrir had actually brought him a whole bear. Looking into Fenrir's satisfied eyes, Meng Shi Wu could hear, "I hope you like it." Meng Shi Wu realized that he would have to take action before Fenrir did something even worse. A week later, at Meng Shi Wu's house. Upon entering the house, Shi Wu told So-A that he was back. So-A was surprised to see Appa so soon, and asked if he was feeling well. Meng Shi Wu replied that he was fine and waved his hand, explaining that it wasn't such a serious injury. But in reality, he would have died right there in the dungeon if Han Charon hadn't taken him to the hospital. Meng Shi Wu said that it was more important to ask, how she was feeling. Had she been taking his medicine regularly and not skipping any doses just because he wasn't around? So turned away and said that she didn't do that kind of thing. Meng Shi Wu asked if she had taken herbal remedies without missing a single dose. Upon hearing about herbal remedies, So clutched her mouth and stomach, trying to suppress her nausea, and said that just thinking about them made her stomach churn. Meng Shi Wu felt slightly awkward, as So-A was still not well, which meant that he needed to improve his mastery of the divine art of medicine. Meng Shi Wu remembered that he wanted to ask So-A something, which piqued his sister's interest. Meng Shi Wu asked if she happened to like puppies. So-A wondered why he suddenly decided to ask about this. Then So-A saw a puppy peeking out from the doorway and asked if he had brought them a puppy. Meng Shi Wu felt awkward and tried to come up with some kind of explanation. Suddenly, So-A said how cute the puppy was and started playing with it. Meng Shi Wu advised her to be careful with it. So-A was surprised by what she heard and asked why. Shi Wu asked, "What if it bites her?" So-A did not take Shi Wu's words seriously and asked who this puppy could hurt with its little paws. His little sister did not yet know that if this puppy bit, the world would collapse. So-A asked what the puppy's name was. Meng Shi Wu replied, "Fen," but noticing the ominous look, he couldn't finish. Since her brother wouldn't tell her the puppy's name, So-A offered to choose a name for him herself. Shi Wu allowed her to choose the new name Fenrir. So-A then turned to the puppy and asked, "How about the name Churnish?" Meng Shi Wu was a little surprised at this name for Fenrir. So-A asked if Shi Wu liked the name. Meng Shi Wu admitted that he didn't particularly like it. But when he saw Fenrir's ominous gaze again, he couldn't finish his sentence. Meng Shi Wu wondered if So-A had any idea how to name things. So-A asked Churnish if he liked his new name. Noticing how he began to wag his tail, So-A was convinced that she had chosen the right name. But Meng Shi Wu was completely confused by this. Did Fenrir really like the name Churnish? Or had he already learned how to survive in the human world in such a short time here? Since no one objected, So-A told the puppy that from now on, Churnish was his new name and hugged the happy puppy. Watching this, Shi Wu smiled, because after all, the fact that So-A had given Fenrir a good name was not bad. So-A started laughing because Churnish tickled her. SH Hunters Guild Headquarters, lower floor, gym. Meng Shi Wu apologized for being late. Sitting down at the table, Han Charon suggested that they start by signing a contract, as she had promised. With the deposit deducted, it should come to 9 billion. Charon decided to clarify. Is that correct? She then asked Shi Wu to check his account, as the money should have already arrived. Meng Shi Wu picked up his phone and seeing 9 with 9 zeros, confirmed the transfer. Now his balance was 10,614,530,501, or 10.6 billion won. That's a whopping 10.6 billion won. With that money, a family of 4 could live for 277 years. As for the tuition fees they had discussed earlier, Han Charon asked if he would mind if she watched him wield his sword before they continued their conversation. Of course, Shi Wu agreed, and said that she could watch first, and then decide. In fact, Meng Shi Wu himself was not entirely sure how much to charge Han Charon, and he did not even know how much she wanted to pay him, so it would be better if Han Charon decided for herself. Once they started the demonstration, Meng Shi Wu asked if he could borrow a training sword. After he took out the sword, Meng Shi Wu said that there are only 3 sword techniques that he can show her now. Han Charon was surprised to hear about the 3 techniques. and Meng Shi Wu explained that he had chosen the ones that might suit her, but that it was quite difficult for him to choose just one. That is why he wants Han Charon to choose the technique that she likes best. At first, he thought about subscribing to all three in order to show Charon their styles, but it was too expensive, and the more subscriptions he made, the higher the cost of the next subscription would be, which is why he came here after watching their trailers. Meng Shi Wu wondered if he would be able to demonstrate everything properly. Meng Shi Wu raised his sword, bringing the blades back, and said that the first sword style he would show her was called Divine Sword, splitting the heavens. Meng Shi Wu took a step and swung his sword down, releasing a bluish aura. Han Charon was amazed by his skill with the blade, for she could not even see how he moved the sword. Meng Shi Wu raised his sword again and struck another blow, slightly slower this time. But even with the technique slowed down, the divine sword that splits the heavens was still devastating. Han Charon couldn't even move under the pressure of his sword. Unlike last time, Shi Wu swung his sword rather slowly, and even so, its pressure affected her. After demonstrating the first technique, Meng Shi Wu changed his stance, and releasing a pure aura, said that now he would show her the sword that kills dragons technique. In the next moment, Meng Shi Wu made a quick series of swings with his blade. Immediately after that, his blade released a terrifying aura reminiscent of a real dragon. Seeing this, Han Charon trembled, feeling an instinctive fear, and at that moment she tried to understand how. Meng Shi Wu said that finally he would demonstrate the Tai Chi sword style. As soon as Meng Shi Wu raised his sword using the Tai Chi style, Han Charon's mouth fell open in shock, for this technique seemed to contain the very origin of the universe. Meng Shi Wu's sword seemed to concentrate the elements of fire, water, wood, metal, and earth around itself. Meng Shi Wu finally swung his sword, dispelling the darkness in an arc. Meng Shi Wu said that his demonstration was now complete, and that these were the three sword techniques he could teach her. Meng Shi Wu asked which technique she liked best, at the same time, opposite the headquarters of the SH Hunters Guild. Meng Jiwang was already losing patience, as Meng Shi Wu still hadn't come out. A member of Pandemonium said he hadn't seen any movement outside. After that, the boss wondered what the hell he was doing in there for so long. Could it be that Meng Shi Wu was providing Han Charon with some kind of service? He looked like an idiot, but maybe he was completely different in bed? The Pandemonium member asked if they were going to keep waiting. Meng Jiwang paused for a moment, thinking about it. Then he remembered something, and licking his lips, Meng Jiwang asked, "Didn't Meng Shi Wu have a younger sister?" The Pandemonium member reminded him that they could get into trouble if they started involving outsiders. And if the Inspection Bureau found out about it, Li Minjung would get involved. Meng Jiwang asked him not to worry about it, and with a smirk, he said that this time, their support would guarantee that nothing like that would happen. And if they made fun of his sister enough, then they wouldn't even have to waste time waiting, because Meng Shi Wu would get angry and come running to them herself. Meanwhile, Han Charon froze in shock. Meng Shi Wu tried to bring her to her senses by calling her name, but Han Charon did not respond, until Meng Shi Wu called her a little louder, bringing her out of her stupor. Han Charon asked what he wanted, and Meng Shi Wu asked again which of the three techniques she liked best. Han Charon felt uncomfortable with such a choice, and tried to come up with something. Since Han Charon was silent, Meng Shi Wu handed her a training sword and said that if she couldn't choose a technique, she should try them all first. Han Charon asked if she really could. Nervously, Han Charon stood in the first stance shown to her and tried to take a deep breath. Then she made every effort to repeat Meng Shi Wu's movements. Watching Han Charon's movements, Meng Shi Wu could confirm that her movements were almost identical to his, but something was missing. Han Charon was out of breath after trying to repeat Meng Shi Wu's technique. Han Charon looked at her palm and asked if she was missing something. Then she thought about it. Meng Shi Wu smiled awkwardly and suggested that Han Charon try other sword techniques. He simply had to teach Han Charon, otherwise he would not get paid. A little while later, on the bus, Hercules told Shi Wu that it should be obvious that she couldn't keep up with him, because ordinary people could never compete with their powers. Whispering, Meng Shi Wu reminded Hercules that he had been able to do it. Moreover, with Hercules' help, he was learning divine martial arts. Hercules explained that all this was only possible because Meng Shi Wu could use their power. Meng Shi Wu asked, what was the difference? Hercules asked Shi Wu if he remembered the first time he asked him to teach him the divine martial arts. And why did he refuse him then? Meng Shi Wu said that, according to Hercules, he was too lazy to do it. Hercules waved his hand in front of Shi Wu's face and said that he meant something else, after which Shi Wu fell into thought. Meng Shi Wu recalled that Hercules had told him that only those who learned his superpowers could comprehend his martial arts. Hercules asked what happened next. Meng Shi Wu said that his mental state was also at its worst. Hercules confirmed that he had said exactly that, then paused to think for a moment. A second later, he said that this was not what he meant. Hercules explained to Shi Wu that just as a certain foundation was needed to learn divine martial arts, the same was true for the techniques of other gods. And because this girl did not know any basics, she simply could not repeat them. But at the same time, the very fact that she was able to keep up with his movements was already a feat in itself. Meng Shi Wu asked if that meant that the reason he was able to use the techniques without subscribing to their GodTube channels. Hercules suggested that Meng Shi Wu was an exception to the rule. In addition, Meng Shi Wu had previously told him that he did not possess any traits, but he had awakened, hadn't he? Meng Shi Wu confirmed Heracles' words and asked why he was suddenly asking about this. Hercules said that he believed the fact that Meng Shi Wu had no traits was in itself a trait. Last time he told Shi Wu that simply subscribing to GodTube channels was not enough to obtain their divine powers. To be more precise, it is impossible to rewrite a certain being with a new essence. It is simply impossible to hide the uniqueness that people call a trait with another uniqueness. After all, that would be tantamount to denying their very existence. But Meng Shi Wu was originally a blank slate, without any innate traits, and that is precisely why he can absorb the powers of other gods without any problems. This is the only possible explanation for Shi Wu's powers. And isn't that the very reason why Shi Wu gained access to GodTube? Hercules asked what he thought about it. Meng Shi Wu asked if that meant that no one but himself could learn about the capabilities of GodTube. Hercules suggested that this was indeed the case, which left Meng Shi Wu stunned. After all, the conclusion that he and Hercules had come to meant that he would not be able to teach Shireen, and so his monthly allowance of millions would disappear. Suddenly, Hercules added a but, and said that there would be no such problem if Meng Shi Wu created something himself and taught it to others. Meanwhile, at the door of Meng Shi Wu's house, a member of Pandemonium wondered if that guy, Meng Shi Wu, really lived here. The member of Pandemonium reached for the door handle, then he grabbed it and pulled it off, pulling sharply toward himself. The door to the house was open, and the Pandemonium member freely entered the house. Finding the room where Meng Shi Wu's younger sister was lying, the Pandemonium member glanced at his target and admitted that this girl was charming. The Pandemonium member slowly reached for the sleeping Soe. He thought that since they were going to deal with Shi Wu after luring him out, why not have some fun with this girl for now? Suddenly he was distracted by a creaking sound. When he entered, he didn't notice anyone else besides this girl, so where could the creaking sound be coming from? Looking down, the Pandemonium member noticed a growling dog on the floor, which surprised him. Meng Shi Wu asked if that meant that all the things Hercules had talked about would be irrelevant if Shireen taught him. Hercules replied that, as he had said earlier, humans could not learn their techniques, but there would be no problem if Meng Shi Wu taught someone what he had learned himself, because the problem lay precisely in their powers. Meng Shi Wu reminded Hercules that he was teaching Shireen techniques from GodTube, and asked if that meant that if he continued to teach her the same thing, Shireen would not learn anything. Hercules said that among those selected by Meng Shi Wu, everything would be a little different with Tai Chi Master Zhang Sanfeng. After all, Tai Chi Master Zhang Sanfeng's techniques are the basic concept of martial arts, which even helped Hercules when he was trying to develop his own martial arts. And if Meng Shi Wu subscribes to his channel, he will probably be able to learn Tai Chi, after which he will be able to use Tai Chi as the basis for his future techniques. Although he cannot directly teach people divine techniques, he can create his own versions of techniques and teach them to people. After all, these will no longer be divine martial arts techniques, but Shi Wu's own techniques. In other words, Meng Shi Wu will act as a filter. Meng Shi Wu asked if this meant that by studying Tai Chi, he would be able to incorporate divine arts into his training. Hercules immediately confirmed this. Meng Shi Wu thought about it. Creating a new combat technique would obviously not be easy, but it would solve his problem. After thinking it over, Shi Wu thanked Hercules for his advice. Hercules asked him not to just say thank you if he was truly grateful. Hercules cleared his throat and asked why Shi Wu wouldn't share with him the idea for a video he had mentioned recently. Meng Shi Wu promised Hercules that he would tell him about it a little later, as soon as he had sorted out all his business. The next idea for a video was much more complicated. Hercules told Sir that there was no problem with that, and soon the bus door opened. Walking home, Meng Shi Wu thought about how creating a technique would obviously not be an easy task, but still, just learning divine martial arts was difficult in itself. The main question was how he was going to create a chi-based technique for Han chairing. When he reached the door, Meng Shi Wu froze after discovering that the handle had been broken off. Meng Shi Wu flew into a rage, for someone had broken into the house where his sister was. Without wasting any time, Meng Shi Wu rushed into the house and immediately headed for Soe's room. Running into his sister's room, Meng Shi Wu saw that she was still sleeping peacefully. He breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that So-A was safe, when suddenly Shi Wu heard a dog barking. Fenrir had defeated the intruder and was wagging his tail happily in front of his master. Looking at the criminal, Meng Shi Wu wondered who this man was who dared to break into his house. Meng Shi Wu thanked Chernish for protecting So-A and began to pet him. He had never seen this man's face before, but judging by his aura, he was no ordinary person, but an awakened one. Meng Shi Wu had no idea why he had broken into his house, but the criminal clearly did not mean them any good. Meng Shi Wu lifted Chernish and thanked him again for saving his sister, then apologized to Fenrir and asked if he could keep an eye on the house for a while longer. Chernish barked, saying he was ready to protect So-A. After that, Shi Wu suddenly became serious, because it was time to deal with the intruder. A short time later, the member of Pandemonium who had broken into Shi Wu's house suddenly woke up in an unknown place, tied to a chair. When he regained consciousness, the first thing he wondered was where he was. Meng Shi Wu asked if he had regained consciousness so quickly. The Pandemonium member cried out in surprise when he heard Meng Shi Wu's voice and asked how he had managed to. Hearing his name from the criminal's mouth, Meng Shi Wu realized that he knew his name. Meng Shi Wu said he would ask him a few questions. All he had to do was answer honestly, but the criminal suddenly smiled and called Shi Wu a damn idiot. After that, the member of Pandemonium tensed his muscles and broke the ropes that bound him. He asked Shi Wu if he really thought that something like this could restrain him. Meng Shi Wu put his hand on the criminal's shoulder and said that he had clearly not come here with good intentions. Just as the Pandemonium member was about to stand up, Meng Shi Wu pressed down on his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. But it didn't last long, because a second later, Meng Shi Wu covered his mouth with his other hand. He continued to press down on him with his strength and aura, causing him incredible pain. Meng Shi Wu ordered the criminal to be quiet, because if So-A woke up, he would kill him without asking any questions. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu remembered something and punched the awakened man in the chest. Then Shi Wu grabbed him by the shirt, pulled him closer, and told him that he was not the kind of person who would take the word of someone who still had all his limbs. Then there was a loud crunch. Sometime later, in another part of the city, the members of Pandemonium who were guarding the territory were surprised to see a man nearby. Meng Shi Wu came out to them and threw the body of their beaten comrade on the ground. Meng Shi Wu then turned to the members of Pandemonium and asked where Meng Jiwang was. The bald man asked what the bastard was talking about. His comrade replied that he was just talking nonsense. The Pandemonium member asked the stranger to calm down and just go home, then grabbed him by the shoulder and said that otherwise something would happen to him. The Pandemonium member asked if he had any idea who Meng Jiwang was. Either he would get lost somewhere, or he would lose his life. Meng Shi Wu asked again, where was Meng Jiwang? The Pandemonium member became enraged that he was ignoring his words, and asked if he wanted to be beaten up. Suddenly, Shi Wu grabbed him by his clothes and asked where he was. The Pandemonium member ordered the guy to let him go immediately, and grabbed his arm, but to his surprise, the guy was strong enough to nullify his efforts. Meng Shi Wu struck the Pandemonium member with all his might. The other members of Pandemonium wondered what was going on. They asked if he knew who they were. They attacked the cocky young man who was overly confident in his skills. Meng Shi Wu raised his leg and kicked the asphalt. Immediately after that, he stood in a fighting stance and punched forward, knocking one of his opponents back. Immediately after that, he knocked out the second one, grabbing him by the face and throwing him aside. Stopping in front of the last enemy, Meng Shi Wu looked him in the eyes and asked where Meng Jiwang was now. Hunter Inspection Bureau, Seoul Branch. Jung Sue called out to the commander and reported that Pandemonium had made its move. Lee Min-jun was surprised by Pandemonium's sudden move and asked if they had learned anything about their location. Jun Sua replied that they didn't know yet, but Pandemonium's tracks were clear enough to follow, so they would soon find them. Lee Min-jung ordered to immediately gather all members of the 4th Squad and request reinforcements from all possible guards. They should gather even those guards who cannot move. Accepting the commander's order, Jung Sua ran off. Just as Lee Min-jung was about to leave, someone stopped her and apologized for disturbing her in the middle of her duty. The deputy said that they had received an urgent assignment and that apparently Commander Lee Min-jung would be very much needed there. Lee Min-jung apologized and said that she would not be able to help with this. After that, the deputy said that it was a special order from the chief. Lee Min-jung was surprised to hear this and asked how it was an order from the chief. The deputy then explained that a C-class dungeon had appeared in Sandun and that Lee Min-jung should go there as soon as possible. Lee Min-jung asked if she really needed to go there. She then asked if they could just send another squad there. The deputy said that a few minutes ago he had heard about Lee Min-jung requesting reinforcements. What would happen if they rejected the request? Moreover, he did not think that the chief would turn a blind eye to this. He would inform her that he could not be responsible for the consequences of her choice. Lee Minjun was angry that such a person would become the head of the inspection bureau in the future. Gritting her teeth, Lee Minjun growled that she didn't care whether she was fired or not. The deputy shouted at Commander Lee Minjun, but she ignored him and said he could do whatever he wanted. Meanwhile, Meng Shi Wu met with a large group of Pandemonium members. The Pandemonium members didn't understand what this bastard was doing here, and wanted to teach him a lesson for his arrogance. Of all these people, about 100 would be awakened, judging by their unusual appearance. Although this battle would not be easy, he had to teach them a lesson for daring to touch So-A. If he dared to let them get away with it, he would show weakness, and these bastards would start up again, then target her once more. That is why he must destroy them all. These people are like wild animals, devoid of any sense of morality, acting more instinctively than rationally. He simply must instill fear in their souls, so deeply that it is imprinted in their very bones. The mere mention of his name should terrify these people. He must make sure that they learn their lesson well and that they never dare to mess with him again. One vandal ran out of the group and lunged at Meng Shi Wu with his fists, asking how he dared to come here. But before he could even notice the slightest movement, Meng Shi Wu lunged at him. Immediately after that, they collided with their fists. But Meng Shi Wu was much stronger, sending the Pandemonium member flying back into the group. After this, the members of Pandemonium realized that this was no ordinary guy. So some of them shouted that they shouldn't rush at him in a hurry, but should surround him and attack together. In battles against large groups, they usually attack in groups of 3 to 5 people. But if there are more of them, they start to get in each other's way, which hinders the battle and makes it less advantageous than one-on-one combat. But when dozens of people attack in a large coordinated formation, it is called a formation strategy. Personally, he's ashamed to call this a real strategic formation, but they try to imitate it. This is very typical of criminals who fight people, not monsters. As Zhuge Liang said, the key to destroying the enemy's formation is simple, and you should start by recognizing the door of life and the door of death. Gathering his strength, Meng Shi Wu suddenly ran forward. Then he accelerated and knocked down the enemies in front of him like bowling pins. There are several types of formation arts, but they all follow one principle. The 16-person Heavenly Collision formation has weak points at the edges, and the 12-person Earth Axis formation has a weak point in the center. Even now, when Shi Wu thinks about it, he does not fully understand what Zhuge Liang said, but he can clearly see it. There is a small gap between the enemies advancing on him, and Zhuge Liang shows him this with his insight. This gap between the enemies is his gateway to life. Meng Shi Wu burst into the Gate of Life and destroyed the enemy formation with a few blows. The Pandemonium captains who watched this were amazed at how this guy broke their ranks, because such a thing is simply unreal. In fact, there are many weak points in the human body. The Dantian acupuncture points include the Ren meridians, the Yuan source point, and the area under the ribs. Releasing his energy, Meng Shi Wu pierced his opponent's weak points with a thread of qi. Wherever he looked after breaking through the enemy ranks, he saw only the gates of death, and nowhere were the gates of life. Meng Shi Wu was already slightly out of breath, and members of Pandemonium began to surround him, shouting angrily at this slippery rat who had suddenly attacked them. But now he was caught, and they would be able to deal with him. No matter how strong a fighter is, if he fights against hundreds of enemies, it doesn't matter. Hercules said that no one can stand against a group of enemies because fighting them quickly becomes difficult, even if there are many small foes around you. Of course, this does not apply to him. But sometimes, when you are surrounded, you are unable to see a way out of the situation. So what should you do in such moments? Of course, you just need to break through with pure force. In such a hopeless situation, Meng Shi Wu simply began to knock everyone around him down. Seeing this, the enemies began to panic. After all, what they saw before them clearly could not be a human being. Before them was a real monster. Hercules said that when he defeated all the enemies surrounding him, then, in the middle of the battle, Meng Ji Wang arrived and asked the guys what the hell was going on here. At the end of the fight, the strongest of the enemies is declared. Meng Ji Wang asked what was going on here and who was this bastard beating up his people. Hercules himself had no idea why this was happening, but leaders always come out at the very end. Meng Shi Wu rushed towards Meng Ji Wang like lightning. Catching Meng Ji Wang off guard, Meng Shi Wu punched him square in the face with all his might. As Hercules said, if you see the main bastard, you should just kill him. After a single blow from Meng Shi Wu, Meng Ji Wang passed out, crashing into the wall. Those who saw this wondered how such a thing was possible. And to Ji Wan Hunim, knocked out with just one punch? That's complete nonsense. Suddenly, Meng Ji Wang coughed up blood. Then he got to his feet, leaning against the wall. His subordinates were glad that their boss had survived the blow from this monster. The guy in front of him didn't look particularly strong, but if the attack had really been sudden, he could have seriously died. Meng Shi Wu spat out blood and asked the guy what he wanted from them. Meng Shi Wu asked Meng Shi Wu if he had ordered the kidnapping of So-A. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear about a certain So-A, as he suddenly remembered who it might be and asked the young man if his name was Meng Shi Wu. Ignoring Ji Wang's question, Shi Wu asked if he was the one who ordered the kidnapping of So-A. Since he didn't answer, Meng Shi Wu assumed that this was indeed his target. And even looking at this face, he began to understand that it was this face he had seen on the website. But that person said that Meng Shi Wu was only D rank. Although in their case, no one could be trusted. Losing his patience, Meng Shi Wu said that he was asking for the last time. Did Meng Shi Wu give the order to kidnap So-A? Meng Shi Wu asked, and what if so? He had already learned that Shi Wu's level was higher than stated. But that was all. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu lunged forward, instantly appearing right in front of Meng Shi Wu. But Meng Shi Wu smiled and grabbed Shi Wu's fist, then admitted that he was indeed fast. He strained all his senses, but even so, he almost missed the blow. Meng Shi Wu may not be as bad as he initially thought, but that's all. Meng Shi Wu noticed that Meng Shi Wu clearly lacked strength, and from what he had seen, he could assume that Shi Wu's strength was related to his willpower. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu's muscles swelled, increasing his size several times over, even tearing his clothes. The leader of the Pandemonium squad, Meng Shi Wu, was now in a state of A+ rank physical enhancement. Meng Shi Wu shouted that he knew all this, that the stronger he was, the weaker Shi Wu was, and immediately struck him with all his might. Meng Shi Wu was pushed back, but he managed to regain his balance and remain on his feet. He then glared at Meng Shi Wu and rubbed his fist over the bruise. After the last blow, this bastard clearly surprised Meng Shi Wu. At the last moment, he still managed to hit him. But no one in the D rank is capable of such a thing. Meng Shi Wu grinned broadly and turned to Meng Shi Wu. He said that he had done enough and that he should open his eyes. Then Meng Shi Wu pointed at Meng Shi Wu and welcomed him to Pandemonium. One of the captains addressed Hunim to challenge his decision, but he simply ordered him to shut up. After that, Meng Shi Wu acknowledged that Meng Shi Wu had enough power. Ji Wang asked, with such power, is there any point in living such a life? They are special, and there is a huge difference between them and ordinary people, because ordinary people in their world are almost no different from trash. Meng Shi Wu asked if it was right to call this justice. Why should they live by rules written by some insects? Let the insects live by the rules they created for their own safety. At the same time, powerful beings like them are not obliged to follow these rules. Ji Wang asked, what was the point of sacrificing themselves for the weak? In their world, shouldn't the weak sacrifice themselves for the strong? Because they are superhuman. The strong must oppress the weak, because the strong can do anything. They will create a world where strength determines power and justice, where there are no rules or laws. If you want something, just take it. You can get drunk, you can rob. Meng Shiu asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. After that, he admitted that he hadn't listened very closely to his speech. But apparently, Meng Ji Wan needed to vent to someone, so he remained silent. Then he asked if Ji Wan was done talking nonsense. Meng Ji Wan froze in anger at Meng Shi Wu's words and how he had trampled on their principles. Meng Ji Wan asked if it was because of his sister. After all, giving in to such feelings was simply foolish. Meng Shi Wu became curious as to why it was foolish. Meng Ji Wan explained that if a person is controlled by personal attachment, then that person is weak. But Meng Shi Wu immediately said that this was not the case. In fact, it meant that he was human, and not a stupid animal like Ji Wang. Meng Ji Wang exclaimed that it was all nonsense. He then admitted that he had given Shi Wu a chance because he was impressed by his abilities. But since Shi Wu was willing to sacrifice his life like this, then he'd better not regret his decision later. Suddenly, Meng Ji Wang's muscles began to grow even more, and even his golden chain couldn't withstand it. Meng Ji Wang raised his huge fist and told Shi Wu that he couldn't defeat him. Immediately after that, he swung his fist forward with all his might. Suddenly, something unimaginable happened that shocked even Ji Wan. For some reason, instead of simply crushing Meng Shi Wu, he was thrown back. What the hell just happened, and when? Before Meng Ji Wan even had time to notice, Meng Shi Wu was already close to him. Meng Ji Wang shouted that he wouldn't fall for it twice, and reacting at the last moment, he suddenly attacked Meng Shi Wu, who had suddenly approached him. But Meng Shi Wu managed to deflect Meng Ji Wang's powerful blow with his own strike. Meng Ji Wang couldn't understand what had just happened. Had he really lost to the strength of this bug? But that was impossible. Taking advantage of the moment, Meng Shi Wu immediately rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow to Meng Ji Wan's stomach. The pain knocked Meng Ji Wang unconscious for a moment. At that moment, he realized that he had been wrong all along, because Meng Shi Wu was not stronger than him. Meng Shi Wu was in a completely different league, and the power he had just demonstrated far exceeded what he had at the beginning. With his last blow, Meng Shi Wu threw Meng Jiwang back. Realizing that he had lost, Meng Jiwang raised his hand with his last ounce of strength and pointed at Shi Wu, saying that Pandemonium would not let this go. Did he really think they would just leave him alone after what he had done? Meng Shiu suggested they try it if they dared, because if he had to, he would personally destroy their Pandemonium. Meng Jiwang was stunned by what he heard and, barely suppressing his trembling, asked if he really thought he could wage war against them. And all this alone? Meng Shi Wu released his aura and advised Meng Jiwang and the other members of Pandemonium to open their eyes wide. Then Meng Shi Wu took a step forward, ready to end it all. The members of Pandemonium were terrified by the pressure they began to feel and by what awaited them. Focusing on using his superpower, Meng Shi Wu smoothly raised his leg. Meng Jiwang suddenly trembled even more, because what he was now seeing and feeling was clearly not fake. After all, this was a power that surpassed anything a human being could ever achieve. Meng Shi Wu took a deep breath and used Hercules' divine martial art. Form 1, the Dragon's Descending Strike. Upon arriving at the scene, Li Mingzhu asked what the current situation was. One of the bureau employees replied that in fact, it was rather difficult to explain, so it would be easier if the captain took a look for herself. By the time they arrived, all the members of Pandemonium were already in this state. Li Mingzhong asked if they were all unconscious, to which he replied that not all of them were unconscious and asked what to do with them. Li Minjung said that first of all, they had to identify them all, and as soon as the unconscious ones woke up, they would also have to check their identities. They had to check if they had any convictions for murder, rape, causing physical injury, or assault resulting in second-degree mental trauma or higher. If any of them had a criminal record, they should be killed on the spot. The bureau employee said he understood everything. After that, Li Minjung turned to Zheng Su-a and ordered her to help the others. A little further on, Li Minjung suddenly noticed someone unusual lying at her feet. It was Meng Jiwang, one of the high-ranking leaders of Pandemonium. Victory over this man would not be guaranteed, even if all the members of the 4th Inspection Team attacked him, and even if she intervened in the fight. Therefore, Li Mingjong couldn't help but wonder what the hell had happened here. Meanwhile, Meng Shi Wu, who had fled the battlefield, was busy treating himself with needles. Thanks to the practice of acupuncture, his mastery of the divine art of medicine increased by 3.3%. After completing the process, Meng Shi Wu breathed a sigh of relief and complained that his body was killing him. When would he recover from this? Using the descending dragon strike against a human was probably excessive, but he tried to restrain his power and used much more force than in Fenrir's dungeon. If he had used the same level of power here, none of them would have survived. Be that as it may, he now has much better control over his divine martial arts, and after their latest use, his skill increased by 1.6%, breaking through the 10% mark and reaching 11.03%. But it wasn't just his divine martial arts. His skill and other attributes had also increased. Even so, he still had a long way to go. In addition, that red-haired bastard from Pandemonium was definitely very strong. He cannot even be compared to the insignificant Kang Dochul. He suddenly declared war on the global criminal organization, and it is likely that sooner or later they will make themselves known again. But he is not going to sit idly by, because they dared to harm So-A. First, someone hired these criminals to kill him, and to lure him into a trap, they targeted So-A. And if he hadn't brought Chernish home, Meng Shi Wu stretched and said to himself that Chernish was probably watching over So-A vigilantly right now. If so, then he should at least give Chernish a reward. The boss was shocked by the report he heard, because how could someone suddenly defeat Meng Jiwan, and who could it be? The secretary replied that it was Meng Shi Wu, an awakened D rank. The boss was amazed that a lowly D rank had done such a thing. The leader of Pandemonium, Rankscar, Ojuwan, asked if he was trying to tell him that a high-ranking leader of Pandemonium had somehow been killed by a low-level hunter. Fearing punishment from the boss, the secretary said that the information had not been fully confirmed, but the boss immediately turned to him and asked, did he dare to report unverified information to him? Unable to withstand the pressure, the secretary collapsed and blurted out that there was an inspection bureau there. Juwan asked what he wanted to tell him about the inspection bureau. The secretary made every effort to get up and said that they couldn't confirm it because the guards from the inspection bureau had taken control of the scene. There were survivors among their people, but for some reason they were mentally unstable. Juwan asked what made him think it could have been that guy, Shi Wu. To which he replied that right before this incident, Jiwan had received an order. The target of that order was Meng Shi Wu, and while he was working on it, this whole situation unfolded. Juwan asked if Shi Wu had not been caught after all, to which he replied that he had not. For some lowly D rank to suddenly defeat a high-ranking leader, even if Shi Wu was the ultimate target of the mission, it could have been just a lucky coincidence. He could believe it if the Inspection Bureau was behind this incident. And if it was someone like Li Minjun, the human butcher, then it would be entirely possible. Oh Juwan was told that several of the Pandemonium members who had been rescued were completely unstable, but they showed a clear reaction when they heard the name Shi Wu. Oh Juwan asked what kind of reaction, and he replied that they suddenly began to tremble with fear, which showed how shocked they were. Oh Juwan suggested that he had instilled fear in them. Tapping his fingers on the table, Juwan began to ponder that, given all the circumstances, it seemed clear that this Shi Wu was responsible for it. In that case, it could be that he was not lower than D rank, but for some reason remained at that rank. In addition, he single-handedly destroyed Pandemonium and the criminal world in Seoul while concealing his identity. Finally, he was the target of a request sent to their organization. A smile involuntarily spread across Oh Juwan's face in anticipation. Was he warning them? That arrogant bastard. The secretary asked if they should track down Meng Shi Wu. After that, Oh Juwan ordered him to immediately inform everyone in Pandemonium to keep a close eye on him. Normally, they would have tracked him down and eliminated him immediately. But with the Inspection Bureau involved, the situation becomes more complicated. Of course, he doesn't care about Li Minjun, but how deeply is the Inspection Bureau involved in this case? Park Sung-jae, apparently the director himself, has started to get involved in all this. Meanwhile, at the Inspection Bureau, the boss swept the documents off the table and shouted at Li Minjun, asking if she was out of her mind. Did she really think she was so special because she was so skilled? Then why didn't she just take his place as boss? The director of the Seoul branch of the Hunter Inspection Bureau, Kim Ji-pil, was angry because she had not only ignored his orders, but also killed a dozen people. Li Minjun apologized and explained that all of these people were dangerous criminals whose identities had been confirmed. Kim Ji-pil asked how she dared to contradict him. Even if they were criminals, they had already been neutralized. Did she understand that at all? She didn't kill them in self-defense. It was murder. This time, she had crossed the line. Li Minjun apologized again, but the director ordered her to resign. The guards who participated in the mission were outraged by this. The captain asked if they wanted to resign too. But ignoring the director, the guard said that the captain was only doing her duty as a guard. The captain ordered them to shut up and said that he should fire them all right then and there. But he forgave them because of Captain Li. Therefore, he advised them to stop unnecessary conversations and let Captain Li resign. Li Minjun agreed to resign voluntarily, but her subordinates clearly couldn't let it go. Li Minjun waved her hand, hinting for them to leave. But the guard shouted that it was unfair. After all, their boss was just afraid of being caught taking bribes from criminals. Hearing this, Kim Ji-pil slammed his hands on the table and jumped up, then asked who dared to spout such nonsense. Suddenly, he met the serious gaze of Li Minjun, and she repeated that she was resigning. She also said that he should not involve the other members of the team in this. Director Kim Ji-pil fell back into his chair and, after clearing his throat, quietly agreed with Li Minjun. But someone disagreed with this and, entering the office, said that, in his opinion, Captain Li should also be left alone. Those present were stunned because the director himself had arrived. Jun So-ah asked the director what had brought him there, to which the director of the Hunter Inspection Bureau, Baek Seong-jae, replied that he had heard that Pandemonium had become active here, so he had come. He then approached the branch director and asked if, as the head of the branch, he was unaware of the danger that Pandemonium posed. In addition, he had just learned that the director was releasing criminals. Kim Ji-pil, frightened, immediately shouted that it was a misunderstanding. Park Sung-jae said that they would find out. Then footsteps were heard and his subordinates entered the office. Park Sung-jae said that whether it was a misunderstanding or not, they would find out after the investigation. Then he turned and asked Li Minjun if she was Captain Li. She replied that he was correct. Park Sung-jae said he would like to talk to her and asked if she had a free moment. A little while later, Park Sung-jae and Li Minjun were alone in the office. Park Sung-jae asked if he could ask her directly. Was it her? Before her stood the director of the Inspection Bureau himself, Park Sung-jae, the man who had reined in the madness of countless criminal organizations in Korea, and was also a living deterrent against them. He was also the son of Park Sung-hyun himself, one of the 13 heroes who saved the world. Park Sung-jae said he had heard about the incident, and asked if there had been any unacceptable incidents during the arrest. Looking away, Li Minjun agreed to tell him everything. But Baek Seong-jae suddenly began his story. In the past, when the demon world invaded them, the awakened ones were the hope of humanity. But now that the world had stabilized, Their powers had become nothing more than tools for making money. His father said that this was part of the natural order of things. He had fought for this for decades because he wanted this world more than anyone else. But of course, there would be those like Pandemonium who would abuse their power. Although his father condemned their actions, he said he was not going to interfere. He believed that if he interfered and began to rule the world, he would be no different from them. His father said that a person cannot become justice itself, but he disagrees with his words. Even if they really cannot become justice, he believes that they can still strive for it. Of course, there is always a line that must be followed, but it is impossible to fight in the mud without getting dirty. Therefore, he decided to ask Lee Min-jun if there were any unavoidable killings during the arrest. After a few seconds of silence, Lee Min-jun replied that it was true. Baek Sung-jae asked if she had done it. Lee Min-jun replied that she did not know. Park Sung-jae asked if she knew who could have done it. Lee Min-jun said that they had checked all the nearby CCTV cameras, but could not identify anyone entering or leaving. Among the criminals were survivors who had regained consciousness, but they were all mentally unstable. Park Sung-jae asked what she meant. Lee Min-jun explained that they were too frightened to think clearly. In their disturbed state, they kept repeating the same name. Park Sung-jae asked if he understood correctly that it was the name of an S-rank hunter. Lee Min-jun replied that this was not the case. It was not an S-rank hunter, but a lowly D-rank. Meng Shi Wu asked Chernish if he liked it, to which he replied with a joyful bark. At about that moment, So-ah woke up and, noticing her brother, remarked that he had woken up quite early today. Mong Shiu asked if she had slept well today. If So-a had seen the door handle after waking up, she would have found it strange, but fortunately, he managed to fix it, and his divine metallurgy skill increased by 0.1%. Meng Shi Wu was very grateful to divine metallurgy, because as it turned out, it was not limited to just making equipment for battle. Now that he thought about it, Meng Shi Wu wondered what would happen if something like this happened again. Even with the fact that So-a was protected by Chernish, there was still a chance that something would go wrong. Suddenly, it dawned on Meng Shi Wu. Maybe he should just build his own house. If he built a new house using Hephaestus's divine metallurgy, he could provide his sister with the highest degree of security against dungeon break-ins or intrusions by unauthorized persons. The only problem was where to build the house. After all, he couldn't go far from Seoul because of So-a's treatment. Meng Shi Wu suddenly remembered that he currently had 10 billion won in his bank account. Therefore, he couldn't help but wonder if he should buy the house they currently lived in. Meng Shi Wu told So-a and Chernish that he was leaving. So-a wished him a speedy return, and Chernish barked at his back. As soon as Meng Shi Wu left the house, a stranger appeared in front of him and asked permission to ask him a question. The Inspector General asked if his name was Meng Shi Wu. When he saw him, Meng Shi Wu wondered who he was. Then the man's face seemed familiar, as if he had seen him on the news before. After a moment's thought, Meng Shi Wu realized that it was Park Seong-jae himself standing in front of him. Realizing this, Meng Shi Wu suddenly began to panic, because what could the director of the Hunter Inspection Bureau be doing here? There could only be one reason. He had come because of yesterday's coup in the criminal world. Probably from the Bureau's point of view, this was not something that could simply be left untouched. Meng Shi Wu realized that he should have acted more cautiously, but at that moment, he couldn't think clearly, because the members of Pandemonium were trying to drag So-a into everything. But why did Baek Sun-jae come to him personally, and so quickly? Meng Shi Wu tried to stop the flow of his thoughts because it was all just speculation, and nothing had been confirmed yet. He had to act cautiously, trying not to show how nervous he was. Meng Shi Wu said that he was indeed Shi Wu. Immediately after which Park Sun-jae asked if he was the man who had turned the criminal world of Seoul upside down yesterday. Baek Sun-jae noted that despite leaving people in such a dire situation, he was having a terrifyingly calm, normal day. It was all over, because Baek Sun-jae had come after learning everything. Compared to Mang Ji-won, Park Sun-jae is on a completely different level, which means he cannot defeat him. Park Sun-jae will simply kill him on the spot, which means he must run as far away as possible right now. But now, So-a is behind him, and if he runs away now, he can't even imagine what will happen to her. Even with Midnight by her side, he is unlikely to be a match for Park Sun-jae. That's why he can't back down. Suddenly, Park Sun-jae took a step forward, put his hand on Shi Wu's shoulder, and asked if he would like to become a guard. Meng Shi Wu panicked, thinking that he might die now, but hearing such a sudden question from Park Sun-jae himself, he said, "Excuse me?" Meng Shi Wu suddenly just asked if he wanted to become a guard? Meng Shi Wu tried to remember what the monthly salary of a guard was. It was probably about the same as the average salary of a civil servant, which meant it wasn't very high. At the same time, the salary of a qualified guard ranged from several hundred million to several billion won. and that was far from what he needed right now. Taking into account his monthly subscription expenses alone, even 10 billion won would not be enough. So why did Park Sung-jae make him such an offer? If he originally intended to leave immediately after rejecting his offer, why did he come to him in person? If it was about yesterday's incident in the criminal world, he should have at least conducted some kind of investigation. Feeling a headache from all this, Meng Shi Wu wondered why he was still thinking about it. He just had to focus on what he was already doing. A little while later, the landlady asked Shi Wu what had brought him to her today. Shi Wu replied that it was about the house where he and his sister lived. Meng Shi Wu asked if she was selling the house. The landlady was surprised by the question and asked why he suddenly decided to ask about it. Before Shi Wu could answer, the landlady asked him not to worry about it, because she was not going to sell the house to anyone while Shi Wu and So A were living there. She added that the real estate market was in bad shape and prices had risen, so houses were not selling well even now. And with such high interest rates, mortgage payments were simply draining people's souls. The landlady realized she had gotten carried away and asked him to remember that she had no intention of selling the house as long as he and his sister were living there, so they shouldn't worry about it. Meng Shi Wu chuckled awkwardly and said that wasn't quite what he meant. In fact, he wanted to know if she was willing to sell the house to him, if she was considering it, of course. The homeowner asked what he was talking about. Did his current situation really allow him to do such a thing? Meng Shi Wu reminded the landlady that he was awakened, which meant that his work was going quite well now. Since his financial situation was fine at the moment, he was thinking about buying this house. The landlady clapped her hands and congratulated Meng Shi Wu on the fact that his affairs were starting to improve. Then she asked why they didn't move to another house in that case. After all, as they already knew, their current house was quite old and worn out and not very suitable for living in. Meng Shi Wu admitted that he had grown attached to this house, since he wanted to buy it so badly. The landlady offered to sell the house for 150 million won. Meng Shi Wu asked why she was asking for so little. The homeowner replied that she knew that Shi Wu had had a difficult time so far, and so this was the least she could do for them. Besides, she wouldn't be able to sell it for more on the real estate market anyway, so he might as well take it for so cheap. Meng Shi Wu said he couldn't do that, because if it weren't for her, So A, and he could have ended up homeless. So Meng Shi Wu offered to sell him the house for 1 billion won. Hearing this, the homeowner's mouth fell open in shock, because it was a whole billion won. A little while later, in the subway. As it turned out, building a house was much more complicated than he had originally thought. Meng Shi Wu wanted to understand why there were so many administrative procedures. Transfer of ownership, building permits, and so on. It would take months just to get the permits, and he would have to run all over Seoul collecting documents. Meng Shi Wu sighed at everything that had come down on him. He hadn't uploaded any videos to his YouTube channel for quite some time, and because of this, his comment section was filled with complaints. On top of that, he still needed to prepare for his sword technique lesson with Charon, which meant Meng Shi Wu took out his phone with trembling hands. After a few taps, 2 billion won was deducted from his account for subscribing to Jang Sanfeng's channel. Now he only had 7.5 billion won left in his account, but after deducting his rent, he only had 6.5 billion won left. He also had to pay 3.1 billion won every month. Even though he had mastered SS rank Tai Chi, Meng Shi Wu felt terrible because of his money problems. In that case, he should just go and ask in person. SH Group Hunters Guild Office, Hosting Hall. A sparkling Han Chaerin entered the room and asked if he had been waiting long. Meng Shi Wu wondered why he felt that Han Chaerin was becoming more beautiful every day. Anyway, he decided to focus on something else. Han Chaerin asked how much her training would cost. Trying to suppress his nerves, Meng Shi Wu said that he was thinking of holding classes twice a week, with a monthly fee of... With a grimace, Meng Shi Wu looked away and said, 10 billion won. Han Chaerin immediately said that sounded good, which surprised Shi Wu. Shocked, Meng Shi Wu couldn't help but wonder why the hell she responded so quickly. Could it be that 10 billion won was small change for SH? If that was really the case, then maybe he should hold his breath and ask for more. At that moment, Han Chaerin added that 10 billion won was exactly the amount she herself would like to offer. Her grandfather would not approve of a higher price because it was a monthly expense, not a one-time payment. Upon hearing this, Meng Shi Wu squeezed out that 10 billion won was just right. In fact, it made sense because 120 billion won a year would be a lot even for SH Group. Meng Shi Wu said he had a request. Han Chaerin asked what he wanted. Feeling uncomfortable, Meng Shi Wu nevertheless explained that he was planning to build his own house, but the procedures for doing so were more complicated than he had initially thought. Han Chaerin asked if he was planning to build the house himself. Shi Wu immediately confirmed this. Han Che-rin thought about it for a few seconds, and then promised to see what she could do about it. Meng Shi Wu nervously chuckled and thanked Han Che-rin. Meng Shi Wu wondered if she was accepting everything too quickly. Sometime later, after putting in a lot of effort, Meng Shi Wu created a new sword. But according to the system notification, it was a disposable item, not a normal sword, which upset Shi Wu. At the same time, his divine metallurgy increased by 1.1%. Meng Shi Wu suggested that it made sense to call this sword disposable, because the materials from which it was made were of rather low quality compared to what he had used to create the glove. Upon seeing this sword, So Palguan was impressed with Meng Shi Wu's work. Noticing how his skills had improved, So Palguan asked if he had been training during the time they had not seen each other. Even he himself did not know that it was possible to do something like this. Earlier, he had handed over all administrative procedures to the Che-rin family, which meant that all that remained was... Kim So-yeon suddenly burst into the smithy and greeted So Palguan. He asked what had brought her there today. Then he remarked that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Kim So-yeon replied that she was just passing by and decided to say hello. Then she told Shi Wu that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and asked how he was doing. With a heavy heart, Meng Shi Wu said that both had happened. Kim So-yeon became interested in this, after which Shi Wu said that in fact, everything that Meng Shi Wu had been through recently flashed through his mind, and he said that nothing really happened. Kim So-yeon said she understood. Then she said that if he ever needed help, he could turn to her. Meng Shi Wu said that since she had mentioned it herself, Shi Wu suddenly leaned in and asked if he could ask her for a favor. Kim So-yeon was taken aback by his suddenness. After that, Meng Shi Wu said that it wasn't really that serious. He wanted to ask if she could get some building materials for him. Kim So-yeon was taken aback when she suddenly heard about the building materials. She acknowledged that it was no problem and asked why he suddenly needed them. Meng Shi Wu replied that he was planning to build a house. Kim So-yeon thought about the fact that Shi Wu was planning to build a house, then asked him to wait a little and not tell her about it. That he was planning to build the house himself? Meng Shi Wu awkwardly replied that this was indeed the case. Kim So-yeon said that she already knew that he was skilled at making equipment, but building a house was a completely different matter. Meng Shi Wu handed her a sheet of paper and said that these were all the materials he would need. Seeing the list, Kim So-yeon noticed that these were not building materials at all. Suddenly, it dawned on her and she asked, was he really planning to build a house using monster parts? Meng Shi Wu confirmed her guess and explained that he was planning to turn his house into equipment. In the park, Park Seon-jae asked Captain Park how everything went. Park Taemin, captain of the regional investigation team of the Hunter Inspection Bureau, replied that Ju Won was not taking any action. Most likely he was trying to hide it because he was very cautious with the CEO. Park Sung-jae asked if that was really the case. Then he took a sip from the can and said that in that case, he was out of luck. Park Sung-jae asked Captain Park what he was looking at. Was it because he had taken a drink for himself? Park Sung-jae came to the conclusion that Park Taemin also liked it. Interrupting Park Taemin, he asked why he had let him go. Park Sung-jae asked if he meant Shi Wu. Then he said that Captain Lee from the 4th team of the Seoul branch told him that, despite his clumsy appearance, he was one of the most humane hunters she had ever met. Then he asked Captain Park how long he had been working at the Inspection Bureau. Captain Park replied that he had been working there for 7 years. Park Sung-jae acknowledged that he had also been there for quite some time, and decided to tell him that he had awakened when he was 11 years old, and had undergone 8 years of training from his father. Later, his father told him to go out into the world and learn everything about it for himself. That is why he wandered the world for 5 years before joining the Inspection Bureau, and now he has been working there for 20 years. During that time, he dealt with countless criminals and killed many people. Probably even more than the number of monsters he killed with his own hands. Perhaps that is why he feels that humans are worse than monsters, lacking humanity. He has painfully realized that kindness does not always pay off. In general, he does not trust people and always treats them with contempt. Because, to him, everyone now looks like a criminal. Nevertheless, there are still some people he can trust. Park Seong-jae asked Captain Park if he could guess who it was. After a moment's thought, Park Taemin admitted that he wasn't sure. Park Sung-jae said that they are the ones who have to feed their families. This is not something everyone can do, and it requires self-sacrifice. This is what makes all parents in this world so wonderful. And Shi Wu has a sick sister. Park Sung-jae got up from the bench and said that he needed to not only feed his sister, but also save her. Captain Park said that even if that were true, it was very suspicious that Shi Wu was lying about his rank, and that the main thing here was that he had managed to destroy the entire criminal world in this city single-handedly. Park Sung-jae reminded him that they did not know for sure that he was lying about it. Park Tae-min asked what he meant. The Inspector General replied that people call them murderers, and they are not wrong. But there was one thing they must always remember. Their blades must be aimed exclusively at criminals. Throwing the can into the trash can, Park Sung-jae said that he liked a world where people could live in peace. It was also the world his father had protected. Captain Park asked what he was going to do next. Park Sun-jae replied that he was going to the SH group. Park Tae-min was shocked to hear this. Park Sun-jae stopped and reminded Captain Park of his words. Their swords should only be aimed at criminals. Meng Shi Wu told Kim So-yeon that he planned to make his house into a base. So Palguan asked if he really knew how to build houses. Shi Wu replied that he had never done any construction work before, but he thought he could do it. Shi Wu then asked Kim So-yeon if it would be difficult to obtain all the materials. After going over the list a few more times, So-yeon replied that it should be possible, and that money wasn't even the problem. More precisely, it was part of the problem, but dragon turtle shell, or golem core, and death knight armor. All these materials come from high-ranking monsters, from lower B rank to higher A rank. And these are not simple monsters. In addition, these items are often used by hunters, so it will be difficult to obtain the required quantity. To be more precise, there's almost no supply, as hunters rarely sell them. Meng Shi Wu said he understood. After which Kim So-yeon said that this did not mean that there was a complete shortage of these goods. It might be possible, if he planned to pay extra. Kim So-yeon took out her smartphone to check everything, and told Shi Wu that he could buy everything at 3 times the market price, which meant he would need to spend about 3 billion won. Meng Shi Wu was struck by lightning when he heard about the 3 billion. Fortunately, he already had the money he received for teaching Charon, so it shouldn't be such a big problem. But Kim So-yeon added that even so, it would not be easy to get everything. Meng Shi Wu thought about how to deal with this. Of course, he could lower the quality of the materials, but he didn't want to build the house carelessly, because it would protect So-a. Meng Shi Wu asked if she could gather as many affordable materials from the list as possible right now. Kim So-yeon promised to do her best. The main problem was the low number of offers from hunters who did not sell their prey. Meng Shi Wu suddenly had a brainwave. Since he was also a hunter, didn't that mean he could also gather materials in the dungeon? However, the monsters he needed to hunt were at least lower B rank, and the problem was that he was still a lower D rank hunter. Therefore, it was obvious that he would simply not be granted a hunting permit. So maybe it was finally time to raise his rank? There are 2 main ways to raise his rank. First, he can achieve success in hunting and gain recognition for his skills. Second, he can apply for a review to have his rank changed immediately. Initially, the first method was the only option for hunters, but with the advent of the rare phenomenon of awakening, the second method became available. This literally means second awakening. The second awakening may lead to the awakening of a new characteristic, or enhance an existing one. The exact reason for the awakening is still unclear, but it does happen sometimes. Thanks to this, hunters can obtain a new rank after reassessment. Meng Shi Wu took out his smartphone to check his current characteristics. His insight reached 41.9% mastery, super strength 21.48%, divine medicine 8.7%, divine metallurgy 18.03%, Hercules divine martial arts 11.03%, and gentlemanly wisdom reached 4.11% mastery. He simply could not afford to waste any more time. Satisfied, Mong Shiu continued his work in the forge. Returning home, Han Mina assumed that pigs had already learned to fly, since her niece had suddenly decided to visit her. Han Chaerin admitted that they really hadn't seen each other in a while. Han Mina asked if that was true. But, be that as it may, this time Chaerin did a great job, for which Han Mina praised her. Han Mina thanked her niece for bringing stability back to their company. Han Chaerin said that she was just doing what she had to do, but that the company's stability was thanks to their director and her hard work. Han Mina was forced to admit that Chaerin hadn't changed at all. She then asked how long Chaerin planned to call her director. Han Chaerin fell silent for a moment, then said that she had come today to see her as Director Han, not as her aunt. Smiling, Han Mina thought about how Chaerin used to be such a sweet little girl when she was younger. Her brother died, leaving this child alone. In a wealthy family, being a member of the family means being a rival. Therefore, after the death of Chaerin's parents, she was subjected to constant control from an early age. So it was no surprise that her personality had changed so much. If her father, Chaerin, her brother had been there, she wouldn't have been able to survive either. And although she couldn't help Chaerin when she was younger, now things are different. Han Mina took a cup of coffee and asked what she wanted to talk to her about. Han Charon replied that she wanted to build a house and asked if she could borrow the name of the construction company SH. This surprised her aunt. Han Mina asked if she was going to build a vacation home or something similar. Han Charon replied that this was not the case. She just wanted to build a house. Han Mina was shocked to hear this. Was she uncomfortable in her current home? In that case, she simply couldn't stay out of it. Han Mina promised that she would talk about it with the president of Esh Construction, and then said that if they did without subcontractors and started construction right away, they would be able to build everything as quickly as possible. Han Charon said that someone else would be building the house and that they just needed the name of the company. Upon hearing this, Han Mina nearly choked on her coffee in shock. Meanwhile, Meng Shi Wu arrived at the waiting room for the retake exam at the Seoul branch of the Hunter Management Bureau. Right in front of him walked a guy who could hardly believe that he was only F rank, but still, such a thing was possible. In most cases, people ask for a review because they don't want to admit their low position. It couldn't be. It was simply impossible. He thought so too. Awakened by the magical resonance from the dungeon breakthrough, he took the assessment, partly hoping that he had managed to awaken an A or even S rank trait in himself. But for some reason, his result didn't even have a trait. He was the most ordinary person, who could hardly be called even F rank. Remembering this, Meng Shi Wu smiled, because this time everything was completely different. The employee asked the next person in line to come inside. The reassessment is done by scanning the characteristics of the awakened person. The bureau staff asked Shi Wu to stand on the footprints in front of him, and as soon as he stood up, they announced the start of the scan. They also asked Meng Shi Wu not to move during the scan. At that moment, Meng Shi Wu thought about the fact that he had already awakened 6 traits. Soon, the administrative office, no, the whole world would be turned upside down. This was one of the reasons why he doubted whether he should undergo a re-evaluation. After all, the more attention he attracted, the more threats he received. Meng Shi Wu decided that he no longer had any reason to hide. The female employee was shocked by what had happened, and her partner asked how this could have happened. Meng Shi Wu already imagined how he would become the world's first SS-ranked player. Although no, in fact, it would be the birth of the world's first SSS rank. Meng Shi Wu looked at the screen and was surprised, because he didn't have any traits. So how could a person awaken without having any traits? It was simply unthinkable, it just couldn't be. Meng Shi Wu shouted that he thought there was some kind of error in the system. The worker told Shi Wu that the review could only be done once and asked him to leave. But Meng Shi Wu did not agree with this result. He asked for another chance. He wanted them to run the test again. Meng Shi Wu was completely devastated. He wanted to know why nothing had changed this time. This clearly couldn't be right. Or could it be that this machine was unable to determine the traits of gods? The highest known trait is S rank. But considering that he is at F rank, it is possible that his assumption was incorrect from the start. After all, if they couldn't determine his characteristics, the result would be something like undetermined or no result. So could it be that what Hercules said was true? Nothing in itself is his trait. His scan results did not change because his unique trait remained unchanged. Thinking about it, Meng Shi Wu was forced to admit that it made sense, but not for sure. Or was it because he still hadn't achieved 100% mastery of one of the traits of the gods? He didn't fully understand the traits of the gods yet because he was still learning and adapting. Meng Shi Wu asked what the reason could be. He sighed deeply. Then Meng Shi Wu wondered how he could study and use the traits of the gods. Hercules said that it was because nothing was his innate trait, because he was the only one capable of mastering the powers of the gods. And who was that blonde guy he met? Could it be that he came to him because he knew something about him? The blonde man said he would leave that possibility open, then admitted that he was sorry to have to involve him in this. Now, when he recalls the blonde man's words, he realizes that perhaps that's not the case at all. Meng Shi Wu got up from the bench and told himself that it was better not to think about it now. In any case, re-evaluation was pointless, which meant he needed to raise his hunter rating by raiding dungeons. His current rank was the lowest F rank, but he needed to be at least at the highest A rank. How long would that take? Lately, she hadn't even had time to post videos on YouTube. It was all starting to annoy Meng Shi Wu, and so, he came up with an idea of what to do about it. The perfect content idea for the current situation. Seeing Park Sung-jae in front of him, the director admitted that this was indeed a rare event, as the CEO of the Inspection Bureau himself had come to see him. Park Sung-jae laughed and said that he was the one who made sudden but short visits, and he didn't even know how to thank him for such a warm welcome. SH Group Director Han Kwang-guk said that it was obvious, because he was the one and only director of the Inspection Bureau. After that, Han Kwang-guk invited Inspector Park to sit down. Han Kwang-guk asked why Park Sung-jae had decided to visit him. Park Sung-jae said that SH Group was a pillar of the Korean economy, and that he wanted to meet the person who ran such an important organization. Han Kwang-guk acknowledged that this was indeed high praise from such an amazing person who ensures Korea's security. Park Sung-jae reminded him that you can't run a company just because you have some power. After all, to do so, one must satisfy the needs of one's superiors, possess excellent business skills, and be good at sales. And sometimes it can even force a person to betray their family. Park Sung-jae said that despite his position as director of the Inspection Bureau, he had no intention of interfering in their family affairs. To be blunt, he wouldn't care even if Han Chae-rin left the SH group. But Meng Shi Wu is on the other side of the fence. Park Sung-jae suggested that the respected director of the SH group already knows this name. Upon hearing the name Shi Wu, Han Kwang-guk's face almost turned blue with fear, because it could mean that the Inspector General already knows everything. He knows about the plans to remove Han Chae-rin from the SH group, and even that they plan to investigate Meng Shi Wu using Pandemonium, and all because he helped Chae-rin in the raid on the dungeon. Stressed out, Han Kwang-guk clenched the armrest of his chair. With his actions, the Inspector General was probably warning them that he wouldn't stand aside if they contacted Pandemonium again. He was unbearably arrogant and rude. But when it came to Sung-jae, it was different. After all, this man is the son of Baek Sun-hyun himself, one of the 13 heroes of humanity. Even if the SH group can use its power to influence politics and put pressure on the Inspection Bureau, Baek Sun-hyun is not a man to be trifled with. So why did such a man suddenly come to the defense of Meng Shi Wu? Park Sung-jae said he couldn't reveal where he knew the name from, or what he thought of him, but he advised them to keep their family affairs within the family, and not to involve anyone else in it. After agreeing, Park Seong-jae said that he was leaving for the day. At the cafe, Park Dok-gu turned to her boss and said that she was refusing her salary for this month, and Park Dok-gu begged her boss not to fire her. Meng Shi Wu asked what she was talking about, and why she had decided to give up her salary. Park Dok-gu said that she was willing to work without pay until his channel grew. Shi Wu was simply stunned by what he heard. He asked Dok-gu to stop and asked what she was talking about. Surprised, Dok-gu asked if he really wasn't planning to leave NewTube. Even more surprised, Shi Wu asked, "Me? Why would I leave NewTube?" Suddenly, he realized what was going on. After he started posting less and less, he hadn't posted any videos at all lately. Realizing what was going on, Meng Shi Wu asked why she had decided to give up her monthly salary. Dok-gu replied that she didn't have any better offers, while he was a good boss. And besides, she hadn't done anything this month. Meng Shi Wu laughed awkwardly and reminded her that he had told her from the beginning that this was a basic salary and that he was not leaving NewTube at all. The reason he asked her to meet today was to discuss an idea for a new video. Park Dok-gu was excited to hear this and was ready to listen to her boss. Meng Shi Wu remembered that he had to pay her salary today and took out his smartphone. Then he advised her to buy something nice for her younger siblings on her way home. Meng Shi Wu told Dok-gu that when he was a child, the fried chicken his father brought home after work tasted delicious. He knows that Editor Park is a guardian to his brother and sister. The quiet Park Dok-gu asked him to just call her Dok-gu. Meng Shi Wu asked what she meant. Park Dok-gu replied that she could just call him by his name. Park Dok-gu suddenly jumped up and exclaimed that she meant he was older than her and also her boss. Meng Shi Wu smiled and said that in that case she could call him Shi Wu, and asked her to treat him as a friend. Park Dok-gu blushed with embarrassment, but still promised to work on it. Composing herself, Park Dok-gu asked what the idea for the video he had mentioned earlier was. The Hunters Association, sole branch of the Hunter Management Bureau. The administrator asked the next hunter in line to come to her. Looking up from the monitor, the administrator realized that she had seen this hunter before. He was the man who had come to them a few days ago. The one who woke up without any features, whose name was Meng Shi Wu. The administrator asked what brought him there today. Meng Shi Wu sighed and said that he had come just to check the criteria for evaluating rank effectiveness. The administrator asked for Shi Wu's ID card, after which she saw that he was a lowly D rank. He woke up with a rank lower than F rank, but now he is already a low D rank hunter. Of course, this is not particularly impressive, but it is impossible. But this is probably the best result he can achieve. Ultimately, effort cannot overcome the lack of natural ability gained through traits. The administrator said that the criterion he needs to move up to C rank is to show results from clearing 200 D rank dungeons. On average, hunters make about 3 dungeon raids per week, so it will probably take a little over a year. After clearing 200 dungeons, he will be able to request a rank assessment, after which they will issue a dungeon specifically for the rank test. The administrator asked if he wanted her to clarify anything. Shi Wu replied that it was not necessary, except that he wanted to check how many dungeons he had cleared so far. The administrator replied that he had cleared 16 D-rank dungeons and that he had 184 dungeons left. If he wanted to go to a dungeon today, would he like her to assign one to him? Shi Wu asked her to do so, if possible. The administrator then asked what type of dungeon he preferred. Shi Wu replied that he had no particular preference, but he would like it to be as close to the Hunters Association as possible. After checking the database, the administrator said that the closest upper D-rank dungeon was a 5-minute walk away. The administrator was uneasy about this dungeon, because the upper D rank was 2 levels higher than the lower D rank of this guy. Therefore, she wondered if he would be okay. Shi Wu said that this was what he needed, and that he would take it. The administrator explained that the dungeon was just past the intersection, 2 alleys away. Shi Wu thanked her and hurried away. The administrator wished him luck, and all the best. A little while later, the administrator asked the next hunter to come to the counter. The administrator asked what brought him there today, but then she realized it was him. The administrator was surprised to see the hunter Shi Wu again, and asked why he had returned so soon. Suddenly, she realized what was going on, because he had returned in less than 10 minutes. No wonder she had thought at the time that the upper D-rank dungeon would be too much for him. The flustered administrator apologized to hunter Shi Wu, but to her surprise, Shi Wu complained about how inconvenient it was to return to the Hunters Association, and asked if she could assign him several dungeons at once. Park Doku asked Shi Wu what this new idea for content was that he had mentioned earlier, and Shi Wu brilliantly explained that he was going to jump to A rank in just 1 month. Park Doku was surprised to hear this and asked, A rank? Meng Shiu said that the title of the video would be How to Become an A rank Hunter in a Month. Meng Shi Wu asked the administrator if she could assign him several dungeons at once. He took out a crystal from the dungeon and said that at least 50 dungeons would be desirable. The Hunter Management Bureau, Korean branch, an employee of the bureau, ran at full speed to the manager. The manager asked why he was in such a hurry. Had an S-rank dungeon been destroyed? After catching his breath, the employee said that a cleaner had arrived. The manager was stunned by what he heard and asked how many the cleaner had cleared. 10? 20? The employee replied that the cleaner had cleared 150 dungeons, which shocked the manager. The manager said that was simply impossible, and hadn't they said that the man had been awakened without any traits when they conducted the assessment 2 days ago? The employee replied that his rank was the same even after the reassessment, and that at this point, shouldn't they report it to the inspection bureau? After all, he could be an illegal awakened one. Suddenly, another employee came running in shouting that the dungeon cleaner had submitted a request to transfer to C rank. The manager asked how. He believed that the condition for promotion to C rank was clearing 200 dungeons, but a minute ago he had heard about 150 cleared dungeons. The manager suggested at least submitting an application to the bureau. Immediately after that, the subordinate shouted that they had already contacted them. The Hunter Inspection Bureau, Korean branch. Jung Soo-ae reported to Captain Lee that the Management Bureau was requesting cooperation. A hunter had appeared who had risen from lower D rank to lower C rank in 3 days, and they wanted them to investigate it. Captain Lee asked who it was. Jung Soo-ah replied that the hunter's name was Meng Shi Wu, which surprised Captain Lee. Lee Min-jung thought that with such results, it could be called an awakening. But in that case, he would normally have to go for a reassessment. But at the same time, he is rising in the rankings based on his achievements. That means he can't go through a reassessment. That leaves only one possibility. Shi Wu gained his power through illegal means, such as black magic. But would he go that far? Li Mingjong turned to Arin. She asked if she knew of any awakened ones who had gained power through black magic. Arin replied that of course she knew. Black magic differs from ordinary magic in that it operates on different energy principles. Ordinary magic uses mana, which connects the rules of mental dimensions and physical space. When these rules of measurement, such as the rules of 3-dimensional and 4-dimensional space, are rearranged, it leads to the performance of magic. For example, a sudden burst of flame or lightning appearing out of nowhere is because these rules are being rearranged. Therefore, magic is essentially a rearrangement of the rules of space. Not wanting to listen to all this any further, Lee Min-jung asked Arin to just get to the point. Arin said that, in short, black magic feeds on negative feelings. In particular, emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. Black magic feeds on these emotional desires, becoming stronger as the emotions intensify. But the more a person burns their emotions, the faster they lose their mind. And ultimately, those who seek power through dark magic, they lose their human form and turn into monsters consumed by violence. Captain Lee asked how they could identify such people. Arin replied that she would understand as soon as she saw one. After all, you don't need to study magic to sense that something is wrong with a person. Lee Min-jun thought about something. She had heard that the director had recently met with Shi Wu and even offered him a position as a guard, if the director himself had made such an offer. Li Mingzhu smiled as she thought about it. After that, Li Mingzhu ordered Zhong Sue to tell the management office that they should not worry about Shi Wu. Li Mingzhu began to glow when she thought about this man, Meng Shi Wu. After working in the forge for a short time, the system informed Meng Shi Wu that he had created trash, and his divine metallurgy skill had increased by 0.1%. Meng Shi Wu was amazed that the system even called it trash. After all, what he had created was very different from ordinary equipment. Meng Shi Wu assumed that this was because he was creating something from building materials, the quality of which was significantly lower than that of his usual equipment. But even so, he was beginning to understand how it all worked. Meng Shi Wu smiled awkwardly, because the first thing he did was something that was considered the main cause of environmental destruction. But now the worst thing he can do is trash. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu realized something, because that means he still had time before he could raise his hunter rank and before Soyeon took the building materials. That meant he still had time to improve his skills to a level sufficient to build a decent house. Now he had only one question. Had Soyeon managed to find the materials he had asked for? At that moment a voice said, "I'm here," at the entrance to the smithy. Meng Shi Wu was a little puzzled by how perfectly Kim Soyeon sometimes appeared. Kim Soyeon said that, as she had expected, Meng Shi Wu was also here. Meng Shi Wu asked Soyeon how the search for building materials was going. Hearing this, Kim Soyeon suddenly frowned, then admitted that it was very difficult. She had previously asked her brother to help her with this, and they had even managed to find something, but it was very difficult. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear about her brother. Seeing his reaction, Kim Soyeon asked if she hadn't mentioned him before. Kim Soyeon then explained that she had a younger brother who had recently turned 20, named Kim Yi-jun. He had awakened and was currently working as a hunter, so she had asked him to find some materials. Meng Shi Wu felt uneasy after hearing this, because he had requested materials that were far from ordinary. These materials are obtained from monsters that are at the lowest B rank, which makes them difficult even for him to find. Shi Wu asked what rank her brother was. Kim Soyeon proudly replied that her brother was now a B rank hunter, but his trait is the highest A rank. Meng Shi Wu was amazed to hear this and even admitted that it sounded very impressive. Kim Soyeon awkwardly explained that her brother was still inexperienced and often got injured, but his trait was super regeneration, so she wasn't too worried about it. Meng Shi Wu was surprised at the trait Soyeon's brother had. Soyeon added that his ability to regenerate is enhanced, and, from what she has heard, he is capable of regenerating even severed limbs, like a troll. Kim Soyeon smiled broadly and asked Shi Wu not to worry. After all, she had already asked her brother for help, and even if it was only a little, he should be able to gather some of the materials. At that moment, So Palguan entered the room where Shi Wu and Soyeon were. So Palguan was not particularly surprised to see Soyeon there. Kim Soyeon greeted him and asked So Palguan how things were going with the equipment requested for the global metallurgy seminar. So Palguan replied that he was working on it and suggested that Soyeon take a look. Meanwhile, Meng Shi Wu was thinking about the construction materials. Apparently, the materials that Kim Yi-jun would gather would not be enough, which meant that he himself would also have to go hunting to raise his rank. Meng Shi Wu told everyone that he was leaving. Soyeon said that they would see each other next time. Park Dokgu exclaimed that she had finished her work. This time, the work was especially tiring. The boss sent her 184 videos, with a total duration of over 22 hours. But at least now she had worked off her break from last month. Park Dokgu was simply amazed by her boss, because it takes most people over a year to move from the lowest D rank to the lower C rank, but he did it in just 3 days. Her boss is really something. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out. Meng Shiu sent Dokgu 300 files and wrote that they were files for the next video. This puzzled Park Dokgu. Shocked, Park Dokgu wondered what this was all about. After all, he had already moved from the lowest C rank to the lowest B rank. Did that mean she would have to edit all of this? Park Dokgu received another message and glanced at it to see that her account had been credited with 10 million won. Park Dokgu was stunned when she suddenly saw 10 million won. A second later, her phone vibrated, and Dokgu received a message. Shiwu wrote that he had sent an additional payment for editing the video, and if the views were high, he would send her a bonus. Park Dokgu turned around and said that she had to do everything she could for her younger siblings. From the lowest D rank to A rank, Speedrun Guide, Part 1. It seemed like the video had just been released, but it already had 840,000 views. And the number of subscribers to World Conqueror reached 54,245. Almost none of the viewers could understand what they had watched, And what the hell was going on here? Is this video fake? Or is it some kind of bug? Really, what the hell is this? Meng Shi Wu was forced to admit that Dochul is very good at editing videos. 840,000 views in one day. Even he himself did not expect the video to go so viral. But of course, it was really difficult to film all this himself. It's almost impossible to count how many cameras he has already broken. Besides, he doesn't dare ask Dochul to film him, because she is just an ordinary person. Meng Shi Wu wondered if he should look for someone who was awake to film him. Meanwhile, Kim So-yeon was even more anxious than Shi Wu. Calling her brother again, So-yeon wondered why he still wasn't answering. Could it be that he was having some kind of problem? Kim So-yeon gasped in surprise when she suddenly heard footsteps and saw Shi Wu. She explained that she couldn't get in touch with Yi Jun. Shi Wu asked if she was talking about her brother. Kim So-yeon said that yesterday he told her he was going to the Dragon Turtle dungeon, but she hadn't been able to contact him since then. Shi Wu asked if she had tried to contact the administrative office. So-yeon replied that she had tried, and that they told her the dungeon had been cleared that day. Kim So-yeon wondered if her brother could have gotten into trouble. Meng Shi Wu suggested that her younger brother was probably fine, because if the dungeon had been cleared, then everything should be normal. Meng Shi Wu smiled and said that perhaps Kim Yi-jun had gone out drinking with his friends to celebrate. Moreover, 20 years old was the perfect age for such things. Kim So-yeon quietly said that her brother wasn't like that. Meng Shi Wu reminded her that her brother's trait was super regeneration. They also say that no news is good news. Therefore, he was sure that her younger brother was fine. But to be sure, they still had to file a report with the inspection bureau. So-yeon thanked Shi Wu and said she would go there right away. After that, Kim So-yeon headed to the inspection bureau, trying to call her brother along the way. In fact, Shi Wu was also worried about Lee Jun, but all he could do now was wait. Kim Lee Jun began to come to. He was bound in chains and found himself in an unknown room. Not yet fully awake, Kim Lee Jun tried to move but suddenly felt that he couldn't. Kim Lee Jun felt uneasy, because he clearly remembered that he had gathered a team to go through the Dragon Turtle dungeon to help his sister. And after the Dragon Turtle hunt was over, they went out for drinks. He couldn't remember anything that happened after that. So, had he been kidnapped? Suddenly, someone said that it would not be easy to escape. The stranger explained that these chains were custom-made, and that even an S-rank hunter would have a hard time breaking them. Kim Lee Jun asked what he wanted to do with him. The stranger asked if he was really interested. Approaching Kim Lee Jun, he asked what he knew about illegal awakened ones. This made Lee Jun flinch. Clutching his head, the guy in the lab coat suddenly started giggling. Then he shouted that it wouldn't be a lie if he said that they were all his masterpieces. So why? Why do they all just die and not appreciate his efforts? He was just trying to make them stronger. But they keep dying when he drinks a little of their blood. And they die, or they die when he cuts off their limbs. And they scream in pain. But he grabbed Kim Lee Jun's face and said that he was clearly different from all of them, right? Pandemonium member Du Yup-chul said that Lee Jun was definitely different from all of them, and that he should come over. Sometime later, Han Chai-ren sparred with Shi Wu with training swords, trying to hone her martial arts skills. As they swung their swords, Shi Wu told Chai-ren that Tai Chi is based on the philosophy of yin and yang, opposing forces that create and shape everything in the universe. Although yin and yang seem to be opposites, they are actually interconnected and dependent on each other. Previously, Shi Wu had planned to start teaching Chai-ren after he had created his own style, but even he was at a loss to explain it all, so instead, he decided to lay the foundation for Chai-ren based on Tai Chi and Chai-ren's character, her skill with blades, to turn even her roughest strikes into true fencing. This way, it will be much easier to help her develop her own style, and it will not be called Tai Chi sword. Nevertheless, it could become a unique fencing style that no one else has, possibly even reaching the S-rank level. Meng Shi Wu said that if she could understand and embody the principles of yin and yang in her blade. Meng Shi Wu knocked the blade out of Han Chai-ren's hands with one blow, and said that then she would be able to easily neutralize her opponent's attacks. Turning away in embarrassment, Han Chai-ren admitted that it was quite difficult to understand. Shi Wu said that she was doing well at the moment. In fact, he himself would not have been able to understand anything if he did not possess insight. But even without insight, he believes that Chai-ren is gradually developing her own style just by listening. Meng Shi Wu smiled and asked Chai-ren not to worry, because he would explain it to her as many times as necessary until she understood. Han Chai-ren thanked him for that. After that, Shi Wu smiled and suggested ending their lesson for the day. He then said that in that case, he would leave. But before he could finish, Chai-ren said that she thought she would be able to figure everything out by the end of the month. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear this. Then Charon said that this was what he had asked for earlier. Meng Shi Wu wondered what he had asked for, then suddenly remembered. Shi Wu asked if she was talking about the building permit. Charon nodded in confirmation, after which Shi Wu thanked her for it and said that she hadn't done anything at all. Meng Shi Wu had nothing to say in response to "did nothing at all," because that could only be true for Charon. Shi Wu wondered if the SH group was really above the law in Korea. Just 1 month. It was the perfect amount of time. By then, he would have finished preparing the necessary building materials. Jun Sua entered the captain's office and reported that they had received a missing person report for Kim Yi-jun. Captain Lee asked if there was anything new. Jun Sua said she should take a look at it first and handed her the sheet. It was a list of the group members who had entered the dungeon with Kim Yi-jun. Glancing over the list, Lee Min-jun noticed that they were illegal awakened ones. Jun Sua said that, to be more precise, all of those hunters were suspected of illegal awakening except for Yi-jun. Lee Min-jun suggested that they were deliberately pursuing Kim Yi-jun, then asked why he. Before her boss could finish, Sua said that she had heard that Yi-jun's special ability was super regeneration. Super regeneration allows him to regenerate even lost limbs. Lee Min-jun tensed up when she heard this, because it meant. With a certain disgust, Sue said that this was most likely the case. Yi-jun had been kidnapped for human experimentation. Meanwhile, near the dungeon, Mong Shiu still couldn't get in touch with him. Could it be that he was training? In any case, he had to tell Hercules about that idea for the video. He had been too busy lately, so he couldn't contact him. Meng Shi Wu chuckled awkwardly, remembering that he had even ignored some of the messages about training sessions. Meng Shi Wu hoped that he wasn't angry with him. In any case, he would be able to share the idea for the video even if Hercules decided to contact him personally. Right now, he should deal with these low-level B-rank ore golems. Meng Shi Wu took a deep breath, thinking that Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi power was based on a different foundation than Hercules' superpower. The 3 key elements of martial arts, mind, chi, and body. The wisdom of a gentleman from the teachings of Confucius applies to the mind. Hercules' super strength is related to the body, and Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi corresponds to chi. With his eyes closed, Meng Shi Wu raised his hand and struck forward with his palm. This caused the ore golem that had approached him to shatter into many pieces. Qi is the power used by the awakened. It is the life force that exists in all beings of nature in the universe. To use this power, a purification process is necessary, and its effectiveness can vary significantly depending on how this process is carried out. What allows the body to accumulate qi without the need for purification is Tai Chi. Meng Shi Wu struck with his fist. Suddenly, a beam of energy flashed through everything in its path. The dust raised by his blow blinded Meng Shi Wu for a second. But when he opened his eyes, he saw the corpses of suddenly killed monsters lying on the field in front of him. Looking at this, Meng Shi Wu could hardly believe that he had managed to do this with just one Tai Chi strike. Moreover, his Tai Chi had increased by 0.7% to 1.7% mastery. His super strength had increased by 0.8% to 22.28%, and his gentlemanly wisdom had increased by only 0.2% to 4.31%. Meng Shi Wu was already looking forward to what would come of this. Earlier, Hercules had told him that Tai Chi would help him greatly, but as it turned out, help was an understatement. There was just one problem, namely, the combination of Tai Chi and superpowers, which made his hands shake so much. In his current state, it was practically impossible to activate his superpowers in Tai Chi. But, as a rule, Tai Chi should be beyond human capabilities. He was very lucky in this regard. Meng Shi Wu smiled broadly with anticipation, for he did not expect that the art of divine medicine of Hua Tuo would be so useful to him. He said that mastering the art of divine medicine would allow a person to attain a divine body. It was like the rebirth of a caterpillar into a butterfly. He could only use part of this power, but thanks to it, he could already start practicing Tai Chi. He subscribed to Hua Tuo's channel in order to cure Soa's illness, but it turned out to be useful in many ways. Thanks to this, he could feel even better. His divine medicine skill increased by 1.1%, reaching 30.97%. Meng Shi Wu was delighted to see this, as one of his skills had finally crossed the 30% mark. Thanks to this, he would probably even be able to cure Soa to the point where she would finally be in excellent shape to finally get on with her college life. Be that as it may, Meng Shi Wu turned around to check something, and just as he thought, the camera was broken. He needed to find someone to take videos as soon as possible. Saddened, Meng Shi Wu wondered if divine metallurgy could be used to create an indestructible camera. Today he had cleared 15 B-rank dungeons. He needed to clear 500 dungeons to become an A-rank hunter, but at this rate, it would take much longer than he had expected. In B-rank dungeons, he had to collect resources, so it was difficult for him to speed up the process. Nevertheless, he still believes it can be done within a month. Meng Shi Wu thanked Midnight for allowing him to walk around freely. He even bought some extra meat for Midnight, when he suddenly remembered that it all cost 700,000 won, and wondered if it wasn't too much for a little one. He spends about 2 million won a day on food alone, which amounts to about 60 million won a month. And that's not even the membership fee for GodTube subscriptions. But for Midnight, it literally means nothing. On the other hand, it may mean something. As soon as the door to the house opened, Soa said that Shi Wu had finally arrived, and Midnight barked at him. Meng Shi Wu asked Soa if she was feeling well. Soa replied that she was, of course, and then added that Shi Wu had a guest. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear this, because who could his guest be, especially at such a late hour? Asking who it was, Meng Shi Wu peeked around the corner. He could have been anyone, but he certainly did not expect to see Li Mingjong here. Li Mingjong said she had been waiting for him. Quickly preparing himself for a conversation with Li Mingjong, Meng Shi Wu gave Midnight some meat and sat down at the table. After that, Li Mingjong watched in fear as the fearsome demonic puppy devoured all the meat like a black hole. Watching this, Li Mingjong was simply speechless. From the outside, it was quite entertaining to see. He had previously thought that the human butcher was cold and emotionless, but as he saw for himself, even she was capable of being puzzled by something. Meng Shi Wu asked Li Mingzhu what had brought her here. This instantly brought her back to her senses. Meng Shi Wu wondered why she looked so astonished. Li Mingjong cleared her throat and first apologized for visiting them so late. Then she said that she had come to share information about Kim Yi-jun. Soa turned to her brother, sensing the sudden change in the atmosphere. Meng Shu stood up and said that, judging by her appearance, he could assume that the news was clearly not good. Therefore, he suggested that they discuss it outside. After listening to Captain Li Minjun, Meng Shi Wu was shocked by what had happened, and he asked if Kim Yi-jun had been kidnapped to be used in experiments. Li Mingjong replied that this was most likely the case. In the past, having been awakened without a trace, he himself had subjected himself to various experiments. Although these experiments were legal, his body was destroyed and physically mutilated. But just imagine what illegal experiments on humans could do to a person. Even with super regeneration, there is a high risk that it could break him mentally. That means he has to find him as soon as possible. But Meng Shi Wu asked Captain Li Mingzhu why she had come to him specifically. Li Mingjong replied, "Pandemonium. There is a device that criminals use to avoid being recognized. This magical device can even erase traces captured on surveillance cameras. The one used by Pandemonium is high quality and can even fool S-rank hunters. This is why the Inspection Bureau couldn't find Pandemonium. But a few days ago, an extraordinary incident completely destroyed Pandemonium and the entire criminal world of Seoul. This was done by an unknown person, just suddenly on one random day." Li Minjun said that in cases of missing persons, there is such a thing as a golden hour. After this time has passed, the chances of survival for people in kidnapping cases become minimal. However, the family members of the missing person do not think so. Until the very end, they believe that their loved one is still alive, and that he will definitely return someday. For a guard from the Inspection Bureau, this is humiliating and degrading, but Li Mingzhu bowed and asked Meng Shi Wu for help. Meng Shi Wu found it hard to believe that Li Mingjong could go so far, especially since she has no connection to Yi-jun. Perhaps it is his insight, but he definitely senses Li Mingjong's emotions. Her shame, her pride, her regret as a guard, and above all, her sincere request as a human being. Meng Shi Wu asked Li Mingjong if she could stay with Soa until he returned. A little while later, returning to the street with Midnight, Shi Wu said that he was counting on him, and Midnight barked in response. According to the information provided by Li Minjung, this should be the entrance to the Dragon Turtle dungeon that Kim Yi-jun raided 3 days ago. After the raid with his group, he was last seen in a bar, which he visited with other members of the group. That means it would be best to start the investigation from this place. But any possible traces of his scent, most likely they will be too faint. That is why he is here now. Meng Shi Wu assumed that Midnight didn't just pick up scents like a dog. That was probably how he found him at the SH Group hospital back then. Midnight probably senses residual energy or magical waves. He couldn't be sure. But if his assumption was correct, then such traces would be more noticeable here, in the dungeon, than in the bar. Finally catching the trail, Midnight straightened up, pointing the way. Meng Shi Wu asked Midnight to lead him along the trail. Meanwhile, in the blood-soaked room, Kim Yi-jun screamed in pain from the experiments. Du Yeopchul told Kim Yi-jun that he, taking the chainsaw away from Yi-jun's shoulder for a second. Du Yeopchul said that he was absolutely the best. Pale and broken, Kim Yi-jun wondered how long. How many more times would he have to endure this pain before it all ended? And should he endure this pain until it ended? Would it ever end? He had already reached his limit, and if he just closed his eyes, he would finally be able to free himself from this pain. Noticing the look in his test subject's eyes, Dochul turned to him and said that he couldn't die here. Then he ordered Yijun not to die, because if he died, he would have to use his sister to continue the experiments. As soon as Yijun heard this, his will to live returned. Soyeon, his only sister. Struggling to overcome the pain, Yijun asked how he could dare, if he so much as touches her. Dochul explained that if Yijun died, he would simply have no other choice. Since they were related by blood, she might have abilities similar to his super regeneration. Kim Yijun said that his sister had no abilities. Dochul laughed and suggested looking at the results of a small test. Tears welled up in Yijun's eyes. He told himself that he had to endure this. After all, he couldn't let this madman touch her. After a short conversation, Dochul began cutting Yijun with a chainsaw again. Sometime later, Kim Yijun could no longer even tell how much time had passed. But he mustn't. He mustn't die here. He had to protect Soyeon. He had to. But he couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind Kim Yijun, and several pieces of the wall hit him. Moving forward, Meng Shi Wu turned to Yijun and said that his sister was worried about him. But after taking a closer look at Yijun, Meng Shi Wu was horrified, because Yijun's condition was simply terrible. And this despite the fact that such wounds should not be possible with his super regeneration. His ability to regenerate is superior to that of a troll, but he has already reached his limit. In his current state, it was not only his body that was at risk. There was a possibility that his mind had already gone mad. When suddenly Meng Shi Wu heard a quiet, "My sister." Soyeon, Meng Shi Wu was amazed that Yijun was able to hold on even after all this. Meng Shiu instantly reached for his needles. If Yijun hadn't broken down, then he still had a chance to save him. All Yijun had to do was hold on a little longer for his sister's sake. Kim Yijun opened his eyes slightly and said, "My sister." Then he asked if she was okay. Meng Shi Wu was glad to hear him because it meant that Yijun was getting better. Dochul suddenly ran into the laboratory and asked Shi Wu who he was, and how did he manage to find this place. Stomping with anger, Dochul said that this was his place. Then he started scratching his head rapidly, shouting that this place belonged to him alone, him and only him. As he did so, white dust fell from his head. Meng Shi Wu grimaced, as he found it disgusting to watch such a sight. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu realized that all these body parts were just lying around the room. Each of them was different in size and shape, and apparently, some of them belonged to other people, not just Yijun. Meng Shiu asked himself a frightening question. Could a human being have done all this? Becoming serious, Meng Shiu asked what the hell he had done here. But Dochul immediately shouted, "Who are you?" Then he suddenly calmed down and, after a few seconds of silence, said that Dochul suggested that the man in front of him was far from ordinary. And he asked, "Is that true? Is it true?" Repeating that the man in front of him was unusual, Dochul began to change, which puzzled even Meng Shi Wu. Kim Lee-jun asked Shi Wu to run and advised him to hurry. Dochul said that if he was exceptional, then he must have incredible abilities. After that, Dochul asked if he understood everything correctly. After all, he knew he was right. The eerily transformed Dochul spread his arms wide and asked Shi Wu to show him what kind of power he possessed. Then he asked what kind of specimen he would turn out to be. Crossbreeding C+, a trait of the highest C+ rank, which allows different types of plants to merge into one organism, making it useful for farmers. However, the person with this trait hated himself for having such a weak trait. With his twisted thinking, he eventually achieved what he should not have achieved. He began experimenting with combining the traits of the awakened, and even went so far as to combine the abilities of monsters. He even conducted experiments on himself. This led to his current appearance. Dochul asked Shi Wu what his trait would be. Kim Lee-jun told Shi Wu that he should run away from there immediately, but it was too late. Dochul attacked the frozen Shi Wu with his vile tentacles. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu calmly raised his hand to strike and told Dochul that he was disgusting. Then, with a single punch, he destroyed the tentacles that had attacked him. Kim Lee-jun simply couldn't believe what he saw and asked how. Along with destroying the tentacles that attacked him, Meng Shi Wu deprived Dochul of a large part of his monstrous body, his right arm, and part of his head. Suddenly, the pieces of flesh scattered around the room began to gravitate toward Dochul, restoring his body. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to see this madman regenerate. But in the next moment, he refused to consider it regeneration, as it was something more. Having restored part of his head, Dochul asked who he was. Moreover, he had just seen a remarkable trait. He possesses incredible power. But at the same time, he remains a simple human being. While he himself is different, he is a being that stands above all of humanity. And that means that such human weaklings shouldn't even dream of catching up with him. He is unattainable to all of them. With that said, Dochul swung his huge arm back, and with all his might, he charged it into Meng Shi Wu. Kim Lee-jun yelled at Shi Wu to dodge the attack. In turn, Dochul shouted that it was too late to run. With all his might, Dochul's huge hand struck the spot where Meng Shi Wu had been a moment ago, leaving him no chance of survival. Kim Lee-jun narrowed his eyes sharply, realizing that he was about to die, but he was simply blown away by a strong gust of wind. Opening his eyes, he was surprised to see his savior stop Dochul's fist. Even Dochul himself refused to believe it. Dochul wondered if he was really being overpowered. And this despite the fact that his strength came from the ogre's genes. Refusing to believe it, Dochul shouted that this simply could not be. But Meng Shi Wu once again deprived Dochul of a part of his body with a wave of his hand, preventing him from shouting any further. Suffering from another blow, Dochul asked how this was even possible. And in the next moment, he noticed Shi Wu, who had appeared out of nowhere, already preparing to attack his main body. Surprised, Dochul turned to Shi Wu and asked what the hell he was doing. But instead of answering, Meng Shi Wu simply struck with Tai Chi, tearing Dochul to pieces. Kim Lee-jun was amazed by the power his savior displayed time and time again. He asked how he managed to defeat this monster, although the question was wrong, because in reality, this man was the monster. After destroying Dochul, Meng Shi Wu quickly destroyed the pieces of his body so that he could no longer recover. Dochul said that this was simply impossible. Gathering himself into a semblance of a face from the pieces of his body, Dochul reminded Shi Wu that he was an ordinary person, so how could he be so strong? Dochul suggested that he had been gifted with power from the very beginning, and that he had always been powerful. But he in turn hates such people, despises Shi Wu for it, and wants to tear him to pieces. Dochul said that powerful bastards are always like that. They act like they are the best, and take everything for themselves. Meng Shi Wu asked, could it be, is that why he created all this? Just to gain more power? Dochul asked what he understood at all. Did he even imagine how terrible it felt to be weak and helpless? Tears began to flow from Dochul's eyes as he asked Shi Wu if he knew how the weak lived. Someone like him, born with enormous power, could never understand that. He would never be able to comprehend how pitiful and insignificant the lives of the weak were. Those who possess natural talent, those who possessed great skill from the very beginning, did not make any effort to earn what they have, and therefore they do not deserve it. Beginning to grow with new strength, increasing the number of terrifying faces along the way, Dochul growled that they were all just born with it. And yet they dare to tell them that they are weak because they don't try hard enough. They are disgusting, all of them, and that is why he would kill every single one of them. Meng Shiu said that he once thought the same way. Meng Shi Wu asked Hercules what he was thinking about while performing the 12 labors. It was precisely the 12 labors of Hercules that made Hercules a great hero. So Shi Wu wanted to know if he was thrilled about it. Heracles replied that at that moment, he just wanted to kill himself. Meng Shi Wu was confused by what he heard and wondered if Hercules was joking again. Heracles said that at that time he was overcome with madness, which led him to kill his own family. Every day of his life was a living hell because of his overwhelming guilt. He literally felt that he did not deserve to live. But at the last moment, Theseus stopped him. He said that there was no point in correcting his mistakes through suicide. That is why he accepted those trials, not for some great ambition or because of his determination. He accepted the trials to atone for his sins. It was incredibly difficult. He was close to death so many times that he could hardly count them. And every day he thought only that he would not be able to continue and that he should just give up. Hercules asked Shi Wu if he believed in him. Previously, Meng Shi Wu considered Hercules to be an absolute being who passed tests and overcame difficulties without any effort. Hercules said that the result matters, but if you ask him whether the result is the most important thing, he will say no. How you achieve these results and what you go through to achieve them. In his view, that is what matters most. Reaching for the skin of the Nemean lion's head, Hercules said that they say he was able to perform 12 labors because he is Hercules, and that he was able to achieve such heights because he is a mighty being. Appearing before Shi Wu without his mask, Hercules reminded him that no one is born great, and that there are only great trials. Greatness and success are not as complicated as many people think. Of course, everyone has their own difficult situations. Some may even say that their circumstances make challenges impossible to solve or overcome, and that is true. But these two things are not related to overcoming difficult circumstances or situations. They all boil down to one thing, and that is why it has to be you. It doesn't matter if it's childish or absurd. The main thing is that it's yours. Hercules asked Shi Wu to always remember this. When you strive to achieve something, the thousands of reasons why you can't do it are not important. The only reason why it has to be you is the one that will take you where you want to go. Smiling, Hercules said that standing here, just as he is where all the greatness lies. Strength and weakness are not determined solely by innate abilities. Meng Shi Wu told Du Yupcho that there was no need to focus on the results they saw before them. After all, he was just looking for excuses. Transformed into a whirlwind of flesh and blood, Du Yupchul screamed as he devoured the spattered blood and flesh. Meng Shi Wu took a deep breath, concentrating the mind of the Confucian gentleman, Tai Chi Jiangchang Sanfeng, and the superhuman strength of Hercules. Bringing these powers into harmony, the monster roared, trying to attack Shi Wu and Li Jun with its blood, but failed to break through the Qi shield. Raising his fist, Meng Shi Wu used the second form of Heracles' divine martial arts. And striking forward with his fist, he used the super strike that destroys the sky. Meng Shi Wu's blow destroyed everything in front of him, even turning the world white. Seeing the world painted white, Kim Li Jun couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. After using the second form, Meng Shi Wu was hit with recoil, and the pain from his strike was no joke. The recoil from using Tai Chi with 2 more divine traits was so strong that he planned to avoid using divine martial arts in conjunction with Tai Chi. But that bastard's nonsense was already starting to annoy him. Looking at his hand trembling with pain, Meng Shi Wu admitted that he couldn't believe he had succeeded. Normally, if he had done this, he would have fainted immediately. Kim Li Jun tried to say something, which caught Meng Shi Wu's attention. Shi Wu asked if he could move on his own. Li Jun apologized because he didn't immediately understand what he meant, but after a second he replied that he could move. Moreover, he believed that his body was almost completely healed. Kim Li Jun then tried to move, rattling his chains, and explained that it was because of these chains that he still couldn't move. Lowering his gaze, Kim Li Jun said that he had heard that even an S rank would have difficulty breaking these chains. Meanwhile, Meng Shi Wu reached for the chains. Hearing the clanking of the chains, Kim Li Jun asked what he was going to do. But before he could finish, Shi Wu had already broken free from the chains and asked if he could move now. Li Jun asked what he meant. Immediately after, he looked at the chains that had been restraining him, which had disappeared somewhere, and said that he could now. Kim Li Jun laughed, then asked Shi Wu who he was. In fact, Meng Shi Wu had been waiting for a long time for Li Jun to ask him that question. Shi Wu replied that he was his sister's friend. Kim Li Jun was surprised to hear that he was his sister's friend, and decided to clarify whether he meant to say that he was his sister's boyfriend. Shi Wu replied that he was just a friend. Li Jun asked if that was true. Li Jun wondered why he would lie about it. Kim Li Jun asked if his sister was okay, and if she had been hurt. Shi Wu replied that she was not okay, which frightened Li Jun. Shi Wu then explained that his sister had been very worried about him over the last few days. In any case, he would be able to ask his sister about everything himself. After that, Shi Wu stretched out his trembling hand and awkwardly explained that he might look normal now. But since he didn't have super regeneration, he barely had the strength to explain everything to him. Kim Li Jun froze and muttered a little. Then Kim Li Jun stood up, bowed, and thanked Meng Shi Wu for saving him. Meng Shi smiled and suggested that Li Jun return home. Sometime later, Ju Wan returned to the laboratory of one of the members of Pandemonium, Du Yupchul, but to his surprise there were only ruins here. Ju Wan asked where Yupchul was now. The assistant suggested that he had been killed, and that there was no trace of his body left. Ju Wan asked if that meant Yupchul had been completely erased from this place. And did they still have data on his research? To which the assistant replied that they had retrieved all the remaining materials they could, but were unable to recover the main materials of his work. Their plans for mass production of human weapons by transplanting the traits of other awakened beings, as well as their plans to create terrifying creatures by implanting monster genes into them, had all simply vanished. In just one day, years of Pandemonium's work were lost. There were no signs of blade work on the walls. That meant it wasn't Park Seong-jae, so what the hell had happened here? The secretary turned to his boss and reminded him that the guards would be arriving soon, which meant it was time for them to leave. Ju Wan ordered to find the person responsible for what had happened, regardless of the circumstances. Meanwhile, near Shi Wu's house, Meng Shi Wu asked, "In what sense does Soa know everything?" Li Minjung said that apparently Soa already knew that he was a hunter and that he had a channel on YouTube. She decided not to go into details, but she only briefly mentioned the incident. Li Mingjong explained that as a guard, she felt it was necessary to make it clear that she wasn't looking for Shi Wu, because he had gotten himself into something bad. Li Mingju suggested that her younger sister thought he had his reasons for not telling her about it. In fact, Meng Shi Wu kept quiet because he didn't want to worry Soa. especially considering her health. But she already knew everything. As long as he could remember, Soa had always quietly supported him, staying one step behind. He thought that he was the only one protecting her, but at the same time, she was supporting him too. Li Mingjong said that Soa was a good sister and at the same time wise. Shi Wu laughed and admitted that she really was. After that, Li Mingjong added that he was a good older brother. He is not like her at all. Meng Shi Wu asked if Captain Li also has a brother. Li Mingju said that he does, and that he is 14 years old, and that in her memory, he would never grow older. Meng Shi Wu remained silent, understanding where she was going with this. Li Mingjong said that Dochul was an awakened with the trait of crossbreeding, and that, as it turned out, he was capable of combining not only the traits of the awakened, but also the genes of monsters. Meng Shi Wu asked if such a thing was possible. Hercules once told him that traits were linked to a unique personality, which meant that it was impossible to rewrite one trait with another. Li Mingjong replied that it was theoretically possible, but in practice, a person would not be able to retain their own sense of identity in such a case. Pandemonium planned to mass-produce illegal awakened ones using this ability, and she didn't even want to imagine how many victims there would be if they didn't stop them. She couldn't speak on behalf of the Inspection Bureau guard, but Li Mingju bowed and said that she was truly grateful to him. Pandemonium's plan to create a huge number of illegal awakened beings led to a large-scale investigation by the Bureau. However, due to the horrific nature of the incident, they did not release this information to the media in order to avoid causing mass panic. Kim Yi-jun managed to return safely, and the case was neatly closed. Meng Shi Wu struck again, destroying a horde of monsters, and the skill of the divine traits gradually increased. Meng Shi Wu sighed and began to look at his smartphone with a smirk. Apparently, the skills he used that time had been transferred to this battle without any significant losses. But something made Shi Wu cry, namely the number of cameras he broke while clearing the dungeons. If this continued, the cost of filming equipment would easily exceed his income from YouTube. Meng Shi Wu sighed and admitted that he would very much like someone to film all this for him. After dismantling the remains of one of the cameras, tears welled up in Shi Wu's eyes, because at least this memory card was intact and the recordings were unharmed. As he began to collect loot from the monsters, Meng Shi Wu wondered why it was so difficult to book dungeons like this one. After all, it was his first time doing this. What's more, he had finally obtained the dragon turtle shell he needed for construction. This material was practically indistinguishable from real dragon skin. As he headed for the dungeon exit, Shi Wu thought that gathering building materials might take some time, but by then, he would probably already be an A-rank hunter. As soon as he came out, Shi Wu was immediately congratulated on his exit from the dungeon. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to suddenly see Kim Yi-jun in front of him. Meng Shi Wu asked how he knew he would be here, and how he recovered so quickly. Kim Yi-jun replied that he found out where Shi Wu was from the management office, which puzzled him even more. Kim Yi-jun explained that they had not given him a direct answer. He took out a list and said that the Bureau had only told him that the dungeon cleaner had already cleared most of the accessible dungeons, and gave him a list of those that had been cleared. Meng Shi Wu suddenly felt uneasy and asked if he had personally checked all those dungeons. Embarrassed by this, Kim Li-jun said that this was indeed the case, and that he had nearly died of exhaustion while searching for him. Meng Shi Wu was simply speechless because of this guy. Meng Shi Wu asked why he couldn't just contact him. Li-jun reminded him that he didn't actually have Shi Wu's number. Shi Wu then asked why he didn't just ask his sister. The guy in front of him was clearly crazy. Kim Yi-jun was surprised by what he heard and admitted that Shi Wu was a genius. Now that that was settled, Shi Wu asked why he was looking for him. Kim Yi-jun realized that he had been distracted, and told him that he had learned from his sister that Shi Wu was farming loot from monsters. That was why he had come to help him with it. Meng Shi Wu had saved his life, so this was the least he could do for him. Meng Shiu said that he didn't really need help clearing the dungeons. He was curious as to why Yi-jun was being overly friendly to him. Meng Shiu added that Kim Yi-jun was a B-rank hunter, and that he wouldn't dare to command someone so talented. Kim Li-jun said that Shi Wu wouldn't have to share the profits with him, which made Meng Shi Wu's eyes light up, and he asked if Li-jun was saying he was willing to help him for free. Kim Li-jun said that according to his sister, Shi Wu had helped her a lot. Meng Shi Wu said that Soyeon had also helped and asked Li-jun not to worry about it, then turned and left. Kim Li-jun asked Li-jun to wait. He asked what he thought about going on a raid together, at least once. He could make a decision after that. In addition, he had reserved a raid on dragon turtles. Hearing this, Meng Shi Wu turned around sharply and asked, drooling, "What?" Dragon turtles were very popular monsters, which made the competition for the right to book a dungeon with them literally murderous. Li Jun's fighting spirit flared up, and he suggested that Shi Wu go on the raid right now, where he could show how useful he was. And of course, he would be able to keep all the profits for himself. Meng Shi Wu thought about it again. He had no doubt that Kim Lee-jun would easily give up. But he himself had nothing to lose because Lee-jun was giving up his share. Meng Shi Wu remembered something in his hand and looked at the broken camera lens. Then it dawned on Meng Shi Wu. Yi-jun is an awakened B rank, and his highest A rank trait is super regeneration. Even if Lee-jun gets injured, he will recover. If something goes wrong, he can use the art of divine medicine, which means he doesn't have to worry too much about him during battle. Meng Shi Wu approached Lee-jun and, placing his hand on his shoulder, asked if he knew how to use the camera. He had a suggestion. A powerful energy explosion rumbled in the middle of the dungeon. With a single blow using Tai Chi, Meng Shi Wu could easily defeat a group of B-rank creatures. As it turned out, these dragon turtles were less durable than he had previously thought. When he strikes, he doesn't feel like he's breaking something hard, but rather erasing its very strength. That's why he doesn't feel the impact. When he used the sky-shattering super strike, he didn't notice it, but when hunting dragon turtles, it became obvious. The true power of Tai Chi is the ability to turn something into nothing. Picking up the dragon turtle's shell, Meng Shi Wu thought that Tai Chi neutralizes the strongest feature of dragon turtles. Most importantly, Tai Chi combines with his superpower, so it's no surprise that Hercules advised him to study Tai Chi. Suddenly, the piece of shell that Shi Wu was lifting began to crumble. Shi Wu remembered that he had completely forgotten to control his strength. Meng Shi suddenly remembered Lee-jun and asked how the filming was going. But Lee-jun suddenly gasped and said, "What?" Then he replied that the filming was going well. Kim Lee-jun tried to understand how it was even possible to kill 20 dragon turtles in 1 minute. And what had just happened? Grabbing his camera, Shi Wu said that the base salary is 10 million won, but he will not receive any additional payments for views. Shi Wu then asked him not to worry, as he will still receive bonuses and incentives. Kim Lee-jun said that now he understood, and promised Shi Wu that he would do everything he could. Sometime later, in Park Dok-gu's apartment. After watching the new recording, Park Dok-gu couldn't help but ask herself one question. When did the boss manage to hire a cameraman? Huge werewolves surrounded Kim Lee-jun, but he didn't even pay attention to them. He asked Shi Wu to leave it to him, and said he would hold them off here. Immediately after that, one of the werewolves struck Lee-jun, inflicting a huge wound on his chest. Kim Lee-jun coughed up blood, then asked the werewolf with a smirk if he really thought he could defeat him with that. Then he said that Shi Wu had actually entrusted him with this camera. Kim Lee-jun jumped up and shouted that he would protect the camera even if it cost him his life. The werewolves were very puzzled by this man's behavior. Even Park Dok-gu couldn't believe what she was seeing. Park Dok-gu wondered what the hell was going on. Meng Shi Wu approached the wounded Lee-jun to help him, but he suddenly raised his trembling hand and asked her not to worry about him and to continue her work. Puzzled, Shi Wu asked what he was doing. Kim Lee-jun said that it was an honor for him to work as his cameraman. Park Dok-gu said to herself that at least now she would be able to edit videos with better quality. Entering the smithy, Meng Shi Wu was surprised to see Kim So-yeon there too and greeted her. Kim So-yeon was about to say something, but suddenly stopped. After a short pause, she said that she had learned from Lee-jun that he had been training Lee-jun a lot lately. Meng Shi Wu asked how he was training. In fact, he was just getting some help from Lee-jun. Thanks to Lee-jun, he no longer had to worry about his camera breaking during a fight. Although Lee-jun causes a commotion, he takes care of all the routine work, even booking dungeons, as well as transporting and collecting monster corpses. Embarrassed, Kim So-yeon admitted that she didn't have time to say it last time, but she doesn't know how to thank him for saving her brother. Meng Shi Wu said it was a family matter, which made So-yeon's heart beat faster, and she asked, "What?" Noticing how So-yeon blushed, Shi Wu asked what was wrong. So-yeon said that he mentioned something about family. Not understanding her reaction, Shi Wu asked, "Isn't Lee-jun her brother?" This confused So-yeon even more. Seeing her surprise, he asked, "He really is her brother, right?" Kim So-yeon blushed because she misunderstood Shi Wu's words. Meng Shi Wu asked what she was thinking about. So-yeon replied that she wasn't thinking about anything. So-yeon said that Lee-jun had said strange things about Shi Wu being his brother-in-law, or something like that. Shi Wu asked her about it again, but So-yeon covered up and said nothing. After that, So-yeon asked him to forget about it, and ran away to Mr. Palguan to ask him something about his equipment. Meng Shi Wu wondered what was wrong with her. Anyway, he'll soon become an A-rank hunter, and he's not far off from getting 100,000 followers. Plus, he's already gathered most of the building materials he needs, and the permits are almost ready. The preparations for the construction of their new home were almost complete. Sometime later, in Meng Shi Wu's room. Meng Shi Wu suddenly received an incoming call and reached for his smartphone to see who was calling him at such an hour. But when he saw that it was Hercules, Meng Shi Wu changed abruptly, as he had completely forgotten about him. He had been too busy lately, which is why he had even ignored Hercules' calls. What's more, he had forgotten that he had something to tell him. Meng Shi Wu hesitated to answer the phone because Hercules was probably very upset about being ignored. Or worse, he might be furious. Meng Shi Wu wondered if he should answer. Hercules requested a video call. Are you ready to accept it? Meng Shi Wu decided to let fate take its course and, closing his eyes, touched his smartphone. Hercules was surprised that Shi Wu had finally answered his call. Hercules asked if he knew how worried he had been about him. Hercules' voice sounded much calmer than Shi Wu had expected, so Shi Wu assumed that he shouldn't have been so afraid of it in the first place. Meng Shi Wu decided to open his eyes slightly to look at Hercules. Clearly not calm, Hercules, who was barely holding himself back, asked why he wasn't answering his calls. Meng Shi Wu realized that he had jumped to conclusions because Hercules was very angry. Meng Shi Wu awkwardly explained that he couldn't answer because he had very important business to attend to. Hercules accepted his answer because Shi Wu couldn't ignore him if something insignificant happened to him. Meng Shi Wu admitted that it was completely unintentional and that he was indeed very busy with important matters that conflicted with their schedule. Hercules said that he knew how busy he was with work, and obviously this work took priority over his other priorities. Shi Wu hung his head, as he was incredibly ashamed in front of Hercules. Hercules said that he understood why he hadn't said anything to him all this time. But during that time, his number of subscribers had dropped to 90. Hearing this, Meng Shi Wu wondered how this had happened. After all, Hercules' number of subscribers had risen to 100 after his last video. Smiling broadly, Hercules said that he understood everything, and that it was all in the distant past. However, Shi Wu had rested enough during this time. Hercules cracked his knuckles and said that for this reason, today they would work at full capacity and conduct an intense full-body workout. Hercules suggested that Shi Wu start their training right away. Meng Shi Wu was in a panic, and all he could manage was a hysterical, haha. But after several sets, all Shi Wu could do was sigh painfully. During the workout, Hercules noticed that Shi Wu's posture was incorrect, and since that was the case, it didn't count. So Shi Wu had to do it all over again. Meng Shi Wu knew it was practically impossible for him, but he couldn't refuse Hercules. With his last ounce of strength, Shi Wu continued to hold on. Hercules ordered Shi Wu not to be lazy and to speed up, otherwise this training would not count, and he would have to start over. But since Shi Wu had simply made a mistake, he was willing to forgive him if he did 10 more. The full moon was shining in the sky. 1, 2, 3. A series of notifications came to his smartphone. Thanks to these training sessions, Shi Wu's superpower had reached 29.05%. Shi Wu was amazed that he had gained as much as 3% skill during this training session. He could literally feel a whole new level of power coursing through his body, as if a new force was erupting from within. And this power did erupt, because Meng Shi Wu vomited due to excessive strain. He couldn't take it anymore, and this was no joke. If things continued like this, he would seriously end up in the afterlife. The best option now would be to use Tai Chi with Heracles' divine martial arts in order to simply die on the spot. Hercules noticed that Shi Wu had relaxed too much and leaned over to remind him that his training session was not over yet. Hercules asked who had allowed him to stop training. Had someone threatened him with a knife or something else? Now Shi Wu was sure of it. Hercules was really trying to kill him, and he would do it by tearing his muscles apart. Probably, this bastard with a lion's skin did not want to let him go alive today. Satisfied with himself, Hercules explained to Shi Wu that they were just getting started. Clapping his hands, Hercules said that 3,000 burpees awaited them, when suddenly Shi Wu shouted, "Stop!" at him. After catching his breath, Shi Wu reminded him that he actually had an idea for a new Hercules video. The next morning, the Egyptian pyramids. The Sphinx suddenly flew up to one of the pyramids. The Sphinx landed on top of the pyramid, where Hercules was already waiting for her. The Sphinx was shocked to see Hercules there and asked why. Why was he there? Was he looking for her? Hercules replied that he wasn't looking for her for anything serious, because he had only come to challenge her to a riddle contest. The Sphinx shuddered when she heard this and decided to ask again. A riddle contest? Hercules smiled and said that was exactly what it was. But he wanted to make the game a little more interesting. He proposed adding a new rule to the game. Hercules asked, "What do you mean, a riddle contest?" To which Shi Wu replied that Hercules would compete with the Sphinx. And, if he remembered correctly, there was a video related to this topic on the Sphinx's channel. The first subscriber to solve the riddle will receive a pass for a lunch with Cleopatra, the greatest beauty of Egypt. Cleopatra herself is not the answer to the riddle. Shi Wu asked if he knew that no one had yet been able to answer the riddle. Hercules asked if he really thought he could answer the riddle correctly. Shi Wu asked, "Why not? After all, it's just a riddle." Hercules reminded him that the Sphinx's riddle would not be so easy to solve. And anyway, did Shi Wu know that even Thoth, the god of wisdom, had lost to the Sphinx? After her long-ago defeat by Oedipus, the Sphinx had become completely obsessed with riddles. Meng Shi Wu was surprised by what he heard and asked, "Really?" But that was even better for them, because by defeating someone like her, Hercules would be able to attract enough attention to reach a new level of popularity. Hercules' eyes lit up, even though it was his headdress, and he asked if that meant Shi Wu had a plan for how he could defeat Cleopatra. Shi Wu honestly replied that he had no idea. Hercules was puzzled by what he heard. Meng Shi Wu reminded him that even Thoth, with his omniscience, had failed to defeat the Sphinx, so how could they do it? An angry Hercules said that he would now do 5,000 burpees. Mong Shiu added sharply, however, victory was not their goal in the competition. Hercules asked what he meant by that. Meng Shi Wu said that this did not mean that they had to win, because their true goal, they must obtain high-quality content that is sure to go viral. Hercules suggested that the Sphinx make the riddle competition more interesting by adding a new rule. The Sphinx was surprised to hear this and asked what he meant. Hercules explained that for every wrong answer, the loser of the round would receive 1 blow. Hercules asked her what she thought of this rule. The Sphinx shuddered, because it was not a rule, but a death sentence, as Hercules' blows were strong enough to smash her to the ground. Hercules smiled and suggested that the Sphinx ask him 2 riddles, after which he would ask her 1 riddle. He then asked if that would be fair. She could simply give the correct answer to his question and strike him again. Or was the almighty Sphinx afraid that she would lose to him in riddles? The Sphinx froze to think about it, and after a few seconds, she quietly agreed to compete with Hercules. Then she descended from the pyramid. This competition was her golden opportunity to beat this muscle-headed man. Hercules praised the Sphinx for daring to play the game with him and suggested they begin. The Sphinx said that her first riddle would be, still a little nervous, the Sphinx asked, "What is born in the ocean, dies when it returns to it, but lives when it leaves it?" Hercules thought for a moment and after a short pause answered, "A whale." The Sphinx then said that the correct answer was salt. After Hercules lost, the Sphinx froze. Hercules asked why she was just standing there. He beckoned her with his hand and said she could strike him. The Sphinx trembled, trying to understand whether she could really strike Hercules. What if he got angry and tore her to pieces immediately after the blow? Hercules asked the Sphinx to hurry up and said that rules are rules. The Sphinx did not understand what she should do, but she decided to do it anyway. The Sphinx closed her eyes and swung her paw, striking the muscle-bound man. Hercules coughed up blood, then complained about the dust from the Sphinx's attack. He was clearly furious, which made the Sphinx's heart sink, and she was about to run away. In a panic, the Sphinx reminded him that he had agreed to this himself and that this blow was part of their game. But to her surprise, Hercules spat out blood and asked who was arguing with her. Then he asked the next question. As it turned out, he really wasn't going to take revenge on her for this blow, which was just wonderful. And so the Sphinx decided to ask Hercules the next riddle. Regardless of clothing, my true color is always visible. Only one color, but no size. So what am I? After a moment's thought, Hercules replied, "Black clothing." The Sphinx smiled and said that the correct answer was shadow. Realizing that Hercules would not break the rules of the game and strike her back, the Sphinx decided not to hold back this time and hit him with all her might. And so the Sphinx swung her paw again, but this time with all her might. After being struck by the Sphinx, Hercules began to bleed. Hercules asked if he understood correctly that it was his turn next. A little nervous about how much force she had used, the Sphinx confirmed that this was the case. She understood that all she had to do was answer Hercules' question correctly. Hercules asked if the Sphinx knew about centaurs. Then he posed a riddle. When a centaur is expecting a child, which of its halves grows a belly? Because of Hercules' riddle, silence hung in the air. The Sphinx was completely confused. Hercules asked if she really did not know the answer. The Sphinx panicked and asked Hercules to wait and give her time to think. The upper part of the body is human and the lower part is horse, but neither part of the body has the appropriate organs. So which part is it? Hercules asked. You have no idea? The Sphinx shuddered, as this was true, and nervously asked Hercules to wait. She still couldn't believe that there was a riddle she couldn't solve. But that was impossible. Hercules cracked his neck and smiled broadly, then suggested she simply guess. After that, he asked if she was ready to take the blow. The Sphinx screamed in fear and immediately flew away. She realized that she was about to die, and there was not even the slightest doubt about it. The Sphinx asked Hercules, So what is the answer? But she did not hear an answer, after which Hercules suggested that the Sphinx strike him. The Sphinx was stunned by what she heard and asked why. Hercules reminded her that if she did not know the answer, she had to take the blow. That was their deal. The Sphinx asked why she had to strike him. Suddenly she understood what was going on, which made the Sphinx very angry. Hercules replied that she had understood correctly. He said there was a riddle, but he never said he knew the answer. The Sphinx began to fly away from Hercules, begging him to spare her, because she did not want to die. Energy began to circulate around Hercules. Then he said that since she was not making the first move, he would. Then he would make it himself. Hercules' Divine Martial Art, Form 2. Super Strike destroying the sky. The system notified Meng Shi Wu that he had acquired knowledge of Hercules' perfect divine martial art. In fact, even Meng Shi Wu felt a little creepy after seeing this power. Suddenly, the system notified Meng Shi Wu that his mastery of Hercules' divine martial art had increased by 0.1%, which surprised Meng Shi Wu, as he had advanced simply by watching the video. The idea for the video was really successful, and Hercules' subscriber count increased from 90 to 783. Nikairan wrote in the comments that it actually depends on which part of the body is used, so both options are actually correct. Monkey King thought it was funny. In the comments, he admitted that he unsubscribed because the channel was idle without videos, but rumors made him come back, and as it turned out, he unsubscribed for nothing. After that, he asked Hercules if he wanted to fight somehow. The SH group building. The secretary asked Miss Han if she could take a look at it. He then handed her the letter and said that, apparently, Miss Han had made this request on behalf of a man named Meng Shi Wu. Han Mina wondered if her cousin had approached her on his behalf. She then asked the secretary what their relationship was. The secretary admitted that they had been unable to confirm the exact nature of their relationship, but it seemed that Miss Han was spending some time with Shi Wu, about 2 or 3 times a week. They also meet on the 4th floor in the SH Group Hunters Guild office. Director Han Mina was completely shocked by what she heard and asked in a trembling voice, "Are they alone together? Does this mean that her Chaerin is dating a man? The girl who didn't even glance at countless celebrities and second-generation chibols? Her niece was dating." Han Mina decided that as Han Chairin's aunt, she simply couldn't sit idly by after learning this. Meanwhile, at Meng Shi Wu's house, Hercules bowed to his master and sincerely thanked him, because it was only thanks to his help that he was able to gain his first 1,000 subscribers. Hercules thanked Shi Wu and apologized for his past rudeness and ignorance towards him. Meng Shi Wu was a little surprised to hear this, because it meant that Hercules had gained another 300 subscribers overnight. Shi Wu asked Hercules to stand up, but Hercules had no intention of doing so. Hercules admitted that he was ashamed of having disappointed his master. He then asked how he could dare to raise his head after his sins. Meng Shi Wu, who was very embarrassed, reminded him that it was actually he who had told Hercules about this idea too late, and therefore he understood why Hercules had acted this way. Shi Wu asked Hercules to get up again. Suddenly, Hercules banged his forehead on the ground and asked loudly what he was talking about. After all, it was natural for such a person to have many responsibilities, and therefore the blame for impatience and haste lay entirely with him. Shi Wu decided to change the subject. He asked Hercules what had happened to the Sphinx. She wasn't really dead, was she? Hercules raised his head and replied that she was not dead. Hercules said that she begged for mercy, and he decided to take pity on her. Then he grinned and added that he had restrained himself. He hadn't hit her too hard. Piercing Hercules with his gaze, Meng Shi Wu asked if he really called that holding back. Hercules suddenly remembered that he had stolen something from her, and, starting to search for it, said that, to be more precise, the Sphinx had given it to him in gratitude. Meng Shi Wu suddenly received a notification that Hercules had given him a free subscription. Hercules proudly said that he had originally intended to take a gift subscription to the Sphinx channel. More precisely, she had given it to him, so what should he do with it? And then he remembered his master. He snatched it from... More precisely, he exchanged the Sphinx subscription for a free subscription. Money slave Meng Shi Wu couldn't hold back his excitement when he got his 4th free subscription. Considering the subscription fee, it's worth hundreds of millions or even hundreds of billions of won. It's a real jackpot. Meng Shi Wu raised his fist and admitted that this was indeed the best gift. After that, Hercules admitted that he was happy to see Shi Wu happy with such a gift, and bumped fists with him. Suddenly, Hercules remembered that there was one more thing he had received from the Sphinx, and he would of course give it to Shi Wu. Shi Wu suddenly received an invitation from Hercules to have lunch with Cleopatra. This completely confused him. Hercules said that he had heard that Cleopatra was incredibly beautiful. Then he became embarrassed. because according to rumors, Cleopatra's beauty was comparable to that of Aphrodite herself. Hercules asked why Shi Wu didn't meet her sometime, but Shi Wu just giggled hysterically, breaking out in a sweat. What the hell was going on here? Sometime later, in the restaurant, bringing the food, the waitress awkwardly said, "Here is your order," after which Shi Wu thanked her. In fact, Shi Wu himself was terribly embarrassed by this, and he wanted to know how it had come to this. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Cleopatra greeted Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu couldn't believe that he was having a virtual dinner with Cleopatra. Seeing him, people would think he was crazy, and they were indeed whispering about him behind his back. But still, there was something Shi Wu couldn't help but admit. He couldn't help but admit that Cleopatra was truly beautiful. Meng Shi Wu sighed, remembering Confucius's words, "A gentleman values wisdom, not appearance." The gentleman's mind increased by 0.5%. Meng Shi Wu decided to drink some water, thinking that this did not apply to Cleopatra, because her beauty could even increase a gentleman's wisdom. Suddenly Cleopatra turned to Shi Wu and asked if he would like to marry her. Shocked, Meng Shi Wu spit out the entire contents of his glass. After that, the stunned Shi Wu apologized, as he did not understand how it had come to this. Meng Shi Wu wondered if she had gone mad. Noticing Shi Wu's expression, Cleopatra remarked that he looked as if he doubted her sanity, to which Shi Wu replied that she was not mistaken. Cleopatra asked if that meant Cleopatra explained that she was just making an assumption, and that she didn't even know what he was thinking. Cleopatra then asked if he was trying to look cool in front of her. Shi Wu replied that he was just being honest. Cleopatra said that he was the first man to talk to her like that, and that most men usually said they were ready to move heaven and earth for her. Meng Shi Wu was not at all surprised by what he heard, because who wouldn't do such a thing for such a beautiful smile? More likely, they would even give her the moon and the stars if they were capable of it. Cleopatra approached him and asked with a smile what his answer would be. Did he want to marry her? Meng Shi Wu wondered why she always came to that conclusion. Shi Wu asked if she was trying to joke with him. Cleopatra replied that she was absolutely serious. Shi Wu explained that if that was the case, he would firmly refuse. Cleopatra was surprised by what she heard, and asked if he didn't like her. Or, did he think she was ugly? Meng Shi Wu explained that it wasn't that at all, and that they couldn't even meet in person. Cleopatra then asked if love required physical interaction. With an awkward smile, Shi Wu replied that it was not necessary, but he believed that to some extent it was necessary. Although in reality, he believed that it was very important. Cleopatra came to the conclusion that Shi Wu did not desire her. After that, he said that he was simply resisting temptation, but for the person he loved, he would be willing to move mountains. Cleopatra suddenly shuddered, because it dawned on her. Cleopatra admitted that she was falling more and more in love with him. Meng Shi Wu immediately decided that she was lying, but Cleopatra, as if reading his thoughts, asked if he really thought she was lying. Meng Shi Wu admitted that she was right. Cleopatra then asked if he could at least try to deny it out of politeness. Shi Wu replied that he couldn't do that. After each answer to Cleopatra, Meng Shi Wu heard notifications from his smartphone over and over again. Looking at these notifications, Shi Wu was amazed at what he saw. Because a gentleman's mind was one of his slowest traits, but his skill was growing simply because of his conversation with Cleopatra. This showed that if he didn't control himself, something might suddenly happen. Meng Shi Wu reminded Cleopatra that he was human, which meant he couldn't be with her. Cleopatra said that he didn't seem human, especially considering how he rejected her advances. Suddenly, Cleopatra became embarrassed and asked if it could be that he simply had problems down below. Shi Wu asked if they could end the dinner there. Cleopatra laughed and apologized to Shi Wu for her joke. Cleopatra then asked, what if he could become a god? Shi Wu apologized, as he didn't understand what she meant. He asked what she meant by that. Moreover, he had already told her that he was human. Cleopatra said she remembered that, and reminded him that she used to be human too. If he became a god, they could meet in person. Although, in reality, there was a way to do this, even if he wasn't a god. Meng Shi Wu was surprised by what he heard, and asked what she meant. Cleopatra replied that, as she had said, even without becoming a god, they could meet face to face. In particular, she could come to him in person. Meng Shi Wu asked if that was even possible. As far as he knew, other dimensions couldn't intersect with each other. Cleopatra agreed that this was usually the case. Meng Shi Wu was confused by her, usually, because that meant there was some way, right? Cleopatra asked if he had already met someone who had come to their world from GodTube. Meng Shi Wu suddenly remembered the blondie. Then he asked if she knew anything about it. Cleopatra leaned close to Shi Wu's ear, embarrassing him, and said that she did. Then she said with a smirk that it was a secret. And she reminded him that it was inappropriate to intrude on a woman's personal life. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hanmina asked if Shi Wu was really at the restaurant right now. The secretary replied that he was. He ordered food for two at the restaurant and started eating alone. After that, the secretary asked what they should do. Hanmina was confused. Did he really order 2 servings for himself? But she wanted to talk to him, the guy that Che-rin was interested in. Of course, she knew that Che-rin could handle something like this. But love can cloud rational thinking. This guy didn't seem like a normal person. But how dare he do this to her sweet niece? In any case, she had to see for herself what kind of person he was. Hanmina ordered to take her to that restaurant immediately. Meng Shi Wu mentally asked, "How is this a secret?" He was disappointed that he couldn't find out anything. Immediately after that, Cleopatra asked what she could hide from her husband. She was even ready to tell him how many moles she had on her body. Mong Shiu cleared his throat awkwardly. After a short pause, he asked Cleopatra to stop teasing him. Cleopatra said that it was indeed strange, because usually men's salivation increases when she says such things. Meng Shi Wu said that he knew she was not going to reveal how to cross over to the other side. Cleopatra said that wasn't true, and that she could tell him everything, but if she did, he would no longer have a reason to meet with her again. Meng Shi Wu suggested that she would continue to keep quiet about it after all. As if reading Shi Wu's thoughts once again, Cleopatra suggested that he thought she would remain silent during their future meetings. Shi Wu honestly admitted that he had thought about it, after which Cleopatra acknowledged that he was quite firm. Smiling again, Cleopatra asked if he really wasn't going to marry her. Shi Wu replied that he did not want to. Shi Wu stood up and suggested they end the dinner. He already understood that Cleopatra had nothing more to say to him. Besides, if he continued with this dinner, the people around him would be convinced that he was crazy. To them, it looked as if he was looking at the screen of a turned-off smartphone and talking to himself. Cleopatra said that she really wanted to meet him again, and asked if he would like to subscribe to her channel. Meng Shi Wu was starting to get angry, and he asked Cleopatra if this had been her plan all along. If so, it was no wonder she'd been so openly trying to seduce him. Cleopatra admitted that it had been her plan at first, but now it wasn't, and that she sincerely wanted to go on another date with him. Shi Wu asked what this had to do with subscribing to her channel. Cleopatra replied that it was the only way they could meet again. And to show him how sincere she was, she wanted him to let her tell him one more thing. Cleopatra said that not all gods actually run GodTube channels. After dinner, Meng Shi Wu continued to ponder the fact that not all gods run GodTube channels. It was definitely nonsense, and what could have made her make that suggestion to him? Shi Wu decided to just forget about it. Nevertheless, during this dinner, he increased his gentleman's mind skill by 6.8%, even though the dinner was crazy. Perhaps it would be good for him to go on such dates sometimes. Moreover, he already had 1 free subscription. Meng Shi Wu wondered what he was thinking about right now. Then he tried to remember how many dungeons he had left to clear in order to become an A-rank hunter. He had to move on to the next raid right away. When he suddenly received a message from Soa, Shi Wu immediately became concerned that something might have happened to her. But when he saw the message, he realized that he had completely forgotten about it. He almost forgot that it was Soa's birthday today. Sometime later, at the mausoleum. As it turned out, Shi Wu suddenly headed for the mausoleum, and the secretary asked the lady if she was really ready to go that far. Hanmina asked what he meant. The secretary then admitted that he understood why she was so interested in Shi Wu, but should she really meet him in person? After a short pause, Hanmina replied that she had to, because it concerned her Charon. The secretary said he could wait for Shi Wu outside and asked the lady to wait in the car, but she refused, saying that it wasn't difficult for her, and that Shi Wu would be coming out soon. While she waited, she wanted him to find a suitable place for them to talk. All she wanted was to talk to him, so they had to be careful not to appear rude. The secretary promised to remember that. Suddenly, a siren sounded, and the operator announced that a cave-in had been detected within a radius of 30 meters, and that all civilians must evacuate immediately. Hanmina was shocked to hear about the underground breach 30 meters away. Why did it happen there? The operator informed everyone that this was not a drill, and that an explosion in the lower B-rank underground had been confirmed. All residents of nearby buildings must evacuate immediately. Meng Shi Wu asked Midnight to stay here and sit quietly, and he barked to show that he understood. Soa then remarked that Midnight was very smart and listened to them very attentively, but unfortunately, they couldn't go in with him. They could introduce Midnight to their mom and dad. Shi Wu agreed with Soa and acknowledged that Midnight was now part of their family. After that, Shi Wu suggested that Soa go. Upon entering the mausoleum, they informed their father and mother that they were there. Shi Wu stated that today was Soa's birthday, as well as the anniversary of their mother's death. It was on this day that their whole family went out to celebrate in the street. At that moment, the underground broke through. Soa turned to Shi Wu and said she had a question for him. When their mother died, did he remember what she had told them when she hugged them during that very breakthrough in the dungeon? Or maybe he doesn't know that either. It felt as if she wanted to tell them something. Of course, Shi Wu remembered it. He promised that this memory would stay with him even on his deathbed. However, Shi Wu agreed with Soa and said that he didn't remember those words either. Suddenly, a siren sounded, and the operator announced that it was not a training alarm, and that an explosion in the lower B-rank dungeon had been confirmed. There are phenomena caused by the distortion of dungeon magic, leading to two main results. One of them is dungeon shock, in which monsters begin to flee the dungeon. This can be dealt with by taking care of the monsters before they escape, and if it is not an S-rank dungeon. But the real problem arises when magic is suddenly released from the dungeon, which is called a dungeon explosion. The damage from the explosion is catastrophic, and civilians caught in the blast zone are usually killed. If a person manages to survive, they often begin to suffer from illnesses, and in rarer cases, they resonate with the magic and undergo an awakening. Looking at this, Han Mina wondered why it happened here and now. The operator repeated to everyone who could hear that they should immediately take shelter indoors. Immediately after that, Han Mina and the others came to their senses and ran inside the mausoleum. Finally reaching a safe place, they were panting from exhaustion and the threat of death. Suddenly, Han Mina heard a noise behind her and turned to see another man running toward the building. The man shouted something to the people inside the building, but his voice was drowned out by the growing explosion in the underground. Unable to withstand the pressure of the underground explosion, the man collapsed to the ground. The frightened man reached forward and probably began to beg for mercy. But at that moment, no one could help him, as it was already too late for that. Suddenly, someone rushed past Han Mina, and looking closely, she guessed it was Meng Shi Wu. Han Mina shouted for him to come back immediately, as it was too late to save him. Shi Wu ran up, picked up the man and led him inside the mausoleum. In a tired voice, the man said that this simply couldn't be. At that moment, Meng Shi Wu could only continue walking under the pressure of mana thanks to excessive energy consumption. But unfortunately for him, the eruption of mana from the underground suddenly intensified. Shi Wu cursed silently, because everything was just terrible. At this rate, they would never be able to reach the building. So what should he do in this situation? The explosion from the underground suddenly intensified even more. Because of this, Meng Shi Wu had to abandon the man and attack the mana rushing towards them with all his might in order to break through it. But he could barely contain this mana. Remembering Tai Chi, Shi Wu took a deep breath. Tai Chi represents the process of creation and change. It follows the path of nature and embodies its essence and cycle. Everything in the universe is constantly changing, but it comes from two main roots: non-existence and existence. Tension and coexistence between them form their world. The magic of the dungeons is also part of the universe, and it is also in harmony with natural harmony. Suddenly, an invisible barrier appeared, as if separating Shi Wu and the mana from the explosion in the dungeon. Stunned by what he saw, the secretary wondered what was going on. Then Han Mina asked if he was holding back the explosion. Although Meng Shi Wu managed to hold back the explosion, it was actually extremely difficult. He managed to hold back the force of the explosion with Tai Chi, but he could not neutralize its power. And worst of all, it was already beginning to seep out, which could be very dangerous. Meng Shi Wu called Midnight, who immediately rushed to him. At the last moment, Midnight managed to grab some of the leaked dungeon mana. Immediately after that, the demonic wolf stood up to defend the lying man. Meng Shi Wu mentally thanked Midnight, because thanks to him, he no longer had to worry about the magical waves leaking out. But the problem with the explosion remained, and it was becoming more and more serious. Shi Wu no longer had the strength to hold it back, but he knew he had to do it. Shi Wu wondered if he could hold back the compressed magic from the explosion of the lower B-rank dungeon. Moreover, it was the power of an explosion that had been amplified, and in his current state, he would not be able to survive. Perhaps he should just run away. But Shi Wu couldn't understand why he was still thinking about it. Shouting, Meng Shi Wu put all his strength into containing the explosion of the dungeon. And soon, the explosion in the dungeon stopped. Han Mina simply couldn't believe what she was seeing, and the secretary wondered if it was even possible. Suddenly, another person ran past Han Mina, and a tearful Soa rushed to her brother. Soa tried to help Shi Wu, and at the same time, the rescued man behind her managed to get up. Soa asked why he did it. Then she asked him not to die and to stay with her. Meng Shi Wu reminded Soa that she had recently asked him a question. Did he remember what their mother had said on her deathbed? Soa asked him not to say it, that he shouldn't tell her that now. Meng Shi Wu smiled and said that she had said, "Don't worry, Soa, I'm really fine." Today is your birthday, and only good things will happen on this day. And she won't let this day be remembered only as the day her mother died. She's ready to take care of that. She's fine. She's really okay. After all, today is her daughter's wonderful birthday. In order for them to survive, her mother took the full force of the explosion upon herself. True to her word, she miraculously managed to hold on for one more day. And the day after Soa's birthday, she breathed her last breath. However, it still turned into the anniversary of her death. Because in their country, death anniversaries are celebrated one day before the actual death. He believed that his mother wanted Soa's birthday to be remembered as anything but the day of her death. Meng Shi Wu said that this was what she had said before she died. After that, Shi Wu turned around and pointed at the man, saying that with tears in his eyes, he kept repeating that this couldn't be, because today was his daughter's birthday, and that he mustn't die. Calling out to his daughter, he hoped that she would forgive him for this. Meng Shi Wu admitted that this was why he suddenly thought of their mother. He couldn't turn a blind eye to it. After saying this, Shi Wu's body suddenly went limp. As soon as Shi Wu woke up, he immediately heard the question, "Are you finally awake?" Meng Shi Wu laughed to himself, because he was back in the SH Group hospital, which meant that he had lost consciousness in the mausoleum after all. Getting out of bed, Meng Shi Wu assumed that Sharon had saved him again. But to his surprise, it wasn't her. Shi Wu asked the woman who she was. Then Shi Wu looked around and noticed that something was different this time. This time, it wasn't the VIP suite he was usually in. The layout and size of this room suggested it was a VIP room or something similar. The woman said she was Shirin's aunt, Han Mina. She then said that she had gone to the mausoleum to find him because she needed to discuss something with him. Han Mina asked if he didn't want to ask what was going on. Then she laughed and said that people usually ask about that, or why they are here. Meng Shi Wu smiled awkwardly and said that this was not the first time he had been in such a situation. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu remembered something important, and asked Han Mina where his sister Soa was now. Han Mina bitterly said that she was too shocked by what had happened, and that she had lost consciousness shortly after he fell. Concerned about Soa's health, Meng Shi Wu suddenly jumped up and asked how she had lost consciousness. Where was Soa, and was she okay? Han Mina said that Soa was fine and that she was now in the next room where she was being treated, and most importantly, that she was recovering quickly. Hearing this, Meng Shi Wu was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Shi Wu remembered something else, and asked if she had come to him to discuss something. Han Mina said she agreed. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear this and asked, "Agree to what?" Thinking about her own thoughts, Han Mina laughed and said that she was talking about his relationship with Charon. Then she asked if she was right in understanding that he was dating her. Remembering his training sessions with Charon, Shi Wu replied that you could say that was the case. Shi Wu thought about how it was indeed true, since they met twice a week for fencing lessons. But why did Han Mina suddenly decide to ask about it? Han Mina said she agreed with that. Once again, Shi Wu felt that something was wrong, because he couldn't understand what she had just approved of. Suddenly it dawned on him. Han Charon is part of the family that owns the SH Group, as well as one of the key figures managing the company. Teaching Charon fencing costs her 10 billion won a month, and she could definitely oppose investing their budget in something so expensive. Meng Shi Wu awkwardly thanked Han Mina for agreeing to this. He assumed that she agreed because she decided that he was suitable for teaching her niece. Smiling, Han Mina said that she supported it, but her brothers might be against it. Meng Shi Wu told Han Mina that he completely understood. He understood that her brothers might also object because of the family budget. Han Mina warned Shi Wu that it would not be easy to get the chairman's approval. Shi Wu was surprised to hear this and said that he thought Charon had already gotten his approval. Han Mina was shocked by what she heard. Had he really given her permission? Shi Wu replied that she had clearly told him that she had received permission from her grandfather. Han Mina was very surprised to hear this, and wondered when her niece had managed to do this. After that, she decided that she shouldn't interfere in their personal affairs after all. Looking at Han Mina, Shi Wu couldn't understand why she was reacting so strangely. Han Mina suddenly remembered something and told Shi Wu that she had heard about his plans to build a new house, and, most importantly, that she was ready to help him in any way she could. Then she asked if he needed anything. Meng Shi Wu asked how she knew about it. Han Mina replied that SH Construction was one of the subsidiaries she controlled. Meng Shi Wu did not expect to hear this from her, because he understood that Charon was not the kind of person who asked for help. Han Mina asked if he had finished collecting building materials. Meng Shi Wu laughed awkwardly, and admitted that it was much more difficult than he had thought, and that he had recently been busy raiding dungeons to collect all the materials. Han Mina was shocked by what she heard, and asked why he had to go on raids in order to build a house. Shi Wu replied that he planned to build the house using loot from powerful monsters. Han Mina was completely confused, and asked if that was even possible. Meng Shi Wu said that it was probably possible, then admitted that he didn't even know when he would be able to finish it all. But if he couldn't do it, he would think of something else. Han Mina said she could buy building materials for him, which surprised Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu asked if she could. Smiling, Han Mina said that she believed that if Charon dated someone like Shi Wu, she would root for them. Well then, since Han Mina was in a great mood today, she was willing to cover all of Shi Wu's expenses, regardless of whether anything came of it or not. Meng Shi Wu was shocked by what he heard. The construction cost would be around 3 billion, but for the SH group, it was probably pocket change. Meng Shi Wu couldn't help but ask why she was doing all this for him. Han Mina replied that it was all for their newlywed home after the wedding. Meng Shi Wu was confused by what he heard. Seeing the look on his face, Han Mina wondered if she had been too nosy about their affairs. Be that as it may, she was ready to find the best option for him. Shi Wu apologized and tried to explain to Han Mina, but she ignored him and asked if she was right in saying that the sooner the better. Immediately after that, she slipped a note she had just written into Shi Wu's hand and said it was her number. Han Mina explained that she could have given him a business card, but the owners of the SH group manage so many subsidiaries that they don't even bother to have business cards. Although in reality, they did this to avoid legal liability. Anyway, this was a direct line to her, and Shi Wu could call her if he needed anything. Han Mina wished Shi Wu a good rest and left the room. Meng Shi Wu was still in shock, and besides, he hadn't been able to ask her what she meant by a home for him and Charon. Sometime later, the garden of the SH Group Hospital. Meng Shi Wu couldn't stop smiling when he thought about how first Charon and now even her aunt Han Mina had started treating him differently. Apparently, there were some misunderstandings that he needed to clear up. Nevertheless, it was good that Soa and he could rest peacefully at SH Hospital. Thanks to this, her condition had also improved. Suddenly, Shi Wu was overcome with a chill at the thought. He couldn't figure out what to say to Soa. Li Mingjong mentioned that Soa already knew about his work as a hunter and his new tube channel. Shi Wu was nervous because he still had to explain what had happened this time. But where should he start? Suddenly, Shi Wu heard someone approaching them. Turning around, he saw that it was the man he had saved near the mausoleum. Meng Shi Wu noticed that they were lucky to end up in the same hospital, after which he asked the man how he was feeling. The man, overcoming his shyness, replied that thanks to Shi Wu, he was now fine. Moreover, according to the doctors, he was completely healthy. Meng Shi Wu admitted that he was glad to hear that. Immediately after that, someone asked who this man was. After his daughter approached him, the man explained that the person in front of them had saved him. The girl was surprised by what she heard and froze for a second, but she immediately smiled and greeted her uncle, then thanked him for saving her father. The girl heard a bark behind her and immediately turned to the puppy. Immediately after that, she ran to Midnight and invited the puppy to play together. The girl suggested that the puppy catch her, if he could, of course, and began to run away from him. The man told Shi Wu that his wife had died giving birth to their daughter, and if he had died in the explosion in the underground, she would have been left all alone. Tears began to well up in the man's eyes. He admitted that he really didn't know how to express his gratitude. The man thanked Shi Wu from the bottom of his heart for saving his daughter. After the conversation, the man took his daughter and they left. As they were leaving, the girl told the puppy that they would see each other again. But watching her leave, Midnight began to feel sad. Soa decided to turn to Shi Wu. She told him that last night she had had that dream again. The same dream about the day their mother died. Usually in this dream she looks very sad, as if she has something important to tell them, but she can't. But this time everything changed, and her mother said, "Thank you." When she asked what she was thanking her for, her mother simply repeated Shi Wu's words. Soa said that she thought their mother was no longer going to visit them. Meng Shi Wu agreed with Soa, then smiled with relief and admitted that it would be nice if she came by at least sometimes. Soa said she knew, and that Mom had left first. But now everything was fine, and even if she was a little sad, she had him, and of course, Midnight. Midnight was very pleased to hear this from his mistress, and began to growl contentedly as she stroked him. His sister was happy now. Meng Shi Wu looked up at the sky and asked himself, why did he feel that Soa's next birthday would be a little different from all her previous birthdays? Sometime later, in Shi Wu's room. Lying on the bed, Meng Shi Wu thought that if he had moved just a little faster, he could have saved them without exposing himself to the explosion in the dungeon. What would Hercules have done in such a situation? Most likely, he would have destroyed the explosion with brute force without even moving from his spot. Even if not him, then probably the S-rank hunters would have been able to do it somehow. Now that he has a free subscription, maybe he should learn a new skill specializing in movement. After a moment's thought, Shi Wu decided that he should ask Hercules about it. The phone rang, and a moment later Hercules picked up the receiver, breathless and exhausted. He asked the master if he had called him. Meng Shi Wu asked what was going on. Had Hercules just been training? Taking a few breaths to catch his breath, Hercules said that today was the day he had managed to break all his personal records in the 3 main types of lifts, which was why he had been a little late in responding to the message. Meng Shi Wu was surprised that Hercules had suddenly canceled his big day to answer the call. Was this guy really that loyal just because he had helped him with the Sphinx video? Meng Shi Wu decided to ask Hercules how much he could lift. Hearing this, Hercules was very upset. Hercules admitted that he felt that because of his focus on creating the video, he had lost some of his muscle mass, and now he could only lift 34 megatons. Meng Shi Wu was stunned by Hercules' words and asked again, just to be sure, 34 megatons? Meng Shi Wu wondered, isn't a megaton equal to the energy of 1,000,000 tons of TNT? Does that mean that when Hercules does a pull-up, it's comparable to a 34-ton TNT explosion? It was practically unthinkable. Meng Shi Wu asked if he had disturbed him at an inconvenient time. Suddenly, Hercules' mood improved greatly, and he began to show off his muscles and said that if the master called, he would come running immediately. Shi Wu was uncomfortable hearing this, so he asked Hercules to stop calling him master. Hercules immediately refused and asked how he could do that. Shi Wu admitted that it made him feel uncomfortable. Upon learning this, Hercules cleared his throat and agreed to stop calling Shi Wu master. He would start behaving more casually with him. After that, Hercules asked what Shi Wu needed. After listening to Shi Wu, Hercules thought for a moment. Then he said that he couldn't really recommend that Shi Wu learn specific movement techniques or footwork. Then Hercules asked Shi Wu if he wasn't already learning his divine arts. After all, they included footwork and whole-body movement techniques. If he tried to learn another style, it could ruin what he had learned from the divine martial arts. Hercules made Shi Wu think about this. He could not give it up under any circumstances, and perhaps he should simply refuse to learn a new movement technique. Suddenly, Hercules interjected with his however, and said that if it was just a simple increase in speed, then everything should be fine. Meng Shi Wu asked Hercules about a simple increase in speed, and he explained that the muscles needed to strike a blow were not limited to just the muscles of the arms. It all starts with the lower body, then the waist, the shoulder muscles, and so on. It's all about the importance of muscle synergy. While divine martial arts refine and systematize general body movements, simply put, if Shi Wu learns a trait that only increases speed, it will not interfere with his mastery of divine martial arts. In fact, it may even improve their effectiveness. As it turned out, if he only studied the characteristic that increases speed, there would be no problem. Hercules acknowledged that if it worked, Shi Wu could even become a better martial arts master than him. Meng Shi Wu chuckled and asked Hercules to stop talking like that, as he was still infinitely far from him. But Hercules couldn't agree with that. Hercules recognized that Shi Wu had potential. The potential to acquire all the most outstanding traits of the gods. In fact, it would be wonderful to see his skills one day. Meng Shi Wu wondered if this was really the case, but he was even afraid to imagine what it would be like. Meng Shi Wu wondered if there was even a god of speed. No matter how much he thought about it, no one specific came to mind. Before subscribing to the channel, he couldn't know what characteristics he would get. If only he could just unsubscribe. Hercules asked Shi Wu if he wanted him to recommend someone. After all, there was the channel of Hermes. Meng Shi Wu asked Hercules about this, and he said that when Hermes really wants to run away, even he can't catch him. Hermes is a deity from Greek mythology, similar to Hercules. He is known as the god of thieves and one of the 12 Olympian gods, who serves as the messenger of the gods thanks to his incredible speed. However, Hermes is not only known for his speed. Hercules suddenly began to complain that every time Hermes tried to deceive him, he wanted to kill him, but he could never catch him. At that moment, Shi Wu remembered that Hermes is also the god of cunning. "I never lie, I just sometimes miss the truth." Hermes said this after deceiving Zeus, who, in a fit of rage, began throwing his lightning bolts at him, but none of the bolts managed to hit him. Hercules told Shi Wu that this guy's speed was no joke. He advised Shi Wu not to rush into a decision and to think it over carefully. If Hermes is as fast as Hercules says, then he clearly has nothing to worry about. Meng Shi Wu said to himself, "Stop. What if Hermes' special ability wasn't related to speed, but to his ability to use tricks? In any case, if everything goes wrong, he'll just make Hercules give him another free subscription." Meng Shi Wu decided to press the subscribe button, and as soon as he did, Meng Shi Wu learned the SS Plus rank Super Speed trait. Meng Shi Wu couldn't stop thanking the universe, because Hermes' trait was not related to cheating. Meng Shi Wu opened Hermes' channel. and he saw something clearly not what he expected. Tricked the forester who dropped his axe into the pond by giving him an axe covered in gold. Pranking Solomon, who is his real mother. And also, turned into Hera to make Zeus pay for his infidelity. Still, Shi Wu was right, because Hermes' channel is completely flooded with videos about deception. Watching these videos, he clearly won't be able to improve his skills. It looks like he needs to use super speed himself to improve his level. The garden of the SH Group Hospital. After resting in the clinic, Meng Shi Wu literally felt his body get much better. Meng Shi Wu decided to test how fast he could become when using super speed. Shi Wu checked his smartphone and made sure that his super speed skill level was currently only 0%. This meant that it was a great opportunity to measure his maximum speed more accurately. Breaking away from the ground, Shi Wu rushed forward at full speed, leaving a trail of flashes behind him. After a short run, Meng Shi Wu was out of breath. They say that the force of an impact is equal to mass multiplied by speed, so the load on his body from the momentum was no joke. Looking around, Meng Shi Wu suddenly realized that he was no longer in the garden near the clinic, but on a mountain. Moreover, this view seemed strangely familiar to him. Realizing where he was, Shi Wu refused to believe it, because he was on Mount Guanak. Meng Shi Wu wondered if he had really gotten here from the hospital in one step. After running to Mount Guanak, his super speed had only increased by 0.1%. Meng Shi Wu admitted that this was crazy, because this speed was even too fast. What would happen if he increased his skill even more? Would he become even stronger? Or would he be able to control his speed freely? Be that as it may, he would still have to improve his skills in order to understand this. And he would have to avoid exceeding his speed in any case. This time, he was lucky to be on Mount Guanak. Just imagine what would have happened if he had crashed into a building. Not only would people have been hurt, but Seoul's insanely expensive real estate would have been damaged as well. How could he ever compensate them for all that? Meng Shi Wu decided that he should train his super speed in the dungeon. He should be discharged soon, sometime later. In the B-rank dungeon, a bunch of monsters came out to devour their new prey, and Kim Yi-jun filmed it all on camera. The monsters in this dungeon are upper B-rank demonic beasts, devil hounds. Kim Yi-jun gulped in fear, because he still remembers that demonic hounds are one of the beasts that invaded Earth from the demon realm in the past. The devil hounds howled and rushed to attack their target. Kim Yi-jun understood that the super-fast devil hounds were too difficult an enemy even for Meng Shi Wu. Suddenly, Shi Wu moved forward, instantly grabbing such a powerful opponent by the throat. The hellhound screamed even louder and swung one of its limbs to finish off the little man. But Shi Wu squeezed the demonic creature's neck and tore off the limb that was attacking him. Kim Yi-jun was stunned by what he saw. These were creatures that inspired terror in most hunters. But Shi Wu dealt with the devil hound as if it were nothing. Meng Shi Wu slammed the hound into the ground with all his might, then immediately rushed to the next hound and instantly finished it off. Kim Yi-jun's hands trembled. He asked what the hell was going on here. And why was Shi Wu's speed many times faster than that of the devil hounds? In the next few moments, Shi Wu dealt with all the devil hounds that had attacked them. After that, Shi Wu carefully dusted off his hands. He turned to the frozen Kim Li-jun. Meng Shi Wu held out his hand and asked with a smile, "Did you film all of this?" The system notified Shi Wu that he had increased his super speed skill by 0.28%, bringing his current skill to 0.38%. Shi Wu was very pleased with the results of his super speed. As his skill improved, not only did the speed limit he could reach improve, but so did his ability to freely control that speed. He was already very fast, but could he really become even faster? Meng Shi Wu even felt a little uneasy, because if he reached the maximum level of skill, he might even surpass Hercules. Be that as it may, Meng Shi Wu asked what he should do in this situation. Kim Yi-jun bowed and exclaimed that he was very sorry about it. They would never be able to fix footage of this quality that had already been shot. Even editing wouldn't help. Everything was so blurry that he couldn't see anything at all. Meng Shi Wu suggested that the problem was that it was becoming increasingly difficult for Yi-jun to keep up with his current super speed. Meng Shi Wu decided that he simply had to improve his skills as soon as possible, as he didn't want to shoot all the footage at a slow speed. Looking at the sobbing Kim Yi-jun, Meng Shi Wu thought that he could make him train a little more when he had free time. However, since Yi-jun's characteristic was upper A rank, he should be able to reach a level where he could at least perceive super speed. Meng Shi Wu smirked. Hercules once said, "Your mind suffers when your body is weak." If he pushed him hard enough, he would understand this himself. Meng Shi Wu asked Kim Yi-jun what he thought about him starting to train him, when suddenly a message came to Shi Wu's phone. And most importantly, he didn't know the number. The stranger introduced himself as Park Ji-gon, president of SH Construction. He got Shi Wu's contact info from Director Han and said that all the building materials he requested were ready. He wanted to confirm. As expected from SH Group, they had already finished buying all the rare materials. Finally, the moment had come for him to start building his new house. But how did they get his number? He remembered giving it to only one person, which meant they got it from Cherin. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to see the building materials that had been gathered, as Park Jae-gon had indeed managed to collect them. Park Jae-gon explained that Director Han had specifically asked them to do so, and therefore they had taken some items from their materials warehouse. Meng Shi Wu apologized for his surprise. Park Jae-gon explained that they kept a stock of materials, even if they weren't needed right away, so that construction could begin at any time. Meng Shi Wu acknowledged that it was quite logical, and that it was no surprise how quickly they were able to get everything. Park Jae-gon said that he had heard that Shi Wu was going to build using only monster body parts. Shi Wu said that this was precisely his plan. Park Jae-gon then acknowledged that using monster parts would undoubtedly make the structure more durable, but that the building needed to be more than just durable. Meng Shi Wu said that if it didn't work out, he would simply change it. Park Jae-gon was amazed by what he heard and wondered if this guy even realized how expensive all these materials were. Did he know how difficult it was to gather all this? Just the sight of these supplies was enough to make him feel proud. With what they had, they could take on any construction order and have no problem fulfilling it. And now, some rude guy who had never been to a construction site was not even grateful to them for it. Park Jae-gon was trembling with anger at this guy. After letting out his anger, Park Jae-gon sighed calmly, remembering what an amazing person Director Han was. She had no reason to, but she insisted on learning the practical work on site. She was even proud of smelling like cement, proving her point with actions rather than words. In any case, Park Jae-gon asked Shi Wu if he had ever been involved in construction before. Shi Wu replied that this was his first time, except that he had made quite a lot of equipment. Park Jae-gon almost blushed with anger after hearing this. Construction is not just about making equipment, and a building does not just appear from hammering materials. Construction is an art that combines engineering, sociology, and the humanities to create the optimal living environment for people. Park Jae-gon simply couldn't believe that this fool thought he could build a building just by swinging a hammer. He just had to say something to this kid. Park Jae-gon remembered that this guy's name was Meng Shi Wu. Of course, he had no idea how he had met Director Han, but she had specifically asked him to help him with this. Park Jae-gon wondered if she had just asked him to provide the materials, or did she actually mean for him to teach him how to build? Park Jae-gon approached Shi Wu and asked if he had a blueprint for the future house. Meng Shi Wu awkwardly replied that he had something like that. Immediately after which, Park Jae-gon asked if he had assessed the land on which he was building. To which he replied, sort of. Park Jae-gon explained that this was not something that could be done so carelessly. Before embarking on architectural design, it was necessary to acquire basic knowledge in the field of construction engineering and carefully assess the foundation on which everything would be built. Next, he must consider aesthetics, comfort, and psychological impact based on the purpose and functions of the space. After all, even the most aesthetically pleasing building will be useless if it is uncomfortable for its residents. And finally, they must consider how it will affect them and how they will perceive it. Spreading his arms wide, Park Jae-gon said that architecture requires a high level of philosophy and psychology. Only after all this does he take this conceptual design and use engineering and technology to remove the unfeasible and replace what does not work. It is this process that turns it into a real structure. Park Jae-gon pointed his finger at Shi Wu and explained that architecture is the pinnacle of all human knowledge. Meng Shi Wu was forced to admit that he had clearly underestimated it. Park Jae-gon recalled that Shi Wu had previously said he had a rough sketch, right? Shi Wu immediately replied that he did. Park Jae-gon asked Shi Wu for the drawings so he could check them, after which Shi Wu handed them over and thanked Park Jae-gon for his help. Park Jae-gon wondered what he was thinking. And was it even necessary to ask? After all, this drawing was clearly the work of a novice, which meant, just by looking at the drawing, Park Jae-gon suddenly shuddered, then asked, "What is this? And how did he manage to come up with such a design?" As he continued to look at the drawing, Park Jae-gon trembled more and more, unable to believe what he was seeing. He had worked in the construction industry for decades, but had he ever seen a more flawless project? What he was seeing now was a masterpiece, embodying the highest level of all disciplines. Park Jae-gon decided to ask Shi Wu for clarification. Was he a hunter? Immediately after, Shi Wu added that he also ran a channel on YouTube. Park Jae-gon assumed that since he was a YouTuber, he ran a channel related to construction. But to his surprise, Shi Wu replied that it was a channel related to the craft of hunting. Park Jae-gon wanted to hit himself on the head. He told himself that a drawing was just a drawing, and that it was just a representation of a project on paper. Park Jae-gon waved his hand and said they would start immediately. Park Jae-gon understood that turning fantasies into reality was a completely different matter, which meant that Shi Wu's work on site would probably be somewhat ridiculous. Climbing higher, Meng Shi Wu shouted down that he understood. A second later, he struck with all his might, completely shattering the structure. Meng Shi Wu began to brush the dust from the broken building off himself. Meanwhile, Park Jae-gon froze in shock. He tried to understand, since when could an entire house be destroyed with just one punch? Immediately after that, Meng Shi Wu lifted the heaviest steel beams, which shocked Park Jae-gon even more, because he had no idea that a person was capable of lifting them. Meng Shi Wu suddenly remembered that Hephaestus had said that first you had to dig up the ground. Using the divine martial arts of Hercules, Meng Shi Wu raised his leg to perform the first form of the descending dragon strike. With a single blow to the ground, Meng Shi Wu completely dug up the area he needed. Park Jae-gon was horrified, because just a few seconds ago, Shi Wu had mentioned digging up the ground. But he didn't say that the entire foundation had to be demolished. Of course, he knew that hunters possessed superhuman strength. But could a person really be that strong? Meng Shi Wu said to himself that everything was ready, which meant that next he should. It seemed as if Meng Shi Wu had simply moved. But in that instant, he had driven all those steel beams into the ground with his strength. Park Jae-gon could no longer bear it. He told himself that he had to leave immediately, before he completely lost his mind next to this guy. As soon as Park Jae-gon turned around and headed for the exit of the construction site, Kim Yi-jun arrived and informed Shi Wu that he had come to help. Meng Shi Wu asked Yi-jun to help him carry some materials. Kim Yi-jun replied that he would do everything and tried to lift one beam. But after a second, he realized that something was wrong. Somehow, he couldn't lift the beam. Kim Yi-jun refused to lose to a steel beam, and shouting, he put all his strength into moving it. Because Yi-jun shook the beams, heavy steel beams fell on him, pinning him to the ground. Hearing the noise, Meng Shi Wu ran to the fallen beams and asked what had happened. Was he buried? In response, he heard only cries of pain. Meng Shi Wu asked Yi-jun, "Can a B-rank hunter really be so weak? That means he really needs to train." While Shi Wu was clearing the debris, Yi-jun continued to moan in pain. After freeing Yi-jun, Shi Wu asked how badly he was hurt and offered to examine him. Meng Shi Wu wondered if it was really that bad. Yi-jun's entire right side, from his shoulder to his ribs, was completely bruised. Meng Shi Wu told Yi-jun that it wasn't so bad, then asked if he could just regenerate it. In response, Yi-jun only growled in pain, to which Shi Wu replied that he shouldn't act like a child. Kim Yi-jun cried because of what had happened, and because of the pain. He asked what he meant. After all, despite his abilities, he still felt all the pain, and he thought he really needed to see a doctor. Shi Wu asked if it was really necessary. After all, he could just regenerate it. Kim Yi-jun cried out that he couldn't do that, because if his body healed while it was still incorrectly assembled, then... Yi-jun cried out softly as he felt something pierce his back. After inserting needles into certain places, Meng Shi Wu was convinced of the situation. After finishing the therapy, Yi-jun was suddenly enveloped in green energy. Shi Wu asked, "Can you regenerate now?" Kim Yi-jun couldn't believe what was happening, so he asked Shi Wu what he had just done. Meng Shi Wu explained that an imbalance in the body means that the energy channels are blocked, and in order to deal with this, he pressed on the acupuncture points to clear them. Kim Yi-jun asked what acupuncture was and what energy channels were. But Shi Wu said that was all he needed to know. Now he would rather get back to work. Shi Wu told Yi-jun to rest and regenerate. Suddenly Shi Wu stopped and asked Yi-jun if he would be okay if his limbs were stretched a few more times. He could heal him immediately, so it wouldn't be a problem if they broke a little more. Kim Yi-jun didn't understand what he was thinking and asked what he meant. Grabbing the beam, Meng Shi Wu said that since it had come to this, he could make Yi-jun even stronger. This was a lesson that Kim Yi-jun would not be able to learn anywhere else. Kim Yi-jun was frightened by what was about to happen and wanted to run away, but Meng Shi Wu with the steel beam was faster. Grinning maliciously, Shi Wu said that he was doing it for Yi-jun. Shi Wu's divine medicine improved by 0.7% to 33.27%. Sometime later, Meng Shi Wu said that they would be done with everything soon. He had originally thought it would take at least 2 weeks, but it only took 3 days. Kim Yi-jun begged Shi Wu to spare him. Shi Wu noted that this time only his right arm was injured. Throwing the beam aside with a wave of his hand, Shi Wu asked Yi-jun if he had found a way to make the fractures less painful. Kim Yi-jun burst into tears and told Shi Wu that he thought he was going to die. Meng Shi Wu quickly inserted needles into Yi-jun's acupuncture points. After Yi-jun's regeneration process accelerated, he remembered that he had not been able to help Shi Wu with the construction. Meng Shi Wu explained that by doing so, Yi-jun was helping him and gradually getting better. Meng Shi Wu suggested that Yi-jun at least take a look at himself now. At first, he couldn't even lift one beam, but now he can handle two. Yi-jun was surprised to hear this, but after a second, he agreed with Shi Wu. Then he said that for some reason, he felt that after each healing, he was getting stronger. Meng Shi Wu smiled. Although Yi-jun's progress was a little slow, he was constantly improving. Although he was training Yi-jun differently than Charon, it was good that he was gradually mastering Tai Chi. This is a power that even a person with S-rank traits cannot master normally. He can help Charon with this process, but with Yi-jun, whose skills are only at the top of the A rank, it is practically impossible. However, thanks to his super regeneration, it turned out that there was a way out for him too. By breaking Yi-jun's limbs and healing him with the help of divine medicine, he can forcibly breathe Tai Chi energy into his body. They say that when the body suffers, the mind works harder. But in Yi-jun's case, the mind does not have to suffer. In just 3 days, he has already moved from B rank to the highest B rank. Not that he had any idea about it. Also, thanks to his training, Shi Wu's skills in the art of divine medicine have improved significantly. At the moment, his mastery is at 45.81%. At this rate, he will probably be able to alleviate Soa's hemothanatosis a little. Now he had to check, or better yet, ask her to try the new tonic. Suddenly, Shi Wu heard someone scream. Turning around, Shi Wu saw that Kim Yi-jun was once again pinned down by beams, and he began to beg Shi Wu to save him. Shi Wu was simply speechless, and he even decided that it was time to end this. Meng Shi Wu lifted the beam that was crushing Yi-jun and, reaching out his hand, suggested that he rest while he finished the construction. The system notified Shi Wu that he had built a cozy house. Meng Shi Wu was discouraged by what he heard, because how did Hephaestus suddenly call it a cozy house? Kim Yi-jun was delighted with the final result, and even asked Shi Wu if he had really built this house himself. Shi Wu reminded Yi-jun that he had actually watched the construction process, which Yi-jun agreed with, but even so, Meng Shi Wu's smartphone vibrated several more times with notifications. His divine metallurgy had improved significantly, for which he received 111.44%, reaching 29.57% skill. Meng Shi Wu couldn't help but be surprised by the result, because for the first time, his divine metallurgy skill had improved so much for one piece of equipment. After seeing this, Shi Wu even wondered if he could just continue to improve his divine metallurgy skill by continuing to build this house. If he just kept tearing down the house and rebuilding it, maybe he would soon be able to reach 100%. Remembering how much effort had been spent on all this, Meng Shi Wu immediately decided to abandon the plan, as he did not particularly want to gather materials again. Kim So-jin asked Shi Wu if he was planning to throw a party to celebrate the construction of the new house. Meng Shi Wu was a little puzzled when he heard about the party. Yi-jun reminded him that he had just built a new house, which meant that they definitely had to throw a party to celebrate. Meng Shi Wu admitted that Yi-jun's idea was not bad, but he did not have enough close friends to invite. Having said that, Shi Wu suddenly remembered the people who had helped him create this place. Meng Shi Wu told Yi-jun that he would throw a party as he had suggested. Yi-jun then asked when he planned to do it. Meng Shi Wu thought for a moment, then suggested that some preparation would take some time so they could have the party in 3 days. Kim Yi-jun said goodbye, saying that they would see each other again, and promised to tell his sister about the party. Shi Wu asked if he was leaving already. Suddenly, Yi-jun started to run away. Kim Shi Wu shouted for him to at least let him treat him to lunch, but Yi-jun replied that it wasn't necessary, and that it would be better if he just prepared a lot of delicious food for the party. Meng Shi Wu was forced to admit that Yi-jun was quite fast, after which he suggested that Yi-jun thought he was going to make him work again. Who should he invite to the party? Besides, probably not everyone would be able to come, and in the end, only Soa and Midnight would remain, which would be enough, in principle. Park Jae-gon knocked on Director Han's office door, and she let him in. After that, Han Mina asked how the construction was progressing and if everything was going well. Park Jae-gon didn't even know how to tell her everything, because, in reality, Park Jae-gon said outright that they had already finished everything, which greatly surprised Director Han. Han Mina apologized, as she had probably misunderstood him, and asked what he meant. Feeling very nervous, Park Jae-gon said that everything was already ready, and that SH construction wasn't even needed. The only thing that was needed? Han Mina asked what that could be. Han Mina decided to ask again. Did he mean that the house had already been built? And hadn't they started construction just 3 days ago? Park Jae-gon said that Shi Wu was lifting construction materials with his bare hands. Then, gesturing excessively with his hands, he said that Shi Wu was breaking the ground as if it were ordinary tofu, flying through the air, and Han Mina asked him to stop and asked what he was talking about. Park Jae-gon bowed his head and admitted that he wasn't really sure what he had said himself. This puzzled even director Han, and Han Mina wondered what the hell he saw there. When Soa entered her new home for the first time, she was very surprised. Meng Shi Wu asked if she liked it. Soa and Midnight turned around, and Soa said she liked it very much, then asked if it was really their home. Was it really? The ceiling here was much higher than in their previous home, and the living room was huge. There were so many rooms that it was hard to believe that this was now their new home. Soa asked Midnight if he thought their house was incredible too. He barked in agreement. Shi Wu smiled smugly when he heard Soa's words, and wondered if it was really that impressive. Soa returned to Shi Wu and asked about the housewarming party he had mentioned recently. Meng Shi Wu said that it would happen, and that he had already sent out invitations. Soa grabbed Shi Wu's hand and suggested they do it. Shi Wu asked what she meant. Soa explained that they still had to buy the ingredients for all the dishes they had to prepare before the guests arrived. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear this. He asked Soa if she was really going to cook and if she was sure about it. Although Soa was good at it, she was still not feeling well enough. Soa replied that she was fine and that she could handle it. Since Soa insisted, Shi Wu didn't dare refuse her. Moreover, probably due to the treatment at the SH clinic, her complexion already looked healthier. Soa suggested that Shi Wu go shopping right away, and also told Midnight to come with them. Oh Ju-won's office. Oh Ju-won couldn't stop thinking about Meng Shi Wu, who had ruined their plans. He was the one who turned the soul branch of Pandemonium to dust, and destroyed their plan to illegally produce awakened ones, which had finally reached its final stage after so many years of work. It was all Meng Shi Wu. Oh Ju-won asked his secretary if they had managed to find Shi Wu. The secretary replied that they had. Oh Ju-won stood up and ordered them to show him the way. The secretary flinched at this and asked if he meant to say that he would personally go after him. He then tried to stop his boss by reminding him that if he intervened directly, the inspection bureau would notice, which would make it very risky. Oh Ju-won reminded the secretary that this was the second time. He had heard that name twice already, so he would simply deal with him. One of Oh Ju-won's subordinates entered the office and asked the boss to leave everything to him. The leader of Pandemonium, Jo Bukchon, asked his boss why he would take out a blade that kills ogres for some orc. Oh Ju-won replied that he was not someone who could be dealt with so easily, and that it would be better for him to deal with him personally, leaving no room for error. Jo Bukchon said that since that was his decision, he would stay out of it. However, it seems they have a problem with the cult. Oh Ju-won asked what he meant. Jo Bukchon asked who knows. Then he reminded him that investigators from the Inspection Bureau ultimately have a keen nose for problems. Oh Ju-won unleashed a little power, pressing Jo Bukchon down with his aura, after which he said that he would let this little play on words slide, but only this once. Struggling to stay on his feet, Jo Bukchon apologized to his boss, and almost suffocating from the pressure, Jo Bukchon said that the cult's actions had become too dangerous, and that while they were looking for victims for resurrection, Baek Sunjae had already figured out their intentions. Oh Ju-won was furious when he heard about Baek Sunjae, and even stopped pressuring Jo Bukchon. After that, he said that the cult tried to hide it because Baek Sunjae personally intervened. That is why he came to the boss today, because only he is capable of stopping him. In fact, the plan to illegally produce the Awakened was only preparation for what the cult is preparing. Therefore, Oh Ju-won is certain that the Red Shadow is also monitoring their actions. Oh Ju-won grabbed Jo Bukchon by the shoulder and said that Meng Ji-wang had also been defeated by Meng Shi Wu. Then he asked if he could really take care of him. Jo Bukchon asked not to even compare him to Ji-won, and asked his boss to just leave everything to him. Meng Shi Wu was amazed by what he saw when he entered the hall. Their table was literally covered with food. Soa reminded him that guests were coming, so she had to do her best. Meng Shi Wu asked if she thought she had gone a little overboard. Soa replied that it was better than nothing. Midnight approached Shi Wu with a bowl and growled to show that he also wanted to eat. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu remembered Midnight eating meat. If he fed Midnight, there would be no food left for the guests. Meng Shi Wu apologized to the puppy for not being able to feed him. Midnight became sad and fell to the floor with his bowl. In order to cheer him up, Shi Wu promised that he would cook something for him separately, and headed to the kitchen. Midnight barked happily at him. Soa asked Shi Wu when the others would arrive. Meng Shi Wu replied that he had asked them to come for dinner, so they should be here soon. When suddenly a notification popped up on his smartphone. The smartphone reported that an unauthorized object was approaching their house. Meng Shi Wu assumed it must be one of their guests. As soon as Shi Wu opened the door, Kim So-yeon and Kim Yi-jun immediately greeted him. Shi Wu asked why they had brought so many things with them. So-yeon replied that it was a housewarming party, so they couldn't come empty-handed. Upon entering, Kim So-yeon was very surprised by what she saw and asked Shi Wu if he had really built it all himself. Kim Yi-jun said he hoped they weren't late. Shi Wu told him they had arrived just in time. Kim Yi-jun was pleased to hear this, admitting that he had been worried they would be late because So-yeon had been getting ready for what seemed like an eternity. Kim So-yeon was embarrassed by this and shouted that she wasn't worried. What was he talking about? Kim Yi-jun reminded his sister that she had taken a very long time to get dressed, and that it was probably only because they were going to see Shi Wu. Kim So-yeon laughed and hit her brother with all her strength, telling him to stop joking, because she hadn't done anything like that. Kim So-yeon asked Shi Wu not to pay attention to Yi-jun's words, as her brother was not in his right mind. Meanwhile, Kim Yi-jun, with his last breath, wrote his sister's name in blood so that everyone would know who was to blame for his death. Kim Yi-jun asked if she had started calling him crazy just because it embarrassed her. Kim So-yeon ordered her brother to shut up and began beating him so badly that he could no longer say such things. So-ah entered the room, greeted her brother's friends, and said she was glad to see them there. Then she introduced herself to them. Kim So-yeon was surprised to see her and asked if she was her biological sister. So-ah immediately confirmed this. So-yeon said she was glad to see her and introduced herself as well. Suddenly, Yi-jun jumped out in front of her and shouted how pleased he was to see her. He then proudly announced that he was the closest person to her brother, the most courageous of men, Kim Yi-jun. So-ah was a little surprised by his behavior, but she greeted him anyway. Kim So-yeon wanted to punch him, but suddenly she noticed a strange puppy. Kim So-yeon was very happy to see the puppy there and shouted how cute it was. Midnight got scared and immediately ran away from So-yeon. Kim So-yeon was simply stunned by how the puppy ran away from her. Mong Shi Wu remembered that Midnight was the same when he first met So-ah. Coming to her senses, So-yeon remembered something, and said that Mr. Palguan would not be able to come to them today. At the moment, he was buried in work on a report that he would present at a seminar. Shi Wu said that he had already heard about it, and that, apparently, it was very important to Mr. Palguan. Kim So-yeon explained that although it was called a seminar, it was more like a gathering of the world's best blacksmiths. In essence, it was a competition, and there was even a grand prize. Meng Shi Wu became interested when he heard about the grand prize, and Kim So-yeon said that Mr. Palguan was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to show everyone what he had learned from Shi Wu. The first place prize changes every year, and this time it will be presented by Master Aurelion himself. Shi Wu was surprised and asked if it was true. He even thought about participating himself. In any case, it was no wonder that Mr. Palguan was so busy. Meng Shi Wu suddenly received another notification of an unauthorized object approaching. Shi Wu apologized, saying he needed to leave, and headed for the entrance. Opening the door, Shi Wu immediately greeted Jong Ayun, the landlady's daughter. Ayun was surprised by what had happened and asked how he knew it was her. Shi Wu chuckled and replied that he had his methods, then looked around and asked if she had come alone and where her mother was. Jong Ayun said that her mother couldn't come because of work, which was why she had come alone. Letting the guest into the house, Meng Shi Wu admitted that it would have been nice if she could have come too. At that moment, So-ah saw who it was and was surprised. Jong Ayun greeted So-ah and asked how she was. So-ah replied that she was fine, then asked how long it had been since they last saw each other. Jong Ayun guessed that it had been about a year, which surprised So-ah greatly. So-ah admitted that time had flown by too quickly. Kim So-yeon asked if Shi Wu had invited all the guests on the same day. Shi Wu replied that he had, and then asked if it was a bad idea. In fact, Meng Shi Wu had never thrown a housewarming party before, so he didn't know much about it. Kim So-yeon explained that this was not the issue and attempted to figure out how to explain everything to him. At that moment, Shi Wu received a new notification about an unauthorized object and apologized to So-yeon, then headed for the door. At about the same time, members of the Hunting Bureau's investigation team were dealing with another case involving Pandemonium thugs. Park Tae-min asked what the hell had happened here, and had this happened throughout the entire village. Kim Dong-gun, a guard from the regional investigation team of the Hunters Inspection Bureau, reported to the captain that their search was complete. The captain asked if there were any survivors, but all he heard in response was silence. Park Tae-min was furious, because all this was the work of those evil bastards. The captain asked what was in the report, and if there was anything unusual. Kim Dong-gun replied that there was a clue. For some unknown reason, all the bodies in the village were male. Park Tae-min asked if that meant they didn't kill women, and had they been able to establish a motive? Kim Dong-gun replied that they hadn't gotten that far yet, and as the captain already knew, Oh Ju-won had intervened in the case, so Park Tae-min agreed with the guard, because even just surviving in this situation was pure luck. Then he asked where the director was. The guard replied that the director had gone after Oh Ju-won. At that moment, Park Sung-jae appeared out of nowhere and said he was there. Park Tae-min asked what had happened to Oh Ju-won. Park Sung-jae admitted that he had lost him and that Oh Ju-won was much stronger than he had expected. Suddenly, Park Sung-jae stumbled and began to fall. Captain Park Tae-min immediately caught the director and asked how he was. Park Sung-jae laughed and replied that it was nothing serious. He just felt dizzy and probably looked very pathetic now. Park Tae-min felt something on his hand and looked at it in horror, as it was blood. Park Sung-jae suddenly went limp, but Park Tae-min caught him. Park Sung-jae said he was fine and asked not to report it to the bureau. After all, it wouldn't be good if someone found out that the director had been beaten up by a criminal. This news would only cause concern among the population. So, the director trembled, holding on with his last ounce of strength, but he told Park Tae-min again that he was perfectly fine. On the other side of the forest, the wounded Oh Ju-won was barely breathing due to the injuries he had sustained after fighting the director. The secretary asked his boss if he was okay, but instead of answering, Oh Ju-won asked what was going on with the cult. The secretary replied that thanks to the boss's efforts, the ritual had not been ruined. Oh Ju-won asked if the guards had noticed, to which he replied that, again, thanks to him, they had managed to keep it a complete secret. Oh Ju-won suddenly became angry, remembering Baek Seon-jae. It was his first fight with him, and apparently, the rumors greatly underestimated his abilities. But he was lucky, because he got off easy if he had lost more than just his eye. Meng Shi Wu abruptly opened the door and invited Doku in, which startled her. Stammering, Doku greeted her boss. Then she asked her younger siblings to greet Shi Wu. Her younger brother said hello, and her sister said she was glad to see him. Seeing this, Mong Shiu smiled and greeted the children, then invited them inside. Once inside, the children were amazed by what they saw, and the younger brother even shouted that the house was incredible. He then asked Doku if they could live in a place like this. But his sister asked him if he had any idea how much such a place would cost. The brother was doubtful and decided to ask how much such a house would cost. His sister replied that it would cost at least 1,000,000 won. Hearing this, the brother was completely shocked and tried to calculate everything on his fingers. But after unsuccessful attempts, he said that it was a lot of fried chicken. Then he turned to Shi Wu and asked if he was really super rich. Park Doku quietly asked what kind of questions these were. Park Doku then bowed and apologized, saying that her brother was too young and didn't understand anything yet. Mong Shiu laughed and said that it was okay. At that moment, it seemed as if almost everyone had gathered. Mr. Palguan and the landowner were unable to come, so only Mong Shiu led Park Doku and the younger children into the hall to the other guests, and said that apparently everyone had already gathered. He was sure that the rest of the guests would definitely not come because they were busy, and he had invited them only out of politeness. Kim So-yeon noticed that Shi Wu had not yet purchased any furniture. Shi Wu agreed and reminded her that he had only just finished building the house and had only managed to make a table and a few chairs. Kim So-yeon was surprised to hear this and asked if he had really done it all himself. Suddenly, Shi Wu's smartphone received another notification about an unauthorized object, which surprised him. Then he heard the doorbell ring. Kim So-yeon asked if he hadn't just said that everyone was already gathered. Shi Wu admitted that he had thought so himself. Jo Buk-chong asked if that bastard had really brought guests to his house, and who were they anyway? Secretary Oh Ju-won said that Shi Wu had invited some acquaintances, but he wasn't sure who exactly. Jo Buk-chong said that in that case, it was very simple. He would just have to kill them all. Jo Buk-chong ordered his subordinates from Pandemonium to gather immediately. Meanwhile, at Shi Wu's house, the guests felt very uncomfortable, and no one dared to say a word. Soa cleared her throat and whispered to her brother to do something to break the awkward silence. Meng Shi Wu promised that he would think of a way to start the conversation right away. Meng Shi Wu asked what they thought about introducing themselves. Then he chuckled awkwardly. Since he had suggested it, he would do it first. As they all knew, he was Shi Wu. Immediately after that, his younger sister Soa, who was sitting next to him, introduced herself. Next, Jonna Yoon, the daughter of the landlady, decided to take the initiative, even though it was in the past, as he no longer rented the house. Kim So-yeon introduced herself as the CEO of So-yeon Trading. Her younger brother introduced himself as Yi-jun, So-yeon's younger brother, as well as Shi Wu's cameraman, who was always by his side. Next, feeling very nervous, she decided to introduce Doku, who works as a video editor for Shi Wu's channel. After introducing herself, Park Doku pointed to her younger siblings, after which her younger sister introduced herself as Dok Yeon, and her brother introduced himself as Dochul. Next, Min Jun, a guard and captain of the 4th Squad of the rural branch of the Inspection Bureau, introduced himself. And lastly, Chaerin, the guildmaster of the SH Hunters Guild, introduced herself. In fact, Meng Shi Wu had invited these two out of politeness, but he hadn't expected them to actually show up. Did that mean they weren't as busy as he had thought? Soa suddenly laughed, trying to smooth things over, and suggested that the guests start eating. Hearing this, Do-hyun and Do-kyung couldn't hold back their saliva. Do-kyung asked if they could really eat this. Then Do-hyun said he wanted to try the ragu. Park Do-gu was shocked by their behavior and asked them to be more polite. Shi-woo told her that it was okay, and that it was food for everyone, so they shouldn't feel shy. Soa agreed with her brother and said that she had worked very hard to prepare everything. Do-hyun couldn't help but exclaim at how delicious Soa's cooking was, and Do-kyun asked Doku if she could cook like that too. Since no one objected, Park Do-gu thanked Shi-woo and Soa for the food. After that, Soa invited the others to dig in. Kim So-yeon suddenly remembered that they had come with something and suggested that it was the right time to give gifts for the new apartment. Hearing her, Kim Yi-jun reached for the box. When he opened it, everyone could see the gold-colored tendons of the ogres. Kim So-yeon asked what he thought of the gift and if he liked it. Mong Shiu admitted that it was exactly what he needed. He had just finished building his house and had already started thinking about making equipment for himself. Meng Shi Wu asked if it wasn't too expensive for a housewarming gift. He had heard that each tendon cost about 100 million won. Kim So-yeon admitted that this was true, but that it wasn't just a housewarming gift. Shi-woo asked what she meant. Kim Yi-jun then explained that it was also a token of his gratitude for Shi-woo saving him that time, as well as a small reward for his help. Meng Shi Wu said that even so, it was too much. But So-yeon ordered him to just take it. John A-yoon admitted that compared to this, her gift seemed inadequate. So she brought Soa a GED workbook and documents for admission based on talent, as she thought she should already start preparing for university. A-yoon told Soa that she would personally help her prepare for the GED exams, so she wished her to study hard. Soa thanked her friend and said she was the best. Nervous about the gift, Park Do-gu quietly handed her the camera. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to see the camera, and Do-gu reminded her that he had complained that his cameras were always breaking. Mong Shiu understood what she was talking about. She probably remembered how he always mumbled about it in his videos, but she was clearly not in a position to spend so much money. Meng Shi thanked Do-gu for the gift and promised that he would use the camera. Then Meng Shi turned to Yi-jun, patted the camera, and said that he was forbidden to break it. Kim Yi-jun promised that he would protect this camera even at the cost of his life. Suddenly, Meng Shi heard a quiet apology. Turning around, Meng Shi saw that Lee Mingju was looking downcast. Mingju admitted that she had never been to a housewarming party before, so she didn't know that she needed to bring a gift, for which she sincerely apologized. Showing his thumb, Shiwu said that everything was fine and that he was grateful that she had come today. Mingjong said that in that case, everything was fine. Immediately after that, she became even more dejected and apologized to Shiwu again. Han Chaerin, who had been sitting quietly all this time, suddenly asked, did that mean she shouldn't have given him household items? Meng Shiwu was very surprised to hear about household items. Han Chaerin took out her smartphone and sent Shiwu a link. Clicking on the link, Meng Shiwu saw some kind of Karafni sofa. Kim So-yeon was shocked by what she heard and decided to ask if he had just mentioned a Karafne sofa. Shiwu replied that it was indeed that, and then asked what the matter was. Just in case, Kim So-yeon decided to take a look for herself, and when she saw it, she cried out, "Oh my god!" Then she shouted that Chaerin was also giving him a Harry Wotton wardrobe. Meng Shiwu asked if they were really that expensive. So-yeon replied that expensive was an understatement, as each one cost billions of won. Hearing about the billions, even Shiwu was shocked. Shiwu asked how furniture could be so expensive. So-yeon noted that, aside from the price, it was very difficult to find. Karafni only produces 10 pieces a year, and there are currently only 1,000 Harry Wotton cabinets in the world. In addition, she had heard that they are sold exclusively to VIP customers at the main SH department store. Meng Shiwu asked Chaerin how she managed to get them. Chaerin replied that Director Han was in charge of the SH department store, and that she had personally chosen these gifts. Kim So-yeon whispered to Shiwu that if it were her decision, she would choose either the sofa or the wardrobe. Meng Shiwu admitted that it sounded like a good idea. Han Chaerin asked why, since the gift was everything she had thrown away. The room suddenly fell silent. Everyone was too shocked by what was happening. Lee Min-jun, who had come without a gift, was particularly hurt by what she heard. Meng Shiwu decided to clarify, was that really all? If she really had everything on the list, then it was. Storage cabinets, chairs, tables, a robot vacuum cleaner, a refrigerator, a washing machine, a dryer, a dishwasher, a TV, a stereo system, an iron, a toaster, a chest of drawers, a display cabinet, beds, blankets, pillows, rugs, bedspreads, and even a deep fryer. Han Che-rin confirmed that all of this was indeed a gift. After that, she looked at the astonished faces of those present with bewilderment. Sometime later, in the store, Meng Shi Wu said to himself that he still couldn't believe that Che-rin. Was this really how the SH group operated? And who even gave gifts like this for a housewarming? Shi Wu realized that Han Che-rin lived in a completely different world. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu froze, because if you think about it, she couldn't have bought all this as wedding gifts, could she? Aunt Sharon mistakenly believes that he is dating her. Apparently, this misunderstanding was already getting out of hand. Shi Wu decided not to think about it for now. After all, it's just Director Han's delusion, which means it's not his problem. Suddenly, Shi Wu heard a notification sound from his smartphone. Taking out his smartphone, Meng Shi Wu saw a warning about an unauthorized object near the house. Shi Wu assumed it was Mr. Palguan or the landowner. Suddenly, the system announced the presence of aggressive magical waves and that the system was switching to emergency mode. At that moment, Shi Wu saw a powerful explosion at the site of his house. A short time ago, people from Pandemonium gathered at Shi Wu's house. Looking at this house, Zhou Bukchon couldn't help but notice that this son of a bitch Meng Shi Wu lived in a nice house. Zhou Bukchon ordered the thug to destroy the house. The thug approached the wall and punched it with all his might. But for some unknown reason, the wall did not budge. Zhou Bukchon asked his subordinate what he was doing there. The thug tried to explain that he was just... But Zhou Bukchon didn't want to hear any excuses. He asked if he was serious. He was ashamed to think that such idiots were members of Pandemonium. Zhou Bukchon put his spear behind his back and ordered his subordinate to get out of the way. Zhou Bukchon knew that the bastards from the inspection bureau would rush over as soon as they heard the noise, but that didn't matter if they solved the problems before they arose. Zhou Bukchon swung his spear. As a result, there was an explosion that could be heard throughout the neighborhood. When he was done, Zhou Bukchon turned away from the ruins and ordered his men to finish it quickly. However, for some reason his subordinates were very surprised. One of them turned to Zhou Bukchon, after which the thug said that the door... Zhou Bukchon asked what they were talking about and turned around to see that the door was almost intact after his attack. But how could this be possible? Suddenly, the door opened and Lee Min-jun came out of the house. Min-jun said that it was actually quite bold to commit crimes in such residential areas. The members of Pandemonium were surprised to see the inspector, known in Seoul as the Human Butcher, here. Zhou Bukchon asked why this bitch was here. Lee Min-jun said that ordinary criminals would not dare to commit crimes so openly, which meant that they had come here for some purpose. Lee Min-jun asked, "Are they bastards from Pandemonium?" Kim Yi-jun followed Min-jun out. He asked what was going on and if these were Shi Wu's guests. But Zhou Bukchon was most surprised when he saw the next hunter. It was Han Che-rin. What was she doing here? Without a doubt, it was Han Che-rin from SH Group. The big guy asked Zhou Bukchon what they should do. Things were really bad, because in South Korea, you can't mess with SH Group. But now there was no turning back. Zhou Bukchon ordered everyone except Han Che-rin to be killed. Immediately after that, his men rushed into the attack with their swords drawn. Kim Yi-jun looked around and wondered what was going on. The thug from Pandemonium almost cut Ye-jun down with his sword. But at the last moment, Lee Min-jun jumped in front of him and attacked the thug. Lee Min-jun told Yi-jun that they were thugs from Pandemonium. Yi-jun was shocked to hear about them and wondered what the hell this criminal organization was doing here. Lee Min-jun replied that they didn't have time for a detailed explanation. Immediately after that, Lee Min-jun rushed towards the approaching enemies. Pushing off the ground, Lee Min-jun jumped up and swung her blade behind her back. And upon landing, she instantly killed one of Pandemonium's thugs. Kim Yi-jun froze as he watched. Lee Min-jung fiercely dealing with all these thugs. On the other hand, Han Che-rin also did not stand still and killed 2 thugs with one blow. But in the next moment, she bypassed all her opponents and launched a series of attacks, getting rid of the entire group. Watching the battle, Zhou Bukchon could only hear the dying screams of his subordinates. As it turned out, these fools were unable to cope with even 2 hunters. Well, since that's how things are. Zhou Bukchon grinned, because he hadn't had a chance to have some fun in a long time. Suddenly, Lee Min-jun sensed danger and turned around to see a spearhead flying toward her. At the last moment, Lee Min-jun managed to repel the enemy's attack. Zhou Bukchon was surprised that she had actually managed to stop his attack. Zhou Bukchon was forced to admit that she was famous for a reason. Immediately after that, he attacked Mingju again with his spear, accelerating with each strike. Zhou Bukchon asked why she didn't try to stop this one now. Holding Lee Min-jun down, Zhou Bukchon began to laugh. He said that, judging by everything, she was going through a difficult time right now. Lee Min-jung was barely holding back Jo Buk-cheon's onslaught. Noticing this, he asked if she had already reached her limit. Immediately after that, he shouted for her to entertain him a little longer and doubled his attacks. All this was too dangerous for Kim Yi-jun. Watching this, he couldn't even understand what was happening in this crowd. But these people were criminals, trying to illegally break into the house of his friend, Shi Wu. And judging by everything, Ms. Charon's enemies were also beginning to close in thanks to their numerical superiority. If only he had known that something like this would happen, he would have at least brought a shield with him. Kim Yi-jun asked what he should do. Suddenly, he remembered something. Kim Yi-jun ran into the house and immediately began clearing the table. Yi-jun thought that since this table was made by Shi Wu, it could probably be used as a shield. The girls who stayed at home were scared, and Kim So-yeon asked what was happening outside. Midnight growled, sensing enemies. Kim Yi-jun told his sister that she should not go outside with the others under any circumstances. Running out into the street, Yi-jun raised the table in front of him and ran towards Jo Buk-cheon, who was cornering Min-jun. Feeling threatened by the pockmarked man, Jo Buk-cheon was surprised that this weakling had decided to attack. Jo Buk-cheon ordered him to get out of there and hit him with a spear. After landing, Kim Yi-jun coughed up blood. His enemy was indeed strong. Suddenly, Jo Buk-cheon appeared right in front of him and tried to finish him off. But at the last moment, Yi-jun managed to jump out of the way. The enemy was too strong for him, as he didn't even notice him approaching. Immediately after Yi-jun jumped back, Jo Buk-cheon struck a second blow, severing Yi-jun's arm. Hearing Lee Jun scream in pain, Lee Min-jun turned around and saw Jo Buk-cheon attacking him. After cutting off his arm, Jo Buk-cheon complained about how annoying this weakling was, and kicked him in the stomach with his knee to throw him into the air. Then Jo Buk-cheon raised his spear and, wishing death upon Yi-jun, attacked him. But as soon as he struck, Kim Yi-jun disappeared in a flash of fire. Instead, Han Chae-rin jumped out and blocked the attack. Jo Buk-cheon was surprised that she managed to block it. Jo Buk-cheon admitted that Chae-rin's skills looked pretty good, and she had a decent sword. But she was still a novice compared to him. His S-rank trait, Acceleration, allowed him to rise to the level of Pandemonium's leaders. His trait not only speeds up his entire body, but also improves his dynamic vision through hormones, accelerating his perception and thinking. Thanks to this, he perceives things in slow motion, observing the surrounding phenomena as they stretch spatially as hormones are produced, and his metabolism accelerates. In this world, he can easily break the sound barrier and move at his own pace. If he pushes himself to the limit, everyone else will move slowly, like a snail. He is the only creature that can move freely in this world. And in this world, where everything seems to have stopped, he is a god. But what is this feeling that suddenly enveloped him? It was a feeling of horror that seemed to permeate his entire body. It was as if a bell was ringing continuously in his head, warning him. It was a deadly instinct, and if he didn't escape right now, he would die. Behind Jo Buk-cheon, a bright light suddenly flashed. Jo Buk-cheon turned around and saw a fireball rushing towards him at tremendous speed, and in the next instant something threw him back. Getting up, Jo Buk-cheon asked what the hell had just happened. He thought he had reacted quickly and tried to dodge it, but it was too late. But that was impossible, and something like that simply couldn't have happened. After all, in this world where he reigned like a god, Jo Buk-cheon suddenly heard a rustling sound, and when he looked, he saw ice cream spilling out of the bag. Meng Shi Wu was unhappy because he had accidentally dropped the ice cream due to the last blow. Picking up the bag, Meng Shi Wu turned to the guy he had just knocked down and asked who the hell he was, and what the hell was going on here. As soon as Meng Shi Wu arrived, Kim Yi-jun rushed over to him. Meng Shi Wu was very surprised by what he saw and asked why he was holding his table, and where was his left hand. Then Shi Wu turned around and said that after what he had seen, he could roughly understand what was going on. The whole problem was you. Lee Min-jun shouted that they were being attacked by thugs from Pandemonium. Meng Shi Wu was a little surprised to hear this, but since it was them, Meng Shi Wu began to emanate the powerful aura of Hercules' martial arts, and he reminded them that he had clearly warned them that time. Jo Buk-cheon was simply speechless about what was happening. Clenching his fist, Shi Wu told them never to come near him again. Meng Shi Wu reminded them that he had clearly warned them they should never approach him again. Jo Buk-cheon realized that Meng Shi Wu was standing in front of him now, and that there could be no mistake about it. Oh, Ju Wan said that Shi Wu was not someone who could be easily dealt with, because even Ji Wang had lost to him. Was he sure he could handle this? Jo Buk-cheon stood up and said that when he found out that Meng Ji-wan had been defeated, he realized that Shi Wu was not the unusual bastard that some people thought he was. Jo Buk-cheon gave Shi Wu the middle finger and said that he would regret not being able to kill him with one blow. In a slow-motion world where time flows at a speed of 1 to 9.6 seconds, in this world where only he reigns as God, he is the only one who can move. While Zhou Bukshan was content with the thought of his power, he missed something. And that something was Shi Wu's fist, which suddenly slammed into his stomach. Due to the force of the blow, Zhou Bukshan coughed up blood. Immediately after that, he began to run away from Shi Wu, but no matter how hard he tried, Shi Wu quickly caught up with him. Zhou Bukshan tried to understand how this was possible. How could someone move so fast, even in his world? And could it be that he was simply rushing through this high-speed world? Quickly catching up with Zhou Bukshan, Shi Wu swung his fist and was already preparing to finish him off. Zhou Bukshan thought that the idea of someone rushing through his world was simply nonsense, and that such a thing simply could not be true. Turning sharply, Zhou Bukshan attacked Shi Wu with a shout, but his spear collided with Shi Wu's fist, which somehow managed to overpower it. Receiving the recoil from his last attack, Zhou Bukshan coughed up blood again, and his eyes rolled back. Zhou Bukshan's hands trembled. He knew he had definitely hit Shi Wu with his spear. So what was this indefinable force he had encountered? After repelling Zhou Bukshan's attack, Meng Shi Wu calmly took a step into his world. With just his footsteps alone, Meng Shi Wu could easily make his way through Zhou Bukshan's world. But he refused to believe it. Was he really unable to keep up with this guy's speed? So what could have happened? Because, after all, it wasn't just about Shi Wu's speed. It was as if it were inertia. Shi Wu possessed a superior power that even he was unable to cope with. Did that mean the branch manager was right? Was he really unable to deal with Meng Shi Wu? Zhou Bukshan refused to believe such nonsense. Feeling the weight of Shi Wu's impending blow, Zhou Bukshan realized that he was going to die. Zhou Bukshan gritted his teeth and told himself that he had to escape, no matter what. And to do that, he had to use any means necessary. Zhou Bukshan screamed, trying to squeeze even more strength out of his trait. Although Meng Shi Wu had been fighting Zhou Bukshan for some time, it was only at that moment that his friends realized that their battle had begun. Li Minjun wondered what had just happened. Kim Yijun saw Shi Wu fighting Zhou Bukshan, but he literally couldn't keep track of him with his eyes, no matter what moment of the fight they were in. The battle was unfolding right in front of him, but no. Could it even be called a battle? After a prolonged series of attacks, Meng Shi Wu finally managed to get Zhou Bukshan. Zhou Bukshan was stunned that this monstrous son of a bitch, Shi Wu, was getting faster with every minute of the fight. The maximum speed he could reach. Zhou Bukshan told himself that he had to reach his limits. Zhou Bukshan shouted loudly, pushing his limits to the maximum. And in the next instant, Zhou Bukshan flew past his subordinates like lightning, swinging his spear in all directions. It seemed that during his maximum acceleration, he had finally managed to pierce Meng Shi Wu. But his attacks were not enough to really hurt him. Meng Shi Wu wondered, did this man really not care what happened to his subordinates? Meng Shi Wu sighed and was enveloped in black lightning. Hiding behind the table, Li Mingju called out to Meng Shi Wu. Then she shouted for Shi Wu not to kill this man. Meng Shi Wu replied that he knew that, but he couldn't guarantee that he would survive, because he still couldn't fully control his power. Until now, he had simply focused on the concept of speed, without even realizing it, limiting himself to the idea of accelerating his movements. But, watching his opponent use his trait, he realized that it was possible to accelerate not only speed, but also all the capabilities of his body, thereby expanding the very concept of speed. And this is practically no different from the power of a god. It destroys established ideas about speed. It erases the boundaries of limitations that he unconsciously set for himself. We are talking about expanding the very concept of SS plus superspeed. The moonlight illuminates the streets, and a night breeze blows through the neighborhood. At this very moment, everything in the universe is moving, day and night. A world in which they are fully aware of the 24 hours they live. The world of 1:48 minutes, Muhurta. Time gradually slows down and sound gets stuck in the air, never reaching them. A slowed down world. A world of 9.6 seconds. It is a high-speed world, accelerated to the limits that are only achievable by humans. And beyond this world lies a realm forbidden to humans. But in his case, something is different. The super speed of Hermes, which is the speed of a god. 1/75 of a second, this is the world of Tatsana. Upon entering the world of Tatsana, Meng Shi Wu finally found what he was looking for, and immediately rushed after Zhou Bukshan, who was trying to escape from him. Sensing the approaching danger, Zhou Bukshan realized that he was in trouble. Zhou Bukshan yelled at Shi Wu that he was a monstrous bastard, and turning sharply, stabbed him with a spear. But to his surprise, the spear crumbled, and a green flash rushed towards him. In the next moment, Zhou Bukshan was struck, knocking him out of the slow-motion worlds. Thanks to his journey through the slow worlds, Meng Shi Wu increased his super speed skill by plus 8.9%, reaching 9.28%. Meng Shi Wu wondered if this could be because he had touched the world of Tatsana. Moreover, to some extent, he became able to control his super speed, and thanks to this, he would finally be able to avoid harming those around him. Even so, he was only approaching 10%. which was far from his maximum speed. Now Meng Shi Wu could understand why Hercules could not catch Hermes when he tried to escape. Meng Shi Wu suddenly remembered something and, with a wave of his hand, stuck a dozen needles into Zhou Bukchon so that he would not die. After all, he managed not to kill this guy with his blow, even though he didn't really want to. Stunned by what had happened, Li Mingzhu admitted that even though the leader of Pandemonium was on the verge of death, trying to hide her shock, Minjung admitted that Shi Wu had done a great job. Shi Wu said that in fact, she was the one who did an excellent job here. Mong Shiu thanked Minjung for protecting everyone while he was away. Meng Shi Wu suggested that Li Minjung had faced such situations many times as a guard, so it shouldn't be a serious problem for her. Shi Wu asked Yi Jun if he was okay. Yi Jun chuckled awkwardly and replied that he was probably fine. After looking him over, Shi Wu said that he looked normal and noticed that his arm had also returned. And Meng Shi Wu wondered if Charon was really okay. Although she looked fine on the outside, this was probably the first time she had encountered such a situation. Meng Shi Wu assumed that Charon was now in a state of severe shock. After all, there is a huge difference between killing monsters and killing people, especially if it is your first time. Although Han Charon is famous as an outstanding genius, she always looks stoic, like a robot devoid of emotions. She is only overshadowed by the prestige of SH Group and her genius talent. Charon is still a young and fragile personality who has not even become an adult yet. Meng Shi Wu thought about how he couldn't just tell her how sorry he was that this had happened. Even though she had only come here for the party to celebrate his new house, Meng Shi Wu thanked Miss Charon. Surprised by what she heard, Charon asked, "What?" Looking at her face, Shi Wu chuckled to himself, because now she looked just like a deer looking up. Shi Wu said that if it weren't for her, the people inside could have been seriously injured. Meng Shi Wu took Shireen by the hand and said that if she interfered in Pandemonium's affairs, similar things would happen again in the future. And if she wasn't ready for that now, it would be best to refuse right now. Shi Wu said that running away was also an option. Although winning a fight is commendable, sometimes refusing to fight can also be a path to victory. One day, Confucius said, "When people decide not to do something, they must remember that it is not a choice to give up or yield, but a choice to move towards another opportunity." The growth of a gentleman does not necessarily have to be associated with achieving something greater. Meng Shi Wu asked Shireen not to try too hard to win, and also not to give in to her emotions. After all, no matter what, Miss Charon is the most important thing. Han Charon placed her free hand on her chest and sincerely thanked Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu believed that Han Charon only lacked experience. If she did not break down and become discouraged when faced with obstacles, she would have the potential to one day become a hunter who transcended the world. Until then, his role as a mentor was to help her grow safely. After all, that was the only way he could earn 10 billion won a month. Shi Wu said he was grateful to her. Soon, inspectors from the bureau arrived at the scene, and the housewarming party came to an end. Fortunately, the invited guests returned home without any injuries or damage. In the end, those bastards from Pandemonium couldn't even break through the front door of his house. Miss Minjung and Miss Charon, along with Yi Jun, also held back the thugs. And even if they hadn't, Midnight could have dealt with them on his own. He was grateful to them, but he felt sorry for dragging them into all this. Li Minjung called Sua and asked if they had finished checking the identities of these guys. Zheng Sua reported that they had completed the identification and that all of these people had been confirmed as members of Pandemonium. In addition, there was a bounty on each of their heads. One of the guards suddenly noticed that one of them was still alive. What should they do now? Park Taemin asked what he meant by what to do. They should just kill them. Meng Shi Wu was confused by what he heard. The guard asked if they really had to do that. Park Taemin replied that if they left these thugs alive, they would return to their old ways. Innocent people would become victims in the future, so it was better to get their hands dirty with blood right now. The guard asked if the team leader agreed. Taemin replied that he did. After hearing this, Meng Shi Wu finally understood why the guards were called human butchers. After sorting out the matter, Li Min-jun approached Shi Wu and said that the guy they were fighting was named Zhou Bukchon, and that he was a high-ranking employee of Pandemonium. Min-jun asked if Shi Wu would mind if they checked his identity. Meng Shi Wu replied that he didn't mind because, after all, that was the job of the guards. That was also the reason why he had left Bukchon alive. Walking away, Taemin admitted that when he thought about it, he wanted tonkatsu. The female guard asked if they should order some for lunch. In fact, Shi Wu wanted to deliver Zhou Bukchon himself, but since the guards were here, he could leave it to the experts. Shi Wu asked Minjung if something would be difficult for them. If she found out where Pandemonium's headquarters was, could she let him know? Li Mingjong replied that if it was Shi Wu, of course she could. But why did he need it? Shi Wu replied that of course he had to show them what happened to those who ignored his warnings. Li Mingzhu was surprised to see Shi Wu like this, but she said she understood. As for the housewarming gift, Minjung asked if they could replace it with their team regularly patrolling Meng Shi Wu's hunter house. The members of the fourth team were stunned by what they heard. Meng Shi Wu asked if that would really be okay. Judging by the expressions on the guards' faces, Shi Wu assumed that Mingzhu had not yet discussed this with the team. Besides, wasn't it wrong to use state power for personal gain, as in this case? Li Mingjong explained that patrolling the territory was their responsibility, while the house of the hunter Meng Shi Wu was under the jurisdiction of their sole branch. Shi Wu agreed with this, and he just wanted to reason with Mingjong. As Mingjong reminded him, he is currently the target of Pandemonium. They are obligated to do this, as they are responsible for the safety of citizens in case of danger. Moreover, they would likely be able to find traces of Pandemonium similar to those found today. Shi Wu said that, in summary, if they stayed close to him, they would be able to catch Pandemonium. Shi Wu asked if that was what she meant. It's similar, and most importantly, Li Mingjong said that it was his housewarming gift. Shi Wu said that since she said so, he had no reason to refuse. It wasn't as if it would be normal to refuse such a coveted gift. Even though he had built a new house, there was still a lot missing. And while his ability to block intruders had been demonstrated quite well, he had nothing that could repel the invaders. Although there was no particular cause for concern with midnight nearby, there was always a possibility. And if the bureau inspectors patrolled the area regularly, he would no longer have to worry about the safety of his home and Soa. Meng Shi Wu shook Miss Mingjong's hand and said that in that case, he was counting on her. Li Mingjong smiled and thanked Meng Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu was a little confused by her gratitude, because in fact, he was the one who should be thanking her. Besides, it turned out that she could smile after all. Now she wanted to apologize, as they still needed to clean up the place. Meng Shi Wu smiled as he looked at the guards. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. It was a wound he had received in battle with Zhou Bukchan, and now Shi Wu felt as if his joints had been completely dislocated. The executive director of Pandemonium, Zhou Bukchan. As it turned out, he was much stronger than Shi Wu had expected. The rank member he had faced that time, Meng Ji Wang, was insignificant compared to him. It would seem that there was only a one-level difference between a tear and a fracture, but the level of skill was like night and day. The spear that Zhou Bukchan threw at him during his escape, fighting with bare fists against a weapon, proved to be truly incredible. If only his body had not been trained with Hercules' superpower, today's fight would have ended in disaster. And if he had completely slipped up today, he probably would not have been able to use his arm at all. If only he had received a decent blow with the spear that Zhou Bukchan was wielding, he would have lost, not Bukchan. Soon, Pandemonium will try to take revenge on him again. This means that in the future, he will have to face even stronger enemies than Zhou Bukchan. He is gradually reaching his limits, fighting enemies with his bare fists. This means that the time has finally come to make equipment for himself. The human body is weak. It has teeth, but they are not sharp enough. It has claws, but they are not strong enough, so they chose. Thanks to weapons, they cut and stabbed using wood, which is harder than their nails. They picked up stones from the ground and threw them, stones that are harder than their bones. They also overcame their physical shortcomings by seeking them elsewhere, which gave them an advantage over most animals. They could hunt animals that they could not previously defeat. Humans finally managed to reach the top of the cruel wild, freeing themselves from the shackles of the food chain and rising above predators. That is why we can say with confidence that the types of weapons that accompany human history are also quite diverse. So why shouldn't he do it? Staring at the hot coals, Shi Wu tried to figure out what exactly he should do. The most standard option was definitely gloves, because he was better at martial arts than weapons. As he expected, for Hercules' divine martial arts, the best equipment would be something that could strengthen the body. Once he had decided what to do, Shi Wu decided to start making gloves right away. The material he used to make gloves last time was ogre tendons, but the main difference now is that his current skills in divine metallurgy had increased nearly sixfold since he made the gauntlets. Even if he used the same materials as before, the end result would be as different as night and day. Squeezing the red-hot ogre tendons, Meng Shi Wu began to hammer them. The fragility and viscosity of the material, he had to find the perfect balance. After some time, Shi Wu finally finished creating the gloves, and the system rated them as decent equipment, and his divine metallurgy skill increased by 1%. Meng Shi Wu simply couldn't believe what was happening, because this was decent equipment. The top-class gloves sold by Han Charing for a staggering 4 billion were rated as disposable item. But even if Hephaestus considers the current gloves decent, it's just impossible. Could it be that by selling these gloves, he could get more than 10 billion? Shi Wu even dared to ask the question, should he just sell these gloves? After a moment's thought, Shi Wu decided to abandon the idea, as he didn't have such a big problem with money at the moment. Meng Shi Wu decided to check how the gloves would fit him and immediately put them on. After trying to move his hand in the glove, Mong Shiu was very surprised because it was incredibly comfortable. He didn't even feel like he had something on his hand. Meng Shi Wu clenched his hand in the glove, and it suddenly cracked. Immediately after that, the glove crumbled into small pieces. Meng Shi just froze in place, unable to say anything about what had happened. Right before his eyes, these gloves turned to dust, and this was a material worth 100 million won. Meng Shi Wu wondered if there could be a defect in the equipment. But that couldn't be the case, because then it wouldn't have received a worthy rating. If that was the case, then why the hell did they crumble? Could there be a defect in the material itself? Ogre tendons are the organs that transmit the strength of ogres, and they are one of the strongest materials in the world, capable of withstanding the enormous strength of ogres. So why did this happen? At that moment, Zhuge Liang's insight kicked in, and Shi Wu understood what the problem was. Shi Wu suggested that perhaps the ogre tendons were unable to withstand Hercules' superhuman strength, which meant that he needed to use a material of higher quality than ogre tendons? But what monster could be stronger than an A+ rank ogre? Meng Shi Wu thought about everything that might be suitable, but no matter how hard he tried to remember such a monster, he couldn't. There simply was no such monster. Is there even a monster capable of resisting Hercules' strength? And then Shi Wu wondered, does that mean that even Hercules cannot use any equipment? But that's not the case, except for a helmet made from the skin of the Nemean lion's head. Thanks to its incredibly thick and durable skin, the Nemean lion was able to withstand the attacks of Hercules himself. In the end, Hercules had to use a guillotine chokehold for a whole 30 days, although Shi Wu wasn't sure if it really was a guillotine chokehold. In any case, it ended with him crushing his entire body. Hercules used the remaining skin from the head to make a helmet, which is what Hercules told him. In that case, he just had to create equipment that could withstand Hercules' superhuman strength, and it had to be at least something like the Nemean lion. Shouldn't that be easy? No, because where could he find such a thing? And even if he found such a monster, how could he catch it? Meng Shi Wu wondered if this meant he would have to fight without weapons for the rest of his life. But they say that with great power comes great responsibility. At that moment, So Palguan approached the saddened Shi Wu. He wondered why the forge lights were burning and found that he had a guest. So Palguan then asked if Shi Wu was making equipment. Meng Shi Wu chuckled lifelessly and replied that it was now useless. So Palguan asked what had happened. With tears in his eyes, Shi Wu said that, apparently, he could no longer use any equipment. So Palguan smiled, then admitted that he didn't understand what he was talking about. But to change the mood, he could ask Shi Wu if he wanted to see the equipment he had created. Meng Shi Wu became interested when he heard about the equipment created by the master, and when he removed the cloth, he saw that it was a sword. As he expected from Master So Palguan, his basic skills were truly impressive. In addition, he even used the Hephaestus technique that he had taught him. Shi Wu acknowledged that it was a wonderful sword and that Master Palguan's words reassured him. Meng Shi Wu suggested that this sword could have been ordered by someone important, perhaps even an S-class hunter, to which Palguan replied that this was not entirely true, as this sword was material for a future seminar. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear about the seminar. Suddenly, he remembered that this was the same blacksmith seminar he had heard about from Soyun, and apparently, Master Palguan wanted to present this sword at the seminar. Shi Wu said that this competition now seemed more important to him than he had previously thought. So Palguan confirmed that this was true, as it was the most prestigious competition for craftsmen in the world. He then suggested that if Shi Wu participated, he would surely win. Shi Wu asked if he could participate too, so Palguan didn't even know how to put it simply. He explained that in order to participate, he would have to join the World Blacksmiths Association, have a blacksmith qualification certificate, and dozens of other necessary documents, and above all, he would need a production-related trait. Meng Shi Wu was forced to admit that, apparently, this was not for him. The whole problem was that Shi Wu was registered as an awakened person without a trait. Shi Wu suddenly remembered that the winner would receive a prize and asked Palguan about it. Palguan confirmed this, but said that the prize was not the main thing here. It was a kind of symbolism. Moreover, this time the prize was useless, as it was a prize offered by Master Aurelion himself. Meng Shi Wu apologized for his misunderstanding, and asked again if he had just said that the prize chosen by Aurelion himself was useless. What kind of prize was it? So Palguan replied that the prize was orichalcum. Orichalcum is a metal discovered after the 5th Industrial Revolution. Due to its extreme durability, it is almost impossible to destroy. In addition, It is easier to recognize in its raw form than in its processed form. In that case, it is definitely a useless prize. No matter how great orichalcum is as a metal, it is just trash if it cannot be purified. Shi Wu had even heard that Master Aurelion himself was unable to purify orichalcum. Shi Wu asked, "What is the point of offering something as the grand prize that you yourself cannot refine?" So Palguan chuckled and said that, as he had said earlier, this prize was a kind of symbolism. Shi Wu already understood that this was a seminar attended by blacksmiths from all over the world, and he also knew how skilled blacksmiths from other countries were. But with such a high level of quality, Mr. Shi Wu might have a chance to win. Suddenly, it dawned on Shi Wu. Metal that is virtually impossible to destroy due to its extreme durability. It was also a metal that no blacksmith in the world could refine, hence its name, divine metal. Most importantly, the process of refining orichalcum. He had seen it before, because Mjolnir, forged by Hephaestus, was made of orichalcum. Moreover, with Hephaestus' divine metallurgy, it should also be possible. At the moment, his divine metallurgy has reached 30.57% mastery. With that, he should be capable of doing it. Hephaestus had made countless pieces of equipment for the gods using orichalcum. If only he could get his hands on it. Shi Wu decided that he must obtain orichalcum at any cost. However, he cannot participate in the seminar. But he cannot give up either. What if he participated on behalf of the master? Shi Wu immediately rejected this idea, as Master Palguan would not allow it. But what if he just helped the master win? Zhuge Yang's insight helped Shi Wu get on the right track. Meng Shi Wu turned to Master Palguan. He asked the master what he thought about making a deal with him. A little while later, so Palguan raised his hammer again, but Shi Wu immediately said that he was doing it wrong, and that he had already told him how to do it. Pointing to the metal, Shi Wu explained once again that Palguan should strike the hammer along the grain, thus maximizing both the strength and quality of the finished product. Palguan grumbled, as he was already tired of this, and asked if he should do it that way. Then he started hammering the metal again. Meng Shi Wu could no longer contain his anger. He asked the master to take a closer look, and said that the metal fibers had been completely knocked down. So Palguan tried to understand what was wrong and asked, pointing to another spot. Meng Shi Wu said that it was a little closer, and asked if he really couldn't see it. So Palguan explained that it was difficult for him to see it. After which Shi Wu explained that it was because he was only looking with his eyes. Palguan asked what he should use to see it. Shi Wu replied that he should use his senses, that he should try to read the structure of the metal using his senses. So Palguan was puzzled to hear this and admitted that it was difficult. Shi Wu told him that it was because he had never done it before. He would not have told him about it if Palguan were an ordinary person. But he had already awakened, so he should try it. So Palguan closed his eyes and touched the metal. Meng Shi Wu asked if he could feel it now. So Palguan replied that he could feel something, but not very strongly. Shi Wu explained that this was where the fiber began, and that he needed to strike harder here. So Palguan asked how much harder. Meng Shi Wu assessed the force for a second, then said that it should be about this much. Immediately after that, he struck the metal with more force, causing a shockwave that raised a cloud of dust and knocked some objects in the forge to the ground. So Palguan was amazed at the amount of force required, and asked how he could possibly repeat it. Meng Shi Wu said that he would understand after practicing it, then suggested that he strike again. Since that was what was required, Master So Palguan warmed up his arms a little. Immediately after that, he struck the piece of metal with all his strength. A quiet ringing sound echoed through the smithy, and Palguan's blow did almost nothing. Meng Shi Wu felt a little awkward about what he saw, so he turned to the master, and asked him to let go of the hammer. After that, he suggested that he start with a few exercises. So Palguan was surprised to hear this, and asked why he suddenly brought it up. Repeating Hercules' words almost verbatim, Shi Wu said, "In order to master the technique I will teach you, I think you will first have to build muscle mass." So Palguan reminded him that there was less than a week left before the seminar, and asked how much training could help him. Shi Wu turned to Mr. So again. Then he said that if he took the elixir he would prepare, he would have nothing to fear. Meng Shi Wu decided to clarify, just in case, whether there would be doping control at the forging seminar. Meng Shi Wu began to get So Palguan into shape. Shi Wu made him do physical exercises. He gave him his elixir, which cleansed the body. During training, Shi Wu explained that breathing is important, but you shouldn't think about it too much. You just need to focus on it. Of course, the effects of the elixir So Palguan drank were the same as those on Shi Wu. Thus, Mr. So Palguan's special training lasted a whole week. A week later, a satisfied So Palguan raised his hammer and said he had done it. Meng Shi Wu examined the sword that So Palguan had just forged and acknowledged that it was a complete work of art. This sword fit perfectly in his hand, as if it had been specially made for him. So Palguan said that the sword's hilt was made from the doppelganger's facial muscles. A doppelganger is a monster that can transform into its chosen target. Since this sword was created by fusing the abilities of a doppelganger, the sword's hilt changes shape to suit the user. In fact, infusing monster abilities into equipment is a technique that humans cannot perform. So Palguan admitted that he had learned a lot from Shi Wu, and that the experience of the past week with Shi Wu was more valuable than the experience of his last 20 years. Meng Shi Wu could clearly see that Mr. So Palguan had made remarkable progress in a week. However, the reason he was able to achieve such a level of growth in just a week, it was precisely because of his 20 years of experience that he already had. Even if they were not perfect, Mr. Palguan had made the divine techniques his own. One day Confucius said, "The 4 elegant plants are the plum, the orchid, the chrysanthemum, and the bamboo." And now he sees bamboo before him. The time required for bamboo to grow fully is 5 years. However, during those 5 years, the bamboo does not appear above the ground. And after 5 years, the moment finally comes when it sprouts. Bamboo grows so fast that it almost reaches the sky in just 5 weeks. Now the question is, did the bamboo grow in just 5 weeks? Or did it grow during all those 5 years? Of course, it grew for all 5 years. The growth of a gentleman is almost the same as that of bamboo, even if the result is not immediately visible, even if it seems insignificant to some. You must put your whole soul into what you do, and in changing times, this will become a real asset. Meng Shi Wu explained that he had only given advice while being close to him, and that in fact, it was all the result of Mr. Shi Wu's hard work and effort. So Palguan asked Shi Wu if this was really the case. Trying to hold back tears, so Palguan thanked Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu sighed, then suggested that this work should be good enough to be presented at the seminar. And now, all he could do was wait for the will of heaven. France, Paris, Opera Garnier, Blacksmith's Seminar, Blacksmith's Forum. A place where blacksmiths from all over the world can exchange experiences and find ideas for their projects. The host finally suggested starting the main event of the 51st Forgeron Forum. And the first part of the presentation was a sword forged by Master Antonio. One of the attendees asked his master about this man, and he said that Master Antonio was one of the greatest craftsmen in Italy. Removing the cloth, the host said that the name of this piece was Respiro del Drago, or Breath of the Dragon. Those present could not help but agree that Master Antonio had fully lived up to his glorious name. Moreover, some even considered it a winning piece. Suddenly, someone shouted that it was complete rubbish. One of those present asked, "Rubbish? And who dared to utter such offensive words?" Master Aurelion himself sat on the throne before all the blacksmiths. Master metallurgist Pierre Debout Aurelion asked if the man really thought this piece of trash was worthy of victory. A man from the audience stood up and asked if it wasn't too much to call such a creation trash. Even if he was Master Aurelion, wasn't it too much to insult the work of another master? Master Aurelion explained that this blade had a distinct red tint. This meant that Antonio had simply melted red pigment into the surface of the sword, because if he had covered it with paint, it would have easily peeled off. However, Master Aurelion rose from his throne and explained that this had led to serious damage to the fragility. Plasticity could probably provide some protection, but with this, the sword would break after a few swings. Even if it was difficult to do, and even if he really wanted to express a red hue, the best solution was to use the bones of a red wyvern or even a red-boned dragon. Smiling, Master Aurelion said that this was not an impossible material to obtain, so the fact that he did not use them meant that he did not have the skills to clean these materials. In addition, Master Aurelion pointed his cane at the dragon's head and asked what the purpose of this useless dragon figurine was. Does the sword hilt function properly? Was it all made for practical use, or just for show? If this was meant to be an exhibition piece, could it really be considered a work of art? No one in the hall could say a word to counter Master Aurelion's words. Walking through the hall past the other participants' works, Master Aurelion said that they were trash, something even worse than trash, real junk. And even trash that was not even worthy of being recycled. But when he approached one of the display cases, Master Aurelion was forced to admit that this sword was not so bad. Such a sword could be considered, at least, a disposable item. The host decided to move on to this item right away. Nervously, the host said that this was the work of Master So Palguan from South Korea. And it has no name. It is called equipment without a name. The audience felt a little awkward about this, because it was a little... Suddenly, Master Aurelion threw down his cane. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Who do you think made this?" The director was stunned by what he heard. How could Master Aurelion come to Korea? Gam Chong-gu, an S-rank hunter and Director Taj, president of the Hunter Management Bureau, asked his subordinate why he had only told him about it now, to which he replied that Master Aurelion wanted to come to Korea suddenly. Jem Chung was surprised by this turn of events. He sighed and said that even if it was sudden, it was too much. The subordinate asked what they should do now. Gam Chong-gu asked why Master Aurelion wanted to come to Korea. The subordinate replied that he was not sure. Gam Chong-gu then asked when he wanted to arrive in Korea. The subordinate said that he had just learned that Master Aurelion had arrived at Incheon Airport. Hearing this, Jem Chung jumped up and exclaimed, "What?" Then he asked what the subordinate was talking about. Gam Chung ordered all of his appointments for the day to be cancelled. The subordinate apologized and reminded him that the director had a meeting with board member Kim Sang-yu today. The angry director pointed his finger at his subordinate and asked if a meeting with some board member was important right now. He ordered him to stop talking nonsense and cancel all of today's meetings. Although, no, since Master Aurelion was in Korea, the secretary had to cancel all his meetings. The highest peak a person can reach, the highest point they can achieve, is to become an S-rank hunter. They are rare even on a global scale, and there are only 6 of them in Korea. And of course, the S-rank hunter encountered a huge white A+ rank ogre. The loud ogre roared loudly and reached for the little man. The hunter raised his hand, creating a spark. Immediately after that, the strongest electric magic struck the white ogre. A few seconds later, it turned completely gray, but still continued to growl. After his attack, S-rank hunter Lee Seon came to the conclusion that lightning magic was mostly useless against ogres. The already gray ogre roared loudly, and clenching his fist, attacked Li Xiong again. Li Xiong wondered if the ogre was resistant to lightning. Li Xiong then stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. This created an explosion that instantly killed the huge ogre. As it turned out, ogres were not as resistant to explosions as they were to lightning. Hearing footsteps behind him, Li Xiong already knew who it was, and asked if she was immune to blows. The girl asked why he continued to persist. S-rank hunter Li Haran asked Xiong if he knew that if he did that, he wouldn't be able to get good money for the corpse. Li Xiong noticed the bodies of the ogres behind Li Haran, and admitted that she was simply incredible. In addition, she struck each ogre directly in the head. After that, Li Xiong asked if she had heard the latest news. Li Haran asked what it was about, and Xiong told her that Master Aurelion himself was visiting Korea. Li Haran was surprised to hear this and asked why Master Aurelion had suddenly decided to come to Korea. Li Xiong admitted that he didn't know himself. Besides, he had only heard about it before coming here, but he didn't know why. But perhaps he was here because of Han Charon's equipment. Li Haran asked what was so good about Han Charon that everyone kept talking about her. She was just a rookie who hadn't even reached S-class yet. Li Xiong reminded her that they were all young once. Even Haran wasn't S-class from the beginning. Li Haran asked if he was taking Charon's side. Xiong replied that he was just stating the facts. Li Xiong then asked Haran if she had feelings of inferiority. Li Haran was getting quite annoyed by this, and she asked if he was trying to equate her with Han Charon. Did he really think she felt inferior to that child? Li Xiong asked, "Is that not the case?" To which she replied, "Absolutely not." Li Xiong asked, "So last time you didn't say that you didn't like Han Charon getting Master Aurelion's weapon?" Li Haran explained that it was because that was the case. She then asked why it was only made for Han Charon. Li Xiong pointed out that she sounded as if she felt she wasn't good enough. An enraged Li Haran asked who wasn't good enough here. She was just annoyed that such an excessive item had been given to some newbie. It's damn annoying. Li Xiong thought for a moment and asked, "So what is it then? Envy or jealousy?" Li Haran said that this was exactly why she didn't want to associate with all kinds of magicians. Li Haran asked Seon if he was jealous of Yu Han and felt envious. After all, he was always compared to her because she was also a magician. Li Seon replied that he didn't think Hannah was more stunning than him. Then he asked, "Is this also called jealousy?" Li Haran complained again that it was completely useless to talk to mages. Having said that, Li Haran suddenly turned around and started to leave. Li Si-yoon was surprised by her abrupt departure and asked where she was suddenly going. Without turning to the mage, Li Haran gave him the middle finger and said it was none of his business. Li Si-yoon wondered if, since Haran was ready to leave behind the monsters she had been hunting so diligently, she would probably meet with Master Aurelion, and that perhaps not only Haran, but other S-rank hunters might also want to see Master Aurelion. Li Si-yoon wondered if he should go too. Then he laughed and admitted that it would be nice if Master Aurelion could make him a staff. SH Hunters Guild Building. Underground Training Room. Meng Shi Wu and Han Charon were practicing during another training day. Han Charon jumped off the ground and, shifting her sword from the block, prepared to attack Shi Wu. Watching this, Shi Wu couldn't help but admit that it looked quite dangerous. Therefore, Shi Wu used Tai Chi, simultaneously losing his blade. With dangerous intent, Han Charon thrust her blade forward. And just before her blade reached Shi Wu, he used Hercules' superpower and counterattacked. In the next moment, Shi Wu hit Cheiren with his blow, sending her flying backward. After flying across the entire training room, Cheiren crashed into the wall and fell to her knees. Realizing that he had gone too far, Shi Wu turned to Cheiren and asked if she was okay. Han Cheiren struggled to reply that she was fine. Meng Shi Wu asked for permission to take a look and helped Cheiren up. Seeing the wound on Cheiren's shoulder, Shi Wu apologized and admitted that he didn't want things to go that far. Although it wasn't a fracture, Shi Wu could clearly see that Cheiren's shoulder was completely swollen, probably because of her fierce attack at the end. He had somehow used his superpower without even realizing it. But even if he had managed to hold back half of his power, Cheiren was still not okay. Cheiren looked at her shoulder and repeated that she was fine. Then she said that she had fought with the intention of killing him. Shi Wu felt a little awkward about this, because it was all because he had caught Zhou Bukshan last time. Apparently Han Cheiren believes that even if she gives it her all, she won't be able to defeat him. Doesn't she trust him too much? After all, it's not easy when such a rare genius attacks you with all his strength. Meng Shi Wu asked Cheiren to freeze for a moment so he could help her with her injury. He understood that it was still 10 billion won a month to pay for her education. Besides, what else could he do for her? Divine medicine increased by plus 3.1% to 48.91%. After a brief silence, Han Cheiren admitted that it was incredible. But from Cheiren's face, Shi Wu could tell that she didn't look surprised at all. But in fact, he also finds it surprising. Why did his skill increase by 3.1% in one go? After all, his skill would increase that much if he cut and sewed Yi Jun's limbs about 1,627 times. Meng Shi Wu wondered if it could be because of Cheiren's heavenly fighting body constitution. The human body is a small universe. Each person carries their own universe within them and, accordingly, has different characteristics called body types. And among all these numerous types of physiques, there are some exceptionally outstanding innate ones. The body of extreme yin, the body of extreme yang, the body of 3 energies, the body of 5 elements, the body of lunar yin, the body of the god of death, the body of a heavenly demon, and others. Among all these talents, there is a physique called the body given by heaven, and that is the heavenly fighting body. A physique that harmoniously contains all the energies of the universe, and is capable of accepting the power of Tai Chi without any difficulty. Meng Shi Wu was curious as to why Han Cheiren was so good at handling the power of Tai Chi. Perhaps it was because she was born with the constitution of a heavenly fighting body. In that case, treating Han Cheiren meant treating a heavenly fighting body. And that meant that even simple work with a divine body was already an excellent experience for him. Taking out the needles, Shi Wu told Cheiren that making an effort is good, but overdoing it doesn't always end well. Han Cheiren promised to remember that. Suddenly, Shi Wu remembered something and asked Cheiren when her S-class promotion evaluation was. Cheiren replied that it would be in a month. Currently, the hot topic in the Korean hunting industry is the story of Han Cheiren's promotion evaluation to S-class. Everyone wanted to know if Han Cheiren would become the 7th S-class awakened one. From the incident at his housewarming party to this evaluation, Han Cheiren had become even more passionate, to the point of excess. Shi Wu asked Cheiren to take care of herself and try not to get into trouble until then. Cheiren quietly agreed, twirling her sword in her hand. In any case, even if he told her about it, she probably wouldn't listen to him. Meng Shi Wu said that in that case, he would end today's class at that point. Han Cheiren asked if he wanted to go with her, which puzzled Shi Wu. Shi Wu asked, "Go together? Where? Could it be about her promotion?" Han Cheiren approached Shi Wu and said that wasn't what she meant. She then told him that Master Aurelion would be arriving soon. Meng Shi Wu did not expect this to happen. He asked Cheiren why Master Aurelion was coming here so suddenly. At that moment, Zhuge Liang's insight kicked in, reminding Meng Shi Wu of the blacksmith's recent seminar. If Master Aurelion was coming, did that mean Mr. Palguan had won? After all, that meant he would soon be able to obtain Orichalcum. Meng Shi Wu immediately decided that he was mistaken, because that simply couldn't be the case. Only a few days had passed since the shipment was sent, and as he had heard, the evaluation period lasted 2 months. So he was probably coming to meet Cheiren. He probably wants to check Cheiren's sword before her evaluation for promotion. In the end, Shi Wu refused to let Cheiren meet Master Aurelion together, and at that point, he said goodbye to Cheiren. It would be a waste of time for a master blacksmith or anyone with SS-rank divine metallurgy to go there. Meanwhile, at one of Pandemonium's bases, the manager of the Korean branch of Pandemonium, Moon Taebom, was clearly interested in the news of Master Aurelion's arrival at the entrance to the headquarters of the SH Hunters Guild. Master Aurelion got out of the car and, speaking in French, told Charon that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. In the same French, Charon agreed that it had indeed been a long time, after which she asked why he had come. Master Aurelion asked what significance his prosperity would have if he were just a simple blacksmith. Khan Shirain noted that even after so much time had passed, he remained the same, after which she said that they had prepared food for him. Charon assumed that after such a long journey, Master Aurelion must be hungry, so she invited him to join them. But he held out his hand and refused, saying that he had already eaten. But what was important now? One of the servants showed Charon a sword, and Aurelion said he wanted to meet the master who forged it. Since moving to his new home, Shi Wu's normal daily life had continued. He filmed new videos for YouTube, raided dungeons and created equipment from the materials he obtained. He also continued to train hard with Hercules. But is this really normal? In fact, it is probably thanks to this everyday life that he already has 170,000 subscribers on YouTube. After posting a video on how to become an A-class hunter in just a month, he gained a lot more information. Looking through all these ideas, Meng Shi Wu recalled that the first part of the video was posted when he became a B-class hunter. He had made countless raids into the dungeons, so it was no surprise that the speed of video editing couldn't keep up with him. Thinking about how Park Dok-gu was going through all this, Shi Wu said that he definitely had to raise her salary. He also heard that he even had a fan cafe. But wasn't it previously called the Puzzle Club? Apparently, his YouTube channel was doing great, and he would probably soon become a top-class hunter as well. In addition, his training with Hercules was also going well. All he needed now was to get himself some equipment. Meng Shi Wu sighed and told Master Palguan that he had to win. With a sword like that, he should definitely be able to do it. But what if he didn't win? In any case, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so Shi Wu wondered if Mr. Palguan would not be coming today. Meng Shi Wu assumed that their training sessions were a little too hard for Mr. Palguan. Perhaps he even fell ill after such training, but if he came, Shi Wu was ready to consult him using the divine art of medicine. Meng Shi Wu wondered if he should first improve his divine metallurgy skills. Shi Wu decided to start by processing the materials he had farmed. For some reason, Shi Wu felt that obtaining materials was more difficult than raiding dungeons. As it turned out, moving and storing things was also not an easy task. In fact, it would be nice if there was something like a subspace storage bag in their world that could store an unlimited number of items. But, unfortunately, he couldn't make it with his own hands, because such things were not considered equipment. After all, it's a type of magic. Subspace refers to a space that is connected through a specific portal, or wormhole, and this term is used to describe a space separate from their universe. A subspace bag is a type of magic that can use this space. In the end, even Hephaestus himself was unable to create one. Spatial magic is also a type of magic that only high-level mages can use. However, Hermes' super speed greatly enhanced the power of Heracles' divine combat abilities. Hercules described it as a power that surpassed even his own. In other words, if he adds the power of GodTube, it means he can enhance the power of the gods. So doesn't that mean he could also add something to divine metallurgy? Meng Shi Wu wondered, if he could enchant his equipment, couldn't he create a subspace storage bag? After thinking about it, Shi Wu decided that it might work, and decided to give it a try. He had to comprehend the power that could interact with his SS rank divine metallurgy. Meng Shi Wu picked up his phone and wondered what traits he should study. To enhance an SS rank trait, he would need a higher level power. After a moment's thought, Meng Shi Wu remembered Osiris's wife from Egyptian mythology, the famous mother of Horus and goddess of magic, Isis. Since it was Isis herself, her trait must definitely interact with divine metallurgy in some way. However, he needed to understand which trait he could study. And it would be great if he had another subscription now. The trait he needed had to be related to magic, but he had no idea how. Shi Wu could, of course, ask Heracles about it, but he probably only knows how to destroy magic. Meng Shi Wu decided that in order to understand anything, he should first watch a video from the Isis channel. At that moment, Shi Wu suddenly heard the bell ringing at the door to the smithy. When Shi Wu turned around, he was surprised to see that it was Shireen. Meng Shi Wu asked Charon why she was there, when suddenly he saw someone more interesting. Following Charon, Master Aurelion entered So Palguan's smithy. Meng Shi Wu asked why she and Master Aurelion had come here. Looking at Master Aurelion, Shi Wu mentally noted that he looked exactly like he did on television. Han Charon asked Shi Wu what he was doing here. He replied that he actually worked here. Han Charon was surprised to hear this. After thinking for a moment, she remembered that Shi Wu had told her about it when he was helping her adjust her gloves in that S-rank dungeon. Meng Shi Wu said, "Anyway, why is Master Aurelion here?" To which Charon replied that according to Master Aurelion, he was here to meet with Mr. Palguan. Meng Shi Wu was surprised that Master Aurelion wanted to meet Mr. Palguan because why all of a sudden? One of Master Aurelion's servants showed a sword, and Charon said that according to Master Aurelion, the person who made this sword was So Palguan. At that moment, Shi Wu understood what was going on. Master Aurelion was the judge of the blacksmith seminar, and now he had arrived in Korea. And all this just to find the So family's forge. What's more, Master Aurelion had come with work provided at the seminar. All this could only mean that Mr. Palguan had won and would receive the orichalcum. Finally, he would be able to create equipment for himself that would not fall apart from the superpower of the SS rank. Meng Shi Wu said that Mr. Palguan was not here at the moment, after which Han Charon translated this to Master Aurelion. Aurelion asked if they could meet somehow. Han Charon relayed Master Aurelion's words to Shi Wu, and he thought about it. Without ceasing to think about orichalcum, Meng Shi Wu considered that at the moment, Mr. Palguan was not feeling well, and it would be better to allow him to rest. Nevertheless, the current orichalcum situation was an exception to the rule. After all, this must be a particularly important moment for orichalcum. Meng Shi Wu promised to try to contact Mr. Palguan. After calling, Meng Shi Wu reported that Mr. Palguan had promised to come to them soon. Han Charon translated everything to Master Aurelion, who thanked Shi Wu. Han Charon told Shi Wu that Master Aurelion was grateful to him. After that, Charon began talking to the master about something. Since Shi Wu would soon be able to obtain orichalcum, he decided to spend the remaining time creating equipment. The other two would wait for Mr. Palguan. After that, Meng Shi Wu opened GodTube and wondered if he should finish watching the video with Isis now. The video he opened was, "Restore this area? It's not hard at all. Restore this place?" Thinking about the title of the video, Meng Shi Wu thought that even Hua Tuo would say that if things went wrong, there would be no turning back. There was no hope for that anymore. The video began with Isis against the backdrop of the desert. Isis addressed her dear subscribers. Then, the goddess of magic, Isis, turned around and winked at those watching the video. Isis asked the viewers if they had any problems related to sexual function. It was only the beginning of the video, but Shi Wu was already impressed. Meng Shi Wu asked, "Can't mythological stories do without sexual issues?" Isis said that sexual function is sacred, and that it has the power to create life. One should not be ashamed of it or hide it. Losing this function is very sad. It is painful not only for men, but also for women. In fact, her husband was also unable to do it, so she knows how painful it is. The reason for this is that the fish of the Nile ate Osiris's thing. Because of what happened, she couldn't do it with her husband for the rest of her life. Shi Wu simply had nothing to say about it. Greek and Roman mythology is chaos 5 minutes before that, whereas Norse mythology is chaos 5 minutes later. But if you take Egyptian mythology, it's chaotic every 5 minutes. Egyptian mythology is too disorderly. Posing for the camera, Isis said that in the end, she did that thing for her husband. And striking the sand with her staff, she said that was exactly what she did. Looking at what Isis had started doing, Meng Shi Wu couldn't help but wonder what she was doing. Could it be some kind of ancient Egyptian ritual? Dancing, Isis hummed, "Oshikunare, oshikunare." Then she folded her hands into a heart shape and said with a smile, "Moe moe kyun." After seeing this, Meng Shi Wu was completely confused. He wondered where she could have learned such a thing. Then he asked, "What is it that makes it delicious here?" Isis spread her arms to the sides, releasing her magic, and suddenly the cacti trembled and began to grow rapidly. Meng Shi Wu froze, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. A few seconds later, he asked what the hell that was. Could he really be seeing this with his sanity intact? There was only one thing he could be sure of now. Isis had the ability to assign special functions that allowed things to expand, and she would probably even burn to provide subspace functions for equipment. If this was the power that created Osiris's thing, then it should definitely be possible with her. After thinking about it for a while, Shi Wu decided to check the membership fee for the subscription. As soon as Shi Wu went to the right page, the door to the forge opened. Sweaty from running, So Palguan told Master Aurelion that he was here. So Palguan admitted that he would never have thought that Master Aurelion was really here. But as it turned out, it was indeed so. Master Aurelion told Palguan that he had been eager to meet him and congratulate him on his victory at the blacksmithing seminar. Upon hearing this, So Palguan froze. Then he admitted that he didn't understand anything and asked what he was talking about. And what language was that anyway? Han Charon translated that Aurelion said he really wanted to meet him and congratulated So Palguan on his victory at the blacksmithing seminar. Upon hearing this, So Palguan exclaimed, He won the blacksmithing seminar." So Palguan was almost bursting with joy. Meng Shi Wu mentally told the gentleman that he had indeed won, after which he decided to return to his business. Meng Shi Wu took out his phone to find out the cost of subscribing to the GodTube channel ISIS and began counting the zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 4 billion? Meng Shi Wu was shocked to see such a price. A subscription to Zhang Sanfeng's channel cost him 2 billion, and now he had to pay twice as much. Looking at his balance, Shi Wu wondered if everything was correct. At the moment, he had 8.4 billion won in his account, and with his current expenses, first, his income includes 10 billion from Han Charon's tutoring, about 300 million from equipment manufacturing, and about 10 million won from YouTube. That comes to approximately 10 billion and 308 million won. Next, Meng Shi Wu tried to calculate his expenses and came up with 317,000 won. Thus, his monthly expenses amount to 3.3 billion and 170 million won, while his net profit is 6.9 billion and 910 million won. This means that he has enough money to sign up. Han Charon's pension, or rather, her tutoring fee, is more than excellent. After calculating his profits, Meng Shi Wu wondered if he should sign up, and at the same time, he accidentally touched the screen of his smartphone. Meng Shi Wu mentally screamed. It was not a waste of 400 million, but a whopping 4 billion. So did it even make sense? Meng Shi Wu calculated that if the living expenses for a family of 4 amounted to 3 million won, then this sum should be enough to live for a whole 111 years. He had to spend this amount every month, and all this money disappeared with just one touch. In addition, if he added subscriptions to other channels, it would amount to a staggering 7.1 billion won per month. Meng Shi Wu closed his eyes, after which the system notified Shi Wu that he had subscribed to the GodTube channel ISIS. Upon hearing the notification from GodTube, Shi Wu realized that from now on, 4 billion would evaporate from his account every month. But as soon as he saw the next notification, he froze in surprise, because what he saw was practically impossible. By subscribing to the ISIS channel, Meng Shi Wu received an SSS rank reality manipulation trait. Meng Shi Wu tried to understand what it was. After all, the trait he received clearly did not give him any specific special ability. Reality manipulation is an ability that can change the environment on a small scale. It can also change the very laws of the universe on a large scale, distorting reality at the will of the caster using magic, and that's even SSS rank. But considering ISIS's reputation, it shouldn't be that surprising. Little is known about this, but Isis was the most influential goddess in the ancient world. Be that as it may, he now needs to improve his skills. At the moment, there are 2 ways to improve his skills in manipulating reality. The first is to watch videos related to the development of the trait. Thinking about the first method, Shi Wu wondered if he would have to look into the depths of this demon world again. The cosmic horror that exists beyond the abyss? That was out of the question, because if he wasn't careful, his mind. Meng Shi Wu resolutely rejected this option, because the first method could destroy his benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and gentlemanly wisdom. In that case, he had no other choice. Meng Shi Wu assumed that he would have to try everything himself. First, he had to test this feature, and he would do so by trying to create a subspace bag, as originally planned. While pondering, Shi Wu was aided by Zhuge Liang's insight. Subspace is essentially magic. It is a principle by which one can pull something out of thin air and extract an object, and there is no need to incorporate it into equipment. If he changes reality to create subspace, that will be enough. In fact, Shi Wu began to think that it would be as easy to do as he wanted it to be. Depending on the degree of manipulation of reality, the power changes exponentially due to the reaction of cosmic reflection, and in severe cases, the existence of the spell may simply collapse and disappear. All these thoughts were already giving Shi Wu a headache. In any case, he had to create a storage form that would help him with the concept of storing something. This would be Shi Wu's first time sewing, so he wondered if he should turn to other channels for help. After a brief reflection, Shi Wu decided to just do it, because he couldn't subscribe to someone just for the sake of it. And who cares what he makes of it anyway? He just needs to make it durable, as he always does. Meanwhile, Master Aurelion told So Palguan that the strength and power of this sword, as well as its perfect balance, which does not exclude fragility from all this. The most impressive thing is, looking at the blade, Aurelion said that it was the hilt, because every time he saw it, he felt a thrill. It even seemed to him that the shape of the hilt changed depending on the user. But how was that even possible? Master Aurelion believed that the quality of the sword made by Mr. Palguan was truly the best. However, he could create a sword of a similar level himself. But at the same time, he could say with confidence that he could not make it any better. And that was because of one thing: the hilt. A hilt that changed shape depending on the user. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he had come all this way for this. So Palguan said that he used the facial muscles of his doppelganger to create the handle. Han Charon translated Palguan's words to the master, who repeated them in surprise. Suddenly, it dawned on Master Aurelion. If that was the case, did it mean that the sword had been imbued with the monster's abilities? Aurelion asked if he meant to say that it was possible. Since the new material, a byproduct of monsters, had been introduced into metallurgy, significant progress had been made, as it surpassed all metals in quality and strength. However, the use of monster abilities is limited to physical properties that remain unchanged even in death, such as hardness. But at the same time, the monster's abilities cannot be incorporated into equipment, because the monster's abilities disappear after death and cannot be extracted from the corpse. However, if he is not standing before the god of metallurgy, Master Aurelion asked how Palguan managed to incorporate the monster's abilities into equipment. Palguan pointed behind Master Aurelion and said that he had learned this technique from a craftsman named Meng Shi Wu. Master Aurelion was very surprised to hear that such a skilled blacksmith had learned this from this youngster. Not only was he not a blacksmith worthy of teaching the craftsman So Palguan, but this guy didn't even look like a blacksmith. Master Aurelion asked if he was joking with him. After that, Charon, as always, translated everything for Palguan. So Palguan admitted with a smile that at first he couldn't believe it either. But since he was trying to do something now, why not watch for a while? Master Aurelion couldn't understand what was going on, but there must be a reason why craftsman So Palguan was saying this about him. Master Aurelion clicked his tongue after glancing at Shi Wu. He realized that Shi Wu was trying to forge something, and the key to forging was temperature. Only by heating and forging could impurities be completely removed. But this guy was just standing there staring blankly? It looked as if he didn't even have the basic skills of forging. As Master Aurelion had expected, it was all nonsense. After heating the metal with magic, Meng Shi Wu finally struck the metal with a hammer. After that, a characteristic striking sound echoed through the forge. Seeing this, Master Aurelion couldn't believe it. Did this guy do it on purpose? He was performing cold forging. Hot forging is a method used to improve the quality of the material. Thanks to this method, it is easy to form complex parts. But since the material is subjected to such high temperatures, it is very difficult to change it precisely. That is why, for cold forging, the metal must be heated above the transformation point. After that, the heat must be cooled to just below the deformation point. If the temperature deviates even slightly from the required level, the material will break, and if it cools too much, it will harden. In other words, he felt the exact temperature with his skin. Master Aurelion considered this simply impossible. After all, it is simply impossible to do such a thing using only human senses. But he really does it right in front of him. Master Aurelion simply couldn't believe it, because this is a level that far exceeds what a human being can achieve. It was a level that even he didn't dare to attempt, approaching the impossible. The system notified Shi Wu that he had created scrap metal, and his divine metallurgy had improved slightly. Meng Shi Wu was a little disappointed to see the word scrap metal. But as he expected, spinning metal threads is not an easy task. Still, at least it was durable, which was the most important thing for him. In addition, it was even soft and pleasant to the touch. Shi Wu wondered if he should include a subspace function in it, but how should he do that? Did he really need to dance like Isis did? Suddenly, Master Aurelion put his hand on his shoulder and exclaimed that it was absurd. Incheon Airport, the director asked again what he had just said. He was told that Master Aurelion had already headed for the place called the So family's forge. Gam Chonggu asked why he was even here. In any case, they should go to him immediately. Since they did not know where he would go next, they should ask the staff at the nearest office to track his location. At that moment, a woman passed by Jem Chong. Moon Taebom was very pleased with what she heard, because it meant that Oh Ju-won's role as branch manager would finally come to an end. She would get her job back. Shi Wu asked Master Aurelion to let him go. After that, Han Chaerin said that according to Master Aurelion, he was so surprised that he couldn't help himself, and he apologized for what happened. Shi Wu asked her to tell him that he was very busy right now. Chaerin relayed that Master Aurelion wanted to discuss metallurgy with him. Shi Wu asked Chaerin to let Aurelion know that he did not want to talk right now. Moreover, it would be much more useful for him to watch Hephaestus's video than to talk to Aurelion. Shireen said that the master was asking what he needed to do to talk to him. Meng Shi Wu asked her to convey that if Aurelion gave him one orichalcum, he would definitely think about it. Master Aurelion said that would be enough, and asked why he needed orichalcum. Shi Wu immediately replied that he planned to purify the orichalcum and create equipment. Meng Shi Wu was very pleased with himself, as he would be able to get another piece of orichalcum, considering that Mr. So Palguan would also receive one. Master Aurelion found it hard to believe what he had heard, and asked if it was possible to purify orichalcum. Meng Shi Wu thought about it and replied that it was probably possible. Hearing this, Master Aurelion immediately shouted that it was absurd. With his shouting, Master Aurelion began to frighten Shi Wu. After that, Shireen said that Master Aurelion would return in a moment to take the orichalcum. Meng Shi Wu apologized, as he had apparently missed something. He asked where he would return to. France? Han Charon replied that this was exactly what he had told her. Meng Shi Wu said that they would talk more when he returned. Following the satisfied Aurelion, Charon said that she would also return. Suddenly Meng Shi Wu realized that they had forgotten something. After that, Shi Wu apologized to Mr. Palguan and admitted that he didn't want that. Meng Shi Wu remembered that the meeting with Master Aurelion was supposed to be a glorious moment for Mr. Palguan, but he smiled and said that everything was fine, and asked Shi Wu not to worry. Besides, working in the same forge with someone like Shi Wu already seemed like a great blessing, more so than meeting Master Aurelion. Using the divine art of medicine, Meng Shi Wu examined Mr. Palguan and noticed that he was a little ill, but fortunately, there were no serious problems. So Palguan said that since his business here was done, he would return home. Meng Shi Wu asked Mr. Palguan not to strain himself for a while, to which he agreed. Once everyone had left, Meng Shi Wu could finally focus on the main thing. Taking the bag in his hands, Meng Shi Wu used Zhuge Liang's insight to understand how to use Isis's manipulation of reality. Space is the most fundamental law that makes up this world, as well as the place where matter exists and phenomena occur. Concentrating, Meng Shi Wu tried to expand this space. Immediately after that, the room was filled with scarlet magical power, and this power came from the bag. Meng Shi Wu exerted all his strength to somehow contain the cosmic backlash. Shi Wu felt as if the recoil was consuming him, but he told himself that he had to endure it. Meng Shi Wu shouted to himself that he had to endure it, and this continued until the lone bag fell onto the table. Thanks to his experiment, Meng Shi Wu managed to increase his manipulation of reality by 0.8%, but he was already exhausted. It felt even harder than the plank exercises with Hercules. But still, it wasn't just a cheat ability. Just by looking at this bag, Meng Shi Wu could tell that he saw no difference. Therefore, he decided to carefully check it. As soon as Shi Wu opened the bag, he was a little surprised, but he was still satisfied because he had actually succeeded. Looking around, Meng Shi Wu guessed that the interior of the subspace bag was about the size of a football field, or thereabouts. All the hard work he had put in was worth it. Suddenly, someone behind him shouted, "No way!" Turning around, Meng Shi Wu asked who was there this time. A shocked Li Xiong asked what the hell he had just done. Meng Shi Wu didn't understand what was going on and asked who they were anyway. A little while later, in the middle of the busy Korean roads, Gam Chong-gu suggested that Master Aurelion might have already left Korea. Li Harin asked why he left so quickly. The guy in the smithy said that Aurelion had just returned to France, which shocked them. After that, Li Harin wondered what business he could possibly have in this smithy. She had been hoping to get some equipment from him this time. Li Harin asked Li Xiun why he was acting so strangely. Was it because of that subspace bag? Li Xiun said there was no magic in it. Li Harin asked if he could use it too, but Li Xiun, still in shock, asked how, and who was capable of that. Gam Chong-gu asked Xiong if it was really that surprising. Yu Hana replied that it wasn't surprising. After all, it was practically an impossible phenomenon. Li Xiun said that it is almost impossible to distinguish between sufficiently developed science and magic. He then asked the director if he had heard this saying before. The director replied that he had, and Xiun said that magic does not contradict the laws of physics. Yu Hana created fire and water in different hands, and then said that to ordinary people, magic appears to be some kind of supernatural phenomenon. Li Harin asked, "Isn't it obvious that it is still a supernatural phenomenon?" Yu Han brought the water to the fire and asked Harin what she thought was causing the water to boil. Li Harin replied that Yu Hana was heating the water with the flame. But what happened next greatly surprised Harin, and she asked how. Yu Hana explained that she had simply hidden the fireball with a transparency spell, allowing her to boil the water without a visible flame. Magic is just like that. Fire has heat, and water boils when heated to 100 degrees Celsius. Using these immutable laws, they changed the law of pressure to make water boil even at temperatures below 100 degrees Celsius. In other words, they are simply using the laws of the world. Fire that contains cold instead of heat and water that will never boil under any circumstances. The laws of the world cannot be changed by such concepts. But the subspace bag they saw changes the very laws of the universe. Li Harin reminded them that they had just been talking about how such a thing should be impossible. Yu Hana replied that this was indeed the case, and that even if it were possible, it could never be done. After all, the world itself would react negatively to its existence. That is why the only one who can make it possible is the being that rules the universe outside of its laws. Only God is capable of achieving this. But what the hell? Li Haran asked the president if he understood anything, to which he replied that he didn't, actually. More importantly, Yu Han-na felt like she had seen this man somewhere before. Could it be on YouTube? Suddenly, Gam Chong heard a noise in his earpiece and asked what was going on. As it turned out, something had happened to Master Aurelion. He had just been... The secretary said that the treatment had been successful, but he apologized to the branch manager. Then he said that he had been informed that his eyesight could not be restored. Oh, Juwan said it was just a scar. Then he asked what had been heard about Baekseonjai. The secretary said that there was no specific news about this, but the Hunters Inspection Bureau had stopped its activities. Oh Ju-won ordered him to tell all members of Pandemonium not to attract any attention. The secretary turned to the branch manager and asked if he knew that Master Aurelion had visited Korea. Ju-won replied that he had heard about it. He then said that, apparently, Pandemonium had taken over the Gyeonggi area, and they had deceived him. In addition, it seemed that they had also involved Han Chae-rin from the group SH. Oh Ju-won asked him to repeat that again. Oh Ju-won could barely control his anger. He wanted to know what kind of stupid sons of bitches dared to do this. Considering how much damage they had suffered, these idiots dared to mess with SH. Oh Ju-won asked what exactly he meant by deceived. The secretary said that he had probably been kidnapped. Master Aurelion is indeed very valuable, but he is a world-renowned figure. If they contact him, the attention of the whole world will be drawn to Korea. That is why they decided to leave him alone, considering how risky it was. But now... Oh Ju-won asked how this was possible. It would obviously not be easy to get past Aurelion's security, especially with Han Chae-rin in mind. The secretary said that Aurelion's visit to Korea was his unilateral decision, and that was probably why the French side was unable to send personnel to protect him in time. The head of the crack level, Moon Tae-bom, took direct action. Oh, Ju-won was a little surprised to hear about Moon Tae-bom, because she simply couldn't be unaware of the situation in Pandemonium. Nevertheless, even if she took such measures herself, does that mean she plans to oust him from his position as branch manager this time? The secretary turned to the leader and said he wanted to tell him something else. He believed that Master Aurelion and that Meng Shi Wu might be connected in some way. Ju-won was clearly hurt by the words about Shi Wu, causing him to grit his teeth in anger. B+ rank dungeon. A huge B+ rank basilisk wrapped its tail around a strange creature. Just as the basilisk was about to eat it, the creature grabbed its fangs with its limbs. Then it spread its arms wide, tearing the upper jaw from the basilisk's head. Watching this, Kim Yi-jun was simply speechless. Yi-jun could hardly believe that someone had actually managed to complete a B+ rank dungeon in just 47 seconds. Meng Shi Wu shouted at Yi-jun, telling him not to just stand there but to collect the loot into a bag. Kim Yi-jun was surprised by what he heard, but then suddenly understood what he was talking about and agreed to do it. With great difficulty, Kim Yi-jun lifted the basilisk's carcass and dragged it away. As it turned out, the basilisk was much heavier than it looked. Carrying the body to the bag, Kim Yi-jun asked if he had heard Shi Wu correctly. Did he really want him to put the carcass in there? Since Shi Wu had said so, Yi-jun was willing to at least try to stuff the basilisk, whose head was bigger than the bag, inside. As soon as he put Basilisk's head in the bag, the cave was suddenly illuminated by a bright light. And no matter how much he stuffed the carcass inside, there was still room left in the bag. Stunned by what had happened, Yi-jun asked, "What the hell?" Meng Shi Wu asked if he could move aside a little if he had already put everything in. After that, Shi Wu brought a huge lump woven from the corpses of B+ rank basilisks to the bag. Yi-jun decided not to even comment on this. Kim Yi-jun asked Hyun if he really made this thing, to which Shi Wu replied that of course it was his handiwork, or did he think it was Master Aurelion's invention? Kim Yi-jun laughed, then admitted that of course he didn't think so. In fact, he didn't think Master Aurelion was capable of creating something like this at all. Kim Yi-jun asked Shi Wu if it was heavy. After thinking for a moment, Meng Shi Wu replied that it was slightly heavy, but since the loot was in another dimension, it wasn't that heavy. Meng Shi Wu held out the bag and asked Yi-jun if he wanted to try holding it. Yi-jun immediately refused and said it was fine if he didn't try. Last time, Shi Wu told him that the building materials weren't heavy at all, but since this bag was slightly heavy, not wanting to think about it any further, Yi-jun suggested that Shi Wu go to the next dungeon. Meng Shi Wu decided to clarify, asking if they had about 4 dungeons left. Yi-jun corrected him, saying there were 3 left. Meng Shi Wu asked Yi-jun not to forget to take care of the camera that Doku had given him. At the entrance to the dungeon, Shi Wu met Lee Min-jung. Meng Shi Wu asked Min-jun what brought her there. Lee Min-jun turned to Shi Wu. She asked if they could talk for a minute. Incheon International Airport. Upon arriving at the scene, Jum Chung-gu asked his subordinate what had happened. The subordinate replied that apparently, Master Aurelion had been kidnapped on a private plane. Gam Chung-gu asked how they could have been kidnapped on a private plane. The subordinate explained that apparently the criminal was inside the private plane. Jem Chong wondered if this was even possible. If so, then one of Aurelion's close associates could be the criminal. The subordinate handed him some papers and said that they were also thinking about that, and that they had already checked the list of airline employees and their statements, but looking at the papers, Jem Chong realized that it was Moon Tae-bum, a colleague who was once friends with Aurelion, but there was no one named Moon Tae-bum on the list. Lee Se-yoon suggested that she had simply been brainwashed. Gam Chong-gu asked how that was possible, and Se-yoon said that, to be more precise, he suspected that she had been affected by mental magic. In addition, there were no signs of a battle on the private plane. Gam Chong recalled that Charon, who is almost an S-rank hunter, was also with Aurelion, so does that mean they were conquered without a fight? Li Shun suggested that the criminal was a high-level mage with extremely powerful mental magic. Jem Chong-gu asked if he wanted to say that it was magic that could instantly defeat even an S-rank hunter. Li Xion asked, "What other S-rank?" After all, Han Sharing was still a novice. Gyum Chong asked if it was too early to assume that the criminals had used magic to brainwash them. At that moment, Yu Han-na approached them and reported that there were residual traces of magical teleportation nearby. At the very least, it was safe to say that there was a mage among the criminals. Gam Chong acknowledged that since everyone was saying so, it must be true. He then asked if they could track them down in that case. Lee Se-yun said that from what they had seen, this was not the first time they had pulled this trick. To avoid surveillance, they deliberately distorted the magical wave. Therefore, he was almost certain that it would not be easy. It was likely that there was a very high-caliber mage among them. It was even possible that she was better than him. Oh Ju-won was still thinking about Meng Shi Wu, because this was already the 4th time he had heard that name. If he could, he would deal with him right now, but restoring order must be his first priority. So now is not the right time for that. But the secretary told the branch manager that apparently Meng Shi Wu was connected not only to Aurelion, but also to Han Chai-rin. Hearing this, Oh Ju-won came to the conclusion that after this, the probability of Meng Shi Wu making a move was quite high. Meng Shi Wu and Moon Tae-bum, both awakened, were a thorn in his side. And now, at the end of this incident, they will undoubtedly clash. Oh Ju-won smiled and said that the situation was not as bad as he had previously thought. Whether Meng Shi Wu defeats Moon Tae-bum, or Moon Tae-bum gets rid of Meng Shi Wu, either way, he would lose nothing from it. Oh Ju-won rose from his chair, and walking over to the window, he said to himself that the bigger the battle, the greater the profit. Kill Jo Buk-chon, whom you have captured. If you do so, I will let you know where Aurelion and Han Chai-rin are now. Lee Min-jun said that this video was uploaded to YouTube this morning because it mentioned Jo Buk-chon, who was detained by Shi Wu. She concluded that it might be related to Pandemonium, which is why she came directly to him. Shi Wu wondered why the kidnapper had gone so far. Was it really necessary to attract public attention in this way? Lee Min-jung admitted that she wasn't sure, but the Inspection Bureau suspected that it was carried out by Pandemonium, and it was possible that they simply wanted to bring more chaos into their world. Meng Shi Wu agreed with this, because even their demands were not entirely normal. It is customary to ask for the release of a hostage, but demanding that he be killed? If this is really Pandemonium's doing, thanks to Zhuge Liang's insight, Shi Wu came to the conclusion that Jo Buk-chon knows something. Otherwise, they would not have made such unreasonable demands. Meng Shi Wu asked Ming-jong what the Inspection Bureau's position was on this matter. She replied that initially, they should not negotiate with criminals. But, right now, we're talking about the kidnapping of Master Aurelion and Han Charon from the SH group. Since the video has already been released, this case has attracted attention not only in Korea, but also around the world. And if anything happens to them, it will put the Inspection Bureau under unimaginable pressure. The most realistic thing for them to do would be to meet their demands. Meng Shi Wu asked Min-jung not to accept them. Just as Lee Mingzhu tried to object to Shi Wu, he said that he understood what she was trying to say. Meng Shi Wu suggested that she had already witnessed many cases where hostages were used as a means of pressure. He then asked what demands were usually made of the perpetrators in such cases. Lee Ming-jung replied that in 9 out of 10 cases, they demand money. They name the amount and the deadline for the transfer, promising to release the hostage if their conditions are met. Suddenly, Lee Ming-jung understood what was going on. Meng Shu said that in such cases, they usually say that they will release the hostage, not reveal his location. This means that the current situation is completely out of their control. The only thing they can do is reveal the location. At least the person who uploaded the video is not the kidnapper. Lee Ming-jong asked if that was really the case. Then what was the purpose of posting the video? Meng Shi Wu suggested that they probably wanted to escalate the situation, or that these were people who could gain something from this incident. He is not sure who they are, but if they meet their demands, it will simply play into their hands. However, they simply cannot ignore this issue. Once the current situation is over, he wants to see if they can turn it to their advantage. Hunter Inspection Agency, Seoul Branch. The subordinates greeted the captain, and Young Sua asked how it went. But to her surprise, Hunter Meng Shi Wu suddenly appeared from behind Lee Min-jung. Lee Min-jung asked Sua where Jo Buk-chan was. Jung Sua apologized, as she was still in shock, and immediately replied that he was in the interrogation room. Lee Min-jung suggested going there. Then she told Shi Wu to go in and do his job. Meng Shi Wu entered the interrogation room, and Jo Buk-chan immediately recognized him. Coming closer, Meng Shi Wu suddenly crouched down and stared at Jo Buk-chan's fingers. A puzzled Jo Buk-chan asked what the hell he was trying to do. Meng Shi Wu slowly took Jo Buk-chan's finger. Then he sharply twisted his finger in the other direction, causing Jo Buk-chan to scream in pain. Hearing the screams, Jung Sua wondered what was going on. Her partner then asked if the interrogation room wasn't supposed to be soundproof. Jung Sua said that usually screams from the interrogation room didn't leak out. Meng Shi Wu stood up and told Jo Buk-chan that the human body has various vital points. Then he took out several needles and said that there are also many different organs that feel pain. Meng Shi Wu grabbed Jo Buk-chan by the hair and lifted his head to meet his gaze, asking him not to worry, as he would not die. Rather, he would be in so much pain that he would probably want to die himself. However, compared to what he had done to innocent people, it would be nothing. After these words, heart-wrenching screams continued to echo throughout the building. Nevertheless, even with these screams, the Inspection Bureau continued its work. Except that some employees felt very uncomfortable. Completely ignoring the screams from the interrogation room, Lee Min-jun told her subordinate to skip the beginning part. While she was working, she could hear only painful screams and pleas to kill him. Until one day, Jo Buk-chan shouted that there was a restriction. Lee Min-jung showed her subordinate where to press and told her to start from there. Meng Shi Wu asked what the limit was, to which he shouted that there was one. Hearing this, Lee Min-jun wondered if that was the reason he hadn't said anything during the interrogation. Jo Buk-chan shouted that he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. The restriction completely suppresses not only certain actions of a person, but also certain thoughts, and only a spellcaster can remove it. The restriction is a high level and also one of the most cruel binding spells, which will lead to death if someone forcibly breaks it. Upon hearing about the restriction, Meng Shi Wu suddenly raised his hand above Jo Buk-chan's head. Watching through the camera, Lee Mingju was very surprised by what she saw, and wondered what he was going to do. Suddenly, using reality manipulation, something restricting Jo Buk-chul was broken. Both Jo Buk-chan and the guards watching couldn't believe what they saw. Had the restriction really been removed? But how? Lee Mingjong asked her subordinate if what the hunter Meng Shi Wu had just used was magic. The subordinate trembled and admitted that she didn't know either, then suggested that it wasn't magic. But what else could it be? Meng Shi Wu grinned and told Jo Buk-chan that now he knew everything. Leaving the interrogation room, Meng Shi Wu said that he didn't know how they dealt with escaped criminals, but he had managed to render him unable to use his legs, at least for a while. Lee Mingjong thought about Shi Wu's earlier words. Meng Shi Wu was usually a naive, ordinary person, but sometimes a little strange. But when he deals with criminals, he becomes even more evil than anyone else. But is his nature really evil? When he is with his younger sister, he shows his infinitely warm side, becoming a person who feels more human than anyone else. But the more she is around him, the more she understands that for some reason, he makes her feel warm inside. Lee Minjung said that now they can leave Jo Buk-chan alone. Soon, news appeared online that Jo Buk-chan was being interrogated, and that he had been killed by guards during the pursuit. Meng Shi Wu managed to get all the necessary information from Jo Buk-chan. Now these guys probably think that their demand has been met. They could never have imagined that their restriction would be lifted so easily. Manipulating reality turned out to be even more useful than Isis had initially thought. Of course, he doesn't like any risks, but his head is still spinning from using his powers. Soon they informed the Inspection Bureau of the location of the hostages, but no one can predict how the situation will change. Most importantly, there is no guarantee that the locations they provided are real. Therefore, he would have to act separately from them, faster, in a direction they could never predict. Meng Shi Wu told Midnight to act, and he barked in response. Moon Taebom's lair. As it turned out, Charon held out much better than she expected, which meant that talent wasn't the only thing she had. But even if that was the case, she didn't have much left. Moon Taebom, the S-rank mental domination devil. Charon, from now on you will have to live alone. After all, your mom and dad have gone far away, and it will be a long time before they return. Han Chae-rin asked, "How far? How far is that?" When she returned home, She really didn't see her mommy and daddy. And yet she didn't cry. She was told that she had to be brave so that her mom and dad would come back. The man asked how she could call herself a human being after doing such a thing. After all, this little girl was a child she had raised with her own hands. But, are you trying to kill a little girl over something so trivial? Who sent her? Han Kwang-guk or Han Jae-min? Han Chae-rin thought it would be great if everyone could get along. The next day, the nanny stopped coming too. She said she quit because her job was too difficult. Does that mean she was too difficult for her? Or did she behave like a spoiled child too often? From that moment on, she decided not to act like a spoiled child and not to complicate things for others anymore. That way, people wouldn't leave her. But there was one thing that worried her as a child. Pelmeni. When someone eats pelmeni. It was the day when the hostess in the kitchen decided to make pelmeni. But the look in her eyes said it all. Save me. Please save me. I don't want to die like this. The man at the door said that the cause of death was determined to be poisoning. Poisonous substances were found in the pelmeni that the victim had eaten. From that day on, she never saw the hostess in the kitchen again. When she was happy, everyone left her. Mommy and daddy, the nanny, and the hostess of the kitchen. At that moment, Charon felt that everyone had abandoned her. But then she heard, "Starting today, you will stay with your grandfather." Her grandfather was scary, but she decided to agree anyway. She felt she had to do it. This happened when she was 6 years old. They say that Han Charon comes from a wealthy family. But Moon Taebom understood that in reality, they were not so different. As it turned out, it wasn't that difficult to traumatize Chaerin. Moon Taebom assumed that she would soon be able to win Han Chaerin over. The old man nearby reminded her that this girl was still a child. Aurelion asked if she was going to let Han Chaerin go. He then said that this child had nothing to do with him and asked her to let her go. Moon Taebom noted that with his position as the supreme blacksmith, Aurelion was able to resist her mental superiority. Therefore, she acknowledged that he had quite impressive willpower. But at the same time, that was all he had. Aurelion asked if he was not their target. Moon Taebom replied that he was at first, but now, Han Chaerin had become much more important than him. Aurelion asked him not to say that he just needed money, because if it was money, he could give him as much as he wanted. Money? Moon Taebom asked if he really thought anyone in Pandemonium cared about such things. Aurelion asked why not. Moon Taebom replied that he didn't need to know. Suddenly, one of his subordinates rushed into the room and called for the boss. Moon Taebom asked what had happened. He reported that guards from the inspection bureau were storming the place. Moon Taebom asked what he was talking about. Moon Taebom wondered how they had been able to find them. She thought she had covered all her tracks so that no one could track them down. They shouldn't have known about this place at all. So how could they have gotten here so quickly? How could this have happened? Her subordinate suggested that Ojuwan had leaked the information to the guards. Moon Taebom agreed with the version that this was indeed the case. And remembering Ojuwan's face, he mentally cursed that damn bastard. The subordinate said that S-rank hunters from Korea would also arrive here soon, including the director of the administrative bureau, Lee Ha-rin, Yu Han-na, and even Lee Si-yoon, a total of 4 S-class hunters. But the main problem was that Yu Han-na and Lee Si-yoon would be coming here. After all, the most difficult opponents for a mage are other mages. He had no time to think. They had to retreat immediately. Moon Taebom ordered all members of Pandemonium to leave this place and prepare to depart immediately. As soon as his subordinate left, the roof of the building suddenly exploded and pieces of it rained down inside. Moon Taebom wondered what the hell was going on. After a few seconds, the roof stopped collapsing. Then Meng Shi Wu, enveloped in lightning, stepped forward. Moon Taebom wondered who this guy was. She had never seen his face before. Could he be from the inspection bureau? But he didn't sense any other presence. So could it be that none of those who came with him were here? Moon Taebom asked Shi Wu, "Are you here alone?" Shi Wu replied that he didn't have a girlfriend, if that was what she was asking. Moon Taebom smirked and assumed that the son of a bitch in front of her knew no fear. Then she asked if he even knew where he was. Moon Taebom raised her hand and, preparing to use magic, ordered Shi Wu to disappear. Immediately after that, she used the spell Crimson Needles. Moon Taebom said she would pierce his entire body with holes. Just before the needles reached Shi Wu, he raised his fist, and the needles seemed to hit something invisible. Immediately after that, the wave spread forward, knocking down all the needles along the way. Moon Taebom asked, "What the hell?" What she saw was practically impossible. She couldn't believe that he had actually managed to stop all her needles just by raising his fist. Was this the result of human strength? What kind of power was this that so far exceeded human limits? With difficulty, but after seeing what happened next, Moon Taebom forced herself to admit that it was impossible. She refused to believe that such a thing was possible, and at the same time wondered what kind of energy it was. And were they now stronger than before? Moon Tae-bom suddenly trembled and said that Moon Tae-bom suddenly used magic and shouted that this couldn't be. She was going to take him to another dimension. Immediately after that, Moon Tae-bom used the dimension of illusions to transport her opponent. Hercules once advised Shi Wu not to get involved with magicians, but if he does, he must turn them into his allies. However, if he couldn't make a mage his ally, he should just kill him as soon as possible. Striking forward with his fist, Meng Shi Wu used Hercules' divine martial arts, the first form, the sky-shattering super strike. Hercules' divine martial arts have the power to distort the laws of nature themselves and destroy them. In contrast, Isis's manipulation of reality is capable of changing the laws, allowing you to bring anything you can imagine into reality. Destruction and manipulation. Since the two forces have completely different directions, it is simply impossible to discuss which one is superior. And that is exactly what he believed. Isis' manipulation of reality is indeed a great power, but even if laws are manipulated and changed, then, in the face of this power, nothing matters, and everything will simply be destroyed and disappear. After using the second form of divine martial arts, a long trench instantly formed in front of Meng Shi Wu's fist, and a huge hole formed in the walls in front of him. Hercules, there is a reason why he is called the strongest, even on GodTube. A cough suddenly sounded from the cloud of dust, and Moon Tae-bom managed to survive Shi Wu's attack, but the price was the loss of her arm. Moon Tae-bom asked how such power could even exist in their world, if she had been even a little late, or if she had made the foolish decision to try to block that power. She managed to use short-range teleportation magic one after another and avoided the attack with all her might. But, as it turned out, even that wasn't enough. Moon Tae-bom wondered if this was the result she had achieved. Simply being hit by the wave of power had brought her to this state, and if she had taken this power head-on, she would not be alive now. But they say that crisis is also opportunity. Reaching out her hand, Moon Tae-bom attacked Shi Wu several times, but he dodged the attacks. Meng Shi Wu asked if they didn't think taking hostages was going too far, but Moon Tae-bom ordered him to shut up. Meng Shi Wu smiled and said that, as he expected, Moon Tae-bom was indeed difficult to deal with. Hercules told Shi Wu to try not to fight the mages if possible. Shi Wu asked why. Looking a little gloomy because of stories from the past, Hercules said that these guys were not easy to deal with. They were, to put it bluntly, free to do unexpected things. Hercules reminded Shi Wu again not to mess with the magicians. But if he already did, he should convince the magician to become his ally. If he couldn't make the mage his ally, he should kill him quickly, if possible. Now Meng Shi Wu understood the meaning of Hercules' words, kill the magician first. Moon Tae-bom told Shi Wu that if he was going to move, he should show the best he was capable of. After all, she was not the only one here who could die. At that moment, Moon Tae-bom used her magic on the hostages. Meng Shi Wu was determined to end this as quickly as possible, and without hesitation, used the sky-destroying super strike, but with his best abilities. With his current abilities, the best he could do was to use the descending dragon strike and the sky-destroying super strike once each. If he really gave it his all, he might be able to free 2 hostages at once. But considering the possible backlash, he definitely shouldn't use them as he pleased. In that case, Hermes' super speed remains. With the power that walks the world of Tatsana, he will certainly be able to save the hostages. However, this guy is a high-level mage who controls space. Space and time are concepts that cannot be separated. So by controlling space, he can also control time. And even if he can move in Tatsana, he cannot guarantee what variables will be created. Using Hermes' super speed, Meng Shi Wu rushed forward. This time he must end it all at once. Moon Tae-bom laughed and admitted that she didn't know who he was, or how he could use such power. But for him, it was the end. Moon Tae-bom stretched out her hand and used mental domination on Shi Wu. Thanks to her trait, she is able to turn anyone within her field of vision into a target. Even if he has incredible power, this enemy clearly cannot escape mental superiority. As soon as Moon Tae-bom used her mental domination, she found herself in a dark space. Moon Tae-bom wondered, could this really be that guy's mind? Initially, the human mind is chaotic and disordered. That is why she has to stimulate trauma, following the remnants of vivid memories in order to dominate the mind. So how could it be that there was nothing here? Suddenly, Moon Tae-bom heard a sigh, then another and another. Turning around, she saw a huge man wearing a lion's head helmet, squatting with a barbell. Suddenly, Moon Tae-bom realized that for some reason she couldn't breathe. The huge figure said that he was busy right now. Therefore, he ordered the intruder not to distract him. Moon Tae-bom felt as if the suffocating pressure was getting stronger. Turning his head, the angry Hercules ordered the stranger to get out of there. Immediately after that, Moon Tae-bom was thrown back. Trying to catch her breath, Moon Tae-bom wondered what had just happened, and why did she feel like she couldn't remember something? It was as if her memory itself had been blocked. Moon Tae-bom asked Shi Wu what the hell was going on. Meanwhile, the S-rank hunters and guards were advancing through the Pandemonium territory. The walls of the building shook, releasing the accumulated dust. Lee Si-yun looked back and asked what was going on here. Yuhana suggested that the sounds coming from afar were the sounds of battle. So did that mean someone was already here? Gam Chong-gu understood that the fact that they had obtained information about the location of Pandemonium was confidential, and therefore only those present here should know this information. The rumbling ahead continued to grow louder. Jem Chong said he didn't know what was going on here, but now they should go inside. The battle continued. Moon Tae-bom used her remaining arm to instantly open a portal. Meng Shi Wu asked where she was trying to go. He caught up with her and struck her, but in the next moment, she was in another part of the room. Moon Tae-bom shouted at Shi Wu not to approach her. She instantly created a scarlet web that immediately rushed towards Shi Wu. Using his powers, Shi Wu easily broke through the scarlet web and instantly caught up with his opponent. Moon Tae-bom was terrified of this monstrous son of a bitch. Suddenly a copy of her formed next to her, and in the next moment, Moon Tae-bom disappeared, and a dozen clones formed around her. Moon Tae-bom suggested that Shi Wu watch how he would dodge the next attack. She shouted that she had no more time, and together with all the copies, she created a lightning-fast charge. Realizing that this was the most opportune moment, Shi Wu invoked the divine martial art of Hercules. Form 1, the descending dragon strike, and with a swing of his leg, he destroyed the enemy's approaching attack, as well as his copies. But then that bastard used the portal again and escaped. Shi Wu wondered where he had gone. A second later, Shi Wu saw that Moon Tae-bom had already moved to the hostages and grabbed Han Charon. Things were bad. He had already reached the limit of his strength and had no time to think, so Shi Wu just rushed forward. He had to muster all his strength. Suddenly, Master Aurelion, who had just been thrown by Moon Tae-bom, flew into him. Moon Tae-bom said it was too late and that they would see each other again. Meng Shi Wu rushed forward again and was almost within reach of Moon Tae-bom, but she managed to escape, taking Han Charon with her. Meng Shi Wu refused to give up so easily. Moreover, he could still sense the remnants of magical power lingering in the air, and if he followed these remnants, he would be able to catch her. Meng Shi Wu used Isis's reality manipulation, when suddenly he began coughing up blood. Meng Shi Wu wondered if he had used too much power during the battle. Somehow, even in his current state, he could use reality manipulation to create a gate and pursue Moon Tae-bom. But he no longer had the strength to withstand the recoil from this power. If he wasn't careful, his existence could end as the price for using this power. However, Han Charon has already suffered significant mental damage, and if her mind is completely destroyed, it will be irreversible, even with S+ rank divine medical arts. So, if not now, then later it would be too late. Telling himself that he must follow him, Meng Shi Wu tried to gather the remnants of magical energy in the air, even if he had to risk his life for it. At that moment, the S-rank hunters entered the room, and Li Xiong's first question was, what the hell was going on here? For some reason, the hunter Meng Shi Wu was here. Li Xiong asked if he was the one who had been in the smithy. How did that happen? Meng Shi Wu remembered these guys. He mentally agreed that he didn't have enough power right now, because he needed to change too many rules. But here were Yu Han and Li Xiong, two brilliant magicians who should be able to open up spaces and break through. The three of them would definitely be able to do it. Meng Shi Wu shouted that he didn't have time to explain the details and asked the magicians if they could use teleportation magic. He then added that the kidnapper had escaped, taking Han Charon with him. Li Xiun apologized and asked what he meant. Yuhana then said that she could do it, but why all of a sudden? Meng Shi Wu shouted that they must track him down immediately, and that they must gather all traces of the teleportation magic he used and follow him. Li Xiun explained to Shi Wu that once the space was closed, it could not be reopened. Even if they tracked the magical energy, they would not be able to calculate the exact coordinates. Unfortunately, it was impossible for them to follow the kidnapper. Meng Shi Wu said that if the two of them could open the space, then Meng Shi Wu used Isis's reality manipulation and said that then he would be able to merge the two spaces. Yuhana was surprised by what she heard and asked what he meant. After all, the concept of connecting spaces, Meng Shi Wu shouted that they didn't have time for that. Since he insisted so much, Yuhana agreed to at least try, and Li Xiun promised that he would do everything possible. Yuhana and Li Xiun used their powers to open the space. At the same time, Meng Shi Wu began to use reality manipulation to restore the magical trace. He had to change the impossible laws into something possible. Meng Shi Wu felt as if his head was about to split open, and his heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was about to explode. But he was not going to stop there, even if it meant dying here. Gritting his teeth, Meng Shi Wu continued to use reality manipulation, suffering more and more from the recoil. Suddenly the mana in the space flared up. Barely surviving, Shi Wu still managed to connect the two spaces. The The system notified Shi Wu that his reality manipulation skill had increased by 1.3%, reaching 2.1%. Stunned by what he saw, Li Xun asked if he had really connected them. Yuhana said that it should be impossible. Since Meng Shi Wu was suffering from the recoil of cosmic forces, he asked the S-rank hunters to go ahead, and he would follow right behind them. Yuhana asked Shi Wu how such a thing was even possible, and what the hell was he? Kim Yonggu reminded him. In any case, they had to hurry. After all, they still had to save Ms. Han Chaerin. After that, he ordered the others to clean up the scene and protect Master Aurelion. Now they had to deal with what lay ahead. The fact that she had returned alive after encountering that outrageous, monstrous bastard. She was already lucky enough. And after all, Han Chaerin was here too. Looking at her condition, it was clear that she was on the verge of a mental breakdown. And that meant that soon, she would become a puppet obeying her orders. Suddenly, Moon Chabum felt a sharp pain and began to cough. His missing left arm is only a small part of the problem, but his internal magical circuits are almost completely destroyed. At this rate, it is possible that soon he will lose the ability to use magic for the rest of his life. But the main thing is that he survived, and the space behind him is finally closed. This meant that the guy wouldn't be able to chase her. For some reason, Moon Chabum suddenly had a bad feeling, shouting, "What the hell?" Moon Taebyum turned around sharply. Meanwhile, Gyum Cheonggu and Li Harin had already crossed the gate. Moon Taebyum was stunned because somehow the gates were connected. But that simply couldn't be, and was that guy here too? But after a few seconds, Moon Chabum smiled because he wasn't there. Moon Chabum coughed in pain, and her cough gradually turned into laughter. Li Harin asked if she had gone mad because 4 S-rank hunters had come to find her. What was so funny? Moon Chabum replied that of course it was funny to see some bastards running in here. The room was suddenly flooded with scarlet light, and magical seals appeared in it. Moon Chabum asked if they really thought they could do anything to her. Moon Chabum asked if they had any idea why she had come here. Just think, they had actually come into the lion's den. Yuhana was amazed because the entire room was covered with magical amplifying circles. Then Li Xun added that this person's energy covered the entire space. Moon Chabum told the hunters that this entire space was her exclusive stage. The magic circles throughout the room manifested and began to work at full capacity. The increased magical pressure made even the hunters who had arrived feel uncomfortable. In this place, Moon Chabum's trait, mental domination, reaches its highest level. In this place, her trait literally becomes the power of domination itself. Like air currents and wind speed, even all of space and time in this place, all the laws of the world are under her power. If she orders them to kneel, they will kneel. And if she orders them to die, they will have no choice but to die. In this world, she is a god. Helpless against Moon Cheob's power, the S-class hunters fell to the floor. And now they are all dead. At that moment, a green beam shot out of the portal. Moon Chabong immediately realized that it was him, that monstrous bastard. Then she smirked and said that it didn't matter if he was a monster, because in front of God, monsters are just pathetic creatures. Moon Chabom unleashed all her power to finally get rid of this bastard. If he steps here, if he interferes with... Moon Chabom suddenly realized that something was wrong here. If he interferes, who was she talking about? And did that mean she had brought him into her space of mental domination? Unfortunately for her, Moon Chabom found herself back in Meng Shi Wu's empty mind. Realizing her mistake, Moon Chabom trembled and wished it weren't true. Hercules said that he had definitely warned her. Hercules reminded her that he had asked her not to interrupt him, then attacked the intruder with his huge fist. Moon Chabom helplessly watched as the huge fist descended upon her. At that moment, Mong Shiu attacked her in the real world. After Moon Chabom's defeat, all the magic enhancement circles in the room shattered. The S-rank hunters were finally able to breathe. Yuhana asked if the spell had just been removed. Seeing Shiwu walking towards the defeated Moon Chabom, Gem Jonggu could only ask, "What?" Moon Chabom rose, feeling intense pain. But looking ahead, she suddenly shouted, "Don't come any closer!" As Shiwu approached, she shouted repeatedly for him not to come near, but he ignored her. Literally trembling with fear, Moon Chabom begged him not to come near her. Shiwu simply walked past Moon Chabom and headed towards Han Chaerin. Although Moon Chabom's magic had dissipated, Han Chaerin continued to stare at the floor with a blank look. Sitting down, Meng Shi Wu put his hand on her shoulder and asked her not to try to bear everything alone. After all, if she took on too much, she would end up broken. Shi Wu said that sometimes you have to know when to let go and when to turn away. The youngest granddaughter of SH Group, the springboard for the hunting group. A woman who lives up to all expectations. He doesn't know, and doesn't even want to know, how heavy her burden in life is. Meng Shi Wu grabbed Chaerin by both shoulders and said that how everyone sees her world should not become her reality. She doesn't need to carefully piece together the fragments of her life into a mosaic. It's a silly life puzzle that she can simply walk away from. And it's okay if it remains unsolved. Meng Shi Wu entered the dark room and said that it was okay if it fell apart. He asked her to forget about sacrifice and think about herself first. Light poured into the room from the window. Shi Wu said that only then would she be able to think about others. Using the desirability, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom of a gentleman, Shi Wu said, "Make yourself your top priority. It takes courage to be selfish and be hated by people. And there is no need for everyone to love her." After these words, Han Charon came to her senses and asked Shi Wu why he was there. After worrying so much about Charon, Meng Shi Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he smiled and said that it was a huge relief. Then he got up and said that now, Han Charon still looked at him in confusion. Meng Shi Wu said that he had one more thing to do. Then he asked the S-rank hunters if they could help him a little more. News of the rescue quickly spread around the world. People from all over the world were grateful that Master Aurelion and Han Charon were safe after the rescue, and a representative from France even expressed his gratitude for Korea's quick action. Oh Juwon asked if this meant that Moon Taebom had finally been caught. The secretary suggested that it would be difficult for the leader to believe such a thing, but still said that Moon Taebom had not been caught by other S-class agents. Apparently, Meng Shi Wu was responsible for her capture. He then promised to conduct an additional investigation if necessary. Oh Juwon ordered him to forget about it. After that, Oh Juwon admitted that this bastard Meng Shi Wu was truly unusual. What made him stand out especially was his ability to deal with a crack-level leader. Oh Juwon unconsciously smiled, thinking about how arrogant Moon Taebom was. She knew no bounds in her research, but this time it really helped them. Oh Juwon asked, "What about the rest of Pandemonium in the Gyeonggi area?" The secretary replied that since they had lost their leader, they should have no problem absorbing them and regaining their strength. Pleased with what he heard, Oh Juwon said that was good. He had finally managed to get rid of Jo Buk-chan and Moon Taebom, who had been a thorn in his side, and everything was going according to his plan. Suddenly, the office door burst open with a bang, and a subordinate rushed in and shouted to his boss that they had a problem because Pandemonium in the Gyeonggi district, Pandemonium in the Gyeonggi area had been completely destroyed. Oh Juwon was shocked by what he heard and asked how. The subordinate said that following Gyeonggi, Suwon, Paju, Pocheon, and Ansan had also been affected. All of Pandemonium's strongholds in the Gyeonggi area had been destroyed by S-rank hunters and the Hunter Inspection Bureau. Oh, Juwon asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. How could the entire Gyeonggi area be wiped out like that? And that's despite the fact that those bastards from the Inspection Bureau couldn't figure out where their bases in Gyeonggi were? The secretary suggested that Moon Taebom, who was in charge of the Gyeonggi area, might have revealed their locations. Oh Juwon asked if Moon Taebom wasn't supposed to be under restriction. Suddenly, Oh Juwon realized what might be going on and wondered if the restriction had been lifted. But that simply couldn't be. Even though lifting the restriction was almost impossible, it was the only way everything could have happened. And if that was really true, did that mean the restriction on Jo Buk-chan had also been lifted? He himself had tried to get rid of Jo Buk-chan because he knew too much. Oh Juwon bit his lip and cursed loudly in anger. He came to the conclusion that if the restriction had been lifted, then there had been a leak of information. All this time, they hadn't been controlling those bastards. They had just been dancing on their palms. After thinking for a moment, Oh Juwon asked what the hell was going on. Lifting the restrictions and playing with them, the subordinate turned to his boss and said there was something else he needed to report. Then he slipped his hand under his jacket and asked him to take a look. The subordinate handed the boss a phone with the video playing. Oh Juwon asked what it was. The subordinate replied that a new video had been posted on YouTube's Meng Shi Wu channel, similar to the one they had posted last time. Oh Juwon became interested in what Meng Shi Wu had said and took the phone. In the video, Meng Shi Wu pointed at him and said, "You're next." Immediately after that, Oh Juwon reflexively broke the phone by hitting it with his thumb. Oh Juwon squeezed the phone in anger and shouted, "Meng Shi Wu!" SH Group building, top floor. Han Tae-san told Gyum-jung that he was truly grateful to him. Thanks to him, Charon was now safe. Han Tae-san asked what he wanted. Gyum-jung-gu just had to tell him, and he would give him everything he could. Lee Si-young awkwardly said that if it was about that, after which Yu Han-na asked if they could agree to such a thing. The S-rank hunters, whom director Han Tae-san had praised so highly, did nothing but scream and faint from what was happening there. Gam-chong turned to the director and admitted that he actually had something to say. Gam-chong-gu asked if he had ever heard of a hunter named Meng Shi Wu, the So family's forge. Lee Min-jung thanked the hunter Meng Shi Wu. Thanks to him, Pandemonium in the Gyeonggi area, as well as the underground criminal organization, had been completely eradicated. Even so, their forces were still strong. Lee Min-jung smiled as she said that Pandemonium had undoubtedly suffered a serious blow. Since Pandemonium had settled in Korea, no one had been able to do this. Lee Min-jun admitted that she didn't even know how to express her gratitude. Meng Shi Wu was already feeling awkward, so he asked Min-jun not to thank him. After that, Lee Min-jun said that the director of the inspection bureau, Baek Seong-jae, had also asked her to convey his gratitude. Hearing that name, Meng Shi Wu felt a little uncomfortable, as he still remembered that meeting at the house, and he no longer wanted to have anything to do with that person. Shi Wu said that, in any case, he did it for personal reasons. This was true, because his actions were the price he paid for ignoring his warning, and he did it to protect Soa and the people around him. Li Mingju turned to the hunter Meng Shi Wu and Master Aurelion entered the smithy and said, "So that's where you were." After that, his subordinate translator told Shi Wu that Master Aurelion was looking for him. Master Aurelion admitted that he didn't even know how to express his gratitude, and he also came to apologize for being rude to him. Shi Wu was puzzled to hear the apology. After a short pause, Aurelion said that he was a genius. After all, his awakened trait was S-rank metallurgy, and he easily achieved what others could not. What others did not even dare to do, he could willingly do. Even before he was convinced of this, he was already called the best blacksmith in the world. But he was not satisfied with that. Higher places, higher spheres. Constantly pushing himself, he continued to race forward like a racehorse. But then, he was suddenly blocked by an insurmountable wall of God. He struggled, trying to overcome this wall in any way possible, but it was simply impossible for him. He believed that there was no competitor who could challenge him, but in reality, he could not surpass himself. When this happened, he looked at himself and realized. He realized that he hated metallurgy. He who loved metallurgy more than anything else in the world. Thus, the sword he created for Han Che-rin became his last masterpiece, because he wasn't sure he could create anything greater. But then he met him. He was surprised. He was delighted. On the other hand, he was jealous and envious of him. That is why he wants to apologize for the rudeness he showed without realizing it. Aurelion asked if he had learned about Shi Wu a little earlier. Could he have changed a little more? If that were possible, he would still love metallurgy. Now he intends to give up his greed. He has become too weak and old to restore his body after it collapsed. If only he had known Shi Wu a little earlier. As he was about to leave, Aurelion told Shi Wu that he would send the promised orichalcum as soon as he returned to France. Earlier, he had wanted to see the smelting process with his own eyes, but now he intended to let it all go. Meng Shi Wu smiled and explained to Aurelion that he did not need divine metallurgy. After that, Shi Wu asked if he knew about a man known as Confucius. Hearing that name, Aurelion asked if he meant one of the three sages. Using his gentlemanly mind, Shi Wu said that Confucius also had similar thoughts. And even now. If it had started yesterday, would it have been impossible? The average human lifespan at that time was about 37 years. Confucius was 50 years old at the time, and compared to the current average age, that is significantly more than 100 years. But, with the body of an old man, he set out on the path to his dream in a world filled with chaos, where wars never ceased. And at the end of this journey, he ascended to the ranks of the three great sages of the world. So why then would Aurelion not be able to achieve his dreams? Master Aurelion said that he then paused and asked if Shi Wu really believed he could do it. To which Shi Wu replied, "Absolutely. It's not too late to start all over again because in this world, there is no such thing as too late." Meng Shi Wu patted Aurelion on the shoulder and asked if he now knew where to apply his strength. After Shi Wu's words, Aurelion froze. Then he smiled and said that Shi Wu had saved his life twice already. First, now he was starting over. Meng Shi Wu asked Aurelion why he didn't revive his feelings and try making equipment as a demonstration. In that sense, what did he think about creating equipment for Miss Mingjong? Li Mingjong was stunned by what she heard, apologized, and asked again, "For me?" Meng Shi Wu explained that the fact that they were able to save him was also thanks to Miss Mingjong. A little embarrassed, Li Mingjong refused the equipment and said that it was all thanks to the hunter Meng Shi Wu. Therefore, the equipment should obviously go to him. Meng Shi Wu told Li Mingjong that he had been able to work with peace of mind all this time only because she was patrolling his house. So it was true that she had been a great help to him. Embarrassed, Mingjong said that wasn't the case at all. After that, Shi Wu reminded her that, first and foremost, she was an experienced guard of the Inspection Bureau, and therefore she was more than qualified to use the equipment from Master Aurelion. Aurelion said that he had heard a lot about the employees of the Korean Inspection Bureau. They are people who work hard for peace, and therefore he agreed to make equipment for her. Hearing this from Master Aurelion himself, Li Minjung couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" She no longer understood how things had come to this. Aurelion said that in that case he would first go to France to bring back orichalcum. Aurelion suddenly remembered something and said that although it might be a little shameless, Aurelion asked if he could observe and study the process of smelting orichalcum. Shi Wu replied that the fee for his lesson was quite high. Master Aurelion calculated that one was for the seminar, the second was for saving his life, and the third was for observing. With a wink, Master Aurelion asked what he thought about 3 pieces of orichalcum. A satisfied Meng Shi Wu cleared his throat and replied that it was not very profitable. Then, smiling broadly, he said that he was willing to give Aurelion a special discount to celebrate his new beginning. Master Aurelion promised to return in 2 weeks and then make equipment for the beautiful lady. Immediately after that, Master Aurelion left the So family's forge. Meng Shi Wu was extremely pleased because he had managed to get 3 pieces of orichalcum. Using it, he would be able to make more than just gloves. So the question arose, what other equipment should he make? Li Mingzhu awkwardly thanked Shi Wu, to which Shi Wu replied that she didn't need to thank him. Li Mingzhu said that it was only thanks to him that she would be able to use Master Aurelion's precious equipment. Meng Shi Wu said that this was his way of asking her to take care of him. Therefore, he asked her to continue taking care of his house. Li Mingzhong put her hand on her chest and smiled, promising that she would do her best. Immediately after that, she turned abruptly and said that in that case, she would leave. Meng Shi Wu was pleased with the outcome of his meeting with Aurelion, and now he wanted to get started on designing the equipment, when suddenly he heard a loud, "Yes!" and then another, "Yes." Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear this, when suddenly a drawn-out "Yes" followed. Looking out the window, Shi Wu saw Li Mingzhong dancing and squealing with joy. Seeing this, Shi Wu smiled awkwardly. SH Group Headquarters, Chairman's Office. The secretary knocked on the door and asked if he had called him. Han Taisan asked him to come in and said that he thought he needed to meet a man named Meng Shi Wu. The puzzled secretary asked, "In person?" He then bowed and said he would start preparations immediately. Han Taisan was clearly interested in Meng Shi Wu. "This is the last approach!" Hercules shouted, then told Shi Wu to bend his hips more and keep his spine straight. Inside the B+ rank dungeon, Hercules ordered Shi Wu to continue squatting, to which he responded with a tired groan. Hercules told Shi Wu not to dare groan unless he was lifting more than 5,000 tons. Barely able to bear such a huge weight, Shi Wu still managed to complain that it was too heavy. Hercules explained to Shi Wu that if he wanted to build muscle, he would have to risk his life. Therefore, he should stop whining and tense his gluteal muscles again. Breathe in. Meng Shi Wu was barely holding on. How much harder was this training than his last fight with Moon Taebyom? And by that he meant much harder. Meng Shi Wu mentally screamed about how hard this training was. At that moment, he couldn't take it anymore and found himself pinned to the ground, after which the boulder fell. Hercules said he was giving up. Then he clicked his tongue and told Shi Wu that he was still a complete weakling. At that moment, Shi Wu was just trying to catch his breath, so he couldn't respond to Hercules' taunts. Hercules admitted that Meng Shi Wu was actually even better than the fly from last time. Meng Shi Wu was puzzled when he heard about the fly. Hercules said that he was training the other day when a nasty little fly suddenly appeared and kept buzzing around him. He didn't want anything to do with it, so he simply ordered it to back off. After that, the fly almost went crazy on its own, which actually looked pretty cool. Meng Shi Wu asked Hercules if he was serious. Suddenly, Zhuge Liang's insight kicked in, and Shi Wu understood what he meant. Shi Wu asked him not to tell him that. Now Shi Wu understood why Moon Taebyom had suddenly started acting so strangely. Moon Taebyom's trait is S-rank mental domination. At that moment, her powers were increased 100-fold with the help of magic circles. Probably then she looked into his mind, straight into the world of GodTube. Meng Shi Wu chuckled awkwardly at this. Earlier, he had wondered if the leader of Pandemonium was under restriction. In the end, he didn't even have to deal with it, because she answered his questions without much resistance, and told him about all the places in Pandemonium in the Kyungi area. Dissatisfied, Hercules suggested that perhaps Shi Wu wasn't so bad compared to that bug, since he was a mage. Shi Wu realized that Hercules had completely removed her restriction, and what's more, he could have completely destroyed her. And all this happened because of one word: an order to leave? Not only was her mind destroyed, but the restriction was also completely removed. With just one word, Hercules defeated the one who had required all of Shi Wu's strength to defeat. Meng Shi Wu decided that he would never anger Hercules again. Never. At that moment, Shi Wu received a notification that the training was complete, as well as a notification that his superpower skill had increased by 0.002%. This greatly surprised Shi Wu. Noticing his reaction, Hercules asked what had happened. Shi Wu replied that for some reason his skill level had increased slightly. Hercules asked how much it had increased. Shi Wu replied 0.02%, which made Hercules think. After a moment's thought, Hercules pointed at Shi Wu and said that the time had probably come. Shi Wu was surprised and asked what he meant. Hercules replied that he meant the time had come when his growth had stagnated. Hercules said that despite Shi Wu's pitiful talent, his growth rate was simply incredible. Meng Shi Wu was forced to agree with Hercules' words, because he was only able to learn the traits of GodTube in the first place, because he originally had no traits. On GodTube, he would learn the powers of the gods, but now his progress would probably stop. And in fact, now Shi Wu should be evaluated more professionally. If he does not grow, then his skill level will not grow either. And at the moment, his skill level has stagnated at about 30%. This means that this is the limit that Shi Wu can reach. Meng Shi Wu thought about this and glanced at GodTube. He wanted to understand whether this was only about superpowers right now, or about other traits as well. And does that mean that at some point he might reach his limit? Hercules asked Shi Wu not to worry too much about it, because if he kept trying and didn't give up, he would eventually be able to break through his limitations. Convinced by Hercules' words, Shi Wu mentally agreed that if he kept trying, then someday, even if he mastered his superpower 100%, how long would it take? Thanks to his insight, Mong Shiu quickly realized that his problem obviously lay in his talent. But was there a way to fix it? He could improve his divine medical skills and reconstruct his body into a divine body. He was still constantly trying to do so, but lately, even his usual medicines had lost all effect. He thought that he might have developed immunity, but perhaps he had simply reached his growth limit, and that was why the trait had stopped growing. Meng Shi Wu asked if there were any methods for preparing stronger potions on the Hua Tuo channel. Medicinal and poisonous herbs are almost indistinguishable. Every living creature born of Mother Nature carries its own poison to protect itself. More effective use of this philosophy of survival and absorption of Mother Nature's life force is called pharmacology. But even if that's the case, poison is a bit too much. If it were ordinary poison, he might have taken it, but what if next time he has to eat a pufferfish poisoned with mercury? If he eats that, he could just die. Of course, he's not going to just give up, and he's willing to try. But he doesn't really want to die after all this. If he consumes a very small amount, he might survive. But this method would take too long. In that case, he has only one solution. I will reveal the secret of the meat in my head, which will kill us if we eat it. The secret to successful trading on the Hydra channel. Shi Wu must subscribe to the new channel. Hercules was surprised to hear Shi Wu muttering to himself about Hydra, and asked why he suddenly started talking about her. The nine-headed Hydra. The heads of the Hydra are immortal, and they will grow back even if they are cut off. Looking back on this, Hercules began to remember the past. Hercules said that he had heard that the Hydra earned its living by cutting off its own heads and selling them as meat. Moreover, he had heard that it was very tasty. Remembering this, Hercules wondered if he should try it at least once. Meng Shi Wu suddenly felt uncomfortable after hearing this. Cut off your own head to sell as meat? As expected, he was completely unable to understand GodTube. Hercules asked Shi Wu why he suddenly decided to look at the Hydra channel. Shi Wu replied that he believed it would help him develop resistance to poisons. Hercules was puzzled by this and asked why he needed it. Meng Shi Wu said that among Hydra's abilities, the most remarkable was its venom, which contained a toxin powerful enough to kill a god. Hercules recalled that Master Chiron had been poisoned by the Hydra's venom, after which he decided to end his life. As far as Shi Wu remembered, the Hydra's venom was called the God Killer. The reason this venom could kill even an immortal was that it was so painful that you would wish for death, and most importantly, there was no cure. After poisoning himself with Hydra's venom, Chiron went to Zeus, after which he lost his immortality and died. That is why the Hydra's venom is called the poison of the God Killer. After all, it is a poison that can kill even a god. Technically, it is a deadly poison that makes the poisoned person wish for death. At the same time, the fluids that make up the Hydra are poisonous, but the Hydra itself is not affected by its own poison. In other words, the Hydra has a resistance to poison that surpasses even the gods. Meng Shi Wu said that the ability to be immortal is not a unique trait that only Hydra has, and therefore, he is ready to subscribe to Hydra's channel. He believes that by subscribing, he will surely gain resistance to poisons. Hercules thought about it for a moment and agreed that this was possible, because why not? If only he could gain resistance to poisons like Hydra, he would be able to blindly drink any poisonous dishes prepared with the divine art of Hua Tuo's medicine. And it would not be as much of a problem for him as it is now. However, there was one serious problem standing in his way: a monthly subscription to Hydra's GodTube channel. Looking at the price, Meng Shi Wu refused to believe that it could cost as much as 8 billion won. Sometime later, at the So family's forge, Meng Shi Wu sighed as he continued to think about it. Unable to hold back any longer, Meng Shi Wu grabbed his head and said that even if he sold the 3 orichalcum he would receive in 2 weeks, it would clearly not be enough. Not to mention creating other equipment, he simply could not afford such an insane amount every month. Meng Shi Wu sighed wearily, trying to pull himself together, when suddenly the door behind him opened. Hearing the sound, Meng Shi Wu wondered who it was. Immediately after, the intruder asked if he was Meng Shi Wu. Hearing that voice, Meng Shi Wu was suddenly speechless, because it was the chairman himself. It was the chairman of SH Group, Han Tai-san. What was the head of SH Group doing here? After receiving the chairman, Shi Wu asked what had brought him here. Han Tai-san apologized for the sudden visit. Then he looked at the young man sitting in front of him. Looking at Shi Wu, Han Tai-san found it hard to believe that this was the same young man who, by all appearances, had just taken his first steps in society, and was the one who had saved Aurelion and Shireen. However, you can't always judge a person by their appearance. On his way to his current position, he had witnessed this countless times. Someone you might consider a nobody is ultimately capable of achieving what no one else can. That is why you cannot judge people solely by their appearance. Han Tai-san said that he had heard about that story. People say that it was Shi Wu who saved their Charon, and as Charon's grandfather, he is sincerely grateful to Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu smiled awkwardly and said that it was nothing, and that he wasn't the only one who saved her. Han Tai-san said that even so, he would like to repay Shi Wu for his kindness. Hearing this, Shi Wu asked Chairman Han Tai-san to repeat his last words, then asked, "For example?" Han Tai-san replied that he was willing to give him anything. He would give Shi Wu anything he wanted, as far as it was possible for him. He understood that for hunters who had reached a certain level, money was not particularly valuable. At least, that was the case with the hunters he had met. For people as strong as they were, the main value was often self-development, not money. Usually, they needed something that couldn't be solved with money. After thinking for a moment, Shi Wu suddenly smiled, then asked if it was possible in that case. Han Tai-san asked Shi Wu to just say it. In fact, he was curious to know what this man would ask for. A little embarrassed, Shi Wu asked if he would mind if he raised the tuition a little. Han Tai-san was confused when he heard this. Han Tai-san asked what he meant by tuition fees. Did he really mean money? Shi Wu replied that he was indeed talking about money and asked what he thought about 5 billion won. Or was 5 billion won a month too much? If not, would he accept 4 billion? Or even 3? Meng Shi Wu suddenly laughed and said that it was just a joke, and that he was actually willing to pay 2 billion. Han Tai-san was stunned. He tried to understand whether Meng Shi Wu was now trying to bargain with him. Meng Shi Wu suggested that 1 billion won would be too little, and asked what he thought about 1.5 billion won. Han Tai-san was simply speechless. He couldn't even understand what kind of person was sitting in front of him now. Underground Training Hall, SH Hunters Guild. Han Charon had been fencing alone for some time. She was already quite out of breath. Her hand holding the sword had long since begun to tremble, and her secretary was watching all of this. Kang Min-jae quietly addressed the young lady. It had been 20 hours since she had devoted herself to training without a break. Clenching his fist, he told himself that he had to stop her right now, but he had been watching her closely since she was a child, and so he could tell that something in this incident must have provoked her. Regardless of whether she blamed her own shortcomings or felt powerless because she couldn't do anything as the youngest heiress of the SH group, she carried a huge burden on her shoulders. Han Chae-rin suddenly lunged forward and delivered a vertical blow. This caused her hand, covered in abrasions, to tremble even more. Kang Min-jae wanted to help her, but there was nothing he could do to help her now. Meanwhile, Meng Shi Wu couldn't take his eyes off his smartphone. Right now, he saw 14.4 billion won in his account. After talking to Chairman Han Tai-san, the fee for private lessons with Han Chae-rin had doubled, and to be more precise, he had just deposited 10 billion won. After a short pause, Chairman Han Tai-san said he understood everything, and then left. Meng Shi Wu wondered if it was even possible to transfer 10 billion won to someone like that right away. As expected of SH Group, he could now forget about GodTube and everything else, because SH Group Chairman Han Tai-san was truly transcendent. Thanks to this, he can finally subscribe to Hydra's channel. Now that he is guaranteed 20 billion won a month, he will be able to pay the monthly subscription fee of 15.1 billion won. Of course. Thinking about this, Shi Wu suddenly burst into tears, because if you think about it, he will lose 15.1 billion every month. But it was simply impossible for him not to subscribe at this point. Because if he wanted to overcome the limitations of the line, it was simply an inevitable step. Meng Shi Wu pressed the subscribe button, instantly losing 8 billion won from his account. Along with the subscription, Meng Shi Wu also received a new trait, Deadly Poison SS Plus rank. As it turned out, the trait was surprisingly simple, In fact, he thought it would be called God-killing poison or something like that. After receiving the new trait, Meng Shi Wu had a strange feeling that nothing had changed. No matter how hard he tried, he felt absolutely no change. Meng Shi Wu wondered if, since Hydra's poison consisted of bile and blood, did that mean his blood had also become toxic? As expected, a direct test was probably the fastest way to find out. Inside the B+ class dungeon of the Devil Hounds, seeing what Shi Wu was doing, Yi Jun didn't even know what to say. Watching Shi Wu torment the Devil Hound, Kim Yi Jun asked what the hell he was doing. Meng Shi Wu asked Yi Jun what he was talking about, but after a second he understood what was going on, and replied that he had to check something. Shi Wu cut his finger and brought it to the Devil Wolf's mouth to drip his blood. As soon as a single drop of Shi Wu's blood touched the Devil Wolf's tongue, it instantly fell silent. Meng Shi Wu was excited because his blood turned out to be poisonous after all. Kim Yi Jun admitted that he would never be able to understand what was going on in Shi Wu's head. Now that he was done with the experiment, Shi Wu asked Yi Jun where he had put the herbs they had collected. Pointing to the grass behind him, Yi Jun replied that he had left it there. Shi Wu asked why he had put it aside. Yi Jun replied that he had not put it aside, but thrown it away. Yi Jun then explained that the only weakness of his super regeneration was poison. That was why he knew quite a lot about poisonous plants. While Yi Jun was talking, Shi Wu walked past him and bent down to look at the grass. Seeing Shi Wu examining a poisonous plant, Kim Yi Jun explained that if he ate it, the deadly toxins would melt his insides within an hour. Ignoring Yi Jun's words, Shi Wu did something that simply shocked Yi Jun. Meng Shi Wu simply picked up the poisonous plants and began to eat them. Worried, Kim Yi Jun asked if he was okay, and if his stomach had started to melt. Shi Wu asked what he meant and said that the grass was only a little bitter. Meng Shi Wu was glad he subscribed to Hydra's channel. After all, even eating just one plant increased his skill by 0.02%. Shi Wu suggested that Hydra's deadly poison was capable of cleansing other toxins. It was as if the plant's poison tried to destroy him from within. But instead it was neutralized by the deadly poison of the Hydra. In other words, he uses poison to fight poison. If he wants to prepare for a complete reconstruction of his body, he needs to increase his deadly poison skill to gain more resistance to poisons. Meng Shi Wu asked Kim Yi Jun if he could ask his sister about more poisonous plants. Afraid to even imagine where this was going, Yi Jun promised to talk to Soyeon. Kim Yi Jun suddenly remembered something and told Shi Wu that he had wanted to ask him something for a long time. Was it true that he had saved Master Aurelion and his older sister Han Chae-rin together with the S-rank hunters? Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear this and asked how he knew about it. Kim Yi Jun asked how could he not know about it. After all, the media was going crazy over this story. Then Yi Jun smiled and raised his thumb, saying that this was exactly what was expected of his Hyungnam. Yi Jun said that, among other things, he had heard that the culprit in this case was an S-rank hunter, and that even Han Chae-rin's older sister had been injured. Meng Shi Wu asked Yi Jun to stop and asked why he called Han Chae-rin his older sister. Did that mean he was younger than her? Kim Yi Jun replied that it was true and that he was a year younger than her. He was 20 years old, while Han Chae-rin was 21. Meng Shi Wu was a little surprised because he didn't know that Han Chae-rin was only 21 years old. Kim Yi Jun couldn't believe what he heard and asked how he didn't know. Shi Wu replied that it wasn't particularly important. Yi Jun asked why, and isn't it important? Isn't she his girlfriend? Changing his tone abruptly, Shi Wu asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. And since when had Han Chae-rin become his girlfriend? Kim Yi Jun reminded him of how they held hands at the housewarming party. Shi Wu asked if only people who were dating could hold hands. Kim Yi Jun asked Shi Wu to stop talking like that, and reminded him that there is no such thing as friendship between a man and a woman. Meng Shi Wu countered by reminding him that he and Kim So-yeon are friends. Beginning to suspect something, Shi Wu asked if Yi Jun really had no female friends. Yi Jun replied directly that he did not. Shi Wu asked if that meant that every girl he knew was his girlfriend. Yi Jun replied no, because he had never had a girlfriend. Meng Shi Wu asked if he really never had one. Yi Jun replied that this was indeed the case. Shi Wu asked if he was joking. Kim Yi Jun then asked what was so unbelievable about that. Kim Yi Jun asked Shi Wu about himself. If he wasn't dating his older sister Han Chae-rin, did he have a girlfriend? Meng Shi Wu looked away sharply and replied in a trembling voice that he. Kim Yi Jun and Meng Shi Wu suddenly froze right at the exit of the dungeon, as if they had realized something. The two guys, who understood each other, suddenly burst into tears. Kim Yi Jun shouted that today they would raid all the dungeons in Seoul, to which Shi Wu immediately agreed, and asked which dungeon they would raid next. Sometime later, at Shi Wu's house. Continuing to chew on poisonous plants, Shi Wu wondered what kind of poisonous herbs could cost up to 200 million won. Nevertheless, even the simple consumption of poisonous herbs significantly increased his skill, thanks to which he was already at 1.7%. But even so, the cost of all the poisonous herbs on the market is about 200 million won? This is clearly too much. And if he continues to buy them until he undergoes his body transformation, he will spend 500 million won a month on medicine alone. A few seconds later, the system notified Shi Wu that he had created a basic elixir, and also learned the basics of elixir preparation. Meng Shi Wu was very surprised to see the word elixir. It is said that thanks to the elixir, even an ordinary person can become an S-rank hunter. As it turned out, it was true that handling poisons was the true divine art of medicine. In addition, his mastery of the divine art of medicine increased by 5.8%, reaching 55.88%. However, something was now troubling Meng Shi Wu. He asked if that meant he should try drinking it. Anyone who looked at this elixir would ask if it was even safe to drink. Be that as it may, it was still an elixir. Saying to himself, all or nothing, Meng Shi Wu gulped down the freshly brewed elixir. Immediately afterwards, the system reported that he had taken the basic elixir, and that his physical abilities had improved. But even so, in the next second, Shi Wu vomited all of the elixir. If it was poison on its own, then what he had brewed was definitely a deadly poison. Trying to hold back the vomiting, Shi Wu asked why this elixir tasted so disgusting. After all, it was made only from herbal preparations. Shi Wu's deadly poison increased by plus 0.5% to 2.2%. But what caught Shi Wu's eye was that his superpower skill increased by plus 0.12% to 30.14%. This meant that he was beginning to exceed his limits. At the same time, his insight increased by plus 0.05% to 62.95%. Surprised by this, Shi Wu wondered why his insight had suddenly increased. Could it be that his mind had gained new enlightenment from such a shocking taste? Meng Shi Wu understood that if he wanted to continue to go beyond his limits, he would have to continue drinking this from now on. But why are things that are good for the body always so unpalatable? It's as if it's some kind of immutable law of the universe. As soon as he mentioned the rule of the universe, Shi Wu remembered something. Couldn't he change the taste with Isis's SSS rank reality manipulation? If he used reality manipulation, he could make the elixir taste better, and he would also increase his reality manipulation skills. It was a great idea, so why not give it a try? With these thoughts in mind, Meng Shi Wu reached for his elixir. Using reality manipulation, Shi Wu attempted to make the elixir taste like cola, like sweet cola. As soon as he finished, his reality manipulation skill increased by 0.15%. Meng Shi Wu gasped as he looked at the finished result. Meng Shi Wu wondered, could a simple change in taste really cause such a return? But even if the taste didn't change after that, he had to do it anyway. Meng Shi Wu took a sip of the elixir. Then he opened his mouth, causing the elixir to spill out. The taste was simply awful. All he managed to do was add soda to the original taste of the elixir. This meant that his skill was not yet high enough to completely change the taste. But at least now it tasted a little like soda. Suddenly Shi Wu felt nauseous again and, unable to control himself, he started vomiting again. A short time later, the system notified Shi Wu that he had created a food additive. Immediately after that, Shi Wu, with a mug at the ready, called out to Soa and said it was time to take her medicine. Soa, covered in paint, peeked out from behind the door and, writhing with bad memories, asked, "Medicine?" Meng Shi Wu handed her the mug and told her that it was sufficiently cooled, so she should just drink it all at once. Soa took the mug and knelt down. Shi Wu asked what she was doing. Soa turned to her brother and Midnight. Immediately after that, she thanked them for everything and drank the medicine in one gulp. But soon she felt the terrible taste. Soa complained that the medicine tasted like the socks she wore in gym class. Meng Shi Wu asked if she had actually tried eating socks after gym class. Soa immediately replied that this was not the case and explained, somewhat embarrassed, that she was just saying what it probably tasted like. Meng Shi Wu smiled, because now he could be sure. Soa's condition had improved significantly compared to the past, and his mastery of the divine art of medicine had already exceeded 50%. He still couldn't cure her completely, but he believed that he would be able to cure Soa's illness within a year. Suddenly, Shi Wu heard Midnight bark and start drinking something. Turning around, he saw Midnight wagging its tail after licking up all the remaining broth. Suddenly, Shi Wu's smartphone alerted him to the approach of an unauthorized person. Shi Wu wondered who it could be. The guest at the door apologized for the sudden intrusion. He then said that he was Ms. Han Chae-rin's secretary, Kim Min-jae. After Shi Wu let him in, Kim Min-jae said that he had heard that Master Aurelion had already returned to France. Meng Shi Wu recalled that Aurelion had said he would return to Korea in about 2 weeks. But it seemed that he would arrive today or tomorrow. Kim Min-jae said he understood. Shi Wu asked what had brought him here. Seeming worried about something, Kim Min-jae said that actually, he had come to ask if Shi Wu could help the young lady. Kim Min-jae said that since childhood, she had tried to take everything upon herself, and that she grew up constantly being attacked by other people. That was why the young lady was so eager to become stronger, because only then would she be able to believe that the people around her, they would not abandon her again. Mong Shiu suggested that this was why Han Charon so rarely expressed her feelings. Kim Min-jae said that it was probably because of the recent kidnapping incident, but now she was training more than 20 hours a day. Even Shi Wu, who had gone through training with Hercules, had to admit that this was too much. He understood that this could not even be called training, because she was only overloading her body. If this continued, she would damage her body, which would only slow down her growth. Meng Shi Wu called Soa and said that he was going to visit Mrs. Charine. Soa peeked out from behind the door and said he could go, and also asked him to tell Shireen that if she came to visit again, she would cook something delicious. Meng Shi Wu asked Kim Min-jae if they could go then. Underground Training Hall, SH Hunters Guild. Without rest, Han Charon continued her grueling training. Even though her hands were covered in her own blood, she kept telling herself that she just couldn't stop now. She had to become stronger. She had to be strong, and only then will she be able to protect people. Han Charon lunged forward and delivered a horizontal blow in front of her. She believed that only then would they no longer abandon her. Han Charon repeated that they would not leave her behind, and immediately after that, she collapsed from exhaustion. But at the last moment, Mong Shiu managed to catch her. Looking up, Charon was surprised to see Shi Wu. Many years ago, Han Tai-san told Charon that starting tomorrow, she would be living separately. Kim Min-jae appealed to the chairman, suggesting that he was crossing the line, but the young lady was still at an age where she needed protection. Han Tai-san explained that as long as Chae-rin carried the blood of their SH group, she would have to face countless threats, and if she couldn't overcome them, how will she be able to cope with it in the future? At that moment, Chae-rin was only 13 years old. Han Tai-san said that starting tomorrow, she would be leaving the mansion, and Han Chae-rin agreed. That was back when she didn't know much about their world. Han Chae-rin was asked if she had regained consciousness. Recognizing Mr. Shiwu's voice, Chae-rin jumped up abruptly and asked why he was there. Meng Shi Wu asked how she was feeling and if everything was okay. Han Chae-rin quietly lowered her gaze. Then, trying to suppress her trembling, she replied that she was fine. Meng Shi Wu said he was glad to hear that, then asked if that meant they could start training right away. Han Chae-rin was surprised to hear about training and asked, "Right now?" Meng Shi Wu explained that since she said she was fine, he thought they could start training immediately. Then he asked if she was still feeling unwell. If something was wrong, they could just postpone the training until next time. Han Chae-rin immediately refused and said again that she was fine. She kept telling herself that she didn't have time to rest. Han Chae-rin said she was ready so they could begin. Following Shi Wu, Han Chae-rin was surprised by the place he had chosen. It was the smithy where he worked. Meng Shi Wu said that today's lesson would take place here. Going inside, Han Chae-rin reminded him that, according to Shi Wu, they were supposed to be training now. Shi Wu explained that today's lesson would be devoted to metallurgy. Han Chae-rin was very surprised to hear this, after which Shi Wu said that it was part of her training. After thinking for a moment, Chae-rin said that she understood everything. Meng Shi Wu told Chae-rin that in order to make the equipment, they first needed to smelt the metal materials. After heating, the metal needed to be hammered to remove impurities. This smelting process is called forging. Shi Wu asked if she would like to try it. Han Chae-rin put on blacksmith gloves. Then she said she understood everything and struck the metal. Han Chae-rin began to strike the red-hot metal ingot blow after blow, gradually purifying it. But when she finished, she had to admit that it didn't go so well. Meng Shi Wu explained that the problem was that the metal wasn't at the right temperature, and that if she started forging the metal before it was hot enough, it would start to warp strangely until it became completely unusable. Now, Meng Shi Wu prepared another ingot and asked if she wanted to try again. Without saying a word, Han Chae-rin raised the hammer again. Then she began cleaning the red-hot metal again. But when she saw the result of the second cleaning, Han Chae-rin was surprised. Meng Shi Wu explained that when making equipment, the quality depends on the metal used. If you compare this to a person, it can be considered talent. However, in order to make good equipment, a smelting process is necessary to remove impurities. From a human perspective, smelting metal can also be considered an effort. In this sense, Ms. Charine is a very good metal. However, no matter how good the metal is, as she can see, If she hits it with a hammer before it is fully heated, it will be ruined and thrown away. Persevering in pursuit of something is certainly admirable. However, cleaning metal that is not hot enough will render her talent useless, just like the metal she cleaned. Meng Shi acknowledged that in his eyes, Lady Shireen was the most exquisite metal in the world. However, for the most excellent metal to become the hardest metal, it must withstand fierce flames. For a very long time, Shi Wu admitted that he couldn't even imagine what was causing her to push herself so hard. Secretary Kim probably wanted Han Chae-rin to free herself from her obsession, but that obsession is also what keeps her going. It is like the fire that heats the metal called Han Chae-rin. Only this fire makes Chae-rin work even harder, so it should not be extinguished, but Meng Shi Wu said that now is the time to use the fire in her heart to warm herself sufficiently. Hitting herself with a hammer is the next step. He also asked her not to worry too much, because even if everyone around her leaves, even if the whole world rejects her, even if she turned away from herself, he would definitely be there for her. Shi Wu simply couldn't forget that, in the end, he still needed to receive 20 billion won from her every month for tutoring. Han Chae-rin smiled sincerely and thanked Mr. Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu said that today's training was over, but immediately after that, he remembered something and grabbed Chae-rin's hand. Shi Wu asked the embarrassed Chae-rin to wait a moment. Then he held out a bracelet and said it was a special gift for the lesson. Meng Shi Wu asked Chae-rin to put it on. Han Chae-rin took the bracelet and looked at it. Then she put it on and thanked Shi Wu. Han Chae-rin promised that she would always wear it and sincerely thanked Shi Wu. Seeing her reaction, Shi Wu chuckled awkwardly. In fact, it was because it seemed too simple for a gift, but changing his appearance now would make everything meaningless. After a moment's thought, Shi Wu turned to Chae-rin. Then he awkwardly asked if she could hold out her hand again. Han Chae-rin was a little surprised, but she agreed, assuming that it should be possible. Meng Shi Wu used reality manipulation on the bracelet, just as he had used Zhou Bukchan's trait to discover a new way to use super speed, and just as Moon Tai Biome had extremely increased the power of his trait with the help of amplifying magic circles. If he applied all of this in practice, the system notified Shi Wu that he had imprinted the concept of amplification. After Shi Wu finished, Han Chae-rin clearly felt as if something had changed. After the experiment, his reality manipulation skill increased by plus 5.3%, reaching 7.55%. Mong Shiu was amazed that it actually worked. Although he didn't know how much it enhanced, Han Chae-rin promised that she would never forget today's lesson. After that, she admitted that she thought she should return to the hospital and that it would probably be best to rest for a day or two, depending on her condition. Meng Shi Wu reminded her that no matter what happened, he would always be there for her. After that, an embarrassed Han Chae-rin thanked him for today and left the forge. As it turned out, he was capable of creating equipment with enhancing engravings. So didn't that mean he could do the same with the equipment he created for himself? Furthermore, does this mean that even GodTube's features can be enhanced? Gam Chong was very surprised to hear that Master Aurelion had returned to Korea. The secretary said that it was indeed true. Gem Chong recalled that he had only recently returned to France, so why did he return so soon? The secretary replied that Master Aurelion had probably come to meet Meng Shi Wu. The S-rank hunter became slightly interested upon hearing this. He recalled that this man had been written about in all the media. But who was he really? Li Yejun then asked if Master Aurelion had come just to meet this man in person. The So family's forge. After working here for some time, Meng Shi Wu created several boxes of enchanted bracelets. All this was enough for him to increase his divine metallurgy skill by plus 5.6%, and his reality manipulation skill by plus 3.8%. Looking at this mountain of bracelets, Meng Shi Wu wondered if he should stop there. After creating and engraving hundreds of accessories, Meng Shi Wu discovered two things. First, when he applied the same engraving to different bracelets and bracelets with higher Hephaestus ratings, the higher-rated bracelets showed a stronger effect when engraved. All this meant that as his divine metallurgy skills improved, he needed to gradually improve the quality of his equipment. But the more important part is the second one. The effects of engraving do not add up. Unfortunately for him, Shi Wu decided that he would just sell it all, put it aside and give it to Lady Soyeon. In any case, with the orichalcum that Aurelion would soon bring, he would be able to create high-quality equipment, and then he would try to do it again. Since he had thought about it, Shi Wu decided to watch a video on cleaning orichalcum. For example, Hephaestus's video, "What if we make equipment out of orichalcum for the damn angry Thor?" The enraged Thor demanded that Hephaestus bring it to him immediately, before he blew up the entire forge. Immediately after that, Thor couldn't hold back and shouted, "You dared to steal my Mjolnir?" Hearing this, Hephaestus laughed. Then he apologized a little awkwardly, and asked if Thor really thought he couldn't lift Mjolnir so easily. Thor was already starting to boil over. Suddenly, Hephaestus decided to interject and offered to make some equipment for Thor as an apology. Thor calmed down a little and asked if it was true. Thor turned to Hephaestus and asked if he would really make equipment for him. Hephaestus replied that he would indeed do so. And since he had already decided to do it, Hephaestus asked if he could take one last look at Mjolnir. A little embarrassed, Thor replied that since he had decided to make him some equipment, Hephaestus said that in that case, he should melt the metal while the furnace was hot. He would start working on it right away. Looking at the piece of metal, Meng Shi Wu noticed that it looked exactly like the orichalcum of his world. Taking Mjolnir in his hands, Hephaestus said that orichalcum could not be melted with heat alone to purify it, or rather, to make this metal red hot and then purify it, he needed to hammer it with this cute little thing. Hearing this, Thor abruptly approached Hephaestus, fixing him with a murderous gaze. Hephaestus chuckled awkwardly and explained that he would make Thor some equipment, and then return the hammer to him. Hephaestus promised Thor that it would be incredible equipment. With all his might, Hephaestus swung Mjolnir and struck the metal, damaging even his forge. After the blow, Hephaestus froze, looking at the result. Meng Shi Wu noticed that the forge had been destroyed, but the orichalcum was completely intact and undamaged. Meng Shi Wu asked Hephaestus not to say that orichalcum was indestructible. Suddenly, Hephaestus shouted at the top of his voice and began to strike the orichalcum with Mjolnir with all his might. After seeing this, Meng Shi Wu was simply speechless. Meng Shi Wu wondered if he could really learn to do this. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a bell behind him, causing Shi Wu to turn around. Aurelion, who had returned to the forge, said, "Ca fate long temps," which translates as long time no see. Meng Shi Wu was delighted to see him, for his orichalcum had finally arrived. A short time later, in a B+ rank dungeon, a huge golem towered over Shi Wu. Feeling a little nervous, Master Aurelion asked why they had come here. Shi Wu wasn't even sure how to respond. Even without hearing the translation, a single glance at Aurelion was enough to understand what he was saying. Besides, these bodyguards are so serious, which is not surprising since Aurelion was kidnapped in Korea not so long ago. Meng Shi Wu suggested that this made sense, since the dungeons could be used for criminal activities. Meng Shi Wu replied somewhat awkwardly that they were here to clean up the orichalcum. Unable to explain it to him, Meng Shi Wu thought to himself that without an interpreter, he would simply go crazy here. He hoped they wouldn't misunderstand anything. Be that as it may, Shi Wu decided not to think about it, because he didn't need to explain anything right now. Right now, he needed to think about the information he had received after watching Hephaestus's video. No one forged orichalcum, even in Norse mythology. Even Mjolnir, the most powerful weapon that destroyed Jormungandr with a single blow. This meant that this metal was not so easy to refine. When Meng Shi Wu concentrated, his insight was activated. Based on the video, Shi Wu realized that he needed a stronger blow than Mjolnir's, the key to Mjolnir's incredible power. Even Mjolnir, the perfect weapon capable of destroying everything, failed to destroy Ragnarok, the end of Norse mythology. However, in Greco-Roman mythology, there is a battle at the end of time, the Gigantomachy. If it is the power of Hercules that broke through the Gigantomachy, if he simulates the very power of Hercules, it should be possible for him to deliver a blow similar to Mjolnir. Hercules' divine martial art, Form 1. The dragon's descending blow. Putting all his strength into it, Shi Wu attacked the piece of orichalcum. Even the nearby golem didn't have time to understand what was happening when he suddenly noticed his body beginning to crumble. A moment later, both the golem and the landscape in front of it were completely destroyed by a single blow from Shi Wu. Master Aurelion's mouth opened in shock, and he couldn't say a word. Meanwhile, his bodyguards tensed up when they saw this. Even a condescending dragon, whose blow should be stronger than Mjolnir. All he could do was deform the ore much more than he thought. It was no longer forging, it was destruction. But, be that as it may, Hercules' divine martial arts were still capable of purifying orichalcum. He just needed to adjust his strength a little. Meng Shi Wu sent Park Doku new material for the video and asked her to treat the material well this time as well. Park Doku was surprised that the new material for the video arrived so quickly, and that's even though the video guide on how to become an A-class hunter in a month isn't even finished yet. So why did the new material arrive so soon? Park Doku decided that it wouldn't be the worst option to take advantage of the trend. Even though it was a new channel that had been around for less than 6 months, it was still gaining about 10,000 subscribers a day, and it already had 2.65 million subscribers. Park Doku wondered if it could be that her boss's name had become so well known in the media solely because of the recent incident involving the kidnapping of Master Aurelion. She had heard that he was a very dangerous criminal. The incident at her boss's recent housewarming party was one thing, but what if she were also kidnapped? If something like that happened to her, Would her boss save her? If she were kidnapped, Shi Wu Appa. Suddenly, Doku caught herself calling him Shi Wu Appa, which made her feel embarrassed. Blushing even more, Park Doku wondered what she was thinking about. Park Doku grabbed the computer mouse with force and said she should start working. Then she looked through the footage her boss had taken. But after watching it, Park Doku couldn't get over her surprise. After that blow, had the world just been torn apart? Looking at the piece of orichalcum, Meng Shi Wu assumed that the forging required before the smelting process was complete. Park Doku asked what kind of video he was filming this time. Master Aurelion was amazed by what he had just seen, but Park Doku was even more amazed after seeing him in the boss's video. Why did Master Aurelion suddenly appear in the boss video? Besides, isn't that woman Clement, the YouTuber? French S-rank hunter Clement, who films herself cooking monsters for an audience of 33 million subscribers. Minotaur thigh steak, basilisk-infused liqueur, cyclops eyeballs, and more. Clement is a famous personality who posts bizarre videos of food made from the monsters she hunts. So why did such an incredible figure appear in the boss's video? Meng Shi Wu said that now they should return to the forge. After watching the video to the end, Park Doku was shocked, trying to understand what the hell he was doing. Returning to the forge, Meng Shi Wu put a piece of orichalcum into the furnace. And now he looked at the finished result. Looking at it, Meng Shi Wu couldn't help but admit that it looked incredibly exquisite. To reach this point, he had to go through 31 dungeons, but at least he got some videos on YouTube. And most importantly, it was probably because he had become better at using Hercules' divine martial arts. But his skill had increased tremendously, adding plus 2.6% and 4.7% to his super strength. The only thing left for him to do was, glancing at the orichalcum over his shoulder, Master Aurelion asked what he was doing. Shi Wu replied that he was about to start forging. All he had to do now was to create equipment from the orichalcum. And so, concentrating his strength in his hand, Meng Shi Wu raised his fist above the orichalcum. Master Aurelion was surprised by this and pointed to the side, reminding him that the hammer for forging was there. Meng Shi Wu said that in order to forge orichalcum, he had to become Mjolnir. Master Aurelion was puzzled when he heard about Mjolnir. Ignoring Aurelion, Meng Shi Wu concentrated hard and Meng Shi Wu struck the orichalcum, destroying part of the So family's forge. Master Aurelion cried out in shock. Right in front of him, Meng Shi Wu was striking the orichalcum at breakneck speed and with tremendous force, as if he were working with a hammer. The result of imitating Mjolnir's forging was rather strange, which made Shi Wu wonder if he was imagining things. But the forging, it wasn't working at all, which simply shouldn't have happened. Or should he have used more force? And should his superhuman strength be enough during hot forging? Meng Shi Wu decided to put unnecessary thoughts aside and asked if it could mean that the temperature was too low? What if he hadn't managed to heat the orichalcum enough? Thinking about this, Meng Shi Wu applied his insight along with divine metallurgy. Then he wondered, did the heat from the furnace even transfer to the orichalcum? And if the furnace wasn't working, the maximum temperature of this furnace is 3,500 degrees. And even so, that's an incredibly high temperature. Looking at the situation now, a temperature twice as high should probably be enough for the heat to penetrate the orichalcum. A metal that has reached the divine level not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of heat resistance. And if he makes equipment for himself out of this metal, orichalcum, Meng Shi Wu came to the conclusion that in that case, he would indeed create truly divine equipment. But how could he do it? Where could he find so much heat? And yet, not long ago, he thought he had solved the problem with Mjolnir. The first thing that came to Shi Wu's mind was to use magic. But manipulating reality is a power different from magic, so he couldn't risk his life to create heat. Meng Shi Wu asked what he should do in such a situation. The whole process was not going to go smoothly, no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu had a flash of inspiration and figured out a way to heat the orichalcum sufficiently. Meanwhile, the S-rank hunters dealt with the red dragon. Li Haran asked her companions if they knew how many days had passed since they started looking like this. Were they still so shocked by it? Some bitch named Moon Taebom or something like that just collapsed on her own. Of course, she understands that she wasn't a low-rank hunter, she understands that, but Yu Hannah said that this teleportation wasn't just low level, that this teleportation was beyond the level itself? Li Haran asked, is she talking about that teleportation? And was it really such incredible magic? Yu Hannah said it was incredible, and then asked, magic? However, this cannot be called magic. Li Xiong explained that space connection is just a theoretical concept of a wormhole, but in reality, it can never be realized. As an example, a giant tree that had lived for 1,000 years suddenly collapsed this morning because its lifespan had come to an end. Li Xiong asked Harin what she thought about this. Harin replied that she would probably be surprised by this, but that something like this could still happen. Li Xiong agreed, and asked what if the heat from the sun suddenly cooled down today. Haran replied that it was completely impossible. Li Xiong said that this was indeed the case. It was something impossible, something that defied all reason. However, that was exactly what the hunter Meng Shi Wu did. Puzzled, Li Haran admitted that she didn't fully understand it, but he did achieve it, didn't he? Suddenly, in the middle of the conversation, a notification sound was heard. Yuhan said it was for her and took out her phone, but when she saw who had written to her, she was very surprised. Noticing how Yuhana had changed, Haran asked what had happened. She had received a message from Shi Wu from the Conqueror of the World channel. Yuhan was a little puzzled, as it seemed somewhat familiar to her. Suddenly, she realized that it was Meng Shi Wu who was the author of the Conqueror of the World channel. The Fire Witch, Yuhana's S-Rank Hunter channel, was a huge channel that had already gained 41 million subscribers. Her destructive trait amplifies any fire magic hundreds of times over. With her S-Rank pyrokinesis, she created stunning visual content that attracted countless subscribers to the Fire Witch channel. Li Haran was surprised to hear about Shi Wu and asked what he wanted from them. Surely not an unfavorable offer of cooperation, and if he was going to propose cooperation, shouldn't it be at least an S-Rank dungeon? So why did he suddenly call them to a C-Rank dungeon? Moreover, it was strange that Yuhana accepted the offer like that. Yuhana told Haran that she didn't have to go with her if she didn't want to. After that, she said that Shi Wu was only asking for her cooperation. In that sense, Li Xiun didn't need to come either. Li Xiun admitted that he was just curious. After all, he wanted to know what kind of person the hunter Meng Shi Wu was. He also didn't feel uncomfortable about it. Li Haran was simply shocked by these magicians. Meanwhile, Li Xiun agreed with Yuhana to go with her. Since the two of them had already entered the dungeon, Haran didn't care anymore and just followed them. Seeing the S-Rank hunters, Meng Shi Wu was surprised at how quickly they had arrived, but they were not as calm as Shi Wu. Li Haran asked, "What the hell? Why was Master Aurelion here? And even the S-Rank hunter from France, Clement?" Yuhana asked hunter Meng Shi Wu what kind of content he was planning to make to offer cooperation. Meng Shi Wu awkwardly said that about that. Then he apologized for asking her that question. But could she light a fire for him? Yuhana was puzzled to hear that he had called her to light the fire. Meng Shi Wu explained that he was trying to melt orichalcum, but he couldn't generate a high enough temperature. Yuhana was surprised to hear about orichalcum. Meng Shi Wu explained that orichalcum has incredibly high heat resistance, and most importantly, without a fire with a temperature of 10,000 degrees Celsius, it won't even start to heat up. That's why he thought that Ms. Yu Han could generate enough heat. Li Haran asked what he was talking about. It didn't matter what smelting orichalcum was, but did he have any idea what 10,000 degrees Celsius was? Li Haran explained that the surface temperature of the sun is 5,800 degrees Celsius, but 10,000 degrees Celsius is almost twice as much. So did he really think that such heat could be generated so easily? Meng Shi Wu was forced to admit that it was indeed not easy, and that was why he made the proposal to Ms. Hannah. If he could do it, then in turn, he would reward her by appearing in any joint content on her YouTube channel. Li Haran was already getting annoyed, so she asked Shi Wu who would even accept such an offer. Immediately afterwards, Yuhana said with complete readiness that she would try. This greatly surprised Li Haran. An angry Li Haran asked if she could really increase the fire's power to 10,000 degrees Celsius. And even if she could, why would she want to do that? With a sparkle in her eyes, Yuhana reminded her that Meng Shi Wu had promised that he would later cooperate with her on any content. This puzzled Li Haran once again. Yuhana walked over to the two pieces of orichalcum and said that in that case, she could begin. Yuhana took a breath and slowly raised her right hand. Then she used the high-level magic spell Inferno. Immediately after that, she added her trait to her spell, and in the next instant, the heat of her Inferno increased many times over thanks to her S-Rank pyrokinesis. Seeing this, Li Haran wondered what this was. Meng Shi Wu was pleasantly surprised because such heat should be more than enough. Meng Shi Wu asked everyone to step back a little and ran towards the pillar of fire. Then, with a single leap, he soared into the sky and raised his right leg. Using the divine martial art of Hercules, Meng Shi Wu's descending dragon strike hit the orichalcum. This caused enormous destruction, but most importantly, this method worked, and he could already see the beginnings of his future equipment. Well, with the next strike, he had to complete the entire forging process. Meng Shi Wu used Hercules' divine martial arts, Form 2, the sky-shattering super strike. Although Aurelion had seen Shi Wu's power before, this time the blow was much stronger, which struck him again. It also struck Yuhan, who was standing nearby. Even Li Haran, who had recently been skeptical about this, couldn't believe what she saw. Trying to see something through the dust, in place of the orichalcum, Meng Shi Wu wondered if he had succeeded. Looking at his smartphone screen, Meng Shi Wu saw the notification, "You have created an incredible piece of equipment," which made him very happy. He had finally managed to create equipment of the incredible rank of Hephaestus. In addition, his divine metallurgy skill had increased significantly, adding +22.4% and finally reaching 59.67%. The system notified Shi Wu that his divine metallurgy skill had exceeded a certain level, and that now, equipment created with divine metallurgy would be granted special abilities. Meng Shi Wu was clearly interested in the last point. After all, if this was what he thought it was, then all the equipment created by Hephaestus also possessed special abilities. He himself simply did not have enough skill for such a thing. Thinking about this, Meng Shi Wu put on one of the gloves. Then he suddenly remembered what had happened to his previous glove, made from ogre tendons. Be that as it may, the main thing for him now was to find out whether the Orichalcum gauntlet could withstand his strength or not. Wanting to find out, Meng Shi Wu clenched his fist using his super strength, and to his great relief, the gauntlet withstood his strength. At that moment, his insight kicked in, and Meng Shi Wu came to the conclusion that this glove was not just resistant to destruction, it was literally indestructible. This was a special ability granted to the gloves, an ability that ensured the gloves would not be destroyed under any circumstances. Indestructibility. Meng Shi Wu suddenly wondered if these gloves were truly indestructible. Did that mean they could withstand Hercules' divine martial arts, which destroyed even the laws? A little afraid of how it might end, Meng Shi Wu still decided to try. And he would start with the basic movements. After preparing himself, Meng Shi Wu delivered a light punch. But as it turned out, this blow was enough to destroy the dungeon. The effect of his newly acquired Orichalcum gloves completely exceeded Shi Wu's expectations. As it turned out, not only were they indestructible, but their basic abilities were also amazing. Meng Shi Wu thanked Ms. Yu Hana for helping him with this matter. After that, he suggested getting out of the collapsing dungeon as soon as possible. Park Doku finally got some sleep after long hours of editing the latest video. Suddenly, Doku noticed that it had become too quiet and turned around sharply. To her relief, the younger children were fine and just sleeping quietly. Park Doku told herself it was time to get back to work and went to her computer. Unfortunately for her, Meng Shi Wu had already sent her a new video to edit. Doku had barely managed to finish editing the last video when a new one arrived. Park Doku picked up her smartphone and squealed in surprise when she saw that a deposit of 20 million won had been made to her account. It was probably the monthly bonus of 20 million won. After sending the bonus, Shi Wu wrote to Doku about it, and explained that he had sent her more because their number of subscribers had increased significantly recently, which meant she had a lot more work to do due to the new content. Meng Shi Wu asked her to continue working in the same spirit. After receiving the bonus and reading the message from her boss, Park Doku was thrilled. Raising her hands in the air, she shouted, "I'll do my best," and got to work. The So family's forge. The system notified Shi Wu that he had created an incredible piece of equipment, and that piece of equipment was a bracelet. Meng Shi Wu assumed that its rating was so good because it was made of Orichalcum, and moreover, it also helped to improve his skill. Shi Wu's divine metallurgy increased by +5.1% to 64.77%. Shi Wu said that now that he was using Orichalcum equipment, he no longer needed to go through unnecessary difficulties. Putting on the bracelet, he couldn't wait to find out what special abilities the Orichalcum bracelet gave him. Even with his insight, Shi Wu was not entirely sure of the effect. But apparently this bracelet had the ability to allow his magical power to circulate more smoothly. In fact, although he uses a certain magical power thanks to Tai Chi Zheng San Feng, he still does not know how to control magic. Therefore, he could not understand how good this effect was. The use of magical power is classified into 5 stages. It all starts with the accumulation of magical power in the body. Next comes the circulation of the accumulated magical power, taking control of this magical power in order to use it more effectively. After that comes the strengthening of magical power, so that it can have a greater effect later on. And finally, the expression of this power in the real world. Among them, Tai Chi is the accumulation stage, which accumulates the energy of Mother Nature. Meng Shi does not know how to use magic, but thanks to this bracelet, he will probably be able to replace the second stage, the circulation of magic. So doesn't that mean this bracelet is just incredible? For reasons unknown to himself, Shi Wu felt energy overflowing his body, and if he measured it, it would be about 50% stronger. The capabilities provided by the equipment are close to gambling, but he himself can engrave the features he needs on the equipment, as if he were cheating. So, Shi Wu decided to engrave the Orichalcum bracelet, just like the one he gave to Shireen. The system notified Shi Wu that he had engraved a powerful enhancement, and also increased his reality manipulation skill by plus 1.2% to 12.55%. Although Meng Shi Wu had engraved many times, he was unlikely to get used to the feedback from using reality manipulation. Since this bracelet was made of orichalcum, Shi Wu assumed that the effect would increase his strength by at least 5%. But to his surprise, the effect of the bracelet exceeded all his calculations, because immediately after the bracelet was enchanted, the skill of all his traits was increased by 10%. After recovering from the shock, Meng Shi Wu noticed something even more surprising. It wasn't just 10%, but something impossible. Thanks to the engraving effect of his bracelet, the maximum skill of all his traits also increased by 10%. His current maximum is 110%. This meant that by exceeding his mastery of the trait, he could become even stronger than Hercules. Realizing this, Meng Shi Wu almost cried with happiness. Truly, even despite all the difficulties, forging orichalcum equipment was definitely worth it. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu heard, "Forming by cold forging. If the rolling and extrusion process is carried out by pure force, rather than by machines, the forging effect will be more..." The source of the conversation was So Palguan and Aurelion, who had been constantly talking to each other in recent days. After Aurelion saw the process of cleaning orichalcum, he began to ask questions from time to time when he didn't know something. Meng Shi Wu smiled and wondered if he now considered Mr. Palguan his friendly rival. Be that as it may, he didn't care about that now. More important was deciding what engraving he should put on this gauntlet. The initial attribute of indestructibility had already been engraved on this gauntlet. Perhaps the enhancement effect would be the best option, but since the engraving effect could not be copied, the enhancement would be ineffective. Besides, it seemed to him that it was still incomplete. And this was even though it possessed an absolute law that remained unchanged regardless of strength. The power of transcendence, which destroys even immutable laws, the power of Hercules' SSS rank divine martial arts, makes the indestructible attribute stable. However, if his mastery of divine martial arts continues to grow, then one day even orichalcum gauntlets with the attribute of indestructibility may not be able to withstand it. Considering the advanced techniques he will learn in the future, he should strengthen the gauntlets even more. As expected, the best engraving for the gauntlet would probably be growth. Using the engraving of growth, he will be able to create a state in which a kind of enhancement of the item is possible. Enhancing equipment means exceeding the original limits of its capabilities. Although this is impossible, but now that his skill in manipulating reality has increased, with his increased power, such impossibilities should become possible. However, the return from such powerful spells becomes much stronger than before. He felt as if the entire infinite space itself denied his existence, and he was fighting alone in complete isolation. Having finished his work with spells, Meng Shi Wu bent over from exhaustion. The system notified him that he had completed the engraving of growth, and his manipulation of reality had increased by another plus 3.3%, reaching 25.85%. In addition, his gentlemanly mind skill increased by 1.6%. Feeling the full impact on himself, a trembling Meng Shi Wu tried to catch his breath. Initially, he thought that everything would be a little easier, since his level of reality manipulation had increased. But, as it turned out, the impact this time was just crazy. Using his insight, Meng Shi Wu checked the gauntlet, and found that the attribute of indestructibility had been slightly enhanced. To strengthen it further, he would probably need to use orichalcum as a material for additional reinforcement. But where could he find more orichalcum? Meng Shi Wu turned to the old men behind him, who were so eagerly discussing blacksmithing. Meng Shi Wu had already used all the orichalcum he had received from Aurelion. 2 pieces for making gloves, and the last one for a bracelet. Meng Shi Wu recalled that according to rumors, these pieces of orichalcum were worth at least tens of billions of won, with some even saying hundreds of billions. So did that mean he had just spent 300 billion won? Glancing awkwardly at Aurelion, Shi Wu told himself that he would definitely teach him some divine metallurgy techniques later. As far as Shi Wu had heard, orichalcum sometimes appeared in dungeons above S rank, and in order to write a guide to becoming an S rank hunter, he would probably need to become an S rank hunter himself soon. Meng Shi Wu sighed at all these thoughts. Not long ago, he thought that he would finally be able to rest a little after finishing the orichalcum equipment, but there were still many things he needed to do. Looking at today's date, Meng Shi Wu remembered that today was also the day of his lessons with Han Chiring. He was too busy. Meng Shi Wu wondered if it was possible to learn the cloning technique on GodTube. Li Yijun's guild headquarters. Li Yijun was interested in this Meng Shi Wu that everyone was talking about, so he started studying the available materials about him. Li Yijun wanted to know if he really saved Master Aurelion all by himself. It's hard to say if that makes sense. However, it seems that this guy is not just an amateur. After watching the video further, Lee Yejun's attention was drawn to the equipment Meng Shi Wu was wearing. Does it make any sense to destroy the dungeon with force alone? Of course not. Lee Yejun suggested that it was all about the special feature hidden in his equipment. Most likely, he received this equipment as a gift for successfully rescuing Aurelion. Lee Yejun asked how someone like that dared to possess Aurelion's equipment. Lee Yejun jumped up in anger. Seeing Aurelion's equipment on such a person was as unpleasant to him as seeing a person wearing clothes that did not suit them. Lee Yejun decided that this treasure must find its rightful owner. Underground Training Hall, SH Hunters Guild. Mong Shiu was conducting another training fight with Han Charon. As it turned out, the training had a positive effect on Charon. Shiu suggested that the recent special training session in the forge had been very effective. The three elements of martial arts: mind, ki, and body. Han Charon's ki is supported by Tai Chi. Han Charon's body is supported by the heavenly body, but her mind cannot keep up with these two. Until now, Han Charon's balance had been severely disrupted, but now everything has changed. Thanks to her firm and unwavering mind, Charon's energy and body are finally able to manifest their true power. Things cannot continue this way. Initially, he thought about simply giving up. This would have strengthened her confidence, but it seems that it is now almost impossible for him to fight her with a sword. At this moment, Charon is not a delicate woman or the youngest granddaughter of the SH group. She is now a martial arts master. To surrender while fighting someone who strives for the extremes of martial arts would be simply unacceptable. Suddenly, Han Charon noticed something strange in Shiwu's movements. With a swing of her sword, Charon deflected the sword flying towards her. But at that moment, Shiwu's fist was right next to her face. Suddenly, throwing his sword at Charon, Shiwu circled around her and delivered the finishing blow. Han Charon admitted defeat, then told Shiwu that she had not expected him to throw his sword. Meng Shi Wu told Charon that she must be prepared for all possibilities because in a real fight, you never know how all the variables will play out. Han Charon admitted that she had thought she was getting closer to his level, but now she could clearly see that she still had a long way to go. Meng Shi Wu told Charon that today's lesson was over. He could clearly see that, unlike her former self, Charon had begun to better control the fire in her heart. Kang Minjae suddenly entered the training hall and apologized for disturbing them. He then said that a guest had arrived, but that this guest had not come to see Ms. Charon. He had come from Meng Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu and Han Charon were surprised to hear this. Then Lee Yejun came out and asked, "So you're Meng Shi Wu?" Puzzled by the stranger's appearance, Shi Wu asked if they had met before. Han Charon remembered that this man was an S-class hunter. Lee Yejun turned to Meng Shi Wu and suggested they get straight to the point. Lee Yejun asked Shi Wu where the equipment he was using was. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear this. He wanted to know why S-class hunter Lee Yejun had suddenly decided to find him, and what equipment was he talking about. Unless Meng Shi Wu guessed what he was talking about, Meng Shi Wu took 2 gloves out of thin air, put them on, and asked if that was what he was talking about. Lee Yejun was surprised to see this and asked if it was a subspace pocket. Meng Shi Wu replied angrily that it was. He was already getting annoyed at how this bastard dared to talk to him so informally. Lee Yejun said that he was interested in both the gloves and the subspace storage bag, so he was willing to buy both. Lee Yejun asked how much he wanted for both items. Meng Shi Wu asked if he had really come to buy them. Hearing this, Lee Yejun gritted his teeth in anger and wondered how this son of a bitch dared to speak to him so informally. Pretending to think about it, Meng Shi Wu said that if he were to set a price, it would be 2 pieces of orichalcum, plus the cost of labor. All of this would cost about 300 billion won. Lee Yejun asked if he was trying to make fun of him. He is willing to pay 30 billion won for these items, but he is not going to raise the price any higher. Meng Shi Wu wondered who this person was to bargain with him like this. Meng Shi Wu asked Yejun what would happen if he didn't sell him his items. Lee Yejun replied that in that case, releasing his aura, Lee Yejun said that he would have no other choice. A treasure becomes a treasure when you have the strength to protect it. But for the weak, a treasure is no different from a disaster. Meng Shi Wu asked what the hell he was talking about. Did this bastard really think he could just take and steal his things by using his power? Meng Shi Wu tried to understand if this bastard had accidentally gone mad. Lee Yejun demanded that Shi Wu prove to him that he was worthy of having this equipment. If Shi Wu refused, he would simply take it by force. Meng Shi Wu couldn't understand why Yejun wanted to take what belonged to him. Suddenly, Han Charon jumped in front of Shi Wu and told Lee Yejun that he was being too rude. Lee Yejun explained that rudeness on the part of the strong is not rudeness at all. It is the truth. Meng Shi Wu sighed inwardly. Now he was sure that this bastard had really gone mad. And what kind of criminal thinking was this anyway? Han Charon pointed her blade at Lee Yejun and said that first he had to prove that he was strong enough. Meng Shi Wu tried to explain to Charon that she shouldn't go against him now, but Charon interrupted him, saying that she came out because this guy was rude to Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu was puzzled, wondering if Charon was angry now. But why was she suddenly angry? Han Charon told Li Yejun that if she won, he would have to apologize to Mr. Shi Wu. Li Yejun smiled and asked if she really thought that was possible. Meng Shi Wu tried to understand what was going on. Han Charon told Yejun that since he was an S-rank hunter like her, she would fight him with all her strength. Li Yejun smiled and said that it was simply ridiculous. Did she really think she could defeat him if she used all her strength in battle? Li Yejun suggested that Charon thought too highly of herself since people called her the genius of the century or something like that. Then he said that he had heard that during the last kidnapping incident, she had been kidnapped by S-rank criminals, and she hadn't even been able to put up any resistance. Trying to provoke her, Li Yejun said that, as expected, she was still a child. In fact, he thought it would be ridiculous if she lost her composure because of such a simple provocation. But she would do just that. Since she insisted so much, Li Yejun agreed to show Charon what a truly strong person was like. He was even willing to let her make the first move. Closing his eyes, Li Yejun asked Han Charon to show him her best punch. At that moment, Charon instantly closed in, and immediately delivered a blow that Yejun barely dodged. Han Charon exceeded Li Yejun's expectations. He tried to understand when she had managed to get so close. And how the hell did he not notice any movement on her part? Li Yejun decided that the first thing he had to do was create some distance between them, so he jumped back. But at that very moment, Charon's blade was right at his neck. Han Charon asked him to admit defeat and kneel down immediately to apologize to Mr. Shi Wu. Li Yejun pushed the sword away with his hand and said that he could not accept this, because she had caught him with such a cowardly and despicable attack. Han Charon reminded him that he had said he was willing to give her the first attack. Li Yejun explained that he had said he would give her the right to make the first move, but he had not allowed her to attack treacherously. Han Charon said that if this were a real fight, anything could have happened. So it was his fault for not being prepared. Or did he, an S-rank hunter, not even have the basic fundamentals of combat? Han Charon again ordered him to kneel and apologize to Mr. Shi Wu. Not willing to accept defeat and humiliate himself so easily, Li Yejun said once again that he would not accept it. Han Charon commented on Yejun's behavior as unsightly. Li Yejun again suggested that Charon attack first. Meng Shi Wu realized that things were clearly not going well, as Charon's opponent was still an S-rank hunter. So does that mean he should stop them, or should he not? Suddenly, Shi Wu remembered something and asked himself, wasn't he a nutter? After another exchange of attacks, Han Charon and Li Yejun crossed swords again. With a sharp movement, Han Charon swung her sword lightning fast, delivering a powerful horizontal strike, but Li Yejun managed to block the attack and jump back. Trying to stay in the room where the two S-rank hunters were fighting, Kang Minjae asked Shi Wu if they shouldn't stop them, but Meng Shi Wu had no intention of answering him. From what he saw, Shi Wu could tell that even though Charon had studied Zhang Sanfeng's SS-rank Tai Chi, she still wasn't able to handle him properly. In addition, her opponent, Li Yejun, was one of Korea's 6 S-rank hunters. A hunter who possesses a cheat trait that allows him to copy weapons, habits, approaches, and even the unique traits of his opponent. Li Yejun admitted that Charon wasn't so bad after all. His trait is an S-rank copy. But even so, he is not omnipotent, because he is unable to copy anything beyond his copying capabilities. This man is probably jealous of their high-quality equipment, the sword of Aurelion that Charon possesses, and his orichalcum gauntlets. Li Yejun lifted his bangs and looked down at Charon, asking her what she was doing. Why was she acting as if her skills were so terrible? After all, she was still no stronger than an insect. Li Yejun's words clearly hurt Han Charon, and she ordered him to shut his mouth immediately and rushed into attack. Seeing that Charon had fallen for her opponent's provocation, Meng Shi Wu realized that she would probably lose in this situation. This meant that he had no other choice. Closing the distance between them, Han Charon delivered a wide horizontal strike, which Li Yejun easily dodged. Immediately after that, he spun around and kicked Charon. At the last moment, Charon managed to block the blow with her hands, softening the damage a little. She flew a short distance and landed awkwardly on her feet. Li Yejun asked if that was all she was capable of. It looked so insignificant. After succumbing to Yejun's provocation, Charon barely managed to block his blow, causing her mental state to deteriorate and her anxiety to increase. Meng Shi Wu turned to Miss Charon and said that her mind was too tense right now, then asked if she remembered the 3 important aspects of Tai Chi that he had talked about. Han Charon thought for a moment when she heard that her mind was too tense. A second later, she understood what Shi Wu was talking about, because she had indeed reacted too painfully to Yejun's provocation. Han Charon told herself that she needed to calm her mind, chi, body, and mind. These three components of Tai Chi must come into harmony. Han Chaerin calmed her mind by achieving balance. Even from a distance, Li Yejun noticed that Han Chaerin's aura had suddenly changed. Li Yejun couldn't help but wonder what the three key aspects of Tai Chi were that the guy had pointed out to her. Calming her mind, Han Chaerin stood in a stance and offered to show Li Yejun her true power. At that moment, she jumped back and rushed straight at Yejun. For some reason, she had a hidden power that Yejun couldn't copy no matter how hard he tried. In the second that Han Chaerin was in motion, Li Yejun tried again and again to use his trait on her. But for some reason it was useless. As soon as Yejun realized this, Han Chaerin had already approached him and told him that it was over. Unwilling to accept this, Li Yejun shouted at Chaerin that she was only an A-rank hunter, and that his own strength was more than enough to deal with her. Putting all his strength into his blade, Li Yejun counterattacked Han Chaerin, causing their blades to clash. The collision of such powerful blows created a shockwave that finally knocked Kang Min-jae off his feet. Immediately after that, a powerful energy explosion occurred at the point of collision between Han Chaerin and Kang Min-jae. Through the thick veil of smoke, Han Chaerin heard Meng Shi Wu trying to call out to her, but soon his voice faded away completely. A few days later, Meng Shi Wu exclaimed that it was simply unbelievable. After all, he finally gained 250,000 subscribers on his channel, Conqueror of the World. At that moment, Shi Wu thought that this Yejun was simply insane. Out of nowhere, he suddenly started demanding that he give him equipment. Be that as it may, thanks to Yejun, his new tube channel finally experienced explosive growth. Shi Wu's chair couldn't withstand him leaning back, causing it to tip over and giving him quite a painful sensation. He got too carried away and was very frightened by what happened. In any case, the comments under the latest video were flooded with reactions. Commenters laughed at how a powerful S-rank hunter lost to an A+ rank and went from being unbeatable to beatable, LOL. Someone even wondered if Han Chaerin would one day become one of the 13 hero hunters. Although people were happy about Han Chaerin's victory, in reality, Han Chaerin had been unconscious for some time. Rushing to Chaerin's aid after the explosion, Meng Shi Wu lifted her up and tried to bring her back to consciousness, but it was all in vain. If he hadn't started treating her with his S+ rank divine medical arts, things could have turned out much worse. But at the same time, since Yejun was already an experienced S-rank hunter, there was no need to worry about him, as he was still conscious. Although in fact, he soon suffered from something other than Tai Chi's power. Meng Shi Wu suddenly heard the sound of a message coming in and wondered who it could be. After reading the message, Meng Shi Wu realized who it was. It was Han Mina, Aunt Sharon, apologizing for contacting him so suddenly. SH Group headquarters. Han Mina admitted that it was a very unexpected request, but even so, she thanked Shi Wu for responding to her. Meng Shi Wu awkwardly said that since she was his aunt, he would be happy to make time for her. Han Mina had to admit that Shi Wu was a smooth talker. Han Mina told Shi Wu that she had seen the video he uploaded to YouTube and that she had contacted him because they wanted to use the video as promotional material for SH Group, so at that moment, Shi Wu realized that both Han Chaerin and her aunt Han Mina didn't care about trivial matters at all. So he wondered if this was a special trait of the Han family. Meng Shi Wu decided to clarify whether he understood correctly that they wanted to use the video of Han Mina and Li Yejun's fight to promote SH Group. Han Mina replied that he was correct and that he probably didn't know yet, but Chaerin was about to sign a major contract with Mao Tao Corporation. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to hear about Mao Tao and asked if she was talking about the Chinese hunting company. Han Mina immediately confirmed this. She then explained that if they could use this video, they could really help Chaerin. She would be able to successfully close the deal. Also, they weren't asking for this for free. He would be given a guarantee in return. Meng Shi Wu asked what kind of guarantee she was talking about. Han Mina said that they would still need to conduct a thorough business analysis, but in the worst case, he could get about 20 billion won. Meng Shi Wu realized that he had made a mistake in deciding to drink, because when he heard about the 20 billion, he was so shocked that he spat out everything he had drunk. Meng Shi Wu apologized for what had happened and immediately wiped the table. Han Mina asked Shi Wu to wait for her for a moment, as she had an urgent phone call to make. Meng Shi Wu still couldn't believe what he had heard, because how could someone so carelessly give away 20 billion won? After finishing the call, Han Mina apologized to Shi Wu and hurried to the door, explaining that apparently she needed to go to the chairman's office right away. Puzzled by Han Mina's quick departure, Meng Shi Wu said that he understood everything and wished her a pleasant journey. The chairman's office. After knocking on the door, Han Mina addressed the chairman and said that Director Han Mina had arrived. Chairman Han Taisan said she could come in. Immediately after that, Han Mina rushed in and asked if it was true that Mao Tao did not want to sign a contract with Chaerin. The eldest son, Han Kwanguk, reminded Han Mina that she was in front of the chairman and asked her not to raise her voice. After that, the second son, Han Jae-min, added that this was not a family meeting, but a meeting of executives. The third son, Han Jong-jin, explained to Han Mina that even though she was the youngest, she still had to behave appropriately for her age. Han Mina involuntarily clicked her tongue and asked, "What? And why are all my brothers here?" Han Tae-san ordered her to sit down. He then said that, as they had already heard, they had received a call from Mao Tao informing them that the contract had fallen through. Han Mina reminded him that this contract was worth 11 trillion won. And now he was saying that they had cancelled it overnight? What was the reason? Han Tae-san replied that, according to Mao Tao, they couldn't trust the SH Hunters Guild. Han Mina said that in that case, they shouldn't have signed a contract with them in the first place. Han Kwang-guk reminded his younger sister that they might have their own reasons for doing so. Han Mina asked what other circumstances there could be. After all, if this contract raises the status of Charon, a person who cannot take away their shares, then they probably took these measures in advance. Han Kwang-guk shuddered at her words. Han Kwang-guk was clearly angry, replying that it was a rather ridiculous assumption. Also, this contract was very important to SH Group. After that, he said that he was not the kind of person who would take shares away from his niece, for which he would decide to terminate a contract worth 11 trillion won. Han Mina asked if, after she became the head of SH Construction, he remembered how much damage the company had suffered because of one particular person. The media was full of news that the SH Group's luxury apartments were built with cheap materials. Han Kwang-guk asked if she was accusing him of substituting materials without any evidence. Han Mina said that if he wanted to fight, he should fight her. But he shouldn't touch the child, who knows nothing. Just as Han Kwang-guk was about to respond to Han Mina, a tapping sound echoed through the room. Han Kwang-guk was forced to admit that he had behaved shamefully, after which Han Mina also apologized to the chairman. Han Tae-san said that the matter with Mao Tao was not yet over, and until that happened, Mao Tao said they would come immediately for negotiations. Chang Wei from Mao Tao would be arriving in Korea soon. Everyone was stunned by what they heard. After all, this very Zhang Wei is a direct disciple of Yun Weiren himself. Zhang Wei is a disciple of one of the 13 heroes who saved humanity. Han Mina jumped up and asked her father if this meant that Zhang Wei would be negotiating directly with Charon. He immediately confirmed this. Immediately after that, Han Mina reminded him that Charon was still too young, and that she still had a lot to learn in the field of management. Han Tae-san said that their SH Group is the #1 company in Korea. He added that Korea's political and business circles revolve around SH Group as if they revolve around the sun. As long as they lead their group, they will have to go through great trials and difficulties in the future. And Chae-rin is also a member of SH Group. Han Tae-san asked Han Min-woo to remember this, then let him go. Meanwhile, Meng Shi Wu was training outdoors. Meng Shi Wu performed a series of lightning-fast attacks, then lunged forward, delivering a horizontal attack and bouncing off the ground. Immediately after that, he attacked with all his strength, striking down with his fist. Watching this, Hercules wondered what the hell he was doing here. And why was Shi Wu suddenly doing so well? Meng Shi Wu spun around sharply, delivering a wide kick. Sometime later, after Shi Wu sat down to rest, a shocked Hercules asked if he really couldn't feel the difference. Surprised by what he heard, Shi Wu asked if anything had really changed. After that, he admitted that he himself was not sure what had changed. Hercules said that even just watching him train, he could see how much he had improved. Meng Shi Wu looked at the bracelet and asked, "Is it really because of the bracelet?" The enhancing engraving on the bracelet increased all of his skills by 10%. Meanwhile, Hercules' divine martial arts skills had reached 28.54%. Hercules acknowledged that in terms of growth rate, Shi Wu was undoubtedly a genius. But if you looked deeper, there was no one more dull-witted than him. Meng Shi Wu was forced to admit that even though his skills had improved, he was still unable to master the next technique. After that, he asked if it was even possible for him to learn it. Hercules agreed that it would be really difficult, because in the end it was not a technique, but a form. Meng Shi Wu asked what other forms there were. Hercules replied that his divine martial arts consisted of techniques and forms. A technique is a series of continuous movements that combine basic techniques. Form, on the other hand, is a series of continuous movements that combine such techniques. And what Shi Wu is currently studying is precisely form, not technique. That is precisely why it is so difficult for him to learn it. The system informed Shi Wu that after such explanations, even Zhuge Liang hesitated and began to shake his head, despite his S+ insight. Seeing that he clearly did not understand anything, Hercules said that he would simply demonstrate it, and asked Shi Wu to watch more carefully. Raising his knee, Hercules explained that the first technique, the descending dragon strike, was a technique that embodied the essence of kicking. Then Hercules raised his hand and explained that the sky-shattering super strike contained the essence of striking. These were all techniques, whereas form is a synthesis of the essence embodied in these two techniques. And thanks to all this, Hercules crouched down. Immediately after that, he delivered a series of quick punches in front of him, then finished with a few kicks. Thanks to all this, Shi Wu is able to perform continuous movements. Meng Shi Wu giggled nervously, then asked if he would ever be able to learn to do the same. To which Hercules replied that of course he would, and it would probably take about 12 years. In any case, by that time he would already be able to see at least some progress. Mong Shiu apologized for asking such a question and asked, 12 years? But he was constantly working on reconstructing his body. Hercules asked if that was true. But in that case, if he completely reconstructed his body, it would take about 4 years. Even 4 years instead of 12 disappointed Shiwu. Suddenly, Hercules added one but. Hercules said that if Shiwu took his special lessons, everything might still change. Meng Shi Wu apologized for not understanding something and asked Hercules, Incheon International Airport. One of the reporters said that he was here, and immediately everyone waited to turn on their cameras. After all, Jiang Wei himself had just arrived in Korea. Sheng Wei demanded a report. Immediately after that, the woman reported to him that a meeting with the SH Hunters Guild was scheduled in 2 days. Jiang Wei asked if there was a reason for this, and if he really had to wait 2 days. The secretary apologized. The cameras around him continued to snap photos of Jiang Wei, which was starting to get annoying. As soon as Jiang Wei glanced at them, all the cameras suddenly malfunctioned. While the puzzled cameraman tried to figure out what was wrong with the cameras, Jiang Wei and the secretary calmly left the airport. Looking out the bus window, Shiwu continued to think about his special training with Hercules. He understood that even if the reconstruction of his body had made some progress, and even so, it would take a whole 4 years. Considering the reconstruction of the body, learning the form would take too long. If he received special training from Hercules, perhaps he could learn faster. Meng Shi Wu decided to try checking out some other channels on GodTube first. But as soon as Meng Shi Wu saw the cost of the next monthly subscription, he froze. Suddenly, he shouted, 16 million won? Which scared the people on the bus. The current subscription fee was already 15.1 billion won. As he walked toward the bus exit, Meng Shi Wu began to ponder the monthly sum of 31.1 billion won. One of the passers-by even thought that this man had mental problems. 31.1 billion won was already a considerable sum, and it was on par with what one could win on a popular TV show. Thinking about this huge amount of money, Meng Shi Wu froze with horror on his face. The man from the bus thought that this man was clearly insane and hurried away from him. After shouting himself hoarse, Meng Shi Wu sighed and said that he had to continue making money, as he simply had no other choice. But then he thought, maybe he could just go somewhere and earn money? Han Mina awkwardly said that for this very reason, the filming of the commercial she had mentioned would have to be suspended. Meng Shi Wu was stunned, because his 20 billion. Could it be that the contract with Mao Tao Corporation? Meng Shi Wu asked if that meant their contract was off. Han Mina replied that it was indeed the case. After all, her contract was with Mao Tao Corporation. With this contract, Charon's position in SH Group would be significantly strengthened. But at the same time, there were several people who clearly did not want this. Meng Shi Wu suggested that it was all about the power struggle over the conglomerate's management. Han Mina said that they still had a chance because Jiang Wei had come to Korea to meet with Charon. Meng Shi Wu cheered up when he heard that he still had a chance to get 20 billion for a new subscription, and asked if that meant there was hope. Han Mina said the chances were slim. She then explained that there is something called guanxi, a unique Chinese cultural concept. Shi Wu can think of it as a kind of network. It is a network that is very difficult for outsiders to navigate, and if the problems of guanxi culture cannot be solved, negotiations will be virtually impossible. That's exactly right. They have 2 days left before the negotiations begin, so they must do everything possible. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and the man said he had an urgent message. Han Mina said he could come in. Han Mina then asked what was the matter. The man replied that the matter was that, right now, Jiang Wei is at the SH Hunters Guild, and that the Mao Tao Corporation had begun negotiations with the young lady Charon. Han Mina was shocked by what she heard because it happened too suddenly. The SH Hunters Guild. Jiang Wei said that the current contract for joint dungeon raids was considered unprofitable for the Mao Tao Corporation. Han Charon decided to mention the terms of the contract. According to the contract, they receive 30% of the byproducts from their raids, so she does not consider this to be a significant loss for the Mao Tao Corporation. Jiang Wei said that even so, this contract is not so easy to accept, because it will not be easy for them to let foreign hunters into the dungeons of China. In addition, the process of persuading the Public Security Bureau will also be difficult. Han Charing said that she had heard that there are many dungeons in China that no one can conquer. For this reason, breakthroughs occur from time to time, resulting in countless human casualties. If they continue working on the contract, the damage can be significantly reduced. That is why she believes that convincing the Public Security Bureau will not be so difficult. Jiang Wei asked Han Charing if she really believed that the SH Hunters Guild had such capabilities. Han Charing opened her laptop and invited Jiang Wei to watch a video of her sparring with an S-rank hunter. After that, Jiang Wei paused and watched the sparring between Han Charing and Li Yejun. After watching part of the video, Jiang Wei admitted that she wasn't that bad. Suddenly, he saw something that struck him. Because this power, Jiang Wei asked, how the hell did she even possess this power? Han Charing said that it was a martial art taught to her by Mr. Meng Shi Wu. Jiang Wei thought about this Meng Shi Wu. At that moment, the door to the hall opened, and Han Mina apologized for the intrusion. Jiang Wei asked who this Meng Shi Wu was. Shi Wu then pointed to himself and asked if he was the one Jiang Wei was talking about. Jiang Wei asked if he was the Meng Shi Wu, but Shi Wu did not understand what he was saying. Han Charing translated that he wanted to know if his name was Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu was surprised to learn that Han Charing knew Chinese, which she confirmed again. As it turned out, this girl was even more incredible than he had thought. Jiang Wei asked Shi Wu if he was the one who taught Tai Chi to the master hunters of the SH Guild. Shi Wu replied that it was him. Jiang Wei then asked how he knew this, and how he could use the power of their sect. Meng Shi Wu asked what he meant by their sects. Then he wondered if that meant that Jiang Wei's sect was the same sect as Zhang Sanfeng's. In China, each sect has its own unique martial arts, and Jiang Wei is a member of Zhang Sanfeng's sect. He is also one of the disciples who practices Tai Chi. Jiang Wei asked Shi Wu where he learned about Tai Chi and how he uses it. Meng Shi Wu smiled, because if everything went well, he might be able to use Chinese Guanxi culture. Meng Shi Wu told Jiang Wei that it was a secret technique passed down in his family from generation to generation. Jiang Wei was surprised to hear this and asked if that meant Tai Chi was a family secret. Shi Wu replied that it was. Immediately after that, Jiang Wei asked if this meant that he was claiming to be a military descendant of the ancestor Meng. Meng Shi Wu said that this was correct, and that the Tai Chi they were talking about. Meng Shi Wu turned to Jiang Wei and asked if he knew that Tai Chi originated from their family. Han Mina still couldn't understand what Shi Wu was talking about. The way he was talking about the Chinese sect was almost like declaring war on them. Han Mina awkwardly turned to Mr. Jiang Wei and said that it seemed there had been a misunderstanding. Suddenly, he jumped up from the table and shouted, "What did he just say? Is he trying to insult our sect?" Meng Shi Wu understood that he was studying under Zhang Sanfeng himself. This meant that, in a way, he was the source. Meng Shi Wu calmly asked how much he knew about Tai Chi. Jiang Wei asked if he really wanted to challenge him to a duel. Shi Wu replied that not exactly, he wanted to show him what he knew about Tai Chi. Jiang Wei said that he had to see everything for himself. Underground Training Hall, SH Hunters Guild. Jiang Wei told Shi Wu that Tai Chi was a unique martial art of Wudan since the true man, Zhang Sanfeng, founded it. His legacy is inherited like an ancient and unchanging force. However, Shi Wu did not care about this at all, because he had learned Tai Chi directly from Zhang Sanfeng himself. It didn't matter to Jiang Weiyu whether Shi Wu was the successor to Elder Meng. But even if he was, the lineage of Confucian martial arts had been broken here a long time ago. In other words, this man had stolen and studied the power of Tai Chi. As the current head of the sect, he had no right to turn a blind eye to this. Jiang Wei stood in a fighting stance, exuding the aura of Tai Chi. Han Mina had no idea how things had turned out this way. In any case, when it was all over, there could be no more talk of a contract. Jiang Wei said that he would give Shi Wu the right to strike first. Shi Wu promised that he would not hold back. And in the next instant, Jiang Wei saw Shi Wu literally disappear from his spot. Immediately after that, he attacked him out of nowhere. At the last moment, Jiang Wei managed to block Shi Wu's blow and saw that this power was indeed Tai Chi. Suddenly, Shi Wu spun in the air and struck. Jiang Wei tried to understand. Was he trying to test his strength in the air? Jiang Wei shouted that this was enough and that he would now show Shi Wu what real Tai Chi was. Suddenly, a sword mark cut through the air, and Shi Wu appeared behind Jiang Wei. Immediately after that, Jiang Wei suddenly began coughing up blood profusely. The members of Zhang's sect couldn't believe what was happening, because right before their eyes, their sect leader had suffered internal injuries. At the same time, Jiang Wei was trying to understand what had just happened. How could this have happened? Somehow his Tai Chi had been absorbed. Moreover, did this mean that this man's Tai Chi was more fundamental? Gritting his teeth, Jiang Wei said that this was impossible. This simply cannot be. Suddenly, Shi Wu sensed a change in Jiang Wei. The cult members said that this was bad and that they had to stop him. Jiang Wei was completely convinced that the source of Tai Chi was within him. A cult member shouted that the leader had fallen into qi deviation, which made him unstable. The instability in Jiang Wei's qi was so strong that the cult members couldn't even approach him and shouted for him to stop. Among all the spectators in the room, only Han Qering felt less pressure than the others. Meng Shi Wu was forced to admit that it was too dangerous, and that if things continued like this, the building would soon collapse. With all this raging qi in the air, he had no choice but to. All things and all phenomena that came before him have no beginning and no end. Tai Chi is the highest harmony in the universe. The divine martial arts of Hercules. Form 2. The sky-shattering super strike. At the last moment, Jiang Wei saw a huge blue tiger in front of him. Jiang Wei heard someone's voice, and then they continued to call him until he finally opened his eyes. A subordinate asked the leader if he was okay. Jiang Wei asked what had just happened. One of the subordinates then explained that the sect leader had fallen into qi deviation. Jiang Wei was surprised to hear this. He asked why he was unharmed and had not suffered significant damage. The subordinate said that a man named Meng Shi Wu had taken control of his internal energy. Jiang Wei simply could not believe it, and asked how he managed to control his internal energy. Turning to the unconscious Shi Wu, he asked again, "This man, his internal energy? More fundamental than him, with a deeper source than him. And is it Tai Chi?" While Han Mina and Han Shirin were trying to revive Shi Wu, Jiang Wei, who had regained consciousness, approached them. Shang Mi told them that Shi Wu was just unconscious. Hearing Jiang Wei's voice, Han Mina and Shirin blocked Shi Wu and ordered him to stop. Han Mina reminded Jiang Wei that their duel was already over. Suddenly he shouted, "The leader of the Yudan sect, son of Zhang Ilmun, Jiang Wei." Then he bowed and greeted Shi Wu as the descendant of the great founder. SH Group headquarters. Han Jimin assumed that the negotiations between Han Charon and Mao Tao must have already been completed. Han Zhongjin recalled that Jiang Wei was very impatient, and he had heard that Mina was there too. Han Jamin was surprised to hear about Mina and asked why she would go there. Han Chongjin replied that it should be obvious. She went because she was worried about their niece. She went, even though it was unlikely she could help in any way. Zhang Zhongjin asked, how about he tried to make a move on Mina since they were there? Han Jamin was surprised to hear this and asked if that was really what he wanted. Han Cheonjin said he could do it alone. Han Jamin advised his brother to forget about it, because even though Mina was the youngest of them, she was clearly not someone to be trifled with. As a result of his actions, he could even get badly burned. Therefore, he should leave Mina alone. Once they got the shares of Charon, Mina would cease to have any significance for them. More importantly, Han Jamin asked his older brother how he managed to do it. Han Kuang-guk asked what he was talking about, to which he replied, "About Mao Tao, sir." With a slight smile, Han Kuang-guk asked what he could do. Suddenly, one of the employees burst into the office and shouted to the director that they had urgent news. Han Kuang-guk asked what was going on. The employee explained that the contract between Mao Tao and the SH Hunters Guild had been signed. Han Jimin asked what the hell he was talking about. Han Zhongjin said that it was simply impossible. The subordinate said he didn't know the details, but Mao Tao had stated that as long as the descendant of their great founder was there, they would agree to anything. Han Kuang-guk asked who this great founder was. He demanded an immediate explanation. The subordinate said he wasn't sure, but apparently it was because of some guy named Meng Shi Wu. Hearing this name, Han Kuang-guk gritted his teeth in anger. He had already encountered this guy, and it had ended in an unpleasant meeting. SH Hospital. A satisfied Han Mina reported on the phone that the contract with Mao Tao had been successfully signed. Mao Tao, who had been hesitant even with a relative commission of 30%, was offered to completely waive all commissions. Han Mina admitted that she wasn't sure what the problem was, but it seemed to be related to their Guanxi culture. At that moment, Shi Wu finally came to his senses. Han Mina said that according to Mao Tao, they couldn't charge the descendant of the great founder. Meng Shi Wu sat up and looked around, surprised to find himself in a different hospital room. Hearing Shi Wu, Han Mina asked the person on the other end of the phone to wait and promised to call back in a while. Hanging up the phone, Han Mina asked Shi Wu, "Are you finally awake? How is your body, and are you feeling well?" Feeling a little awkward about so many questions, Shi Wu replied that he was fine. Then he looked around and asked, "Where's Charon?" Han Mina found it amusing that the first thing Shi Wu did after waking up was look for Charon. She then told him that Charon was currently finalizing a contract with Jiang Wei. Meng Shi Wu asked about the contract, which was on the verge of falling through, and Han Mina said that the SH Hunters Guild and Mao Tao had decided to sign the contract after all. Moreover, it is a rather innovative project. Turning around, Han Mina smiled and said that it was all thanks to Shi Wu's help. Surprised by what he heard, Shi Wu asked how he was doing and what he had managed to accomplish. Heading for the exit, Han Mina promised to explain everything in more detail when they arrived at headquarters. But now she had an unfinished work call to make. Han Mina told Shi Wu to get ready and leave the ward, as the doctors said he could be discharged as soon as he woke up. Meng Shi Wu simply agreed with her. He had just woken up and didn't yet understand what was going on. The Tai Chi he used at the end, Shi Wu wondered. Did he lose consciousness because of the super shockwave that destroyed the sky? Suddenly, Shi Wu heard his smartphone ring. Lord Hercules was requesting a video call. Meng Shi Wu wondered why this guy was suddenly calling him. Was it because of the special training? In any case, he picked up the phone. As soon as Shi Wu answered the call, Hercules immediately said that he had put together a special training program. Then he was surprised to see where Shi Wu was, and asked him not to tell him that he was back in the hospital. What if he used his superpowers and divine martial arts? At the very least, Shi Wu shouldn't be getting hit. Shi Wu said that no one had hit him, and that it happened because he couldn't control his strength. Hercules was surprised to hear this and asked how he couldn't control his strength. Shi Wu explained that it happened when he added Tai Chi to his sky-shattering super punch. Hercules was even more puzzled, because Shi Wu had just admitted that he had added the Tai Chi master Zhang Sanfeng's technique to his punch. Hercules asked how this was even possible. Mong Shiu reminded him that according to Hercules, his divine martial arts contained the essence of Tai Chi. After that, Shiwu asked if, when he created the divine martial arts, hadn't he said that he did so by referring to the essence of Tai Chi? Hercules explained that he was talking about it as a reference, not as a combination. Individuality is the same as the uniqueness of existence. Uniqueness cannot be denied or rewritten. This means that only Master Zhang Sanfeng himself can use Tai Chi. Furthermore, only he can use his divine martial arts. But at the same time, by referring to and interpreting other characteristics, and based on what Shiwu learned, he is able to create his own Tai Chi based on the real thing. But at the same time, he is without traits. Meng Shi Wu was amazed after listening to Heracles' words. Hercules said that Shiwu could directly use unique traits, but in that battle, he didn't just absorb them, he combined two unique traits together. Normally, this would lead to a clash of traits, because combining Tai Chi and a sky-shattering super strike should be impossible. Hercules asked Shiwu if he had done the impossible, and after that, wasn't he a monster? Pointing to himself, Meng Shi Wu asked, "Was it really me?" Hercules said that apparently, he would have to reread Shiwu's special training program. After that, he asked what traits Shiwu was currently training. Meng Shi Wu asked Hercules for a moment and went to his smartphone to check his traits. But after looking at the entire list, Shiwu noticed that his traits had indeed improved slightly. Looking at the list, Hercules admitted that he didn't see anything that could be merged together, and that it would be good if Meng Shi Wu subscribed to the new GodTube channel. Meng Shi Wu reminded him that he needed money for that. Hercules said that for starters, he would redo Shi Wu's special training program, but first, video content for GodTube. Could Shi Wu share some ideas with him? After that, Hercules, embarrassed, said that for the sake of the special training program, he was even ready to go to the gods himself. He would do everything in his power to train Shi Wu. Seeing how hard Hercules was trying, Shi Wu naturally agreed. Meng Shi Wu promised to share some good content with him. With a sparkle in his eyes, Hercules asked what kind of content it was. Meng Shi Wu thought about the idea for a moment and asked Hercules to listen carefully. SH Group Headquarters. Han Charon greeted Shi Wu, while Zhang Wei greeted him as the descendant of the great founder. Meng Shi Wu chuckled awkwardly and agreed with Zhang Wei. Han Charon told Shi Wu that their SH Hunters Guild planned to give him a retail commission, which immediately caught Shi Wu's attention. Charon then handed Shi Wu some papers and told him that he could check the details in the contract. Meng Shi Wu was pleased with how Han Charon spoke directly, without any unnecessary words. Han Charon said that as part of this project, their SH Hunters Guild would allocate 30% of the profits to him directly. 30% directly to him, Mr. Shi Wu. Seeing the figure of 30%, Meng Shi Wu gasped involuntarily. Then, he suddenly froze, doing some calculations in his head. Finally realizing what it meant, Meng Shi Wu opened his mouth in shock, wondering if it was true. He was stunned by such a sum, and Shi Wu asked why as much as 30%. To which Charon replied that it was because this contract was created only thanks to him. In addition, Hunter Zhang Wei also stated that since the descendant of the great founder was in the SH Hunters Guild, they could not take any payments. That is why they agreed to give 30% to Shi Wu. Han Charon said that Meng Shi Wu would be allocated about 540 billion won annually. Upon hearing this, Meng Shi Wu gasped again, then repeated after Charon. 540 billion won. Meng Shi Wu froze again. This was no longer 30%. And after a few seconds he cried out, "How can it be 540 billion won?" Trembling with fear, Meng Shi Wu decided to ask if it was a joke. Charon replied that it was not, and that it was all described in the contract. This was what the SH Guild was giving him. Turning to the box on the table, Charon said that Mao Tao had also said that they had prepared something else for him. Zhang Wei removed the lid, and to his surprise, Meng Shiu saw 2 pieces of orichalcum inside. Zhang Wei bowed and said that it belonged to his master, and that he had brought them to entrust them to Master Aurelion here in Korea. But since he had met the descendant of the great founder, who had even saved his life, perhaps it might seem modest, but he would be grateful if Shi Wu would accept it. Meng Shi Wu smiled, 540 billion won annually, plus the orichalcum on top of that. With all that, he could do anything. After accepting the call, Hercules immediately bowed to his master and said that he, Hercules, was renewing his vow of determination today. Hercules stood up and said with sparkling eyes that he was a loyal servant and slave to his master. Meng Shi Wu awkwardly accepted his words. After that, a satisfied Hercules said that the content for GodTube that his master had shown him, the scandal of the 2 goddesses, or the love triangle of the gods. 2 goddesses are fighting for Adonis. Hercules said that he had managed to cause a scandal between Aphrodite and Persephone. Immediately after that, his views and subscriptions literally exploded. His channel already had over 10,000 subscribers. It was a really serious blow. And thanks to him, their husbands finally found out about their wives' antics. Meng Shi Wu simply agreed with Hercules. He understood that there was no content more sensational than romances and love triangles. Hercules said that for this reason, Hephaestus and Hades had prepared a small gift. The mention of a gift intrigued Shi Wu, and he wondered if it could be subscriptions, as it had been with the Sphinx. Hercules said that was the case, but there was both good news and bad news. Still standing with the frying pan in his hand, Shi Wu asked about the news. A short time later, after Shi Wu had prepared something to eat, he told Hercules that he wanted to hear the bad news first. The bad news was that Lord Hades had given him a cornucopia, but he couldn't bring it to where the master was now. The problem was that he couldn't go there. Meng Shi Wu asked, "What do you mean, a cornucopia?" He mentally asked Hercules not to tell him that. Is this the legendary cornucopia, a thing that produces food, wealth, and anything else? Remembering this, Meng Shi Wu shouted, "The cornucopia?" Hercules was startled by such a sharp cry, and said that it was indeed him. Lifting the cornucopia, Hercules said that with it, he didn't even need to cook the fried rice he was eating. He just needed to take it out. Looking at the cornucopia in Hercules' hands, Shi Wu realized that with this thing, 1 billion or even 10 billion. With the cornucopia, he would be able to extract endless riches. Giving in to greed, Shi Wu ordered Hercules to give him the cornucopia immediately. Hercules reminded him that he could not go where the master was now. Meng Shi Wu asked why. Why couldn't he just come here? Other gods had no particular problems with this. Take for example the blonde man he met for the first time. Shi Wu asked who he was, besides Midnight, who now lives in his house. Hercules said that apparently there was a way, but he didn't know how to use it. But he was trying to figure it out somehow. Clenching his fist, Shi Wu asked what the good news was. Hercules said that Hephaestus had promised to share the secret method of creating a cornucopia. Meng Shi Wu was surprised by this, and reminded him that he was already studying Hephaestus's divine metallurgy. A bug that duplicates money? No, he couldn't make anything like a cornucopia. Hercules explained that it was Hephaestus's technique, not the secret itself. Shi Wu asked what he meant. Hercules flexed his muscles and said that, to put it simply, he was teaching Shi Wu the SS rank superpower. He was also directly teaching Shi Wu the SSS rank divine martial art. Meng Shi Wu said that now he understood that it was the secret of direct teaching. Hercules replied that it was exactly that. Shi Wu admitted that it sounded great, and suggested doing it right away. Hercules said that in that case, he would go and tell Hephaestus about it right away. A hotel located somewhere on the outskirts of Seoul. Tapping his fingers on the table, Oh Ju-won reflected on what had happened to Pandemonium in the Gyeonggi region. All of their groups had been completely destroyed, and this Meng Shi Wu, it was all because of that bastard. Oh Ju-won asked his secretary for news about Baek Seon-jae. The secretary replied that they had not yet detected his movements. Oh Ju-won found it a little suspicious that he was still in the same place, the cult leader they had been dealing with, after the death of Jo Buk-chon, and of course the lifting of restrictions for reasons unknown to them. Pak Song-jae knows all this, and judging by everything, he is busy making the necessary preparations. This means that they have little time left, so they must act immediately. Oh Ju-won asked if he was sure there was a connection between Zhang Wei and Shi Wu. The secretary replied that he was sure. Oh Ju-won banged on the table and complained that Meng Shi Wu continues to stand in their way. They cannot leave him in that position. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Oh Ju-won asked who it was. The subordinate replied that he had urgent news to report. The secretary said he would go out and check, but he suddenly burst into the office and addressed the branch manager, after which he said that he was Director Han Kwang-guk from SH Group. He wanted to talk to him. Juwan was happy to hear this, as it came at just the right moment. Meanwhile, Meng Shi Wu left the house. Before Hercules contacted him, he had to be ready for the seminar at So's forge. Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu heard the phone ring. They had called him too quickly. To his surprise, it was Adonis, but why did he suddenly? He wanted to understand what was going on, and was it really because of that video? Meng Shi Wu answered the call, and immediately Dionysus asked him if he was Mr. Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu couldn't believe what he was seeing. Why did Dionysus look like that? Dionysus agreed that Shi Wu was indeed a human being, but they could communicate. Meng Shi Wu was struck by how beautiful Dionysus was. He slapped himself in the face to pull himself together. But in the face of transcendent beauty, the boundaries between same-sex and opposite sex lose all meaning. Meng Shi Wu kept repeating to himself that he was a man. Adonis was a man. After a short meditation, the system notified Shi Wu that he was resisting the influence of transcendent beauty, and that his thoughts were beginning to return to normal. Gentleman Shi Wu's heart rate increased by plus 110.6%, reaching 38.31%. However, as soon as he looked at that face, it happened again. Now Meng Shi Wu began to understand why the gods fought so hard for him. Meng Shi Wu asked what Dionysus wanted with him, since he had decided to contact him. Dionysus replied that in fact, first, Dionysus bowed and thanked Meng Shi Wu. Then he said that he had heard everything from Lord Hercules. Dionysus was grateful to Shi Wu for saving him from Lady Persephone and Lady Aphrodite. Shi Wu had literally saved him. Meng Shi Wu explained that he had just stood by and said a few words, and that Heracles had done everything. Passers-by nearby noticed Shi Wu talking to the air and assumed he was some kind of lunatic. Dionysus said he knew the truth. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't. And if he did, those two goddesses might take revenge on him. Remembering this, tears welled up in Dionysus's eyes. Seeing this, Meng Shi Wu admitted aloud that it was simply unbelievable. Dionysus admitted that, in fact, he didn't even know how to thank Shi Wu. So he decided to ask how he could repay his debt. After all, he had no idea how to do it. A boy passing by told his mother that this man had a strange face. His mother asked him not to talk about it so loudly. Dionysus said that he couldn't do anything, and that he had nothing that could be useful to Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu asked what he meant. After all, he had his looks, and if Dionysus created a GodTube channel, it would instantly go viral. Dionysus asked what he meant by a GodTube channel. Dionysus admitted that he really didn't know how to do anything. Shi Wu asked what he thought about beauty-related content. Even if it wasn't beauty-related content, acting skills would also work. Dionysus's extraordinary beauty was already his greatest talent. Dionysus said he wasn't very good at acting. Shi Wu suggested that he learn it right now. Dionysus asked if he really thought he could do it. Shi Wu replied to Lord Adonis that he was more than capable. After that, Shi Wu asked out of curiosity if he knew how to cross over into his dimension. Dionysus replied that he did not know and had never even heard of it. As it turned out, this god did not know about it either. Meng Shi Wu said to himself that there must be some way. After a moment's thought, Dionysus placed his hand on his chest and said that if this path truly existed, he would find it. Dionysus promised to find a way to get to Mr. Shi Wu's dimension. Looking at the sincere Dionysus, Meng Shi Wu felt as if Cupid had shot his heart. Meng Shi Wu put his phone away and shouted to Dionysus that he was too beautiful. Everyone on the bus realized at the same time that a madman had boarded. At that moment, Shi Wu remembered that he was the only one here who could see GodTube. Listening to the passengers whispering, Meng Shi Wu realized that he was doomed. Meng Shi Wu couldn't get over what had just happened because it was too embarrassing. Since he was the only one who could see GodTube, he just shouted, "You're too beautiful," in the middle of the bus. It was a legendary cringe moment. But if Dionysus, with his good looks, enters GodTube, countless goddesses will gather around him. And from the gossip they share, unexpected information can always emerge. Cleopatra clearly knew something, and perhaps that was the reason. Will Adonis be able to find it? Suddenly, Meng Shi Wu's phone rang again. This time it was Lord Hephaestus, who had been called by Hercules. Shi Wu had not yet arrived at the So family's smithy, and if he answered the call in the middle of the road, he would once again look like some kind of weirdo. Meng Shi Wu decided to take a short break at a nearby cafe. Meng Shi Wu greeted Lord Hephaestus, while Hephaestus saw Shi Wu, whom Hercules had mentioned, for the first time. Hephaestus told Shi Wu that Hercules couldn't stop talking about a certain person. Shi Wu confirmed that it was indeed him. Looking at Hephaestus's face, Shi Wu wondered if he was ugly, or if his sense of beauty had changed after talking to Dionysus. Picking up on Hercules' words, Hephaestus said that he had heard everything from Hercules and, thanks to Shi Wu, he had learned about his wife's affairs. Hephaestus said he was truly grateful. Meng Shi Wu remembered that these two were the sons of Zeus, and looking at them, Shi Wu could tell that they were very close. Hercules said that thanks to this, his wife would no longer be able to deceive him, after which he laughed loudly. As a token of his gratitude, he gave Shi Wu his secret technique. Hephaestus asked if it was true that Shi Wu had learned his craft. Shi Wu replied that, in a sense, it was true. Hephaestus admitted that it was hard to believe, and asked if he could show him the equipment he had created. Shi Wu replied that of course he would, and reached for a small bag. To everyone's surprise, it was not just a bag, but a subspace bag, from which Shi Wu took out a pair of gloves. Hephaestus asked, "What the hell? Does subspace equipment really exist? But that should be simply impossible." Meng Shi Wu was even a little surprised at how amazed Hephaestus was by this thing. Hephaestus said that such a thing must exceed the limits of SS rank divine metallurgy. Then he looked at the gauntlets in Shi Wu's hands and asked what they meant. After all, they were orichalcum gauntlets. Meng Shi Wu was surprised at how Hephaestus understood this with just a glance. Hephaestus couldn't believe that a human had actually made equipment out of orichalcum. But what struck him even more was that these gloves were ego equipment. Hercules asked how Shi Wu had done it and what his secret was. He asked Shi Wu to teach him how to do it. Meng Shi Wu explained to Lord Hephaestus that he had not only used his metallurgy to create it, he had also used the power of Lady Isis, so it was the power of Isis. Hephaestus asked if Shi Wu really believed that this could further advance his craftsmanship. Power added to power creates even greater power. Equipment that surpasses anything he has created before. Hephaestus said firmly that he had to see it with his own eyes. He then flew up to Shi Wu's ear and promised to pass on everything he had, transcendent metallurgy. Surprised by what he heard, Shi Wu asked what this transcendental metallurgy was. Hephaestus replied that it was a secret technique of his metallurgy. It was not just the production of equipment. Technology and magic, the fusion of two in one. This can be called something like magic engineering. That's why it may seem like magic, but in reality it's not. After all, the most advanced science is almost indistinguishable from magic. The core of its secret technique distorts and exploits the very laws of the world. And all for the sake of achieving transcendental metallurgy, different from his divine metallurgy. Shi Wu must have the knowledge to manipulate the laws of the world, but he has already gone beyond simply obeying the laws of the world. Meng Shi Wu can change that. Pointing to himself, Shi Wu asked, "Is it him?" Hephaestus reminded him of Isis's manipulation of reality. That is why he now needs only one thing, and that is muscles. Having said this, Hercules flexed his muscles, but at that moment the call was interrupted. Meng Shi Wu hurried to end the call as quickly as possible. SH Group headquarters. Han Mina praised Han Charon for her work. Charon said there was no need to thank her, as she hadn't actually done anything. Han Mina said that as the director of SH, not as a hunter, it was the first time Charon had worked on a contract. She then asked if it was strange to say she hadn't done anything after they managed to sign such a huge contract with Mao Tao. Han Charon reminded her that without Mr. Shi Wu's help, the contract would not have been possible. Since they were on the subject, Han Mina decided to ask her a question. What did Charon think of Meng Shi Wu? Han Charon suddenly felt hot after her aunt's question. Han Charon replied that Shi Wu was a good person. Han Mina wondered if he was just a good person. Then she asked Charon, "Was that all?" Han Charon asked what thoughts she was referring to. Han Mina said that Charon could think about Shi Wu all day long. Her heart flutters when she sees him. Maybe she misses him when he's not around, and even when they're together, she wants to be even closer to him. Han Charon admitted that she really did think about Mr. Shi Wu all day long. Han Mina asked, "Really?" Charon replied that it was true, and that by thinking about their training, she competes with Mr. Shi Wu every day. Han Mina wondered what kind of nonsense that was. Han Mina suggested that Han Charon doesn't understand this because she has never been in a relationship before. Han Mina told her niece that half the world is probably made up of men, and that good men are not that common among them. And if Charon wants to make him hers forever, her aunt will tell her how to do it. Charon asked how. Han Mina immediately replied that Charon should make him take responsibility. Charon asked, "Responsibility?" Han Mina replied that it was exactly that. She must make him take responsibility. Han Charon repeated after her aunt, "Make him take responsibility." Suddenly, Charon's phone beeped with a message. Wondering who it was, Charon took out her phone and saw that it was Shi Wu. Meng Shi Wu asked if they could meet at the So blacksmith shop. Han Charon jumped up and told her aunt that it was time for her to go. As she left, Charon said they would see each other again. Han Mina asked if it was because of Shi Wu. But if it was him, Charon should remember her words. She should make him take responsibility. The So family's smithy. Upon entering the smithy, Han Charon apologized for the intrusion. Shi Wu said she was just in time. Seeing the state Shi Wu was in, Charon asked if he was feeling unwell. Shi Wu replied that it wasn't that, and that he was just sitting in front of a pile of equipment. Shi Wu said that he felt a little exhausted. Meng Shi Wu apologized for asking her to come so suddenly when she might have been busy. Han Charon smiled and said that it was fine, and that she had just finished some contract-related work, so she was free. But why had he called her? A little nervous, Meng Shi Wu said that the thing was that the commission from Mao Tao's contract. Shi Wu asked if it was possible for him to receive an advance payment. Han Charon was surprised to hear about the advance payment. Shi Wu said that it was about him, and that he was not asking for the entire amount, but only a portion of it. Han Charon asked how much exactly he needed. Shi Wu awkwardly asked, "How about 120 billion won?" Han Charon was shocked to hear such a large amount, and said that it wasn't that she couldn't, but why? After all, there is a monthly tuition fee of 20 billion won, and there was also the income from creating equipment. Han Charon said that he already lives a luxurious life that many would envy. Avoiding the question, Shi Wu said that the thing was... Charon turned to Shi Wu again and asked, "Why is he trying so hard to become even stronger?" Meng Shi Wu admitted that this was a very difficult question. He just couldn't say that it was for GodTube subscriptions. Meng Shi Wu said he didn't know how to explain it to her. Shi Wu thought he needed to buy some time. Then he suggested that Han Charon take a walk with him. Sometime later, at Shi Wu's house, Meng Shi Wu invited Charon to come in. Upon returning home, Shi Wu told Soa that he was home, and Charon apologized for the intrusion. Soa was happy to see her brother, and her sister Charin was there too. Meng Shi Wu said that he needed to discuss something with Charon, which was why they had gathered together. Shi Wu asked Charon not to stand at the entrance and to come inside. Meng Shi Wu asked Soa if she had eaten dinner. Soa replied that she hadn't, and asked if he had brought anything with him. Meng Shi Wu reached for the bag and took out some sundae, looking at the sundubu with a sparkle in her eyes. Soa asked him not to tell her that it was sundubu from the restaurant that Ayun's mother had opened. But Shi Wu said that it was indeed from there. Midnight barked nearby, and Shi Wu said he hadn't forgotten about him. Then he filled the demon wolf's bowl with a generous amount. Soa asked her brother to try it too. Watching this, Charon thought about how harmonious everything looked. A harmonious family scene, just like back then, when her father always came home late before dawn. On those rare days when he came home early, he would return with armfuls of dumplings. Her father would look at her and often say, "Charon, would you like to eat your favorite dumplings?" Much more than 1,000,000,000,000 business. It is these 20,001 dumplings that make him smile more often. At the time, she didn't understand her father's words. But why do all these memories come to mind for some reason? He came home at dawn and woke up again at dawn. Always with sunken eyes her father left every day. So why did these memories start to come back? Smiling over something as simple as sunda, being happy about little things. To protect such a modest everyday life, was that what he wanted? Does that mean taking responsibility for the family? Han Charon suddenly turned to Mr. Shi Wu. Then she said she would give him an advance. Shi Wu asked, "Really?" Charon said she had one condition. Placing her hand on her chest, Charon asked him to take responsibility for her as well. After this statement, everyone, including Polunach, was stunned, and only Charon did not fully understand what was going on. Meng Shi Wu asked why she was suddenly talking about this. Soa covered her face and asked Appa not to tell her about him and his sister Charon. Shi Wu said he didn't know what they were thinking, but absolutely nothing to their questions. SH Group headquarters. And again, in the headlines, he saw the contract signed thanks to Meng Shi Wu. The secretary reported that he had arrived. Han Kuang-guk asked to let the guest in. After entering the office, Zhang Wei asked why he'd been invited. Han Kuang-guk assumed that Zhang Wei was tired from such a long journey and offered him a seat. Kuang-guk then said that he had already heard that Mao Tao had signed a contract with the SH Hunters Guild. Han Kuang-guk asked what about the promise he had made to him. Zhang Wei said he regretted it, but he couldn't burden the descendant of the great founder. Moreover, it was simply wrong. Han Kuang-guk asked, "So what?" Zhang Wei had given him his word. Zhang Wei said that as an apology, Mao Tao's company had suffered losses on this contract. As a result, it only benefited SH Group. Han Kuang-guk slammed the newspaper and suggested that he should remember well that he was not talking about SH Group's profits. Han Kuang-guk asked Zhang Wei to terminate the contract immediately. Zhang Wei asked if he should terminate the contract at this point. No matter what, it was simply impossible. Han Kuang-guk said that nothing is impossible in Korea, and reaching for the evidence, said that there was evidence that Mao Tao's major business contracts had been concluded through lobbying and corruption. Kuang-guk then threw photos on the table and said that Zhang Wei had used his personal connections to facilitate the deal. As a result, the fairness of the contract was highly questionable. Therefore, the project itself was in danger of being cut. Han Kuang-guk promised that it would be on the front pages of the newspapers tomorrow morning. However, Zhang Wei was not ready to betray Shi Wu. because he was the one who saved him when he fell into qi deviation. After that, Jiang Wei asked Han Kuang-guk if he knew the difference between him and Shi Wu. Kuang-guk turns others into his enemies, while Shi Wu makes them his allies. Jiang Wei turned to Han Kuang-guk and said that right now, he had made him his enemy. Due to Jiang Wei's released energy, many objects in the room were overturned, and Han Kuang-guk instinctively covered himself with his hands. Jiang Wei promised that the next time they met, their encounter would not be as easy as it was now. Immediately after that, he left the office and slammed the door behind him. After Jiang Wei left, Han Kuang-guk exhaled and said that things were bad. Immediately, the secretary rushed into the office and asked the director if he was okay. He had just heard a deafening noise coming from here. Without showing any emotion, Han Kuang-guk said that it was nothing. More importantly, what was the situation with Pandemonium? The secretary replied that they had not yet received a response. Kuang-guk ordered him to contact Pandemonium again. Han Kuang-guk was furious. These were no longer simple conversations, because they wanted them to be in the same boat. Meng Shi Wu couldn't imagine that Charon had heard such things from her aunt. That was the reason for her words about taking responsibility. Meng Shi Wu couldn't get Charon's words out of his head. They had literally struck him. Shi Wu heard the message and opened his phone to see 120 billion. But why so fast? He thought it would take at least a week. Meng Shi Wu asked how rich they were. Lord Hercules dispelled Shi Wu's thoughts by suddenly calling him. As soon as he appeared, Hercules immediately announced that the special training program had been completed. Shi Wu asked if he had gathered everything. Hercules winked and replied that of course he had done so. First, he researched new channels to subscribe to and brought everything back. Money comes in and goes out immediately, and lately everything has been the same. Meng Shi Wu asked Hercules who they were. Hercules said that in the end, there were 2 channels that Shi Wu should subscribe to. The first channel he should subscribe to is Thor's channel. Meng Shi Wu decided to clarify. Was it really Thor from Norse mythology? Hercules said that with his help, Shi Wu would be able to combine his powers with lightning. Upon hearing this, Shi Wu immediately became interested and asked, "What powers?" Hercules replied that he would be able to combine the super speed of Hermes and the lightning of Thor. Thanks to this, he would be able to reach the speed of lightning. Meng Shi Wu asked if this was even possible. Hercules replied that it was probably possible. Shi Wu asked who the second god would be in that case. Hercules said that the second would be the Azure Dragon Channel, because he believes that his powers would be ideal for the descending dragon strike. Meng Shi Wu admitted that this was simply madness. Meng Shi Wu asked if he could just subscribe to them. Hercules said that if he could, he should do it right now. First, Shi Wu subscribed to Thor's channel for 16 billion won per month. Thanks to this, he received the SS Plus rank Thundersphere trait. Then he subscribed to the Azure Dragon channel for 32 billion won per month. Thanks to this, he received the SS rank Demon Dragon Soul trait. As a result, 480 billion won disappeared in just 2 seconds. SH Group headquarters. Director Han Kuang-guk was heading to his office. But when he opened the door, he noticed a figure sitting on his desk. The stranger asked if he was correct in assuming that he was Han Kuang-guk, the eldest son of SH Group. Han Kuang-guk asked who he was. The stranger replied that he had heard that Kuang-guk wanted to be in the same boat as them. He just wanted to know the reason why. Han Kuang-guk replied that the reason was Shi Wu. Upon hearing this, the stranger suggested discussing the business in more detail.